Sup, my fellas. Don't forget to leave feedback, and enjoy the story. The main character flies in space. The information window said that the status window was unlocked. The artifact player was activated. The protagonist closed his eyes. He opened them slightly and couldn't figure out where he was, and noted that it felt like he was deep underwater. A systemic Draa, a destroyer of worlds. He had asked himself what that meant. In front of him stood a huge deity. His eyes burned red. He opened his eyes and wondered if it was a dream, although it was too vivid for sleep. The deity opened his mouth slightly. It seemed to him that he was trying to say something. An image of a human eye appeared. The guy's eyes widened. A few hours earlier, the training ground of Ignite Academy. Clouds flew over the mountains. In the middle stood a huge building, a voice saying that Ruin would be next. Heidel had glasses on his face, and he explained that all he had to do was create a fireball and hit that effigy with it. The guy looked at his hand and thought that the fireball was the kind of magic that any student of the academy should be able to handle with a bang. But for someone who was incapable of using magic, it was an almost impossible task. There were drops of sweat sliding down his cheek. He doubted whether he would succeed this time. The professor looked at him menacingly and loudly ordered him to begin. A fire burned in the guy's hand. He realized that he should not give up. Maybe this time he would succeed. He didn't look to the side and decided that he could handle it at any cost. A drop of sweat slid down his cheek. Not far from him, there was a crowd of schoolchildren. One asked to see the size of this ball. The other wondered that a person could have such an amount of mana. A man with a beard watched him. He put his hand back and thought that everything was going fine. If he continued like this, he could. Of course, he was straining his teeth and silently asked that this not happen again. He held out his hand in front of him and added that he had to hold out. The guy's hand was enveloped in fire. A clot of vomit fell on the grass. The young man wiped his mouth with his hand and said that he couldn't take it anymore. Heidel looked at him and shouted for him to let him go. The guy stood in a fighting stance and complained that the fireball did not escape his hand. The professor took a look at him and told him that he was already in his senior year. If he still couldn't perform ordinary magic in the form of a fireball, then he simply had no chance of passing the final exam, and noted that he was destined to fail. He lowered his head and replied to himself that it was so. He was destined to fail. Ruin clenched his hand into a fist and asked for forgiveness. He promised to train more in the future. He walked towards the crowd of his comrades and pondered that in this practical shooting test, they had to create 10 fireballs and hit the target several times, and he was not able to charge even one ball at the target, and realized that he could not even count on the role of a third-rate MAGES. A group of students stood in front of him. Someone wondered how this misunderstanding did not enter the academy with better scores at all. The guy wiped his mouth with his hand and thought that due to the fact that the offspring of a nobleman from the provinces was the best entrant, peers from more prestigious families began to envy him and feel inferior. As a result, this caused a hostile attitude, and noticed that he could not withstand their bullying. The young man looked up in front of him and noted that the reality that deprived him of hope was beginning to destroy him from within. This damned curse was the only thing that had held him back all these 6 years. Ruin walked forward somewhere, and thought that even though he had held up well all this time, he couldn't help but wonder how long he would last. Corridor of the academy. There was a balcony on the columns. A group of students stood on the red carpet and discussed the exam. The main character looked at them. Someone from the crowd wondered if this was not the stupid guy. 2 guys stood in front of him and said that he should already pack his things. In his place he would be embarrassed to show, but he turned out to be very persistent. The blonde guy spread his arms in different directions and asked if he knew what the junior squads called him, and immediately answered his question that the Ruin was a dumbass. He added that because of him, the graduating class is not a role model, and clarified that maybe he will already fall back to his province. The protagonist furrowed his brows in displeasure. He stood silently in front of his offenders. The second told him that since nature had deprived him of his skills, then he should at least be rich, and noted that the trouble was that he heard his name only when he entered the academy. Ruin gritted his teeth in anger. The guy behind him remembered that his father had said that they were just idiots, acting arrogant, although they had nothing, so he immediately understood the level of his family. The guy abruptly jumped out of his seat. His fist struck his opponent's face. A guy with blonde hair collapsed to the floor from a strong blow from the main character. He looked at him and asked him to repeat what he had said about his father. He grabbed his broken nose sharply and exclaimed, "How dare he!" The protagonist gave him a contemptuous look and explained that he needed to know when to stop, and asked who he was to say anything about his father and family. The second guy jumped and swung his fist at him and shouted that he at least understood who he was against. He opened his eyes sharply in pain. Ruin's fist struck him in the stomach. The guy fell sharply to his knees. He cringed in pain. Saliva flowed from his mouth. The young man turned his head to shout. Ben raised his hands above him for a magic strike and heartily asked how he dared to hit him. He was shocked that he was going to use combat magic within the walls of the academy. He stretched out his arms in front of him and shouted that he was a trash with a magic release disorder. He wondered that he didn't care that he could be excluded. A huge charge of energy rushed into him. He spread his hands in different directions and realized that he could not move. Heidel opened his eyes wide and ordered this to stop immediately. The guy put his hands out in front of him for protection. A drop of sweat slid down his cheek. He carefully looked at the charge flying at him, and concluded that, as he thought, his end had come. The information window stated that he was the embodiment of a fighter, the destroyer of worlds. The status window was unlocked, the player artifact was activated, the eyes of the huge deity glowed red. The main character looked at him, and could not understand what was happening. The deity opened his mouth slightly and called the protagonist by name. He opened his eyes wide in shock and wondered, this was definitely his name. A woman with golden eyes stared at him. She stood in front of him and noticed in surprise that he was awake. The guy's eyes widened. He rose above his bed and asked where he was. She replied that he was in the break room. The young man grabbed his forehead with his hand. She advised him to lie down. He did not need to get up. He noted that everything was fine. His head was just a little dizzy, but he could sit down, and he thought to himself that he had lost consciousness. The eyes of the huge deity glowed with red fire. He could not comprehend what had happened, although the knowledge seemed so real. He asked how long he had lain. Helen looked at him and replied that it was almost a day. She stood next to his bed and remarked that what a blessing that nothing worse had happened. God saved him. No other way. He asked if he was all right now. She looked down at him and told him that he needed to check a few more tests, but he looked pretty good for someone who had been struck by a lightning ball, and added that she had never seen any wounds, burns, even organs intact. A drop of sweat slid down his cheek. He wondered how this was even possible, because lightning is a terrible magic that burns the body in seconds, and he took a direct blow. He looked at his hand and asked himself why he was all right. A man came into the ward, asked him to forgive him. Helen looked at the patient, and noted that since the professor was here, she would go further to analyze the results, and asked him not to remain silent if anything bothered him. Heidel crossed his arms over his chest and asked how he was feeling. He replied that he felt fine. The professor looked at it, and remarked that it was quite good, and said that a professorial council had been convened on this incident. He stood in front of his bed and explained that first of all, he was reporting that Ben would be expelled for using battle magic with the intent to kill, spreading false rumors about the head of the Ardo family, and treating and bullying him. As a result, all of the above actions were taken into account in the verdict. The guy looked down and noted that he had hit Ben as well. He replied that of course he would also be punished, but given the circumstances, he would be engaged in volunteer service for a month. He stared at the floor and agreed with his words. The professor looked at him and expressed his desire to ask him something, namely if he was in possession of the artifact. A drop of sweat slid down the guy's cheek. The professor put his fingers to his chin. He said that no, he didn't, because if he had something like this, he wouldn't be bullied like that. He remarked that based on its value and rarity, the head of the Ardo family would have already used it for his people. The young man looked up at him and did not understand why he was asking. Heidel stared at him. A drop of sweat slid down the boy's cheek. The man reflected that he was sure that before the lightning ball caught up with him, his body was surrounded by a red light, as if he had been protected by a high-rank artifact, reflecting Ben's magic. Ruin sat on the bed and asked what he said, and thought about what artifact he was talking about. The guy slightly closed his eyes from fatigue and noted to himself that this could be somehow connected with that very strange dream. He assured that he did not understand what he was talking about, and besides, he was absolutely sure that he did not possess the artifact. The professor desperately lowered his eyes down. He turned around and told him to rest. He concluded that he really had no idea what had happened, and the professor didn't ask any further, and wondered what he was thinking now. Heidel headed for the exit. He put his fingers to his chin and reasoned that it was an experience indistinguishable from a dream, and that strange voice. The eyes of the huge deity burned with red fire. He spoke, the artifact of Draa, the destroyer of worlds, and the player. The young man scratched his temple and remembered that there seemed to be something else, and realized that this was a window of status. A drop of sweat slid down the guy's cheek. The nurse approached him and anxiously asked if he was okay. Maybe he was not feeling well. He replied that this was not the case, and asked if she also saw this blue thing in front of him. She gave him a blank look and asked what he was talking about, since there was nothing here, and added that he was sure that everything was fine. A drop of sweat slid down the guy's cheek. He couldn't believe that she really didn't see it. It turned out that only he could see it. An image of the information window with the characteristics of the main character has appeared. He scratched his temple and realized that first he had to come up with an excuse, and asked not to take it into his head. Most likely he imagined it. She replied that it was not funny at all. She folded her arms over her chest and said that his tests were normal. He could return to the dormitory. He looked at her and thanked her. An image of a system scoreboard appeared, which revealed that he was the embodiment of Draa, the destroyer of worlds, who reasoned that today he had survived a lightning ball strike without consequences, met a man with a red eye in an alternate dimension, and had a status window that only he could see. The guy stared somewhere ahead and remembered that it was written in that window that he was the embodiment of Draa, and wondered if it was possible that the artifact of a mage named Draa had been given to him. Birds flew over the fortress. The guy put his hand out in front of him and noticed that another strange window had now appeared in front of him. An image of the information window appeared, which read about a new task. He looked down at his hands and thought that punching and kicking was related to physical strength. He didn't understand how it would help a mage like him. He closed his eyes and decided that it was not the time to doubt, he had to try first. He clenched his hand into a fist. The system scoreboard reported that he had made one punch with his fist. Ruin threw his hand in front of him, the information window saying that he had made another punch. He smiled slyly and noticed that the number was growing. At this rate, he would quickly reach his goal. The young man threw a clenched fist in front of him. The information window said that the number of blows remained the same. He put his finger to his chin and realized that this time the number did not change due to the fact that a blow is not counted if there is even the slightest mistake in its execution, and decided that in this case, he would go through the training properly. The moon shone high in the sky. Drops of sweat dripped from the guy's face. He rested his hands on his knees and concluded that he was finally done. He smiled broadly. The information window said that the task was completed. He wiped his face with his hand and clarified what kind of reward it was. Streams of sweat ran down his cheeks. He looked at his hand and was puzzled by the feeling he was feeling, and noticed that it was barely perceptibly circulating in his blood, and it looked like something even more fundamental than mana. He clenched his hand into a fist and realized that he had become truly stronger. Ruin gritted his teeth with exertion. The veins on his arm were swollen. He opened his eyes wide and thought that the power that went into magic had become much more powerful. The speed, the air resistance, the destructive force, everything felt completely different. The young man looked at his hand and concluded that his foundational strength had increased, and thought that there was a second reward. A status window appeared in front of his face. An image of the information window appeared. He opened his mouth slightly and asked that it replaces mana circles with power circles. He put his hand on his chest and realized that this meant that his mana would be replaced by physical strength. An image of a human heart appeared, and he noted that everyone who feels and learns mana has a circle around the heart, which plays an important role in releasing and amplifying mana, and the number of these circles increases depending on the mana stored and the amount that the magician can control. He closed his eyes and added that he had 4 circles of mana, more than usual for people his age, but due to his disorder, they were as good as 0. The guy's eyes widened. An image of a human heart appeared. He noticed that the circles of mana had indeed disappeared. In that case, the madly circulating force instead were circles of force. He opened his mouth slightly in surprise. Ruin looked at his right hand and reasoned that he had power circles instead of mana circles. Besides, he didn't know a single mage without mana circles, and if these new circles didn't become a full-fledged replacement, then what would happen to him? A drop of sweat slid down his cheek. He decided that he could forget about life as a mage. He looked forward and realized that it was too early to succumb to a decadent mood. He needed to test it first. A fire lit up in his hand. He looked at him and noticed that he appeared quickly, and didn't understand how this was possible. Drops of sweat slid down his cheek. He added that he was strong. A fire burned in his hand. He reflected that after seeing the size of his fireball, he realized that he had been given a unique chance. The guy stood in the middle of the field and reasoned that since magic has a basic principle of triggering, it takes an average of 10 seconds to release. He looked at his hand and noted that there was an opportunity to skip this stage and create a fireball at the expense of his inner strength. He clenched his hand into a fist and concluded that this was definitely the power of the artifact. He looked at the system window. An image of the information window appeared. He could not understand what the task was about. The veins on his right arm were swollen. He reasoned that it was possible that this Brak suffered from a similar disorder to him, and fought by filling his fists and legs with magic. A drop of sweat slid down his cheek, and he asked himself how he had come up with this method. The information window said that a new task appeared. He looked at it and asked about the task. An image of the system's scoreboard with the task appeared. The guy stood in front of the dummy and clarified that it was necessary to hit the target. He furrowed his brows and thought that he hadn't even thought about this method, but if he could become a magus with it, then he should definitely try. The young man hit the mannequin with his magic blow. It shattered into pieces. He smiled and noticed that it worked. The information window said that the task was completed. The main character shook his head. He collapsed to the ground. The protagonist lay down on the ground and concluded that he had finally done it. The task was completed. He stared at the sky and remembered that every failure was at the stage of détente, and he had finally overcome it. He lowered his head to the ground and wondered what he could think of such a method. Didn't care who this Draa was, but noticed that his body was getting heavier, so he couldn't figure it out right now. The guy was sleeping on the ground. Someone clarified that he fell asleep right there. Another remarked that it looked like he had been training until dawn, but in fact, he had fallen asleep right on the training ground. He opened his eyes slightly and did not understand why it was so noisy. He was surrounded by the rest of the students. He lazily stretched after sleep and asked why they were crowded. It was the first time they saw a man sleeping on the street. They followed him. Someone replied that in fact it was so, especially a nobleman who was ready to exchange the convenience of a pleasant dormitory for sleeping outside. He waved at them and said that he was just so exhausted that he fell asleep on the spot. The students looked after him. Someone wondered that he was not the only one who thought that the ruin had somehow changed. One of the students looked at the splinters from the mannequin and asked who left only the scraps of it. Parts of the mannequin lay on the ground. Someone suggested that it was ruin. Another replied that it could not be. Dormitory of the academy. Clouds flew over the huge complex of buildings. The blond guy brushed his teeth by the window and clarified the state of affairs of the ruin. Jason looked at him and added that he had just returned. He raised his right hand with a toothbrush in it and wondered what had happened to him, since he usually does not leave the academy. He replied that he did not need to know, and explained to himself that this was the eldest son of the demon family, which was known for casting and mining metals. He treated him, a total outcast, at least not hostile. He put his hand on his shoulder and ironically asked if he was with a girl. He added that he was a psycho obsessed with alcohol and girls, which is why he constantly secretly left the territory of the academy. The young man threw his clothes at him. He exclaimed in displeasure that as soon as he was hit by lightning, he immediately pulled himself together. Let him tell in detail what he did last night. He said that he was actually in the bath, and did not understand what he was talking about. Rena was lying in the bathtub and noted that it was definitely better this way. He closed one eye and remembered that there was an additional task. It needed to be checked. An image of the system's scoreboard appeared. Drops of water flowed down the face of the main character. He noticed that the rewards remained the same, but the number of repetitions doubled. He sank into the water and thought that it would continue to double, and remarked that it would not be easy, as expected, but if it would help him become a mage. The young man was swimming in the bathtub. The main character threw his hand forward with a clenched fist and remembered to himself that a month had passed since then. A repetitive task could be done once a day, but in contrast to the constant reward, the required number of repetitions grew from day to day. He performed a kick attack and added that if he failed to complete a mission during the day, all progress was reset, so he didn't miss a day of training. Then he gritted his teeth from the strain. He leaned his hands on his knees and noticed that the only plus was that the requirement to complete the tasks did not rise above 3,000 repetitions, because otherwise, he could die in the process. The guy wiped the sweat from his face. He bent his right foot. An image of the information window with the results of the task appeared. He waved his leg and concluded that he had undergone these trainings every day over the past month, and had even gained a new skill. The young man smiled slightly. The system scoreboard reported that he had obtained the body art skill, spawned from an image with skill stats. Trees grew on the territory of the academy complex. One of the students turned to his neighbor and asked that he did not think that he had been behaving strangely lately. He agreed with his words and noted that he was dozing off in class, although he had not taken the class off the blackboard before. Ruin put his head down on the desk. He wondered that this was all he had noticed, since he had actually moved to the training ground, and was even coaching kicks. Another student asked them to give up on him, as if they had noticed something strange about him, and suggested that he was probably trying to compensate for his frustration somehow, even though it barely worked. A student in glasses was holding papers in his hands. The protagonist sat at the table and pondered that in this way he had completed the task over the past month, and looked for any clues about Draak's identity, but could not find any mages with that name in historical reports. The guy was standing on the stairs looking for a book. He opened the book and realized that there was nothing here either, and added that as for the world destroyer, the player, the status window, and quest, the nature of none of this could be understood even closely. He looked into the distance and did not understand who Draa was. An image of the status window appeared. The protagonist poked his finger at it and asked who the person was, what gave him this power. He turned his head to the side at someone's voice, which asked him to come here quickly. Jason approached him. He clarified what had happened. He asked if he had heard about it. A drop of sweat slid down the guy's face. He asked again what he was talking about. He said that it meant he did not know, so he stood quietly reading books. Then I calmly looked at him and asked if it was something serious. His companion stood in front of him and reported that the head of the Ardo family had come to the academy. His father was here. Ruin's eyes widened in surprise. He walked swiftly on the parquet. He put his hand out to the side. His father turned his head on him. He looked at him and exclaimed that there he was. In the corner of the room there was a vase with a plant. There was a clock on the table. The guy sat opposite his father and noted that he sent him here when he was 10, and 6 years had already passed, and asked how he had been doing all this time. He replied that it was fine, as always. Ruin was holding a wooden sword in his hands. He wanted to know how his sister lived. His father told him that she had grown up and was now a master of the art of wielding a sword, and always said that he wanted to protect his weak older brother. He put his hand on the back of her head and noticed that it was even somehow awkward. He noticed that she had always been distinguished by self-confidence. The young man lowered his eyes to the table. He looked at his father and said that he was fine. He put his hand on the table and clarified in what sense. He added that he was really fine. He was not mocked either physically or morally. The head of the family drank from a mug. He put it on the table and said that he had actually come to find out his desire to be expelled from the academy. He explained that if it was hard for him, the doors of the house were always open, and asked that he hadn't experienced a lot of hardship, and what he couldn't tell. Ruin stared at him silently. He replied that, to be honest, it was clear from the beginning why he had come after 6 years, but let him listen. He thought he had found a way out, His father was sitting across from him. The guy threw his hands around and added that therefore he offered to negotiate. He clarified what he was talking about. He explained that on the next practical test he must show a good result. But if he failed, then he would do as he wanted. He put his hands on the armrests and reflected that after promising him that he would get good results in the practical examination, his father realized his determination, and after their conversation, he returned to the estate. The teacher hit his palm with a pointer and asked for everyone's attention, otherwise he concluded that the long-awaited day of the exam had come. The students were sitting in a huge auditorium. The teacher said that a written exam for understanding magic was beginning, and let them mean that any violation would be punished by zeroing the result. Ruin was holding a pen in his hand, and I will explain to myself that the exam is divided into a written and practical part. The practical part, in turn, is divided into 4 more. The protagonist's hand was enveloped in fire. He added that they include aimed shooting, magic power measurement, real combat, and one-on-one combat. The blonde guy held out his hand in front of him. He noticed that as the owners of the magic release disorder, he had passed the written part perfectly throughout the entire period of study. But in the practical part, the first place was always taken by Mikkel from the authoritative Jerahil family. The protagonist wrote with a pen and decided that this time everything will be different, because this year he will definitely take first place. A drop of sweat slid down his cheek. As the students stood along the railing, Ruin realized that after completing the written part, and after a few days of preparation, it was time for the actual practical exam. He looked away. Jason stood next to him and told him that he had been behaving strangely lately, and asked if he had some kind of action plan for the practical part. He replied that today he was trying a new approach. His comrade smiled and asked again what was so. He had found a way. They both turned to the voice that asked what Ruin was doing here. Mikkel crossed his arms over his chest and added that he was really going to take part in the exam and noted that with his disorder it was useless. The main character put his finger on his chin and noted that he really came to take the exam and clarified what was wrong with it. He put his hand on his shoulder and said that as an honorary student, let him give him a little advice, since he had already failed the practical part 6 times. He looked at him and advised him to just surrender instead of humiliation. He looked away and replied that he did not think his advice would be of any use to him. Mikkel stood in front of him and noticed that he did not seem to understand him, and asked if he thought that a person with a magic release disorder would be able to pass the exam normally. He irritably asked himself what he wanted from him, because he had not behaved so boldly before. Where did he get such confidence? And added that it infuriated him. The blonde guy gritted his teeth and growled that he would deal with him in a one-on-one fight, so let him wait. Ruin realized that the first part of the practical exam was aimed shooting. Officially the stage was called the Multitarget shooting exam. Dummies materialized in the air. He held out his hand and realized that his goal was not easy, to find out how many targets a future MAGES could hit at once. However, this year's difficulty level of the exam was increased as the goals were constantly moving. Magic attacks hit the targets. The girl held out her hand in front of her. The guy held his hands in front of him. The main character noticed that in this regard, the average was just terrible. The young man raised his hand in front of him for a magical attack. 2 teachers sat next to each other in the stands. One noted that who would have thought that the results would fall so much due to a slight complication. The second added that the quality of the current graduates leaves much to be desired. They both turned their heads to the voice that told them not to be disappointed yet. Professor Ellick looked at them and said that it was Michael's turn, so they had to wait. He stepped on the ground. He held his hands in front of him and silently appealed to Ruin to look carefully. He didn't know what he was up to, but he would show him the difference between them. A blue fire burned in his hand. The examiner raised his hand and ordered him to begin. He threw up his hands in front of him. The guy was standing in a fighting stance. The students were standing at the railing. Someone exclaimed that what was to be expected from Mikkel. At once he was amazed only at the targets. The man folded his hands together and asked if he wasn't a worthy successor to the Jerahil family. He looked at the professors and added that they did not think about Mikkel becoming the pride of their academy, because he would surely become this year's representative at the big festival. The old man closed his eyes and asked him not to continue. Ignat opened his eyes and noticed that there was still enough time to assess the level of current graduates. Heidel looked at him and asked why they didn't just sit there a little longer. Since Ruin was next, Ruin clarified that he was referring to the ruin of Ardal, and noted that it was hard to believe that he was still attending the academy. But in that case, he should be commended for his perseverance. The guy was standing in front of the students. He rubbed his wrist and realized that this was a great opportunity to test his strength. The examiner raised his hand and ordered him to begin. A flame flared up in his hand. He raised his hands in front of him. Every single professor watched his triumph. Ellick wondered what the ridiculously fast speed of summoning was. The students looked at him in shock. Mikkel turned to them and clarified that they didn't know that he had a magic release disorder, and said that even if he conjured 100 balls, they needed to hit at least one more target, and this bastard was basically incapable of anything. The protagonist abruptly jumped from his seat. He ran to his target with lightning speed, the information window saying that his time refraction skill had been activated, which added speed to his movements, and also, he had gone beyond the curve time. He then threw his fist to the side and remembered that he had recently gained a skill that helped him move abnormally fast for 30 seconds in any direction he wanted. He gritted his teeth and concluded that, in other words, he was like a typhoon. Burning splinters flew in the air. Flames enveloped the protective dome. The ground cracked under the ruin's feet. The professors looked at him in shock. The students opened their mouths wide and in surprise. He raised his head forward and noticed that he had succeeded. Fragments of mannequins lay on the ground. The examiner held a notebook in his hand and reported that it had hit 27 targets. The crowd of schoolchildren looked at him in shock and discussed that he had summoned magic in his hands and hit the targets himself. And wasn't 27 targets the biggest result in the history of the academy? Besides, how was he able to move so fast? Ignat clapped his hands. He got up from his chair and exclaimed that it was incredible. Students threw their hands up and shouted that he was amazing. Mikhail gritted his teeth in anger and did not understand how it happened. The protagonist stood in the middle of the exam field and reasoned that the universal applause and recognition was something he had never received in these 6 years, and noted that the warmth was spreading in his chest. He always wanted to feel it. He looked up smugly. Elik raised his hand and clarified that he had hit the targets by using magic on his hands, meaning they meant that it had something to do with magic. Haida looked at him and asked in response that if the distinguishing feature of magic was not its limitless possibilities, if everything went according to expectations, then it was no longer magic, but mathematics. Glasses were held on his nose. He held out his hand in front of him and tried to object. The head of the academy closed his eyes and stated that he had seen a miracle created by a disciple today, a flawless magical miracle, and added that he saw that the other professors had a different point of view. The rest of the teachers at the table sat silently on their chairs. The professor gritted his teeth in anger and thought to himself that because of the ruin, everything went to pieces. Who would have thought that everything would turn out like this? Rune was holding his comrade, who was shouting that the Archmage was in the building. A crowd of students surrounded him and asked him about his triumph in the exam. One student asked if he remembered him, since they had been in the same class for all 6 years. He looked at them out of the corner of his eye and realized that until yesterday he had been an outcast. But everything had changed literally overnight, so it was difficult to get used to the attention yet, and informed Jason that he would go ahead. He opened the doors and realized that he was like a bone in the throat for some people. A blonde guy stood at the window and said that here he is. Ruin stood in the doorway and asked what Mikhail was doing in the stranger's room. The latter approached him and explained that he seemed to be proud, having scored a few points with something that could not be called magic. His impudence infuriated him so much that he decided to warn him not to show off. He wondered if it was the confusion of losing to someone he had looked down on for 6 years. The guy grabbed him by the shirt and shouted what he said. The protagonist calmly took his hand. Mikhail looked at her in bewilderment. He gritted his teeth and wondered where he got so much strength. He looked at him menacingly and explained that it was important for both of them to get out. If they were so eager to crush him, then let them do it honestly, in a one-on-one fight, as he had threatened. The young man let go of his hand. He looked at him angrily and asked him what he thought he was worthy of competing with him. He was the kind of person who had been failing for 6 years. The protagonist bared his teeth and replied that they just had to wait, then they would know. He disappeared behind the door and ordered him not to even think about failure until this stage. He walked down the corridor and thought that he was a cheeky guy. He would definitely fail at the current stage, not even reaching one-on-one fights. He put his hand in his pocket. The guy glanced at his palm and concluded that no matter what, this bastard was definitely a magician. Clouds flew in the sky. In the middle of the square there was a statue of an orc. Someone noted that he had seen this statue several times, but each time he never ceased to be amazed by it. The second stage of the practical exam, measurements of magical power, the treasure of the academy, a rare artifact, of which there are only a few on the entire continent, the ancient Ogre King Ram. 500 years ago the Archmage Freud turned into an artifact of King Ram during his lifetime. He, locked in the artifact, absorbs the mana of mages and is a magical punching bag. The second stage requires students to direct magic to the statue and get a high score. King Ram's eyes were shining. The protagonist looked down and clarified that this meant that all he had to do was aim at the statue and use the spell he was most sure of. Jason confirmed his words. The guy clenched his hand into a fist. He added that this ogre is famous for evaluating very harshly. Getting a result from him above 20 is already considered something commendable. The young man raised his hand in front of him. There was a statue in front of him, a voice from there telling him to get out of sight, and told him to quit his magic right away. He looked at him and stated that he thought he had done well as expected. It wasn't that simple. The voice ordered the next one to stand in front of him. The girl looked at him and clarified that now it was her turn. She raised her hand and asked her to look carefully. A charge of magic rushed into the statue. There was a statue in front of her. The voice told her that he would definitely remember her. She asked again if it was true. An image of an ogre statue appeared, and a voice replied that it was, because it was impressive how hopeless it was. Tears poured from her eyes. She exclaimed that this could not be. This was her best attack. Clouds flew in the sky. The ogre continued to humiliate the rest of the students. The examiner sat on a bench and asked Jason not to make a scene, to return to his seat. Mikhail looked at the statue attentively. He threw up his hands in front of him. Magical attacks hit the statue. He stood in front of her, a voice from there saying that he was disappointed, and asked that he was by chance not George's son. He spread his hands to the sides and replied that he was his proud third son Mikhail. The statue stood in front of him. A voice from there asked that he was proud, and added that his father was a blockhead who begged for more points, and he had even less talent, only 27 points. He opened his mouth wide and exclaimed what he was carrying. The examiner stretched out his hand and asked him to calm down, and called the next one. Ruin watched the statue intently and noted that he was somehow nervous. Although the attempt was not torture, he would cope. He clenched his hand into a fist. He looked up at the statue and introduced himself. The statue stood in front of him, a voice from there saying that it was the first time he had seen him. Although it didn't matter, let him start. A fire broke out in the hand of the main character. One of the students looked at him in shock and clarified that it was explosive burning mana. The rest of the students also looked at the protagonist in shock. He got into a fighting stance. The voice asked what kind of stance it was. He abruptly broke off from his place and reported that he was advancing. He jumped at the statue. He attacked with his foot. The student looked at him in shock and said that it was impossible. He moved the magic from his fist to his leg and exploded it in an instant. The rest of the students also watched him in shock. He slid a few meters back. Someone exclaimed that he wanted to say that Ruin was at least a 5th-class mage. A drop of sweat slid down his cheek. He thought that his spell had worked properly. But the King Arm's reaction was so strange. The young man was standing in front of the statue. The statue's eyes lit up. A voice asked who he was. He reminded him that he had already introduced himself. The ogre immediately asked if he was Draa. The guy opened his eyes wide in surprise. King Ram's eyes burned with red fire. He said that he had been waiting for him for a long time. A crowd of schoolchildren stood near the statue and discussed who it was talking about. From the guy's face, a cross of sweat, he mused that over the past 2 months, he had read all the available books, but could not find a single mention of Draa. But the ogre had some information. He asked if he knew him. The statue was standing in front of him. A voice from there answered in the affirmative. He looked up at her and asked why he didn't tell her more about him. The statue was located a couple of meters away from him. The voice noted that it was curious. Who would have thought that he would meet his incarnation here in the academy? An image of a statue appeared. He could not understand what incarnation he was talking about. King Ram asked for his name again, and Ruin raised his head and identified himself. He was standing in front of the statue, a voice saying that he would remember it. The examiner asked for the number of points that Ruin received. The statue of King Ram was standing not far from them. The voice replied that there were too many years, he would later say, and said that the evaluation was complete. His magic was not something he could assess. The examiner threw up his hand and could not understand what he was talking about. He spread his hands in different directions and said that according to the rules, he must evaluate students, no matter what. This contract must be observed for 5,000 years from the date of Archmage Freud's death. The statue's eyes lit up. The voice ordered him to stop, and wondered why he dared to mention the rules in his presence. He had been evaluating children who didn't even look like mages for years, and added that this damn ignite might be going to hell. But a contract was a contract, so he would give him an assessment. Drops of sweat rolled down the examiner's face. King Ram asked how much the young destroyer wanted, 100 or 0 points, and Ruin opened his mouth slightly in surprise. He smiled and replied that of course he wanted to get 100 points. A crowd of schoolchildren stood in the academy. They discussed that King Ram rated the student at 100 points. The main character slightly opened his mouth in surprise. Heidel said that he was again in the epicenter of events. He asked what he was doing here. The professor crossed his arms over his chest and explained that the news that he had received 100 points had already reached the head of the academy. Upon learning about it, he stated that this was an unprecedented case and he deserved an award. The man handed him a scroll and asked him to take it first. He opened it and clarified what the artifact room was. Heidel waved his hand and asked them to follow him. The main character walked behind him. He looked around and noted that he did not know about the existence of such a place. He added that it was the only place in the academy where entry was prohibited. They were standing in front of an unknown gate. He asked about the only place, and could not understand why he had brought him here. The professor pointed at them and said that they were standing at the entrance to the artifact room. He was only allowed to go as far as here. A drop of sweat slipped down the guy's cheek. He clarified that he should go there alone. He replied that it was so, and he would wait outside. The protagonist opened the doors and realized that he was not aware of what was happening. But since this was his reward, he needed to come in to see. He went into the room. He looked around and noted that there were so many objects that he had only heard of, most likely the magical warehouse of Archmage Freud and Ignat. He turned abruptly to the voice, which said that he looked lost. The ogre looked at him and added that he didn't seem to realize his true value. He sat on the throne. He was surprised that he was no longer a stone statue. King Ram held out his hands in front of him and clarified that he was surprised that he was not in the form of a statue, and revealed that this was the only place where he was allowed to appear in his real form, thanks to the ancient mana filling this room, so he could be in his body instead of in the form of an artifact. Ruin looked at him and asked what he meant by value. The ogre looked down and replied that exactly what he said. he was not aware of it at all, even though he was using the same artifact as the player. The main character opened his eyes wide from what he heard and thought that he knew about him. The guy looked at the monster attentively, who explained that it was a rare artifact, one of a kind, and asked how he got it, and what connects him to Draa. The young man looked up and replied that he himself wondered who Draa was. King Ram's eyes burned red. An image of an unknown magician appeared, who, I will explain, is a creature who wanted to become a god. A lone traveler stood in the middle of endless fields. Someone said that once he came to the Heavenly Peak tribe to which he belonged, he was short and small, which looked unsightly, but his strength was so monstrous that no one from the tribe could resist it. The monsters flew in different directions from Draa's magical attack. He added that he had stopped more day by day, so even a few ogres could not defeat him. Besides, they respected him, he lived with them and was a member of their tribe. The ogres were sitting at a table in the bar. King Ram put his finger to his chin, noting that he had been teaching him, the next chief of the tribe, language and magic, for almost 100 years. The guy opened his mouth wide in surprise and exclaimed how a person could live so long. The ogre broke into a smile and replied, he was not a human, his true form was a black dragon, Dracagonia. An image of a huge dragon appeared. The young man opened his mouth slightly in surprise and wondered if dragons really existed, and asked if it was true. He looked down. The latter replied that it was so, and asked that he didn't know that magic came from dragons. He thought that of course he had heard about it, but it was just a story, and he thought it was just a legend. The ogre's eyes burned with red fire, and he noticed that, however, Draa himself was incapable of using magic, so he created a way to fight the way he did, imbuing his arms and legs with magic, and wondered what he understood now. The main characters attacked with his foot. He opened his mouth slightly and remarked to himself that he was sure he had been treated the same way he had been treated. The mage clenched his hand into a fist, and King Ram explained that Draa had created an ability that only he could use, the ability to turn magic into power, which he demonstrated to him, and with its help he became the most powerful being, and added, however, he was not satisfied with this and infinitely increased his power until he eventually destroyed everything around him and himself. The Brak spread his arms in different directions. A drop of sweat slipped down the guy's cheek. He asked himself again about the fact that he destroyed everything, and realized that this is why he is called the Destroyer of Worlds, and he cannot even imagine how strong he was to destroy the whole world. An image of the system window appeared. An image of the status window appeared. Kenosha put his finger to his chin and thought what this sudden reward was. Another image of the status window has appeared. He looked at him and realized that it was a strengthening skill. He took his hand into the sphere and couldn't understand if it was the embodiment of power. The ogre looked at him and explained that he had apparently received a reward for the mission. Draa had a habit of talking about such things while staring into the void. Ruin looked up at him and asked him what it was, if he knew what it was, and he asked him to take a look at it. He put his face to the object and stated that it was a country. Ruin Podium looked at him and asked if he knew anything about this object. He explained that it was not an object, but an embodiment. The main character held a sphere in his hands and asked himself about the incarnation. He looked up at King Ram, who revealed that he had always been by Draa's side, so he couldn't help but recognize him. Given his current condition, Draa must have sealed him in the spirit stone when he died. The warrior clenched his hand into a fist. He added that he was the embodiment of strength, and although he was called a spirit, he was different from ordinary spirits. Strand had a vile temper, and asked Draa for infinite power every day. However, if his desire was granted, he also promised him unlimited powers. The protagonist looked at the monster and clarified that he wanted to say that the incarnation would be born from this stone, which replied in the affirmative and asked him not to worry about it, because apparently he would wake up soon. The sphere was covered with cracks. The guy looked at the creature in his hands. In his hands was a small bear. He sat on the palm of his hand and asked whom he called a bear. The guy noticed that he was also talking, and could not understand how the bear could talk. He gritted his teeth in anger. He held out his hand and ordered him to stop calling him that. Strand raised his hand forward and ordered the main character to stop calling him a bear, and the guy wondered why he didn't like it so much. Looking at the interlocutor, the brunette asked what a bear talks like in general. The latter scolded him for these words. Folding his paws at the waist, the interlocutor replied that how could he be compared with these animals, and that he was not a bear. The guy wondered who he was then. Folding his paws on his chest, the baby declared that he was an embodiment not related to form, but could be anything. Raising its muzzle up, the creature said that it would show its abilities. The brunette looked at his interlocutor. Strain tensed. Opening his mouth, the kid said that he did not understand where his ability had gone. The guy wondered what he was doing. Looking at the brunette, the kid suggested that maybe the problem was that he reincarnated with an empty stomach, and added that the guy should give him food. Ardo wondered why this bear was so rude. The brunette replied that there was no food here and he did not know what the interlocutor could eat. The creature frowned, and asked that they couldn't even feed him, and added that why the current owner was so weak. The main character clarified that he was the owner. Mishka went to bed, and said that he didn't care, let them wake him up when it was time to eat. The guy did not understand anything. The protagonist turned around, and King Ram began to say that thousands of years had passed. but the character of the baby was still the same. The guy raised his head, and the giant continued that looking at the hero, he remembered the good old days. The orc stood in front of the young man and the girl and said that they reminded him of the lands and Draa he had encountered in his homeland in the Sky Peak tribe, and added that Ardal was a young destroyer carrying the will of Draa, and asked what the protagonist would do next. Ardal turned to his interlocutor, and asked what exactly was going on. Lowering his gaze, the guy listened to the giant's answer that he was asking about strength, what makes a brunette stronger, and added that strength can guide both to the righteous path and devour him alive, and asked in another way what the guy would do when he became stronger. People communicate with each other, and the hero reflects that the protagonist's thirst to become stronger in order to protect loved ones from demons and elevate the surname Ardal. Clenching his hands into fists, Ardal ended his thoughts by saying that it was worth properly declaring the protagonist to those who won him. The brunette smiled and thought that it was enough for now, and continued that he had a lot to protect, so he wouldn't turn down this opportunity. Looking ahead, the guy replied that he lives of his own free will, for the sake of his family, his people, and himself. The orc opened his mouth and said that it was not bad, he would wait for the future and what he would bring. Ardal thought that although he had received a clue about Draa's identity from the giant, the routine had not changed at all, except for one thing. The protagonist wiped away the sweat, and told Strand to wake up, and clarified that maybe he was no longer going to eat. Saliva flowed from the bear's mouth. The kid climbed up Ardal, and he thought that the feeding of the country had increased. The hero's hands lit up with flames, and he thought that the bear was obsessed with food. The baby consumed the fire, and the brunette continued that he ate a lot. Fluffy swallowed the food. Sitting on his shoulder, Ruin said that he was much better. The hero noticed to himself that food is the power that the guy gets from tasks. That is, the country feeds on his power. A system window appeared about the teddy bear that he is the embodiment of strength and has 1 star. The one-of-a-kind spirit of the physical world in charge of primitive strength becomes stronger with the growth of the vessel, and also defied the 7 rulers and was destroyed. A new window popped up, saying that the unique skill of 1 star, this is the height of a companion with a guy, is 100% divided, and the unique skill of a companion gives 100 to strength. The blue-eyed man lowered his gaze and thought that the new skill of the kid accelerates his development. The sun shone on the courtyard. Ardal asked what he got plus 100 to strength for the teddy bear becoming stronger, and Ardal told him that it was, and there would be 200 when he got 2 stars, 300 when he got 3, and so on ad infinitum, and added that before being sealed, he had reached more than 31 stars. There was a man in a hood, and behind him was a beast, and the hero thought that 31 stars was as much as 3,100 strength, and continued that he did not even have 1,000 strength, but already felt very strong. Clenching his hand into a fist, the brunette wondered how Draa had achieved this, and if there were any ways to build up his strength besides completing tasks. Raising his muzzle, the bear replied that that was why he was great, and added that if he wanted to know, then let the hero give him a glass of water. The hero looked angrily at the fluffy one, and said that he could not tell if he wanted to die of hunger. Strand said that he would say. The kid said that there are many options for how to become stronger, for example, to complete tasks of increased difficulty. The more difficult, the higher the reward. The knights attack the monster. Fluffy continued that power is given for creating items or finding artifacts. The blacksmith works. Strand said that it was still possible to boil an ogre tendon and make an elixir out of it. The green liquid glowed. The bear closed his eyes, and continued that all the listed options are not for the hero. The protagonist asked why. Because there are so many options. The kid folded his paws, and replied that first he needed to gain 1,000 strength, and continued that the guy's body would not withstand such power, growing exponentially, because now the brunette is as soon as the child who began to walk. The blue-eyed man frowned, and thought that he was sure that he had become stronger, but it turned out that he was only at the very beginning, and continued that in this situation, the next goal was to gain 1,000 strength. The guy is training, and he says to himself that he trained daily to increase his physical strength, and when she reached 930, the third stage of the exam began, called a real fight. The arena is illuminated by a soft light. Mishka clarified that the hero says that he has a trial and battle today. Ardal opened his mouth, and replied that it was so, he was waiting for this day. The weather was clear. The brunette said that usually magicians attack when they are behind, so in such chaos, they can fly from anywhere. For this a test was created, to check how much magicians manage risks, so this stage can be called the most important. The blonde attacked with a fireball. One of the knights raised his hand and shouted, "What is the guy doing? Don't aim at them." The man closed his eyes and said that Mikkel was getting out. The guy bowed and agreed with the professor, and the protagonist reasoned that the Knights of the Fulgrim were invited to help conduct the exam, for the safety of the students, and to check the compatibility of them. The giant is surrounded by flames, and Ardal said to himself that since today is the last day, everyone is wondering what the monster will be. The participants raised their heads in bewilderment at the noise. The red opponent raised his head and shouted, and the people were surprised, saying that it was an orc. The giant attacks with weapons. The protagonist reasoned that orcs live in groups, and the habitat is the entire continent. They are much stronger than humans, and have comparable intellectual abilities. They are also cruel in nature, and there is an eternal war between the two sides. The guys opened their mouths. One of them asked if it was right to fight orcs as part of the exam, and the second added, "And what if someone died from him?" The man with glasses said that they were magicians, so they should keep a sober mind, let them take it as a real fight and give their best. The group looked at the teacher and replied that it was for sure. The giant rushed forward. The knights repelled the enemy's blow. Mikkel was preparing for a magic attack. The blond man stretched his hands forward and shouted the name of the spell, Ice Wall. The shell hit the floor. An orc was flying from above, and the group was shouting, warning the guy. Opening his mouth, Heidel shouted for Mikkel to dodge. The mage froze in place, and said to himself that he had to dodge, but his body was shackled by fear. The professor raised his hand and said a spell, a tree prison. Plants began to appear around the enemy. The giant was stopped. With a scream, the orc reached out to the guy. The blonde looked up, and a voice sounded that Mikkel was out. The man slammed his fist into the seat. The brunette, gritting his teeth, cursed to himself, and thought that the guy had failed again, and continued that it was necessary to somehow prevent the main character from passing the test. Alec raised his hand and, turning to the processor, asked if it planned to continue the test in the same vein. The old man looked in the direction of the interlocutor, and asked what the man was hinting at. He replied that soon it would be the turn of the protagonist. The gray-haired man replied that he was, smiling, and the brown-eyed man said that Ardo was the only one who had received the highest score from King Ram. The guy is standing in front of the statue. The man said that it is not fair to evaluate the brunette on an equal basis with others, and asked if the professor thought so. Putting his hand on his beard, the interlocutor replied that he understood what he was getting at, but they did not have other opponents prepared. Smiling even wider, Alec said that there were actually some. The orc grinned, and the man mused that when the knights brought the orcs, they brought an ogre with him. A huge monster opened its mouth. The protagonist entered the battlefield, and Alec thought that using an ogre in the test was extremely dangerous. But since the exam was a professor and knights, he would like to see what Ardo was really capable of. The blue-eyed guy smiled. The snow-white corridor is illuminated by several torches. The man leaned against the wall. The main character, opening his mouth, asked what Professor Heidel was doing here. Ardo's interlocutor, taking his hand aside, said that he should tell him before starting that the protagonist's test would be more difficult than the others. Frowning, the bearded man said that the Academy expects a lot from Ardo. Since King Ram gave him a perfect score, he added that therefore, some people think that it is unfair to give him the same monster as others. Because of this, the test will be more difficult. The protagonist, turning to the teacher, asked what this meant. The professor interrupted him that he would fight an orc. The bear on the guy's shoulder twitched. The hero thought that he would really fight with such a monster. Showing his fangs, the bear explained that the opponent of the student would be an orc, so it would be fun. The monster resists the chains. The monster with spikes on its back screamed furiously. Two young men say that the monster is not an orc captain and an ogre. The blonde guy frowned and thought that this could not be. The man clutches the sword in his hands and says that he was asked to bring this ogre. The knight looks at the monster and says in his head that he doesn't think it's right to use an ogre to test his skills, how strong that student is. The ogre smiled, the soldier saying that ogres look like orcs, but physically much stronger. They can fracture a skull or displace vertebrae with a single blow. The brown-eyed guy turned to the professor and asked him if he was sure that even the knights had a hard time capturing the monster. Heidel replied that it was the order of the head of the academy. The teacher's interlocutor gritted his teeth and said that the academy likes to put their lives on the line. The hero's shoe stepped on the floor. The guy explained that he would put his life on the line. The knight turned. The protagonist looked in the direction of the soldier and said that he was Ardal, a participant in the test. The armored man froze in place in surprise. The protagonist thrust his chest forward. The soldier with the sword thought that this guy was put against the ogre, as if he could defeat him. Ardal walks towards the arena, the man behind him mentally saying that if anything happens, he and the professor will protect him. He opened his mouth and asked where the young man was going. Turning to the knight, the dark-haired youth said that he was preparing for the test. The interlocutor replied that he should stand behind. The man looked at the hero, who replied that he would fight close. Ardal's eyes lit up. He said that his spells were different from the usual ones. The interlocutor, opening his mouth, said that the guy could not be protected if he was in front. He added that he was not an orc, he was not to be trifled with. The mage turned towards the soldier and said that he knew. The interlocutor asked why he was taking such a risk then. Ardal throws off his cloak. The hero goes to the monster and says that he is just decisive. The leader of the swordsmen frowned and thought that he did not feel fear at all. He added that the disciple was indeed different from the others. The professor approached the protagonist and said that he was preparing. The teacher clicks and says that the test is beginning. The monster breaks the shackles. The monster runs towards a crowd of armored soldiers. Ardal pulls forward. The brown-eyed swordsman, opening his mouth, shouts what the main character is doing, runs straight at the ogre. Fire wraps around the hand of the guy in the black shirt. The swordsman asks what he is up to. The ogre raises his hand to strike. The monster left a mark after a jerk on the floor. Flames explode in Ardal's palm as he uses the fireball skill. Two warriors clashed in battle. A group of swordsmen watches the fight between a man and a monster. They cover themselves with their shields and think that the mage used the spell in close combat. Professor Heidel raised his hand at the brightness of the incantation. The students leaned down. The old man is sitting on a chair. Rays of bright light from the flames break through the air of the amphitheater. Flashes of fire sparkle in the arena. Clouds of smoke rise onto the battlefield. The swordsmen mentally say that they hope that Ardal is not dead. The armored man raised his hand in front of him. The hero is standing on the battlefield. The soldier is behind, thinking that as a protagonist he is still standing. The professor smiled. The iron gauntlet pulled back the dark-haired boy's shoulder. He put his hand on the mage and said that he almost died. Ardal, opening his mouth, replied that he was apologizing. The brown-eyed soldier turned away. The interlocutor said that he would allow the swordsman to act in such a way. Both men turned to the side and Ardal said that he had no time to talk now. He would complete the test first. The ogre's eyes glow red. The swordsman raised his palm and told the hero to step back. He added that he was strong, but it was too dangerous. The man with dark hair opened his mouth and told Ardal to stay on the sidelines while they sorted things out. The magician goes forward. He went to the front line. The protagonist, turning to the armored soldier, said that this was his test. His eyes lit up. The guy said that let him be allowed to complete the test. Ruin looked at the monster and thought that he did not know how it happened. There was an ogre 5 times his size in front of him, against whom he was to fight. His face was serious. Frowning, the guy emphasized that there were 2 reasons that gave him courage. Looking at the projection, he noted that the first reason was a title he had received from King Ram, which allowed him to communicate with ogres. Looking at the monster, he listened to it screaming not to be approached and freed, after which the protagonist reported that he understood that it was he who was screaming. Ordinary people only saw a ferocious monster, but not him. This ogre was frightened because he was surrounded by mages and knights. He glanced at the notification for the second task, which said that he had encountered an opponent that he could not avoid. He needed to subdue the enemy faster than the others. As a reward he would receive 30 strength points and the player's eye skill, and then emphasized that this was the second reason that gave him courage. Smiling, MC remarked that it was a great reward for him to have to do the same job every day. He rushed into battle. The guy was moving at great speed and reasoned that he had no reason to hesitate. He launched a powerful attack on the monster. The ogre was shocked by the damage he had taken. He flew aside. The protagonist saw a message that the first goal had been completed and noted that there was more to it. Frowning, the monster announced that he would kill the man. He jumped on the guys. The ogre swung his arms from behind his head. The monster opened its mouth wide, saying that it would smash its head. Ruin managed to jump away from the attack. With a calm look, he came to the conclusion that he had to find the enemy's weak point. The guy rushed back into the fray, using time refraction. Taken aback, the man wondered where he got such speed. Approaching the ogre, the protagonist came to the conclusion that he needed to get closer. A bright aura enveloped his fists. He stabbed the monster in the stomach. The surprised warriors thought that MC didn't flinch against the ogre. They didn't understand who he was. The guys were shocked. MC tried to hold back his opponent's fist. They began to fight. The main character hit him on the arm with his knee. The monster grabbed his leg. He threw the guy aside. He fell head down. Upon landing, Ruin was suddenly taken aback. The ogre attacked. The main character was behind him. The enraged monster called him a dodgy rat. The protagonist rushed at him. He was preparing to make a powerful attack. The guy hit him in the face with his fist. His opponent fell off his feet. MC jumped on it. Swinging his fist, he emphasized the fact that it was time to end this. The ogre was dumbfounded and wondered if he was even human. He was taken aback when the guy asked if he expected to be answered. Ruin prepared to finish him off and said that he understood what he was saying, just like the ogre. Explosive burning mana surrounded the monster. The protagonist's eyes began to glow, after which a notification popped up that there was a transition to berserker mode. Energy surrounded the battlefield. The ogre's gaze was blank. Looking at him, MC wondered if that was all. Frowning, Strand thought that the guy was not bad, maybe even better than he expected. Watching MC, viewers asked if he really defeated him. They enthusiastically began to shout words of support. Frowning, his father noted in his mind that he had indeed won. Tyrion smiled. The knights approached the corpse and began to examine it. Crossing his arms, the man asked who taught the guy to fight like that, to which he received the answer that no one taught him. Frowning, the knight asked if Ruin wanted to say that he had learned it himself. MC said with a serious look that it was. Glancing at the professor, he asked for the result of his test. The man lowered his gaze. Looking at the corpse, Heidel stressed that he didn't think the protagonist would be able to defeat it, but he didn't even give a chance to intervene. Looking at the student, he added that the guy had once again exceeded his expectations. A shout could be heard in the arena that he had passed. There was a smile on his face. A notification popped up that his task had been completed. The surprised guy read that he had obtained the passive skill of the player's eyes, with the help of which he gained the ability to see the nature of everything. Now he can collect and digitize all the information and can sense surveillance and track the invisible. Strand jumped on his shoulder and noted that he was now a real player. Smiling, the spirit emphasized the fact that this is something that only a player can possess. Looking at his comrade, Strand added that enemies hiding themselves with stealth or invisibility magic would be visually different to him, with a faint outline around them. The guy paid attention to the notification that the minimap was unlocked. Looking at the map, he listened to the fact that with its help you can see everything within a radius of 500 meters. Crossing his arms, the bear added that there were even more surprises. He drew attention to the corpse and asked to take a look at the defeated ogre using the player's eye. Using a new ability, Ruin began to study the monster. A notice popped up that this is a spatula ogre that lives in the Storm Mountains, distinguished by protruding shoulder blades, smaller than ordinary ogres. In addition to a milder disposition, it is also weaker than other representatives. The protagonist noted with a satisfied look that this was impressive. Glancing at the professor, he saw a message that the information was not yet readable. He calmly noted that he could not see something. The information was limited, after which Strand said that he could not get information about people much stronger than him. He said with a satisfied look that as his strength grew, the amount of information available for viewing would also increase. Holding his chin, MC replied that everything was clear to him. Looking at the blue sky, he thought that after completing the test with a real fight, the rumors that he had defeated the ogre had spread throughout the academy. Jason sat on the bench and asked how it felt like everyone was talking about the ruin, to which he was told that he didn't know, it was still new to him. The girl approached him and asked for forgiveness. She asked with an embarrassed look if it was ruin. They surrounded him, holding gifts in their hands, and asked him to eat if he got hungry. They ran away from him. Looking at his friend, the protagonist asked if he wanted a treat. The dumbfounded guy shouted that this was terribly disrespectful to the girl who had overcome her embarrassment, and made him a snack. While researching Jason, MC wondered that by looking at him with the player's eye, he could see that he had high potential. Looking at him, Ruin noted that in the past few days, he had tested everyone in the academy and apart from him, only Mikkel had high potential. Frowning, he asked the interlocutor to try a little harder and then, he was sure that the guy would show a good result on the next test. Looking at the building, he said that he didn't like it, but only wanted to say that he had high potential, he had good skills, so all that remained was to regain confidence and work harder. Sitting next to him, he also asked not to waste all his time playing games, to which he received the answer that Jason agreed. In the next stage his goal would be to get into the top 10. Looking at the protagonist, he clarified if it was really MC, because sometimes it was hard to believe him. Holding out his hand, he stressed that he was just wondering if this was the Ruin he had known and been in close contact with for 6 years. Looking at the sky, the protagonist thought that even he sometimes finds it difficult to believe, so he can understand his comrade. Jason imagined a bright aura spreading from the guy and said that lately there have been some rumors about him that he will push Mikkel out and become not only the best graduate, but also a representative of the academy. Getting up from the bench, the main character replied that he was not interested, after which he called to go inside. Following him, Jason said that he did not understand how it did not interest him, because this year is the year of a great festival. The protagonist imagined fireworks and told us that in the 5th month of each year, representatives of famous academies come together and determine the best among them by holding a magic festival. He imagined magicians and added that once every 8 years, an Olympiad was held, where participants competed for the title of the best magician. A great festival was called the intersection of these two events. The guy imagined a pile of gold and emphasized the fact that this is a national competition for the best students of the most famous academies. The winner of this festival and the academy he represents not only receive a huge cash prize, but can also acquire various privileges. People gathered in front of the ruler while Ruin said that therefore there was a limit on the number of participants, 1 student for individual competitions, 30 for group competitions. A total of 31 participants from the academy could compete, and the one who was chosen for individual competitions became a representative of the academy. People gathered in the canteen and discussed that they were interested in who would become a representative this year. Jason said with a satisfied look that of course, it would be Ruin. He was also the only mage who received 100 points from King Ram. Chewing on the food, the guy asked to remember all the times when Mikkel took part in the magic festival, after which he asked if they remembered his performances. Sighing, he listened to the fact that there was nothing to say about the group competitions, and in the individual competitions he was the last 4 times out of 5. Sitting opposite, the student added that because of him, they were dubbed the Academy of the Last Place, which is not able to perform adequately in either individual or group competitions. Looking at the other guys, they came to the conclusion that the only way to get rid of this stigma was to send Ruin. The protagonist replied with a serious look that the exam was not yet completed, after which he noted in his mind that it was too early to be sure and expect something. He imagined standing back to back with Mikkel and added that in the end, the participants of the great festival are chosen based on the results of the exam of the first semester and the recommendations of the professors. There is still a 4th stage ahead, a one-on-one fight against Mikkel. Frowning, MC noted that he therefore needed to focus on the next test. All he could think about was beating him. 4 days after the completion of the 3rd stage, sunlight enveloped the castle. Swinging his legs, the guy read that he had received 1,000 points of strength. Warming up, Strand said that he had been waiting for this day, after which he asked if they would now start raising the level. He crouched down to make a jump. The bear jumped up. He landed on the shoulder of the guy who was enveloped in an aura. Looking at his hands, Strand read that the difficulty of the repeatable task was doubled, the reward tripled. He threw his head down. Mana began to spread from him. Stunned, Ruin wondered if it was a flame. He was shocked. The professor was standing at the window. Frowning, he remembered how the protagonist had fought and noticed that it had earned him extra points in the end. He imagined the boys fighting and wondered if Mikkel could win against Ruin. MC stood in front of the defeated opponent, after which the man added that Michael's victory was unlikely. With an angry look, he thought that now not only his participation in the festival was under threat, but even the place of the best graduate, the Jerhill family, should be at the top of the academy. The professor with an enraged look stressed that it should be no matter what. Strand opened his eyes, after which the system said that he had advanced to the second rank. Flames covered MC's hand, after which he received a notification that he had received 200 strength points as a reward. Examining the spirit, the guy assumed that he had grown up. Stretching out his hand, he wondered what had happened, because thanks to the bear, his strength quickly reached 1,200 points. Smirking, Strand noted that this was just the beginning. He was willing to bet that the difficulty of the tasks and rewards had also increased. A projection appeared in front of them, saying that he had reached the basic level of physical strength needed for battle. However, the training never came to an end. He had to keep moving forward. Touching his chin, Ruin said that he had already done an increased number of repetitions, so it would not be difficult. Looking at the spirit, he asked what kind of training in a real battle it was. Spreading his hands, the bear asked if the guy remembered their first meeting, when he said that he could become anyone. Flying in front of the owner, he emphasized the fact that he can now transform. But so far there are restrictions. As he inspected the training ground, he listened to the fact that Strand would be able to take human form when he reached rank 5, but that perfect transformation would be difficult anyway. Smiling, the spirit asked if the guy wanted him to show who he could turn into. It began to unwind quickly. A whirlwind surrounded him. The wind flow began to intensify. A scarecrow appeared before the ruin. Looking down, he stated that he had expected something different. After making an attack, the spirit asked not to look down on him, because MC doesn't even know how useful he was when Draa first started real training. Putting his hands on his hips, the guy asked if it turned out that Strand was playing the role of a dummy, to which he was told that, to be more precise, he was playing the role of an assistant in the passage of the task. The scarecrow with glowing eyes said that he needed to train with him every day in real combat. The spirit surrounded himself with an aura and said that since he was still weak, he was at the level of a third-class magus. Smirking, he added that when he regained his former power, then everything would be possible. He imagined various monsters and emphasized that if Ruin wanted, he could even turn into a demon or a dragon. MC thoughtfully offered to start training right away. Smiling, he noted that he wanted to train like a magus. Strand with glowing eyes agreed. A staff appeared in his hands. Flying in front of his master, he emphasized that even if his magic hits him, he will throw the maximum without causing damage. The protagonist smirked when he heard that he could attack the spirit as much as he could. Pulling out his staff, the bear announced that he was starting to attack. Ruin dodged the mana flow. He jumped up from the ground. As he approached his opponent, he wondered that Mikkel must be training now. Looking at the sheet, the guy clarified what he should do, because this fooled him off. Looking at him, Alec wondered if Mikkel should be the one to tell him, if he were even a little stronger. Shaking the dust off his hands, the guy said that he did not think that his uncle had the right to be indignant, because if rumors were to be believed, it was he who contributed to the fact that Ruin received high scores. Frowning, he added that it was the professor who had proposed to bet against the MC Ogre. Going to it, Mikkel noted that thanks to this, the protagonist got the best possible result. If their family found out about it, then he would clearly be in trouble. Embittered, Alec wondered if the stupid boy was blackmailing him. Stretching out his hand, the guy said that if a man did not like this, then he should stop chatting in vain and think together about how to fix the situation. Mikkel noted with a serious look that if Ruin became the representative of the academy at the great festival, to which he received the answer that this would not happen. He handed over the bottle and asked the guy to take it. As he inspected the plant, the boy asked if it was the awakening herb called the flaming flower. We were shown the flower, and told that it grows in the northern territories of hallucinations and is a rare and valuable medicinal plant that is sometimes used to create special elixirs. Standing in front of him, the professor said that if his nephew drank it, he would get an awakening effect, which would greatly reduce the time it took to cast spells, after which Mikkel wondered if it was true that as a side effect, he would experience pain and stop distinguishing between friends and foes. Smiling, Alec replied that in simple terms, he would not see anything. The puzzled guy listened that he really should drink it. Looking at the greenhouse, the man asked if the guy now wanted to be expelled from the family in disgrace. Mikkel imagined Heidel with a serious look and stressed that this was still a risky undertaking, because the professor knew perfectly well what he was capable of. If he noticed the changes, he would not remain silent. Putting his hand on his chest, Alec asked not to forget who was in front of him, because drug testing was his duty. He handed over another bottle and stressed that this potion would hide the fact that he had taken the flower. He put the potion in his nephew's hand and added that it should be drunk after the first one. Grinning, he asked not to worry, because they were the Jerry Hill family, and this was their way of going forward. Michael's face was serious. Blue skies surrounded the arena, and the plot told us that the day of one-on-one fights has finally come. The exam stage is held in the Hall of the Mana Barrier. Spectators gathered in the stands and said that every year during one-on-one fights it was filled to capacity. Ruin stood opposite the enemy. He began to go forward. Looking away, the protagonist noted in his mind that this was finally the last stage of the exam, and he was fighting against Mikkel. Strand stood on his shoulder and said that the enemy knew that he would try to close the distance. If he was ready for this, then it would be difficult for him to fight. Smiling, MC asked what if he could still get there, to which he was told that one hit would be enough. The judge stood between them and said that since this test was as close as possible to the conditions of a real fight, various geographical objects were placed in the courtroom. Smiling, he asked if the guys were ready, after which he heard a positive answer. Ruin was suddenly embarrassed. His face was serious. Considering the image of the enemy, he came to the conclusion that his condition was far from normal. Frowning, MC noted that he was not as cheeky as usual. Something was wrong there. He needed to be checked with the player's eye. He began to analyze the enemy. Looking at Mikkel, the protagonist read that he was affected by the hidden state of the berserker. Gritting his teeth, he noted that he had never seen such a notification, especially in a hidden state, and then asked if his opponent had taken something so that others would not discover that he had taken a certain drug. Glancing at the teacher, Ruin wondered if he, being Michael's uncle, had helped him hide the fact that he had taken the drugs. Holding his hands in front of the guys, the judge said that the only forbidden magic in the duel is black. Any magic based on the 4 elements is acceptable. The points are given taking into account the level of magic that will hit the opponent. With a calm look, he stressed that there was no need to worry about the enemy. They were now in the Hall of the Mana Barrier, where the effectiveness of magic was reduced by 99%. The protagonist raised his hand. Looking at the judge, he clarified what would happen if it turned out that someone had taken a forbidden potion. Standing in front of him, the stranger said that they would be deprived of the right to take the exam and fail, depending on the severity of the violation. At the discretion of the examiner, various punishments could be considered, up to expulsion. Mikkel was frightened. The guys dispersed to their positions. Standing on the emblem, MC thought that he didn't have any evidence right now. Only he could see the status window, so no one would believe him. Frowning, he concluded that he needed to get his hands on the reinforced concrete proof. The judge held out his hands to them. His face was serious. The guys rushed at each other on command. Creating a clot of green mana in his hand, the guy shouted that he wished death to the protagonist. The vine bound Ruin's feet. He suddenly broke free. With a surprised look, the guys asked how he had freed himself so quickly and if the spell had worked properly. He began to get closer and thought that the Hall of the Mana Barrier reduces mana power, but does not affect its power in any way. Mikkel created a skull and asked if his opponent thought he would stop there. The skull began to breathe fire. Applying acceleration, the protagonist dodged the flames. He rushed into battle. His gaze fell on a pile of stones. He began to hide behind cover. Peeking out from behind the rock, MC watched the enemy. Frowning, he thought that reducing the summoning time and increasing mana collection were the effects of Michael's potion. The guy shouted with a satisfied look for MC to stop hiding and come out. Studying it, Ruin thought that he was more excited than usual. Now he was sure that his opponent had drunk the awakening herb, the flaming flower. He imagined a plant. A distraught Mikkel screamed for his enemy to come out while MC thought he had hand tremors, overexpression, suppression of pain receptors, decreased ability to distinguish between opponents and comrades. Frowning, he noted that all that remained was to confirm the decrease in sensitivity to pain. He came out to him saying that it was not surprising that he was so sure. Smiling, Ruin stated that it was all because of the flaming flower. Mikkel was shocked by what he heard. Standing in a fighting stance, the protagonist asked him to get ready. He rushed into battle. The dumbfounded guy reasoned that the main character was too fast. He created an ice wall. Swinging his leg, the protagonist shouted that it was useless. He destroyed the iceberg. Surprised people asked if it was magic at all. The sorcerer summoned a fiery lizard. Ruin prepared to attack with an earthquake. It slammed into the ground, creating a powerful shockwave. The lizard was amazed. The spectators opened their eyes wide and shouted that he had defeated the fire element with an earth spell. Stunned, Mikkel fell to the ground. He was shocked. The enemy stood over him. Smiling, MC asked him not to be so gentle. He was preparing to give him a slap. Energy enveloped his hand. A terrible rumble rang out in the arena. The guy flew aside. The guys were taken aback by what they saw. A cloud of dust rose. The protagonist was watching him closely. Distraught, Mikkel asked not to look down on him. He was hit again. The guy received many blows and screamed in pain. He fell to the ground and hit his head on a rock. Smiling, he cried out that he was not in pain at all, after which Ruin thought that he was still conscious, even after such a blow. At this rate, he could die from the accumulated injuries. Taking his opponent by the shoulder, he added that it was dangerous to continue the test. He chained the enemy with the help of a vine. Raising his hand, the protagonist stated that Mikkel had used a banned substance. Standing in front of him, the referee said that if it was a lie, then he would be disqualified. Frowning, MC said that he was sure of this, because the use of the drug can always be hidden by others or the inspector can turn a blind eye to the violation. The man listened to him attentively. Turning around, he listened to the fact that there was only one person in the entire academy who could get a few rare materials for his pet, and the one who tested drugs before matches. The judge was shocked by what he heard. Alec rushed there. He landed next to them and asked if Ruin understood what he was saying. With an enraged look, he asked if the guy was saying that his nephew had taken the drug, and he turned a blind eye to it. Smiling, MC replied that it was, and he could prove it. As he was leaving, he heard that they would do another drug test, after which he replied that it was useless, because the professor had given him a special elixir to conceal the fact of taking it. Watching him, Alec asked what the protagonist proposed to do in such a case. Touching the tree, the guy noted that he would now demonstrate. He blew up a tree. Ruin held out his hand. The man shuddered at the words that the crack he had given to Mikkel was so strong. Standing with his back to them, the guy added that even assuming that his opponent's magic was stronger after the practice, he continued to laugh and remain conscious after such a blow, which was not normal. In his current state, he had at least a concussion and at least 4 broken ribs. Watching the chained Mikkel, the main character added that he continues to laugh, as if he does not feel any pain. Alec was taken aback by the question of whether he was still denying the obvious. Tyrion watched them and called out loudly to the professor. His face was embittered. The old man was watching them, and wondered how the man dared to do such a thing in the sacred territory of the exam. He was frightened. Mikkel hung above the ground and continued to laugh. Students walked along the corridor and said that the professor had been fired, and his nephew had been expelled. The stranger hugged him and said that he congratulated the exorcist. He stopped in front of the gate. Bright mana surrounded the protagonist as he reasoned that he had been summoned to the head of the academy. Bright rays fell on his face. He was shocked by what he saw. There was a chair in front of the guy. With a calm look, he said that it was a little different from the territory of Ardle. His eyes fell on the chair. Looking at it, the protagonist noted that this is the throne of Theron, on which the king of mages sits. The old man came up to him and asked him what he saw. Following him, the guy listened to the appearance of this place being created with the help of Maloroc's eye. We were shown a demon and told that the name Maloroc belonged to the leader of the demons that invaded the continent of Frelia. It is said that he had the power to make the target see what they most desire. After the fall of Maloroc, his parts were turned into artifacts. Looking back, Tyrion revealed that Maloroc's eye showed the world that Ruin wanted to see. The images around him were close to what he wanted. Looking down, MC concluded that he wanted to see the territory of Ardle flourish and become a better mage. Looking at his interlocutor, the guy clarified what he saw there. Smiling, the old man stated that he saw a world in which disciples behaved like disciples, and magicians behaved like magicians. Stopping at the gate, he added that he understood that this was not easy to achieve. The doors opened. The guy turned around. The guys started tossing him up, shouting that he had won. Smiling, the guy listened that he was the best graduate. They arrived at the office. Setting the cup down on the table, Tyrion asked his guest for a treat. The protagonist was sipping coffee. He was taken aback by the question of whether MC would answer him, as Tyrion had summoned him because he wanted to ask something. Folding his hands, the old man asked how he was able to determine that Mikkel was using a flaming flower. The guy lowered his gaze. Sitting in front of him, he replied that his opponent was not acting like usual. He immediately thought of the flaming flower due to its aggressive and at the same time anxious behavior. The mana flow around him was unusual, and the mana itself was enhanced. Looking at him, Tyrion stated that from what he had seen, Ruin did not suspect him of taking the flower, but was sure of it. Frowning, the protagonist said that he used physical strength, not magic, and the Hall of the Mana Barrier only suppresses magic without affecting physical strength, after which he thought that there was no need to tell about the player's eye. The director listened attentively that even if Mikkel was in a state of shock, his laughter despite his injuries could only be explained by the use of a flaming flower. The old man thought with a calm look that at 16, MC was perceptive enough to instantly notice subtle changes in his opponent, and able to remain calm in critical situations, taking into account his undeniable magical abilities. Placing his hand on the table, he said that as the head of the academy, he was terribly sorry for what had happened and apologized. He would personally make sure that the Jerahil family did not harm him. Smiling, Tyrion added that he had an offer, and then asked if he would like to take part in the great festival that will be held in the 7th month of this year, as a representative of their academy. The guy was taken aback by what he heard. He bulged his eyes and thought that the representative of the academy at the great festival was a status that everyone dreamed of. He had suspicions even at the moment, when he was summoned to the office of the head of the academy. He closed his eyes. The old man stared at him. Sitting at the table, Ruin said that he was grateful for the offer, but that he knew he did not have enough experience, since he had not participated in real battles in the past 5 years. Looking down, he said that due to the mana release disorder, all events were closed for him, so he did not know if he would be able to perform well at the great festival against other gifted peers. He was surprised to say that this was not a problem at all. Moreover, Tyrion, as a judge at a great festival, believes that he is more than worthy of being considered a candidate for victory. He pointed his finger at the interlocutor. Stroking his beard, The head of the academy emphasized that he could confidently say that he had every chance of winning, and what was much more terrifying, he would become a secret weapon that appeared out of nowhere. Ruin was embarrassed by these words. Sighing, the director noted that from the opponent's point of view, the protagonist is a dark horse. There is no information about him, so they will not be able to develop methods and strategies against the magic he uses. Smiling, the guy noted in his mind that he understood what was going on, due to the fact that he was always the last. No one looked at him. Unlike Mikkel, they have no information about him, so it will be easy to take them by surprise. He clenched his hands into fists. An enthusiastic MC cried out that he would do everything possible to justify the trust of the head. The knight entered the room while the old man said that he assumed that it would be more useful for the protagonist to attend classes in the art of the body than magic. Especially for this he invited a professor of martial arts. The guy was shocked by what he saw. Looking at the warrior, he thought it was Galter. He imagined the knight fighting and emphasized that he was the leader of the Fulgrim Territory Knightly Order, one of the 5 6th-rank knights, and the only one in the Radiant Kingdom. He remembered standing behind the warrior and added that he had crossed paths with him in the 3rd stage of the practical exam. Galter sat down across from him and told him that he needed to confirm something first. Smiling, he said that according to Professor Heidel, he was a special magician who was forced to fight only at close range. Ruin nodded, saying that everything was correct. The knight remembered how his apprentice fought and noticed that he could tell from the previous time that his attacks were quite good, clear, and without unnecessary movements. Ruin was taken aback when the warrior pointed out that it was too obvious that he hadn't studied martial arts properly. Looking at him, Galta added that his skills could work against an ogre, but a skilled knight would read it like an open book. No matter how strong he was, opponents who had studied the art of the body would only be able to guess his next actions by looking at the movements of his shoulders and hips. MC sat tensely and thought that the knight was right. His movements were the result of repeating the same blows within the framework of the task, so their use in practice was very limited. The man got up from the table and said that there was no need to worry. After his classes, the protagonist would be able to move beyond the basics. Smiling, he asked why they didn't start right away. Going outside, he said that the most important thing for a knight is his legs. They give strength to the sword and allow you to predict the actions of the enemy, so you first need to learn how to walk correctly. Looking after him, the man added that only then could the study of the art of the body begin. Waving his hand, the young man listened to the fact that the training center usually taught heavenly martial art. Gusts of wind enveloped his hand. Watching him, the teacher said that except for sword techniques, the heavenly martial art includes 36 martial techniques. Frowning, MC rushed forward. He began to perform a series of attacks. The knight stood quietly and watched the training. A smile appeared on his face. He remembered how the puzzled Ruin had followed him and asked why they wanted to teach him. Since his training would not be of any use to him, he would have to come to the academy every day. He listened with a calm look that this was a kind of investment. Closing his eyes, Galta said that he had met a man who could become a great magus. If he could help him, then it would be considered a worthwhile investment. The protagonist lowered his gaze. He bowed, saying that in that case he was at his service. The man laughed, and noted that it was impossible to listen to this. It was becoming too embarrassing. The guy struck. He repeated the movements. The knight thought with a satisfied look that his student was doing well. He was not deprived of endurance. He remembered examining the corpse, and wondered why the ogre had a broken jaw. Standing by the tree, Galta noted that he was a melee mage who was physically stronger than an ogre, an interesting young man. 3 weeks later, an aura enveloped the guy's body, after which a notification popped up that his skills had been enhanced. Now he could imbue every part of his body with magic. Glancing at the beast, he asked if the effect of mastering the heavenly martial art was incredible, to which he was told that it was. Thanks to this, Strand had advanced to the 3rd rank. Clenching his hand into a fist, MC reported that he felt tremendous strength. Sighing, the spirit noted that the guy was getting stronger surprisingly quickly. Draa had been gaining 2,000 strength points for more than a year, and another half a year after meeting him. The protagonist noticed the scream. Jason ran to him. He tried to catch his breath and asked if his friend had also seen that a list of participants in the Great Festival had been posted at the entrance to the academy. Surprised, Ruin thought of the Great Festival. A boy with blue eyes holds his palm raised, and the young man remembers that at the entrance ceremony he introduced new students and performed from the stage, and that he won first place. He looks ahead and thinks that he was envied and casts incredulous glances because of this. The guy covers his face with his hand and continues to remember that justifying his secret hopes. All these years he showed himself only from the pitiful side. The protagonist stands with clenched fists and reflects that he could only watch from afar as Mikkel receives all the laurels. The young man runs forward rapidly. The guys are approaching the crowd of students. Ruin raised a clenched fist. He looked at the information board and thought with delight that he had become a representative. The guys look at the young man with admiration. They rushed to congratulate him on his place as a representative, and one of them exclaimed that he would speak on his behalf at the great festival. The main character closed his eyes in pleasure and thought that it took a long time, but he became a representative of the academy again, and that he was on the list. 31 participants in the group competitions. Professor Heidel looks at the guy attentively, and says that he was surprised when he heard from Sir Galta that the Ruin had mastered the heavenly martial art. Ruin put up a block, and the professor said that sometimes the genius of a young man frightens him, and that he reached the 5th grade at the age of 16. The man turned his head and added that he believed in his student. The platform of the station is filled with passengers. The students of the academy go to Altheim, the site of the festival. The guys are standing next to each other and talking about how they're going to get on the mana train, and that they're going to ride it for the first time, and that it's incredibly fast. The main character closed his eyes, and the guys continue to discuss that there are only 2 transit points in the Radiant Kingdom, and there are more of them in the Reenac Imperial Federation, and they do not stop talking about the fact that the kingdom is still less to look for. The guys look away with delight, and someone says that they are hillbillies, as if they have never seen a train. Henkes crossed his arms over his chest and told the protagonist to be silent and not to disgrace himself. The young man looked angrily at the young man and asked if he had said everything, and thought that this freak was called Henkes, who was singing along with Mikkel, who was taking part in the magic festival with him last year. The blonde guy clenched his fist, and the opponent continued that if Ruin thought he would work a miracle at a great festival, then he shouldn't hope, and Jason replied that he was proud early only for getting good grades in the first semester. The young man looked out from behind his comrade and shouted that the representatives of the other academies were like ghosts, and that they would have a better chance if the representatives chose Mikkel, who had already fought the enemy, and stated that they did not recognize the Ruin as their representative, and let them go themselves. The blonde guy turned to the side indignantly. The protagonist shifted his confident gaze to the guys and thought that many were eager to gain an advantage in order to somehow curry favor with the Jericho family, and decided that they were obliged to perform, even if someone disagreed with his candidacy, and said that Mikkel would be flattered. Henkes folded his arms over his chest with arrogance. The guy bowed his head slightly and said that Michael's dogs remained loyal even when the owner was thrown out of the academy. The young man shook his neck to the side and continued that he had purposely expressed himself as clearly as possible so that a person of Henkes' level of intelligence would understand and realize everything. The protagonist spread his arms to the sides, and the opponent began to say that he was a representative of the academy, and the guy did not let him finish. Ruin looked at him cruelly and said that this festival would be a level higher than the ones he had attended, adding that if he did well, he would get better opportunities than his connections with the Jericho family could have given him. The academy student opened his mouth furiously and shouted that it was understandable, but that it could only be talked about if they achieved something, and asked if it was possible, and continued, after all, those who were chosen to participate in the festival were all monsters, and that in the end, their fate was to be stuck in the Radiant Kingdom and work under the leadership of the Jericho family. And he finished for him to come down from heaven to earth. The main character approached the young guy and said that it was possible. He turned his head and said that a great festival is an event in which cooperation plays an important role, and added that it is better not to use those who interfere with teamwork. The guy looked at the protagonist and said that he would compete without them. Roald turned around and said that he suggested that the boys think about who their representative was while they were on the way, and added that he wanted to remind them that there was no one from the Jerichos here to gauge their loyalty. Henkes gritted his teeth angrily. He leaned over to the protagonist with fury and said that he would only try to blow in the first individual battle, because then he would not listen to a single command from him at the great festival. A high-speed train rushes through a green valley. Young people enthusiastically look around through the windows and admire the speed of transport. The protagonist closed his eyes, and his bear said with admiration that the world had become a great place, and that in his time there were no such fast ways to travel. The rays of the sun break through the windows in the train. Jason put his hands on the glass, and behind the boys' backs someone said it smelled like losers. A man with short hair looks ahead haughtily and asks who is the hillbilly from the post-academia. On his chest hangs the symbol of the National Space Institute Iota. Kimono-clad fighters stand in a stance. The Iota National Magic Institute, the only educational institution in the Sand Kingdom of the Desert, famous for its school of sword art and body training. The young man turned his head to the guys and thought about what they were doing here. Malcury leaned back on the sofa and quipped, "Where is your Mikkel Jerichil?" And that he hadn't run away because of some, and added that he wanted to ask him to take care of them this year as a servant, of course. The guy closed his eyes and laughed. The protagonist shifted his gaze to the young man who was having fun, and he continued that this year the guys from the academy would also take the last place, and suggested that they get along. Ruin looked sideways at his rivals, and the bear asked if he was too calm, and that after such words he did not raise an eyebrow. He pursed his lips in concentration and thought that he had not participated in such events, so he had no idea that they were so openly persecuted. The young man turned his gaze to the teacher. Professor Heidel is enthusiastically reading the book, and the main character is surprised that he is not going to stand up, and continues to reflect that the great festival is a competition for students, and at the moment he plays the role of an ordinary escort. The protagonist looks intently in front of him and thinks that now the power and responsibility for the team is in his hands, as a representative of the academy. Malcury hovered over Henkes and asked where his representative was hiding, the one who was Mikkel, and continued that it was interesting to be with him. The young man turned around, and the main character replied that now Mikhail is most likely lying in bed and praying that his broken ribs will heal properly. The guy got up from his seat. Multitarget turned his head, and the young man said that he was their current representative. The man turned to the young man and said that it was the first time he had seen him. He confidently approaches the guy. He looks directly at the protagonist and introduces himself as Seth Multitarget, a representative of Oyat, and asks what his name is. The team representative looked confidently at the guy and introduced himself too, and continued that this was enough for the first time, and that if he was done looking for problems, then it was better to get out of their car. Ruin looks at the guy confidently. He looks at him and asks if he will apologize for all the insults voiced in a polite manner before leaving. Looking at his opponent haughtily, Ruin asked that before that, he would apologize for all the insults voiced in a polite manner. Gritting his teeth in displeasure at what he had heard, Multitarget asked what he had just said. Clenching his hands into fists, the guy asked if he had told him to apologize. Suddenly, Octus's representative called out to Henkies and asked if he had not told his new representative anything about him. Looking menacingly ahead, Multitarget asked if he could ever do it right, and said that he would strike again so that he would remember it for the rest of his life. Hearing this, the guy became alert and finally understood what was going on. Looking at the guys trembling with fear, the protagonist reflected that, apparently, the students who participated in the magic festival were trembling in the presence of Ida. At this time, Henkies turned back, frightened. Ruin looked at his opponent seriously, and just silently realized that it was all because they were being attacked by Seth Multitarget. Looking at the frightened sorcerers, the guy thought that their plan was to trample on the morale of their rivals even before the battle. With an air full of determination, the protagonist knew that the great festival had already begun. Grinning mischievously, he looked at Multitarget, who was standing next to him, and asked if he wanted to sort it out on the spot, and Multitarget said that he was crazy. Waving his fist, the warrior asked if he really thought that he would cringe at his words, and then asked him not to regret what he had said. Suddenly, a teacher entered the carriage and told his student to stop. Turning sharply to the side, Multitarget asked if it was the professor. Coming closer to him, the man asked him to sit down and calm down, and asked what kind of fuss he had made there, and whether he really wanted to make enemies from the very beginning. Looking at Heidel, who was sitting at their side, the professor said that their students had shown rudeness, so they asked for permission to apologize for them, and he agreed. Then the teacher would push his student and tell him to quickly return to his car, and he would try to say something in response. Turning back with dissatisfaction, Oates' representative said that he would deal with him later. Hearing this, the protagonist silently stared in front of him and reflected that, as he thought, everything was not easy from the very beginning. Then Multitarget's voice reverberated through the train car, asking the professor why he had stopped them. Waving his arms to the sides, the warrior said that he had already suggested this method to him, and asked what had changed. Lowering his head down, the professor wondered if he had not noticed, and his student asked what he was talking about. A moment later, Ita's representative was extremely stunned when his teacher said that he was smiling. Remembering Heidel reading the book, the professor said that the man from the academy Ignat grinned, watching him, as if he was just waiting for a fight to begin. Looking at his teacher, Multitarget asked if it was certainty, and he replied that he could not know for sure. Imagining the ruin shrouded in flames in his mind, the professor stated that the guy definitely possessed something they didn't know about, and that he was definitely different from the Mikhail Jurhel he had fought the last time. Hearing this, Oates' representative silently looked in front of him. As the train rushed forward at great speed, the protagonist reflected that after a short showdown with another academy, the atmosphere in the car had changed. A lot of students came up to Ruin and asked what about the first battle, because the first match would be a group competition without a representative, and it turned out that he wouldn't join, so they wouldn't be able to do it on their own. With a serious expression on his face, Henkies stated that they could handle it and had to win, and the others agreed, saying that they couldn't lose to those bastards. Looking away, the guy reflected that at a certain point, these guys, overwhelmed with envy and selfishness, began to unite. Suddenly, a student approached the protagonist, saying that he had acted too rashly, and these tough guys literally grew up in battles, and others agreed with this, because if a scuffle broke out, they would not think it would be enough. After a moment, all the students were dumbfounded when Ruin asked if they weren't angry. Spreading his hands to the sides, the guy stated that these freaks did not respect them and did not respect him, their representative, without hiding it at all, and asked what would happen if he did not answer. Looking out the window of the train car, the protagonist announced that they would only be happy and would begin to mock them even more. Throwing his hands aside, Ruin concluded that if he had remained silent, they would have fully justified the mocking nickname given to him, and asked if this was what they wanted. Then all the guys silently lowered their heads while the guy asked if they would continue to tolerate disrespect for themselves. Standing in the middle of the car, the protagonist stated that they had allowed themselves to be beaten by them, and therefore for those 5 years in a row they had been mixing them with mud. With a look full of seriousness, Ruin wondered what they would do, noting that he didn't think this was the time to fight for purely selfish reasons. Standing in front of him, the students said that they were thinking of putting Henkies on the goal in the airball match, and asked how he liked the idea, while the other doubted it. Folding his arms to his chest, The guy reflected that, apparently, Michael's followers had also decided to take his side, and he wanted them to keep the same mood until the very end. After a while, the train stopped in place, and the conductor announced that this was a stop, the Duchy of Alhain, and the professor said that they were there, and they needed to take their things and get off. Imagining a map of the area in his head, Ruin reflected that this was a state that was part of the Imperial Federation of Reenac, and only he was recognized as neutral in the Empire, so they had to put aside emotions on this land, even if they had been irreconcilable enemies for decades. Visualizing the warriors in armor, the guy reasoned that if there was bloodshed on the territory of Alhain, the Empire represented by the ruler of the continent would arrange a trial for the criminals and repay them for the atrocities committed. Remembering the signs denoting sorcerers and swordsmen, the protagonist realized that due to this state of affairs, large-scale international competitions, such as the Magic Festival for Mages and the Sword Grand Prix for Swordmasters, are held in Altain. Immediately afterward, the narrative shifts to the moment when the guys from the academy found themselves in a large square of the city, and someone admired the Reenac Empire, while his friend explained that it was not an empire, but an imperial federation under the control of the empire, which raised the question of the difference. Looking away in puzzlement, Jason noticed that everything was completely different there, and asked the Ruin for his impressions, explaining that he came from the territory of Demon, which was considered a fairly rich region, but could be compared to this place in communication. Looking in surprise in front of him, the young man thought that it was Althane. Looking at the men drinking on the street, the protagonist reasoned that this was to be expected from the capital of the kingdom. When he saw the girl sitting on a bench aside, he noticed that there was a breath of noble antiquity from everywhere, and the inhabitants were carelessly walking along the streets. Suddenly, Ruin noticed something off to the side, and thought that this sight made it clear that they had come from a very tiny place. In front of him, the guy saw a carriage drawn by horses, while the professor said that now they were heading to the place of their temporary stay, so they needed to get into the carriages. After a while, the carts were rapidly moving along the city street, and Heidel noticed that he was not hinting at anything at all. Reading his book, the man in glasses hoped that none of them would enter the participants from other educational institutions, even by mistake. Glancing sharply at the protagonist sitting in front, the professor of the academy concluded that nothing good would come out of the idea of unleashing a fight. After what had happened, Ruin was a little puzzled and asked why he said that while looking at him. Suddenly, the guy noticed that Strand, sitting on his shoulder, asked him to look ahead. Looking at his companion in surprise, the protagonist asked what was there, and he asked him to look there again. A moment later, Ruin was extremely stunned when the bear said that a very interesting smell was coming from there. Then Strand jumped down sharply. Standing on his master's knee, the bear remembered what it was like. Imagining a majestic dragon in his head, Strand said that there was a relic of Draa. The narrative of the story is transferred the next day to the premises for the Ignite Academy with a brown roof. Sitting at the table, Jason asked Ruin if he was going on a date. At the same moment, the guy abruptly ran out of the house. The protagonist would quickly run down the street of the city and ask the country if he was sure, and the protagonist would explain that he would see everything on the minimap himself, and even for a power like him, this was unusual. Seeing the sign of the Touching Memories workshop on the building, the bear said that they were there. Immediately after that, the lever opened the front door. Entering the shop, the guy said that he believed that the object used by the Black Dragon himself would be in a more unusual place, but it was somehow too ordinary. Imagining different people with a pile of gold in their heads, the protagonist stated that they imagined that they would end up on the black market or a rich man's warehouse, and Strana explained that the relic of Draa is useless for mages who do not use power-based magic, and for them that item will be ordinary garbage. A moment later, Ruin used the player's eye. At the same moment, a huge flow of energy erupted as if out of nowhere. The guy saw an unknown object that exuded dark red power. It was an invincibility ring, an exclusive unique artifact for the player, and the system announced that it was an artifact created by Draa, as well as his first failure, which allowed him to reset physical damage. Looking in front of him with dissatisfaction, the protagonist asked if it was really a failure, and the bear explained that there was some nuance. Imagining in his head various life cases with the rejection of loved ones, Strand said that it is not only about attacks, and resistance will arise even from the touch of a friend or the hug of a beloved. Sitting on the shoulder of his master, the bear said that the effect may not activate when it is really needed, and at the same time earn money for something ordinary, therefore a failure, but he definitely needs it. A moment later, out of nowhere, the system's notification window appeared, notifying him that his strength was increasing by 200 while being worn, and Ruin was remarking that this alone was worth wearing. Then the guy put this very ring on his finger. Clenching his hand into a fist, the protagonist reflected that it sat like a glove, as if it had been created specifically for him. Approaching the seller, Ruin said that he would like to buy this ring, and asked how much from it. Closing his eyes, the owner of the workshop said that he could take it just like that, because it had been lying there for many years, and did not even know what to do with it. Then the voice of a guy echoed through the jewelry shop, saying that he would buy something else then, and the craftsman explaining that he did not mind at all. Passing by the shelves of the workshop, the protagonist noticed that the player's eye was indeed a useful skill. He looked at the books on the shelves as the system showed information about their rarity. Suddenly, Ruin noticed something in front. In front of him was a book that exuded golden energy, and the system announced that these were quantum mechanisms of magic and a sword of high rarity. A moment later, the guy was extremely dumbfounded when the girl also wanted this book. Looking at her in surprise, the protagonist remembered who she was. Looking at the girl, the protagonist received an alert from the system that she was Irene Prius, a Class 5 mage with very high potential, and he himself thought that she was from Psycho Women's University. Imagining Theron Artemis unleashing his blue flames in his head, Ruin reasoned that he was the Dirty King, also known as the King of Mages and the King of the Border. Visualizing a huge number of sorcerers, including Irene, the guy thought that he had chosen 11 magicians who should represent the next generation, and she was one of them. Looking in front of him puzzled, the protagonist recalled that he had heard that she was a genius, close to reaching the 5th grade. At this time, Irene stared back at him menacingly, and Ruin mused that she was already a Class 5 mage, and it turned out that the rumors even understated reality. Looking at the guy, the girl asked him to give the book, and he explained that he touched it first. Holding her hand on the protagonist's arm, Prius stated that he was from Ignite Academy, judging by the symbol on his uniform, and when she gave her name, she said that she was from Psycho Women's University, and he had found what he was looking for, and now he was looking for something else to buy, but her visit there was specifically for this book. Looking menacingly in front of him, Ruin heard the girl ask that if he didn't care, he could give her up to her, and he wondered what it meant she was eavesdropping, and it was because they were both participating in a great festival. With a look full of seriousness, the guy asked if she could say then why she needed this book, because such rarities are not just searched for. Hearing this, Irene was greatly puzzled and did not know what to answer. Looking away, the girl with white hair explained that this was part of her individual assignment, and she could not go into details, so she asked not to ask about it. Sighing heavily, the protagonist realized that it was unlikely to be from an educational institution, and assumed that perhaps it was an errand from the Dirty King. Spreading his hands to the sides, Ruin said that she could take it, because she said that it was important to her, and Prius expressed her gratitude to him. Then the guy again began to study the shelves of the workshop, wondering what he should buy then. At this time, Irene silently stared in front of her with gratitude in her eyes. Sometime later, the story's narratives moved to the Ignite Academy room, where someone was asking if he had really met Prius, when suddenly another student wondered what they were talking about. With admiring expressions on their faces, the students asked if she was as beautiful as they say, and where and under what circumstances he had crossed paths with her, and Ruin asked them to ask questions one by one. Sitting at the table, Jason noticed that he was jealous, because he dreamed of touching her hand at least once. Laughing at what he heard, Henkes remarked that they were all pathetic, and he had seen Irene at the great festival too, and even sat next to her, and his friend asked if he hadn't even talked to her. At this time, the protagonist was extremely puzzled and simply remained silent, while his friends argued, and one stated that he was not even near her. Putting his hands on the table, Henkes declared that in any case, that girl was strong, forever in second place, and heard that she was terribly worried about the eternal loss of first place, Doom Prime, and Jason asked what kind of nonsense it was and how dare he talk about his Irene like that. Folding his arms to his chest, the student of the academy explained that this was not nonsense, and it was number 1 in the special school of battle mages, and therefore, he was the most universally recognized max among all his peers on the continent. At the same moment, Ruin was very surprised when his friend added that he also possessed a shining sword. With a snide grin, the guy thought that this was it, and now it was clear why Irene needed that book, and probably to defeat Doom Prime. Imagining the blade against the background of the magic circle in his head, Henkes told him that, however, it was not so cool to be a magical swordsman, because a magic sword did not give a pronounced growth of magic in comparison with other weapons, and it was also not so easy to become a skilled sword master. Spreading his hands to the sides, the academy student noticed that Doom Prime was different from the others, and the shining sword was an S-class artifact, and his sword proficiency was at least that of an average knight, if he was not mistaken. Propping his head on his hand, Jason asked if he had an artifact, good sword skills, and a talent for magic, and said that with such a genius he would have to die of envy, while his friend added that in addition there was a good and wealthy family and a beautiful appearance, and popularity among girls was simply off the charts. Hearing all this, he silently folded his hands together, and the blonde guy noticed that he did not even think that such people even existed. Visualizing the images of Irene and Doom, the protagonist thought about Prius, who mastered Class 5 magic at the age of 16, and the magical swordsman Prime, who defeats her every year. With a thoughtful expression on his face, Ruin wondered that if he fought against this famous genius, he would be able to win. Thinking back to his encounter with Mulcahy on the train, the guy mused that he was definitely someone no one considered a threat. Then, an image of Tyrion appeared in his mind, pointing his finger upwards, saying that he was more than worthy of being considered a candidate for victory. Closing his eyes, the protagonist reasoned that he wanted to make sure of this. Suddenly, Someone opened the door to the house and told the guys that it was time for the first lineup to gather outside on the opening day of the great festival. Looking menacingly in front of him, Ruin agreed. Then he got up from his seat and slowly walked towards the exit. The young man, with an air full of self-confidence, thought of the great festival. Approaching the exit from the building, the protagonist realized that this event was beginning. The disciples were standing in the main square of the city when it was time for the opening matches of the great festival. Ruin stared menacingly before him, thinking of their opponent. Looking at the tournament bracket drawn on paper, someone said that their first opponent was the Post Academy. Hearing this, the guy and his allies turned around while someone remarked that they would have an easy victory. With a snide grin on his face, Multitarget said that they were so lucky to fall out first, and now there was no need to bother at the beginning, and the protagonist thought that this was the National Magic Institute of Ida. Looking seriously in front of him, Ruin remained silent and reasoned that this was their worst opponent. Standing in front of his opponents, the guy realized that these guys were famous for the dirty game. Looking at his frightened allies, who were asking why these terrible people were in the first place, the guy realized that many in their academy were traumatized from interacting with them. Pointing his hand at his classmates, Oath's representative said that they were so weak that they would not even allow them to warm up, and it would be the most boring fight in his life. The protagonist was standing in the middle of a huge number of students who were talking that they were still glad that they were lucky to face the post-academia, because it is like winning the lottery, when suddenly someone asked if they were behaving too rudely, to which he received the answer that they were already scared that they would not do anything anyway, because only such guys study with them. At the same moment, Ruin grinned mischievously, thinking that he would take the opportunity to show them. Suddenly, Multitarget looked ahead as the protagonist said that he was waiting for them to come. Keeping his hands in his pockets, Ruin noticed that he could see that there were many other participants in the great festival besides them, and his opponent asked what he was getting at. Taking a step forward, the guy said that he wanted to introduce himself. Holding out his hand in front of him, the protagonist greeted everyone present and gave his name, saying that he was a representative of the so-called post-academia, which was discussed there. At this time, the students of Ida Academy were very dissatisfied, while Ruin added that he would not talk for a long time, but would ask for something. Directing his snide gaze forward, the guy asked to stop calling them by this name, because it was unpleasant. Hearing this, Multitarget was greatly stunned. With a smile on his face, the protagonist noticed that he had been in the last places for so long that he was already tired of it, so now everything would change. Standing opposite his opponent, Ruin added that he wanted to try to get to the first place. At the same moment, the students of the Ogre Academy were very dissatisfied and asked what else to call the last academy forever, and if he was joking, telling him not to show off and stop. Folding his arms to his chest, Multitarget asked if he really thought it was some kind of local competition, and remarked that first place was no joke, and he was just no one to declare such a thing. At the same moment, Ruin remembered the image of Tyrion. With a snide grin, the guy declared that he was a secret weapon, and was not going to retreat anymore. Then the narrative of the story moves to a building made of white stone, where the voices of the guys who asked about the ruins of Ardal sounded. Sitting with the rest of the academy students, Multitarget said that he had done a little investigation and found out that he had failed at everything before, when suddenly someone asked why such a person had become a representative. Spreading his hands to the sides, the guy with the tie explained that he wasn't quite sure, but at the beginning of the semester he had changed drastically and became a monster with amazing results. Throwing one leg over the other, the representative of the Ida Academy asked if he really had amazing results, and his classmate gave a positive answer and said that, apparently, this was the reason for his confidence. Hearing this, Multitarget fell silent and remembered the professor's words that the guy definitely possessed something that they didn't know about. Sighing heavily, the representative of the Ida Academy asked what he was thinking about, and stated that they were only students of the post-academia. Rising from his seat and stretching, Multitarget was about to teach those pompous suckers a lesson. Taking a sharp look to the side, he said that he would do it in the traditional way for their institute. Immediately after this, the narratives are transported to the Ignite Academy house with a brown roof. Discussing strategy with his classmates at the table, Ruin mused that tomorrow there would be a mana grenade throw, and it was a team competition in which everyone except the representative took part. Imagining images of students fighting against a golem in his head, the guy reasoned that the essence was to throw mana-filled grenades at the Mithril monster, and the team that destroyed their opponent faster won. Looking at the protagonist, the student of the academy asked what he thinks, whether they will cope, because tomorrow he will not be with them. Looking ahead seriously, Ruin agreed that they lacked talented students compared to the Oath Institute. A moment later, all the guys were extremely dumbfounded when the guy said that he knew how they could win. With a confident expression on his face, the protagonist said that this was a group competition, and if they worked together, they could win. Looking in surprise in front of him, the student wondered when Ruin had stated that they needed to start banding together. Immediately after that, the guy imagined the course of the battle of his classmates in his head and said that the first group would heat the mana grenades, the second would move them, and the third team would directly attack the golem, but a fourth group was also needed to restore the opponent's golem. Hearing this, the guys began to talk to each other, asking if this approach would take them longer to destroy the golem, when suddenly they received a positive answer and an explanation that the opponent would attack with all 30 pairs of hands, and if they hit their golem with fewer people, they would lose, because on top of everything in Oat, the guys themselves are not weaklings. Listening to all this, Ruin stared silently in front of him. Suddenly, he surprised all his classmates when he asked what they thought about it. With an expression full of seriousness, the protagonist explained that he was talking about what he had said in front of everyone, and that now they would not be the last, but the first, because this was his sincere intention. Placing some papers on the table, Ruin explained that he would therefore do everything he could to achieve this, including in games where he himself could not participate. Moving his hand to the side, the guy said that while Ida was throwing one grenade, they would throw 2 or even 3 at once, and for teams with outstanding individual skills, the traditional approach was effective, but for their team, such a method would require a lot of time. Placing his hand on his chest, Jason declared that he trusted him completely, and Henkies also agreed to this. Immediately afterward, the rest of the classmates, with an air of enthusiasm, also agreed to the protagonist's proposal. Looking at the smiling guys, Ruin said that the team led by Henkies would heat the grenade, and it included Zala, Mil, Mora, Ike, Freya. Looking at the worried Thamans, the guy explained that he would move the heated grenades. Explaining to his classmates the plan written down on paper, the protagonist reflected that he divided the children into groups taking into account their strengths. And of course, his ability was behind this choice. Using his magic on his vision, Ruin activated the player's eye. He looked at his classmates glowing in different colors and thought that with this ability, he could see the essence of the goal, and with it, he was able to minimize weaknesses and focus on the group's strengths. Suddenly, a student from the Academy Ignite said that it should definitely work, and another guy remarked that this way they would have a good chance of winning. The guys talked to each other, and someone said that he was not particularly strong in throws, but he could heat grenades in 5 seconds, and the other noted that, on the contrary, he was confident in his throws, which he would not say about the rest, and Ruin reflected that as soon as everyone got into the perfect group for themselves, even those who doubted him began to be imbued. Folding his hands at his chest, the guy rejoiced at everything that was happening. Observing classmates who happily interact with each other, the protagonist reflected that the team members had become more confident. Suddenly, someone broke into the academy house, and Ruin reasoned that hope was beginning to emerge in the boys. It was Fulham, who, with a beaten face, fell to his knees and called out to Ruin. The guy immediately ran up to him and asked what had happened to him and how he was, and he asked for forgiveness and said that they were Otha's disciples. At the same time, the protagonist was very stunned when his classmates said that the representative of the institute had brought his guys with him, and then they took him out and beat him. After some time, Oath's students who were in their house were surprised by something. At that moment, the guy came to their abode, and Malkiri was glad that he had come. With a snide grin, the representative of the institute noted that he had said that he would come as a sweetheart, and asked what he was going to do if, of course, he thought that he could do at least something. With a look full of seriousness, the protagonist asked him to leave immediately. Right from the house of the Ita Institute, a voice was heard, which called Malkiri to come out immediately. Hearing this, Representative Ida grinned mischievously, remarking that he was just crazy. Standing in front of his opponent, Mulkuri asked on what basis he was behaving so impudently. Placing his hand on his opponent's shoulder, Ruin explained that he did not need this foundation. Then, with great force, he pressed down with his hand. At the same moment, Oates' representative bent over from the pressure. Looking dumbfounded in front of him, Malkuri was amazed by his strength. Immediately afterward, he swung his fist and called him an inappropriate word. With a deft movement, the guy managed to dodge to the side. He then counterattacked his opponent, as he screamed in pain. With a fierce look, the protagonist warned that if he touched them outside the arena again, he would end badly. Immediately afterward, Mulkuri writhed in pain as he lay on the floor, his allies asking what had happened and if he was okay. Oates' representative looked away in fright when he was hailed. He was looking at the Ruin standing in front of him, who was offering to make a bet. Then the story was transferred to the Ignite Academy house, where someone asked about a bet on a crack. Classmates surrounded the protagonist, asking that if they defeated the guys from Ida, Mulkiri would get a slap from him and the same one that Mikkel had incapacitated, and said that he would also apologize to everyone involved. Rejoicing after what they heard, the guys said that now they must win, and this is not a bad motivation, so they only need a victory. Suddenly, someone opened the front door and said that it was time for them to go to Altheon's stadium, so the guys had to prepare. Ruin, along with the rest of the members of the academy, stood in the arena and thought that this was a mage festival held for the entire continent, a great festival. Looking at Mikkel standing aside, the guy was talking about the magicians who stood out in some way within the framework of the festival. As the guy with the monocle grinned mischievously, the protagonist thought that they were becoming important people by recording their names in the history of the continent. Suddenly, he noticed the guys in the stands who were supporting the Ignite Academy. With a joyful expression on his face, Ruin knew that he had become part of a festival where legends were made. At the same moment, the host of the event shouted that the opening ceremony was over and all participants should return to their seats. Hearing this, the young man slowly walked forward. Suddenly, he saw someone in front of him. It was Valkyrie who told him to be ready, because this time they would not let their guard down. Then the representative of Ida walked away. Looking after him, the protagonist reflected that now he was not trying to analyze him at all. Ruin then looked sharply to the side. Among the crowd of competitors he saw Doom Prime. He stared menacingly in front of him as the boy mused that he was the winner of the magic festival and the man who was in the lead in every discipline at the special martial mage school. Watching him from the sidelines, the protagonist reasoned that if they won victory after victory, they would definitely meet him. Suddenly, Ruin looked away in surprise as someone suggested that he must be the kind of person who causes trouble everywhere he goes. At the same moment, Irene Prius appeared behind him. Looking at her acquaintance, the girl with white hair said that yesterday he caused real chaos. A moment later, the protagonist was greatly stunned when she added that he even went into open conflict by visiting the house of the Ida Institute. Looking at Irene as she passed by, Ruin asked how she knew about this, and she replied that Althane was a small town, and I was sure everyone already knew about it. Awkwardly scratching his head after what he heard, the guy said that he did not go into conflict at all, and just wanted to talk. Turning back, the white-haired girl explained that in any case, since he had allowed her to take the book she was looking for, he would advise him not to stand out. Suddenly, she was greatly surprised when the protagonist asked if she was suggesting that she should hide her true skills in the same way she did. Ruin then ran away from her, telling her that it was time for him to go, since they were in the first match. Irene just silently followed him with her eyes. The narrative of the story takes everything to the gate leading to the arena, with the announcer announcing that in just a few minutes, the mana grenade throwing will begin, with the Ignite Academy and the Oath Institute being the first to participate. The guys were standing next to each other, when suddenly someone asked if everything was ready. Looking back, Jason offered to prove to everyone that they were strong, and to show that they were no longer the last. Immediately afterward, the students of Ignite Academy headed towards the gate leading to the arena. At this time, the people in the stands were very dumbfounded and asked what it was and what they were thinking, while Ruin mused that the first competition had finally begun, and the spectators were in disarray. Watching the course of the battle between the disciples and the golems, the young man reasoned that it was because the team competitions had previously been won by those who possessed outstanding people, and the division into groups within the same team was inherent in the competition of knights and had never been common in competitions for magicians. Doom and the others watched as someone asked if they were divided into groups of warmers and throwers, and was told that Ida would win anyway. The protagonist folded his arms to his chest while the people around him said that these were the ones who behaved as if they would be the first, and nothing else could be expected from the post-academia, because, most likely, they would be the last again, and asked what was not clear, that no one did this for no reason. Irene was also among the crowd of spectators. Looking in front of her, the girl with white hair asked how this was possible. At the same moment, the golem was under a strong attack, and someone was telling him to take a look at the monster of the Academy Ignith, because he had already lost his arm. Noticing this, Jason rushed forward along with the others, telling them to keep up the good work. The Ruins to the side shouted to Henkes that he was doing well, and asked Blight and Ayak to help with the move, while Jason was ordered to aim at the golem's right arm. Moments later, the Academy monster Ignite took another huge damage, and the announcer announced that the right arm had been destroyed. Noticing this, someone gritted his teeth in displeasure. It was Multitarget, who stared menacingly before him and asked his allies what they were doing and why they were losing in the post-academia. Watching how the healers used their magic on the enemy monster, the host announced that they were not behaving as usual, and some of them were healing the golem, so it would not weaken in any way. Gritting his teeth again in displeasure, the representative of Oath pronounced the name of his opponent. Looking thoughtfully in front of her, Irene noticed that it was impressive. Watching the members of the Ignite Academy who were on the battlefield, the white-haired girl mused that the reason why they were defeating the institutes that obviously surpassed them in individual skills was solely due to strategy. Suddenly embarrassed, Prius reasoned that, however, this approach would only work if there was an accurate understanding of everyone's strengths. Remembering her meeting with Ruin in the workshop, Irene thought that he had easily found the book she had been looking for. Looking again at the members of the academy who were using mana stones, the white-haired girl mused that he had also divided the guys into groups according to their skills. Looking at the commander of her classmates standing next to her, Prius wondered what kind of person he was and how it was that she hadn't seen him in any competition. At this moment, the mana stone was filled with energy. Throwing it forward with great force, Jason declared that it was all over now. A moment later, a projectile flew into the golem and destroyed it. Seeing this, Valkyrie was extremely dumbfounded. Then he bit his lip in displeasure. At the same time, a huge stone monster fell to the ground. The members of the Ignite Academy began to rejoice, saying that they coped and won. Looking at the guys who were running swiftly forward, Ruin reflected that this was the first competition of the great festival, the throwing of a mana grenade, which was expected to end in a victory for the Oath Institute. The students of the academy hugged the guy with joy, while he reasoned that it ended with the victory of the post-academia. Near the gate there were several students who asked if it was possible that the post-academia was no longer the last, and now Ida was in their place, so they should call them after the old, and the commentator announced that the competition for representatives would soon begin. Grab the flag. The students of Ignite Academy supported Ruin as he stepped forward, saying that he was the best, and the host said that the first match would be between Ruin Ardell, a representative of the Ignite Magic Academy, and Seth McKeary, a representative of the Eton National Magic Institute. At this time, the two opponents were facing each other. Strand grinned mischievously and asked his master if he was worried. With an expression full of calm, the protagonist explained that they were now 20 out of 32 educational institutions, and that it was perfect, and the bear asked what was perfect there. At this time, those in the stands were talking to each other, and Ruin explained that after the last victory, people were showing interest in them again, but this was not enough to remove the label hung on due to the failure of previous years. After activating his magic ring, the guy stated that he wanted an overwhelming victory. Standing in front of his opponent, the protagonist said that if they won an overwhelming victory against the Ida Institute, then the others would begin to look at them differently. With a snide grin, Strand noticed that everything became clear to him. The protagonist then looked sharply to the side. Looking at the sphere levitating in the air, Ruin said that they should show themselves to the Mage King. At this time, wizards were sitting inside her at a table around a magic ball. With the help of this artifact, they broadcast the fight between the guys in the arena. Dirty King Theron watched with interest. Looking at the old man sitting next to him, he said that he had previously considered Ruin Ardell as a candidate for the next generation, and Ardell Ruin was saying that he remembered him. Closing his eyes, the Dirty King explained that he had a habit of remembering talented guys, and this guy was born with such great talent that he was able to instinctively learn magic at a young age. Looking seriously in front of him, Theron noticed that he was a little disappointed when he found out that he had a mana release disorder. Tyrion sat in his seat, asking if he hadn't thought he was a useless child. Hearing this, the Dirt King smirked. Looking at the magic orb, Theron stated that since this student, who was incapable of conjuring properly, had been chosen as a representative of the academy, there was a reason for that, since he did not think that he had anything in reserve as he had before, and asked if this meant that he would overcome his curse. After his words, the old man only nodded his head. At this time, the Ruins stared menacingly in front of him as Tyrion said that they should just watch, and then they would see for themselves. Strana, sitting on his shoulder, asked what he was going to do, and whether it was binding or freezing magic, he needed to get close to him, and if he could call for a protector. Stretching his hands, the guy explained that they were not very smart, and so they weren't, and his companion asked what his plan was in this case, to which he received the answer that he was the same as always. Hitting his fist in the palm of his hand, the protagonist stated that he would fight him head-on. At this time, the referee, with his mouth wide open, said that the match was beginning. When he announced the start, Ruin rushed towards the enemy with great speed. Malkiri, noticing this, collected a sphere of lightning, saying that she would repay him for what had happened earlier. He then released a magical knight forward, summoning a battle protector. At the same time, a warrior appeared in front of the guy, which greatly stunned him. Looking menacingly in front of him, the protagonist used the refraction of time. Then, with deft movements, he managed to bypass the knight. After that, Ruin rushed forward with great speed. A moment later, he was behind his opponent. Seeing this, the representative of the Ita Institute abruptly turned back. He stabbed the protagonist, who blocked him with his hand. Holding his opponent's fist, Ruin noticed that he knew it. Trembling with indignation, Malkiri asked if he wasn't going to let him go. A moment later, the representative of the Ita Institute looked away in fright as the guy told him that this was not the right time to chat with him. At the same moment, the knight he had summoned was heading towards him at great speed. Looking at him in fright, Malkiri told the dumb defender to stop. Suddenly, the warrior was very close to his teacher. Looking down in fright, the representative of the institute realized that he could not move. Continuing to hold his fist with my hand, he offered to try to leave himself. After all that had happened, Malkiri was extremely frightened. At the same moment, memories of how the guy had pinned him to the ground last time arose in his mind, and he mused that that power was real, and it wasn't because he let his guard down. At the same time, the magical knight found himself near the representative of Oath, who immediately admitted his defeat. Malkiri closed his eyes in sadness. Suddenly, he looked away in surprise. In front of him was the protagonist, who threw the magic knight aside with a blow of his fist. Stunned by what was happening, the representative of the Institute Ita thought that this was impossible. Watching Ruin fight against the steel protector, Malkiri couldn't believe that he had punched him with his bare hands. A moment later, the knight was exhausted from the attacks he received. At the same moment, the representative of the Ita Institute fell to the ground from fright. Having finished with the magical warrior, the protagonist moved in his direction. Dumbfounded, looking in front of him, Malkiri asked why he had saved him. Glancing at his opponent, Ruin asked if he was completely crazy to save the one who was bullying his classmates. Grinning mischievously, the guy explained that he just wanted to finish him off himself. With a smug expression on his face, the protagonist asked if he had forgotten about their bet. Pulling his finger, Ruin said that he had only lost one snap to him. A moment later, the guy struck his opponent, sending him flying. At the same time, Malkiri looked at the sky and said that it was very blue. The people in the stands at that time were extremely dumbfounded, saying that it was simply unbelievable. The students of Ignite Academy, who were watching the battle, began to cheer, and Ruin mused that Althane Stadium was filled with applause. The guys stood in the middle of the battle arena while people asked what kind of magic it was, and noticed that the battle turned out to be so one-sided. Tyrion looked away, wondering if it had happened again, the protagonist reasoning that he had caught the attention of one person. At this time, the Dirt King silently released his inner energy, and mused that he was at the demigod stage. With an expression full of incomprehension, Theron reasoned that he was the only Class 8 Magus known as the King of the Border, but even he had never heard of such magic before. The Dirt King then continued to stare ahead in surprise. Watching the magic ball that broadcast the image of the ruin, Theron wondered who he was. After that, the Dirt King directed his menacing gaze at the protagonist, calling him by name. Theron was beside himself with rage as he stared in front of him. As he sat in his seat, the filthy king turned to Tyrion Ignith and asked him to tell him everything he knew about the ruin of Ardeli. Hearing this, the old man silently closed his eyes. Suddenly looking in front of him, Tyrion told him that he was an exemplary student who was expected to give up, but had fought to the bitter end, and was the one who had turned his weakness into strength, the mage who behaved more than anyone else. Theron listened to the old man's story with displeasure, as he added that this was all he knew about the ruin. Grinning mischievously, the Dirty King asked if he was trying to shield his apprentice from his curiosity. Abruptly rising from his seat, Theron asked what would happen if he tried to call him himself, and asked him directly. Hearing this, Tyrion also began to get up from his seat and said that if he tried to get an answer from him by force, he himself would not stand aside. Glancing menacingly at the Dirt King standing beside him, Ignit added that he would have to stop him. At his words, Theron grinned happily. Standing in front of the great sorcerer, the Dirty King asked if he was going to remind him that mages had the right to keep their techniques secret, about Millie's oath, to which he received a positive answer. Snidely looking around in front of him, the Dirty King wondered if they could exchange a few words with him. With an expression full of evil intentions, Theron mused that he and no one else should stand at the pinnacle of magic, and therefore would do everything to find out about this magic he had seen for the first time. He then continued to watch Ruin Ardel, who was rejoicing at the victory along with his classmates through the magic ball. Immediately after this exploration, the story is transferred to the bar. Holding his head, Ruin said that they had only won one competition and hadn't even prepared for the rest, and in such a situation, it was somehow wrong to fool around. The students who were celebrating said that the guys from other schools were also there, so there was no problem, and they just wanted to enjoy the evening, because they always dreamed of going there whenever they came to Alting. Suddenly, Jason ran up to the guy, who explained that everything was fine, and offered to celebrate their first victory, because this is a festival. Looking at the booze on the table, the blonde guy noticed that the local coconut vanilla juice and dragon kiss were already on the table. Suddenly, the protagonist glanced at the bottle of alcohol in surprise, hearing that it was called the Dragon's Kiss. Holding out the bottle in the direction of his friend, Jason noticed that he actually had a great sense of patriotism, and he said that it meant that this was a special drink from his territory. Someone walked between the tables, while the blonde guy was telling me that of course, it wasn't just about love for his native land, and from one sip he would feel as if he had shared a kiss with the dragon, so this was a great drink. Going to pour alcohol into a glass, Jason said that it was better to stop bickering and it was better to try, because after just one glass he would immediately acquire a dark past, that is, taste its wonderful taste. Suddenly, Ruin turned back. Behind him stood Malkiri with a visibly doubtful expression on his face. A moment later, all the guys in the bar were extremely surprised by his appearance. Jason gave him a menacing look, saying that he knew that losing to Ruin had hurt his pride, but at least for now, he had to leave them alone, because they had only just begun to have fun. The guy looked sadly at his defeated opponent, and wondered what had brought him there, and if he really wanted to swear again. Closing his eyes, Ida's representative explained that he had come to ask for forgiveness. Hearing this, the guys were extremely surprised. Mulkiri stood in front of the boys, saying that he apologized for looking down on them all this time. Lowering his head down, he added that after losing to Ruin in the stadium, he finally realized that you shouldn't consider others inferior to you just because they are weaker. The students of the academy listening to this were puzzled, and Oates' representative concluded that there were many people in this world who were stronger than him, so he was also a weakling to someone, and at that moment, he felt that his past actions were fundamentally wrong. Looking ahead in surprise, the blonde guy asked him to wait and said that everything doesn't change so easily, and he explained that he understood everything, that words were not enough for them to forgive him, but he wanted to say it. Making a bow, Malkiri declared that he was very sorry. After listening to him, Ruin stared forward in silence. The guys sitting at the table suddenly became embarrassed, saying that it was somehow embarrassing. Standing opposite the guy, Oates' representative apologized for spoiling the atmosphere, and noted that now it was time for him. Suddenly he turned when someone called out to him. It was the protagonist who looked at him menacingly and asked if he had apologized to them because of their argument, or if it was his real feeling. With an expression full of regret, Malkiri concluded that he had spoken all this sincerely. At his words, Ruin smiled happily. Stretching out his hand in his direction, the the guy thanked him for having the courage to ask for forgiveness. At the same moment, Ita's representative silently looked ahead. He then shook the protagonist's hand. A moment later, the voices of the students of the academy could be heard from the bar, who continued to drink and noticed that it was excellent alcohol, and Ruin reflected that the guys also accepted Malkiri's apology, and at some point they began to celebrate together. Sitting at the table with his recent opponent, the guy reasoned that with their hands dangling over each other's shoulders, they drank the dragon's kiss and immersed themselves in the heady atmosphere. Suddenly, Ruin silently opened his eyes, thinking of his intoxication. There were guys opposite him who asked if he had finally woken up. Immediately after that, the guy got up, and his classmate asked that the night was not in vain. Henkes leaned over a little and asked him if he remembered what he had done yesterday, and noticed that he didn't know he liked to drink so much while the others were tearing their stomachs with laughter. When they remembered how Malkiri and the protagonist cried, saying that life in the academy was so hard, and said that he almost cried all over his eyes, at the same time shouting that he was grateful that at least now they believed in him. Continuing to laugh, his classmates explained that they could not even think that the seemingly perfect Ruin had such a side, and he only silently got angry. Then the narration of the story is transferred to the moment when the guy was walking down the corridor, calling his friends freaks. Because he had just come to his senses, they immediately began to laugh at him, and did not understand why he was doing all this. Remembering Jason, who offered him alcohol, Ruin said that the drink was right, which made him overly emotional, and therefore in the future he should avoid it at all costs. Suddenly, the guy stopped in place when someone called out to him. It was Malkiri, who, raising his hand up, asked if he had slept well. At the same moment, memories arose in the protagonist's head of how they called each other brothers together under the influence of alcohol, and asked for forgiveness. Suddenly blushing with embarrassment, Ruin wondered if he didn't even know what embarrassment was, and Oates' representative said that they would meet again later. Then the guy continued to walk forward along the corridor. Suddenly, Professor Heidel appeared behind him, and called out to him. Coming closer to him, the man in glasses said that he was always haunted by problems, and he asked if he also knew about his dark past. Looking in surprise in front of him, the protagonist heard the professor explain that he was on a different matter, because someone wanted to see him, and he asked who might need it. Standing in front of his student, Hayden stated that the head of the academy seemed alarmed, saying that he was a dangerous person under the guise of treachery, and Ruin wondered who he was. A moment later, the guy was extremely stunned when he was told that it was Dirty King Theron. Imagining the man's sad look in his head, Heidel added that he wanted to meet him. Standing in front of his student, the professor told him to be careful, because Theron is full of secrets. Looking at the real Ruin from the front, he added that people who hide their true nature, like the Dirt King, are very dangerous. When the guy silently lowered his gaze down, the man with glasses apologized that he could only say that. Then, the voice of the protagonist reverberated through the corridor of the academy, saying that everything was fine and would keep it in mind, and the professor was explaining that the exact time would be said after the end of today's competition. Ruin's classmates were very surprised and asked about the Dirty King Theron, who was watching them. Folding his arms to his chest, the guy explained that now they had more reasons to win, so they needed to discuss the plan. Suddenly, the guys were very surprised when the protagonist stated that the code name of the operation was Defend If You Can, and asked what that meant. Pointing at himself, Ruin said that he was going to run directly to the gate. Imagining a magic arrow flying through the air in his head, the guy thought that Arrow Ball is a game in which a living arrow acts as a projectile, constantly flying across the field. Visualizing the placement of players on the field, the protagonist reasoned that the 9 participants are divided into teams of forwards, defenders and goalkeepers, and the team that directs the most arrows into the opponent's goal wins. Imagining how light bulb lit up in a person's head from the idea that had arisen, Ruin realized that, despite the simple rules, the game requires the development of complex strategies and tactics. Visualizing a magician using an ice wall, the guy thought that he needed to know when to use defensive spells. Imagining a person lifting an opponent with the help of a vine, the protagonist reasoned that you also need to be aware of when to use crowd control magic. Visualizing a sorcerer grabbing a magic arrow, Ruin knew that he needed to know how to grab the projectile and direct it into the gate, and so on, so there were many aspects to consider. When the student looked dumbfounded straight ahead and said that he was advancing, the guy reflected that this is usually what a match is. At the same moment, Ruin was approaching his opponents at great speed. Standing his hand in front of him, the sorcerer activated the ice tree. The other person concentrated the energy in his hands and released an ice spear outward. Putting his hand out in front of him, the student used a wall of fire. Suddenly, the protagonist found himself above his opponents, which greatly frightened them. Meanwhile, Mulkiri, who was in the stands, was shouting at Ruin of Fortune and cheering for Ignite Academy. His classmates next to him were very surprised and asked what was wrong with him, because yesterday he was almost hysterical about losing the Eternal Last Academy, and probably completely crazy because of losing Ruin Ardell, and it sounds plausible. Looking at them with displeasure after what he had heard, Oates' representative asked what they were talking about, and if they were saying that he was crazy, explaining that real men become friends after an exchange of blows. Looking away from the puzzled side, The man did not understand what kind of exchange he was talking about, because only one side was beating, and Malcury asked what he said, to which he received the answer that nothing had happened and he had heard. Turning away from him, the sorcerer whispered to his friend that these representatives were each better than the other. Looking menacingly in front of him, Oates' representative mused that after their match with Ruin Ardal, he was convinced of something. Imagining a guy using fire magic in his head, Mulcury reasoned that he was definitely a mage of the next generation. Then he visualized images of himself and Irene Prius from Psycho Women's University, standing as if in a fog. After that, the representative of Oath remembered Dalian Malkan of the Holy Magic School of the god Freelia, who held his hands in front of him. Mulcury also imagined Doom Prime from the Battlemage Special School with his arms folded and understood that they were all strong, and he knew this because he personally competed with them as part of the Magic Festival. Suddenly, remembering the Ruin, who only destroyed a magical knight with his fists, Representative Oath reasoned that he was stronger than either of them. Watching the guy head forward at great speed, Mulcury knew that it wasn't just about strength. Recalling how he extended his hand to him, the representative of the Institute said that the protagonist had leadership skills and was capable of reconciliation. Closing his eyes, Mulcury noticed that he could not even think that he would accept him as his friend. Suddenly, the representative of the Institute turned back when his classmate called out to the captain and said that they were next, asking if they should discuss strategy, and he agreed. At this time, the unknown person opened his mouth wide, saying that it was necessary to stop the Ruin of Ardal. At the same time, sorcerers released their magic, saying that they were doing their best. At this time, the Ruin was moving forward at a tremendous speed, dodging the lightning magic. Then the guy dodged the flames, continuing to run forward. The protagonist was heading towards his opponents at great speed, who were very surprised by this. Suddenly swinging his fist, Ruin asked if they were done already, and said that it was his turn. A moment later, a huge wall of ice appeared in front of him. Noticing this, the guy gritted his teeth in displeasure. Immediately after that, he struck a wall of ice. At the same moment, it was destroyed, and long fragments flew at his opponents, which greatly frightened them. The guys jumped to the sides so as not to get under fire. At the same time, Jason grabbed a magic arrow and asked if they really thought that there was no one else to fear besides the Ruin. The students who noticed this were very stunned and said that he grabbed the arrow ball, so they needed to stop him, but the defenders had already lost. Immediately afterward, the blonde boy threw a magic arrow forward with great force. At this time, the score was 1 o'clock on the scoreboard. A moment later, the score changed and became 2 o'clock, and someone was happy that they got another point. As he stood in front of his magic-using opponents, Ruin mused that even after that, the opposing team was focusing their efforts on him. He rushed towards his opponents, who said that they could not stop him, and realized that when the enemy's attention weakened and they could not stop their team, the defensive formation immediately collapsed. At that time, the people in the stands were extremely dumbfounded. They said that this simply could not be. The disciples in the arena were breathing heavily, saying that they were giving up and admitting defeat as Ruin mused that Arrow was more usually expected to have a score of 3 to 4 points. At the same time, the score was 11 o'clock on the dial, and the commentator announced that the team would admit its defeat and the winner of the match would be the Magic Academy Ignite. Immediately afterward, the guy along with his allies rejoiced, and he reflected that their academy had won by a staggering margin of 11 points. The protagonist's opponents left the arena and talked to each other, saying that this bastard was not joking and perhaps he will really win this time. The students of the academy in the waiting room rejoiced at the victory and asked if they could really become the first at this rate. Suddenly, Ruin turned back when he was called by name. It was Professor Heidel, who was standing in the doorway. Coming closer to his student, the man in glasses explained that the time of the meeting had been set. Putting his hand on the guy's shoulder, the professor said that it would happen at 7 p.m. during dinner. At this time, Theron drank wine from a glass. He stood near the window and admired the view. From the huge, dark palace of the Mage King, the voice of his master could be heard, telling the Ruin that there was nothing to eat before the meeting. Ruin walked confidently along the corridor of the academy. Suddenly, he saw Tyrion standing in front of him, telling him to go there. Noticing the old man, with a calm expression on his face, the guy greeted the head, and he offered to come in. Then they passed through the magic portal to another building. Looking in front of him, the protagonist heard someone greet him. In front of him sat Theron on his throne. Strand shuddered sharply, asking if he was a dragon, and did not understand why his mana was so terrifying. Looking ahead, puzzled, Ruin mused that he was a sorcerer standing on the border between a human and a demigod. Looking at the Mage King sitting on his throne, the young man knew that it was the Dirt King. There were a huge number of different dishes on the table. Theron cut the meat with a knife. It is said that he may not be aware, but he had known about it for a long time. Pulling his hand aside, Theron explained that it had been 5 years since he had chosen 11 children. Ruin and Tyrion looked at each other as the Dirt King told him that he had been one of the candidates then, but now he was like a different person. The guy looked seriously at his interlocutor while he asked to be allowed to go straight to the point. With a look full of calm, Theron looked at the boy and asked if he could tell him what had been happening to him all this time. With a look on his face that didn't show any signs of concern, Ruin mused that everything was clear now, and that he was like a thorn in his side, living proof that the boundary mage wasn't shrewd enough. Looking down, the guy reasoned that Theron wanted to hear from him that he wasn't really wrong. After a moment, the Dirt King was a little surprised when the protagonist apologized, which can only tell him one thing. With a grin, Theron wondered what it was. With an expression full of self-confidence, Ruin stated that even if the words about talent may turn out to be an exaggeration, they cannot negate his efforts. Looking away in surprise, the Dirty King asked about the effort. As Tyrion and the protagonist exchanged glances with each other, Theron noticed that the teacher was the same as the student, and asked how it was that they both decided to speak in the same way, and the old man explained that this was why he liked the ruins so much. Theron's voice then reverberated through the Sorcerer King's palace, asking if he had made any effort, to which he received the answer that he had recently become interested in the art of the body. Sitting at his place at the table, the Dirt King clarified that it turned out that he had studied the art of the body to overcome his disorder, and thanks to which he had become strong as an ogre, and was able to cast spells without releasing mana, and now he wanted him to believe it. As Theron imagined legendary items in his mind, he asked if it was an artifact, but he had never heard of an item with such an effect. Looking at the Dirt King spreading his hands in the directions, Tyrion asked to be allowed to interrupt him at this point. Folding his arms to his chest, Theron agreed with this, noting that there were still many competitions ahead. Glancing at Ruin, who had a calm expression on his face, the Dirt King stated that he would be watching him. With a snide grin, Theron was about to see if his efforts would help him hold his own even against the children he had chosen. Suddenly, a smile appeared on the guy's face, and he asked to watch them. Suddenly getting up from her seat, the protagonist stated that he was also interested in something. Looking confidently in front of him, Ruin explained that he wondered how different he was from the children and the mages chosen by the king himself. Hearing this, Theron was very angry. Immediately after that, the narrative of the story is transferred to the battle arena. People in the stands rejoiced with joy. The sun shone on the flower standing on the window as he declared that he spoke much more politely than he expected, so she thanked him. The maid brought the teapot along with the cups, while the unknown person asked if he really expected that he would swallow him alive, to which he received a negative answer. Theron sat at the table with Tyrion, explaining that there was no need to worry, because he was always happy to welcome talented mages, just curiosity did not give him peace. The old man looked in front of him and noticed that this was true, asking if he had been able to satisfy him. As he brought the cup of tea to his mouth, the Dirty King remarked that he had not been told what they were hiding, but something had put the matter on the back burner. Suddenly, Theron grinned, asking if he hadn't heard this impudent scoundrel decide to warn him, and Ignat explained that he was still very young, so there was no need to be so strict with him. Remembering how the Ruin had spoken confidently in his direction, the Dirt King had said that the rascal had no fear of him at all, and most of the others would have begged and crawled at their feet. Closing his eyes, the strongest sorcerer noticed that he was a rather entertaining young man. Suddenly looking out of the window, Theron concluded that he wished that the one he was nurturing would also become at least a little interesting. At this time, the people in the stands of the battle arena rejoiced with joy. Doom stepped forward to the sound of the crowd calling out to him. Looking down with displeasure, Prime thought that this was just pointless support, because something else was important to him. Suddenly he was very surprised when someone burst into his room. After that, his classmate began to tell the circumstances of the case in the captain's ear. Hearing this, Doom looked at him menacingly and asked if he was sure, and he explained that he had seen it himself. Remembering seeing Ruin and Tyrion walking down the hallway, the student said that Ardal, a representative of the same academy, had visited the magic tower. At the same time, Prime clenched his hand into a fist of displeasure as he thought of the Dirty King. He was full of rage and couldn't believe that his master was dating someone other than him. Imagining in his head how the protagonist ran towards his opponents in a recent competition, Doom reflected that he had seen some matches with his participation, and this man put everyone on their ears, so it is rumored that it is difficult to counter him due to the unique magic. Visualizing Ruin unleashing his fiery energy, Prime reasoned that he hadn't paid attention to him because, despite all his hardships and battles, he didn't see him as his rival. As he walked down the hallway to his classmates, Doom realized that he could only arouse curiosity because of his unusual approach to witchcraft. At the same moment, an image of Theron communicating with Ruin appeared in his mind. At the same time, his allies abruptly turned back when they heard an unknown crash. They looked at Prime, who slammed his fist against the wall, and asked what was wrong with him and what had happened. Immediately afterward, Doom gritted his teeth in displeasure and thought that he could not forgive him, because he was the only one worthy of the recognition of the King of Mages. The test story is transferred to the magic door. As he walked inside, Ruin saw someone in front. In front of him was a man unknown to him. Seeing Doom Prime staring menacingly in front of him, the guy immediately knew who he was. Gritting his teeth in displeasure, Doom asked what he had talked about with the Dirty King. Hearing this, the protagonist was a little puzzled and wondered if he was waiting for him there just for this question. Clenching his hands into fists, Prime asked him to simply answer, which surprised Ruin even more. Looking seriously in front of him, the guy asked if he really had to answer him. Drawing his blade from its sheath after hearing this, Doom said that he owed him nothing. Releasing his inner energy, Prime explained that he just had to hear the answer. Standing in a fighting stance, the protagonist thought that a murderous aura was emanating from him. Enveloping his fists in the energy of the flames, Ruin asked if he was challenging him, and explained that they were now at the tournament. Looking menacingly in front of him, Doom said that if there was no other way, he would have to. At the same moment, the guy looked menacingly in front of him. A moment later, his opponent unleashed his inner energy. Prime stared furiously straight ahead. Everything around was illuminated with blue energy. The protagonist stood in a fighting stance and realized that he was definitely strong, because he did not see a single weakness. Looking in front of him, Ruin was puzzled, remarking that he wasn't even lingering, and was he really going to draw his sword outside the competition ground? At the same time, Doom began to draw his blade from its scabbard. Suddenly, the guys were very surprised when they were stopped. In front of them in the middle of the corridor stood Irene Prius. A girl with white hair approached the guys, saying that it was interesting that they were all in the same place, and asked if there was any meeting planned. Spreading his hands to the sides, the protagonist explained that nothing was planned, but he was already thinking about how to introduce himself, and Irene asked without her. Immediately afterward, Prime walked away in displeasure. With a sigh of relief, Ruin asked if he always behaved as he pleased. Smiling, the girl with white hair said that this situation is an exception to the rule, and usually you can't get a word out of it, which greatly surprised the guy. Imagining in her head how Doom worships the Wizard King, Prius reveals that he loses his temper in situations involving the Lord and wants him to recognize him and set him apart from everyone else. Looking at her thoughtful acquaintance, Irene said that it should be noted that such individual meetings were not at all characteristic of the Dirty King, and he noticed that it turned out that Prime might think that he had received special attention from the king. After his words, the girl with white hair suddenly smiled, which surprised the protagonist. Looking in front of her, the Prius asked that when he was 1v1 with him, he seriously planned to fight, and Ruin replied that of course not, and he didn't want to be disqualified. Waving his hands, the guy explained that, most likely, Doom Prime did not want to fight for real and probably only intended to scare him. Irene leaned towards him and asked if it had worked. Imagining the image of Doom Prime with his arms folded to his chest, the protagonist said that he was like a wall that could not be broken through by a conventional attack. Looking at his hand, Ruin noticed that this was not all. Looking at his girlfriend, the guy said that he did not think that he would lose, and no matter how thick the wall was, in a few blows it would go. Hearing this, the white-haired girl laughed, remarking that he was indeed a strange guy, and the protagonist said that she could see that he himself was quite strong. As Doom walked down the hallway, the Prius remarked that he had to be careful anyway, because Prime knew no mercy. Doom stared menacingly in front of him, and Irene added that what had happened today would keep an eye on him. Immediately after this narration, the story moves to the dormitory of Ignite Academy with a brown roof. Lying on his arm, Jason noticed that it was a complete disappointment. Placing his hand on his shoulder, Ruin said that everything was fine, because everyone was working hard. Throwing up his hands to the sides, Henkies agreed with this and said that they had managed to take 4th place in the team competition without Ruin's help, and in fact it was akin to a miracle. Looking at his friend, the academy student noticed that it was sad that their winning streak had been interrupted, but they showed everyone that they were no longer trailing at the bottom of the list. Suddenly, their classmate came into the house with bags and asked who wanted a coconut vanilla drink, and Henkies asked what Ruin's plans were, because it was soon time for an individual duel. Taking the drink in his hand, the guy explained that, of course, he planned to win. Opening a can of soda, the protagonist stated that he had to stay at the top, and reflected that at the moment he was aiming for 1st place in the ranking of individual competitions. Ruin then imagined Irene Prius's magic releasing magic in his head. After that, the guy remembered the image of a snidely grinning Chkurka. At the same time, the protagonist visualized Alien Malkin using his magic. He also thought of Doom Prime's blade-wielding blade, and thought that he was standing shoulder to shoulder with the leaders of the competition, and therefore, if nothing significant happened, the next game was especially important. Imagining a huge flying island in his head, Ruin reasoned that this battle for survival, namely a battle royale between representatives of 32 schools, starting from the top of a man-made island, and the 1st place winner would receive 32 points, and the last 1 point. Visualizing people on the podium, the guy thought that points would be awarded for the quality of performance, so changes in the rating were inevitable. Strongly against his classmates, Henke stated that he believed he would prove himself well, and asked if he should prepare like everyone else, which surprised the protagonist. Looking at Ruin sitting next to him, Jason said that in the sense that other representatives were already forming alliances, and he was very surprised. Imagining a huge crowd belittling a lonely, the guy reflected that in order to survive the upcoming battle, it is allowed to create alliances, and dividing everyone into allies and opponents, as well as forming a strong group, is considered an effective tactic. From the window of the house, an academy student could be seen sitting at a table with friends, explaining that everyone would move in groups, and he would not be able to fight them alone. Looking at Ruin, who was silently holding his head, Henkies asked what about those who had supported them during Arrow Ball. Imagining the image of Irene with flowing hair in his head, the guy thought that, of course, she was the first person who came to mind. Lowering his head down, the protagonist reasoned that there was no guarantee that she would unite with him, and even if she did, she needed someone else. At the same moment, Valkyrie burst into the dormitory of the academy, who offered to unite. Smiling broadly, Ruin remembered that there was also him. Running out of the house, Ida's representative said that he might not even think of throwing him in the midst of the competition, and he noted that it was not for him to talk about it. Smiling happily, the guy reflected that his friend was sincere, and he could trust him as a member of the team. Running away from his new ally, the protagonist said that they needed to team up with another person as soon as possible, so he had to keep up. He asked him to stop, asking who else he had in mind. The guys were standing in front of a huge crowd of people who said that it was a great pity, and maybe they should try again, although she was not at their level, because I heard that she had refused everyone who proposed forming an alliance, so no one understood if she wanted to team up with anyone at all. Looking dumbfounded in front of him, Valkyrie could not believe what was happening. He saw the flag fluttering in the wind. The representative of the Ita Institute looked at the protagonist standing near the door and asked if he was really trying to invite Irene Prius, who was one of the strongest candidates for victory, and if he knew her, to which he received a positive answer. Spreading his hands to the sides, Valkyrie asked if they were close and that he would be on the same team with Irene herself, and Ruin asked him to calm down, because they hadn't even asked yet. Putting his hand on his chest, the representative of the Institute Ita noticed that she seemed to refuse everyone who offered, and asked what would happen if she refused them, and the guy replied that there was no need to think about bad things in advance, and wondered why he behaved as if they had come to confess their feelings to her. Suddenly, the protagonist glanced to the side when he heard Irene's voice, saying that she was waiting for him. A girl with white hair was standing near the ruin, leaning against the wall. Prius smiled broadly and suggested that they begin their meeting with a discussion of the plan. The guys put maps of a huge island on the table and studied it. Glancing sharply to the side, Ruin asked if she was saying that the largest alliance included 14 people. Imagining in her head Dalian Malkin from the Holy Magic School of Frelia, who uses healing magic, Irene said that the group had gathered around him, and he was a genius who was always in the top 5 contenders for victory. Looking at her new ally, the white-haired girl explained that he mainly used light magic and light magic. Thinking about what he had heard, Mulkuri said that they would not take him in numbers, so, as expected, his group would be the most nerve-wracking. Suddenly, the guys were very surprised when the guy said that this was not the only problem at all. Visualizing the image of Doom Prime releasing his inner energy, the protagonist stated that he would also be a problem. Hearing this, his allies were extremely dumbfounded. With an expression full of seriousness, Ruin stated that the course of the competition would depend on his actions. Then the narrative of the story shifted to the moment when a huge ship was flying over the ground and someone asked if everyone was wearing protective equipment. Holding the armor made of metal in his hands, the man explained that if its durability was exhausted, they would be automatically excluded from the competition and teleported off the island, so they should keep this in mind. Immediately after that, a huge white and gold ship sailed up to the shore. After that, a huge number of students left it. Mulkuri trembled with emotion and said that they had not yet begun, and he was already very nervous. Looking out for an island in the distance, a representative of the Ida Institute asked if they needed to survive for 72 hours, to which he received a positive answer. At this time, all the guys on the island looked at Doom in fright. Looking menacingly ahead, Ruin noticed that Prime had been expected to go it alone, and Irene had said that he was right, but no one looked down on him. Then the voice of a guy reverberated around the area, suggesting that they go get a boat and go to the island, and the girl with white hair agreed with him, while Malkiri asked him to wait for him. After some time, the guys sailed on a wooden boat to the protective barrier of the island. Then they managed to penetrate it. Touching the magical barrier with her hand, Prius assumed that this was their safe zone, and Ruin noted that this was indeed the case, and the barrier would shrink over time. Suddenly, rushing forward with his allies, the guy suggested hurrying up and taking a good place before everyone else. This whole island was covered with a huge number of trees. Malkiri held on to his stomach, which was rumbling with hunger. The representative of the Ita Institute sat on a tree branch and asked Ruin that he did not want to go against the leader, but whether it was worth buying some food at the entrance, because there were very appetizing snacks. With her arms folded to her chest, Irene wondered if he had agreed that the traps had to be set first, and Mulkuri asked why this ostentatious aloofness was the point, since they were all a team. Suddenly, the guys noticed something behind them. A huge explosion occurred in the forest at the same moment. Looking puzzled in front of him, the representative of the Ita Institute asked if a battle was already going on somewhere. With a snide grin as he watched, Ruin explained that it was their turn, much to the surprise of his ally, and added that he had mentioned that they didn't have to bother buying food because he would have the opportunity to eat his fill. Looking at a small group of sorcerers walking on the ground, the guys stated that their victim was already there. The guys slowly walked through the forest on the island. The apprentice looked at the sorcerer in front of him, puzzled, and asked if they should have taken care of the food later, since it was so inconvenient to walk with such a weight, and the sorcerer asked him to be patient for a while, because there were not many places where food and water could be obtained. Suddenly, out of nowhere, a beam of blue energy appeared. He instantly hit one of the magi, knocking him down. Noticing this, the other guys became alert, saying that it was an ambush. As he collected a huge sphere of blue energy in his hands, Multitarget said that he had been waiting very much for them to appear. A moment later, the representative of the Ita Institute released his internal energy using the Iron Sphere skill. At the same moment, Irene folded her hands together. She then created a huge magic sphere above her head. Puzzled by what was happening, Ruin mused that this was Class 5 ice magic. At the same time, the white-haired girl channeled her energy forward using the Blizzard skill. Looking away in puzzlement, Multitarget said that nothing less could be expected from her, and she had summoned such high-level magic without even breaking a sweat. Suddenly, the representative of the Ita Institute noticed that an attack was approaching him from behind. At this time, a group of sorcerers were using their magic, when suddenly someone said that there were 3 of them, and among them Irene Prius. Continuing to defend themselves from the attack of their opponents, a small detachment received an order to try to block and push them through. Looking menacingly before him, Ruin mused that their opponents were definitely strong mages, and after all, they were representatives of the schools. Immediately after that, he jumped to the ground, reasoning that now it was his turn, making his move. At the same time, a student of the School of Magic looked to the side and asked what the sound was. In front of him, he saw a bush stir suddenly. Putting his hand out in front of him, the sorcerer released his inner energy and asked how dare he. At the same moment, a magical attack headed towards the protagonist. With his menacing gaze forward, Ruin used time refraction. Then, his opponent was extremely frightened when his own attack swept past him. Then, the sphere of magic energy flew through all of his allies and exploded. The guy swung his leg to strike. With a deft movement of his foot, he managed to neutralize one of the opponents. Noticing this, the other sorcerer sent the magical vines forward using the binding tree skill. After the incident, the protagonist soared into the air over his opponents and summoned his flames. Seeing this, the sorcerers began to scatter to the sides, and one of them noticed that it was explosive incendiary mana, so they had to dodge. Suddenly, ice spikes appeared in front of the magic school student. Multitarget opened his mouth wide and yelled at Ruin to put an end to their efforts. At the same moment, the guy was rapidly approaching the leader of a small squad of sorcerers. Immediately after that, a huge magical explosion occurred in the forest. After taking a huge amount of damage, the student of the magic school was lying unconscious on the ground. A moment later, his body was enveloped in yellow energy. The protagonist stood nearby and watched what was happening. Suddenly, he turned back, and the other guys who saw this were very frightened. Standing in front of the members of the small sorcerer squad, Ruin noticed that there were now 3 of them against 4. Hearing this, the student of the magic school gritted his teeth in displeasure. Kneading his fist, the guy asked that they had bought them enough food. There was food in front of them. Someone noticed that there was even meat here. Multitarget picked up an apple, saying that this amount of food would last them for about 3 days. They brought so much that the main character agreed to when he heard that they would enjoy the food for him. The man was frightened when an explosion occurred behind him. The guys turned around to look at what had happened as the master clarified if Dalian's group was heading in the wrong direction, and whoever the attackers were, they were not lacking the courage to go up against a group of more than 10 people. Irene crossed her arms, declaring that this was Doom Prime, and there were not many mages with this level of mana. Multitarget was tense when he remembered that for a year, they did not cross paths. He became much stronger, even goosebumps. The young man imagined Doom Prime brandishing a sword, thought that he was really strong. The door opened ajar. There was no one in the bedroom. The girl stepped into the house, noticing that there was no sign that the others had reached here before. The guy was standing by the bed, offering to rest a little, at the same time to have a snack. The man in anticipation announced that he would introduce them to the taste of iota steak. The girl silently looked away when behind her back the guys discussed that the smell could give them away, so she needed to refrain from meat for now. The hero turned his gaze to the side after being asked how he found out. He pondered, looking ahead, when the girl noticed that everything he had predicted was happening. On the paper, there is a map of the mountains in the middle of the forest. When she spoke of the central settlement as the only place on the island where a large group of people could find shelter, and Dalian Malkin would surely head there. The guy was focused when he added that Doom Prime would also go there. Irene spread her arms to her sides, saying that he would go there alone, even knowing that he would face the largest team. Didn't she ask if it was too risky? Ruin looked at her, replying that he would appear there because it was the best way to win alone, getting a question about how. The lady was surprised to hear about the kill points. Doom put his sword on his shoulder as the young man clarified that he would receive points for each opponent eliminated, and that way of thinking was quite in the spirit of a warrior. The hero closed his eyes, adding that he was just thinking about what he would do in his place. A bead of sweat appeared on his cheek as he thought. Besides, Doom had no choice but to take the risk of somehow attracting the attention of the Dirty King. Irene touched his chin, deducing that Ruin was a suspicious guy. The sun was setting behind the forest, casting rays on the house. The young man offered to make a duty schedule, and the girl volunteered first. There was a full moon in the sky. The main character opened one eye when he was asked to please wake up. The girl was standing by the bed, notifying that they had a guest. The guy went to the window, pulling back the curtains. Behind the bushes nearby, the silhouette of a man could be seen. The two were standing by the window as Ruin clarified if she had checked how many there were. The lady replied that there was only one, and she had also cancelled the light magic so that they wouldn't be detected because she didn't think he was aware of their presence. The young man looked out of the window, stating that he was coming here. The man was fast asleep on the bed when the hero said that he needed to wake him up, and he would stand to guard the entrance just in case. An unknown person was standing near the house. He quickly approached the door. The guy sat behind the wall waiting. The stranger's cloak fluttered in the wind. Ruin was ready, and thought that this is one person, and this is possible. The door began to open. Someone walked into the house without noticing the main character. The guy grabbed him by the hood abruptly. The young man, with a wave of his hand, pushed him in front of him. He attacked him, covering his mouth with his hand. Irene thrust her hands forward, conjuring the light. The guys looked at the detainee, finding out who it was. Ruin removed his hand from his face when Malcury asked that it was the representative of Column Academy, Callus. The guest was lying on the floor, apologizing that he wasn't going to break in. He was just looking for a place to rest, and if he knew they were inside, he wouldn't come in. The main character looked at him, asking if he was alone, to which he received a positive answer. The man carefully pulled back the curtain when the guy was clarifying where the members of his team were, because it seemed to him that there were 6 of them. The guys lowered their heads, looking at him when he announced the Duma. The scoundrel clenched his teeth as he turned, announcing that Doom had eliminated them. There were people standing on the path in the forest. The guest began his story by saying that at the beginning of the trial, they boldly moved forward, since their alliance was quite numerous. They were going to ambush Makin's group and earn themselves kill points. The young people opened their mouths in surprise. The guy was talking about how this bastard had appeared then. He was targeting them, the group that had separated to look for food. The girl was surprised, asking what he wanted to say. Doom eliminated the group of 6 people on his own. Callus objected that not exactly, because he eliminated only one, because the guys went on the defensive, and the real trouble came later. The team put out their hands, starting to conjure. The young man said that they desperately defended themselves, but did not survive. Only 2, including him, were able to survive and escape. The beaten warriors continued to walk as he clarified that this was not the end. Callus stared at the incumbent as he was wrapped in energy, remembering that Doom had reappeared in front of them just then. The young man lay on the floor, gritting his teeth, told that at first he himself unleashed a fight with them. Then, when the battle gained momentum, he hid and waited for it to end, and then followed them, who managed to escape not without injuries. The main character was focused when he thought about the fact that he analyzed the situation and acted in a way that was beneficial to him, and this is quite wise. Doom knows how to benefit. The guest, lying on the floor, raised his head, telling the guys that in this connection he would like to ask, and rather impudently on his part, but could they accept him into their team? Malcury touched his chin and said that despite his fatigue, he thought like a strategist. The girl's face changed, asking again, after the young man refused the guy. The hero sat on Callus, clarifying how he was able to escape. Ruin narrowed his eyes, saying that if they were talking about Doom, he would never leave him alone, even if he was wounded. The man stretched out a finger forward, agreeing that it was. The hero restrained the guest on the floor, assuming that there were 3 possible options. Either he was lying, or Doom had deliberately spared him, and now he was hiding somewhere, watching the situation. The guy opened his eyes wide as he began to scan. He looked at the young man, receiving information that identification was impossible. The young man swung his fist, realizing that he was not Callus after all. The owl jumped down from the tree, spreading its wings. A headless body was lying on the floor when one of the guys suggested that it was a puppet. The 2 looked at the guy who said that he needed to hurry up. He looked out the window, saying that he had to leave right now. The sun was rising from behind the mountains. As the guys walked down the path, when the man said that it was most likely that Callus was removed by the same person who created the puppet, therefore, there is a high probability that all members of Callus's group were eliminated, Iris remarked that in fact, what the puppet said could be true. The guys looked at her when the girl added that although she had someone on her mind who could do it. She stiffened, exclaiming about Churky. The villain was operating magic ropes tied to his fingers when the heroine began to tell that as one of the 11 chosen children, he was the best student at the Delphiniac College of Magic, and had also excelled in creating potions and puppets, and among other things, Churky was a member of Dalian Makin's group. Ruin clutched his chin, realizing that they were surrounded by enemies on all sides. The guys were standing on the path when the hero assumed that Churky had discovered them with the help of a puppet, and he was sure that after that the other teams would also hunt them. The dome was blocking off part of the forest when the young man added that, however, the western part would soon become inaccessible due to the narrowing of the barrier, and he was asked if he had any ideas. The guy raised his hand, holding something in it, replied that there is a saying from the waters of the ocean of Mazaroth, you need to use pirates to fight pirates. Ruin turned around, stating that they had to catch opponents with the help of opponents. In the middle of the forest there was a house. Someone asked Churka if he had found out their location. The scoundrel put his hand on his face, noting that they were hiding in the western part of the island like rats. He was almost able to outwit them, but, unfortunately, at the very last moment he was brought out into the open. Malkin was perplexed, asking about how his puppet was exposed. The young man smiled broadly, answering that he did not know, and he even doubted, suddenly slammed with all his strength, and that's it. The guy touched his chin after being asked what he was going to do. The protagonist was shown shrouded in magic when he thought that all three were problematic opponents. Malkin frowned, stating that they would capture them, directing all their combat power. The rays of the sun passed through the branches of the trees. The guys walked one after another along the forest path. Malkin turned around, noting that they would soon be at the western base. In front of them, a huge blow of energy was struck. Cherky closed his eyes, saying that it looked like a battle had unfolded. How noisily they were fighting. The scoundrel noted that in this case, so should Ruin. The guys rushed forward, saying that it was time to score points. Malkin watched the guys from afar in the thick of energy. The main character stepped back, shouting to turn around, because this is an ambush. The scoundrel drew his magic weapon, shouting for the holy arrow. He opened his eyes wide, asking that this wasn't Ruin. A powerful beam of magic struck the forest. The young people were sitting in a tree when the girl spoke of Malkin's holy magic, and everything is going according to plan. Multitarget ate an apple, noting that all the creatures ran as soon as they heard their fireworks, and they were not even there. The lady asked what they should do next. Ruin rose to his feet, stating that he needed to go there and collect all the kill points. The scoundrel turned back in panic. The guy was flying with an attack from the back of the opponents. Smoke rose higher as Malkin looked back. The guys stood behind the enemy, exclaiming that the Ruin had appeared. Irene looked at the team, explaining that Dalian's group had thinned out. Apparently the story about Doom was true. The man noticed that they were still outnumbered. The guys were looking to the side when three people appeared in front of them. Multitarget frowned, asking if this was a temporary alliance, adding that the attempt was not torture. The scoundrel and his henchmen stood opposite, exclaiming that even if united, there were only 6 of them, and there was no need to hide, but to advance. A stream of energy swept over the man's shoulder. The guy was on fire, laughing. Malkin and company stood in front of the flames. The scoundrel opened his eyes wide as the ground cracked beneath his feet. The heroes turned their attention downwards, saying that this power. The hero opened his eyes wide, thinking about the Duma. The man abruptly shifted to the side, using magic. The young man watched the clash of opponents from the sidelines. Multitarget was tense, asking that this bastard was showing by these actions that while they were on their side, Irene noticed that there seemed to be a replenishment in their temporary alliance. Ruin looked away, thinking that he wanted to get rid of Malkin's group first, since all the survivors were here. Perhaps they would soon know the outcome of the match. Cherky put his palms forward, wondering why he was attacking them. It was Doom and everyone needed to run to the base. The scoundrel was displeased, ordering not to run away because they had to unite and fight back. The young man clenched his fists, saying that they also needed to make their move. Ruin opened his eyes wide, using the refraction of time. The guys fought with the help of magic, striking blows. The young man swung his fist, asking how they dared. With all his might, he struck the ground, causing an earthquake. The hero was surprised, watching what was happening. The man jumped over the guy, heading towards the Ruin. The man was looking at his opponent with concentration. He passed by, calling the young man by name. Doom narrowed his eyes, saying that he would get rid of it with his own hands. The man swung his sword, heading to the side. The young man exhaled, looking after him. The men sat at the table, discussing that in this way the 10 finalists were determined, and it included all those who were supposed to. Tyron leaned on a chair, wondering if Ruin had promised to show that he was better than 11 chosen children. The old man replied that he was interested himself. The king looked away thoughtfully, not knowing if he could do it. In his mind, Doom brandished his sword as he wondered if he could defeat the rascal. The bright sun illuminated the house in the forest. The guy was waving his arms, training. Ruin clenched his fists as he practiced his movements. It was said that they had settled in Base B, located near the center of the island. Malkin and Cherky stood back to back, and Doom looked menacingly to the side, when the young man revealed that as a result of the last battle, only Dalian and Cherky remained from the largest alliance. A group of survivors, who temporarily became their allies, disappeared along with the villain. A system notification popped up about a recurring task, when Ruin noted that it was great, because for the first time in a long time he had managed to complete the task. The guy turned around when the front door opened. The girl beamed with a smile when he clarified whether she was already awake. Irene came closer, asking if the guy had trained, to which she received a positive answer that her whole body was itching, even after what had happened. There were dishes on the table when she told me that Multitarget had left her portion, so let him eat, he'd come in too. The lady bit off a piece of meat. She was very surprised, exclaiming. Ruin walked into the kitchen, noting that it was delicious, and the man surprisingly turned out to be a good cook. The hero was approaching the table when Irene said that she had gone to bed without saying anything. Apologizing, he replied that it was not worth it, because she was probably tired after duty. The guy poured hot tea into a mug. The couple was sitting at the table when the girl addressed him. He was surprised to ask again, that she had long wanted to ask something. Irene put her hands on the table, wondering what he planned to do after graduation. The hero, folding his hands, asked why she was interested. The girl replied that this was just curiosity, because his approach seemed to be extremely unique, so she thought that he would not follow the standard path either. The rivals looked around as he revealed that as soon as the magi who compete here enter society, they begin to live in symbiosis. The knight stood behind the mage, the guy paced from his robe, and the hero looked at a mug of tea when it was mentioned that they could join a knightly order in their homeland, defend the country as a member of the Empire's army, become a servant of the Mage Tower, or join a special group to earn money, all of which are the so-called standard ways. The lady asked again, in that case, what about her? Ruin sat next to her at the table, replying that to be honest, he had no idea, he hadn't even thought about it yet. He held a mug of tea, noting that he had been the worst student until this year. He couldn't waste time thinking about the future because he was worried about whether he would become a mage at all. He closed his eyes, believing that after this competition and returning to the academy, a couple of ideas would definitely appear. The guy looked at the girl, asking what about her. She replied that, to be honest, she didn't know yet. Irene lowered her gaze, saying that she had never been sure what kind of magician she should become. She had always acted as others said, something like, a girl should become a great magician. The young man silently watched the lady drink tea. The lady put the mug on the table, saying that it led to that. The girl folded her hands on the table, stating that she would like to fight Doom first. Irene looked at her interlocutor menacingly, assuming that after that she would understand what kind of mage she would like to become. Ruin stared at her silently, thinking about the battle with Doom Prime. The girl looked at her rival when it was explained that for Irene, who always took second place, he became a mountain that must be climbed, a kind of homework that must be done. The hero smiled, agreed, reflected that he respected her for these ambitions. The girl, closing her eyes, thought that everyone had problems that needed to be solved, and thanked them. The full moon hung in the sky. The guys were standing at the window, talking about the fact that the barrier was narrowing faster and faster, and they thought that they should leave this place within an hour. Multitarget looked at the map to the boy, noting that in this case, the only safe place for the night would be Base A in the central settlement. Irene replied that assuming Malkan and Cherky were hiding there, then taking over the village would not be a bad idea. Ruin looked at the map, adding that he must not forget that Doom might be waiting for them there. The man looked out the window, saying that after all, wait for others to join the battle. Once, the girl explained that then they would be in danger of the barrier, if there were still options. Multitarget put his hands behind his head, asking if they could pounce on them themselves. Ruin listened carefully to the guys that it was not worth attracting attention. Now everything was on guard. Irene turned when the hero suggested one thought. He spread his arms to the sides, saying that there weren't many people left. At this stage, climbing even one rank would earn him a lot of points, and as the lady had said, everyone would tread carefully. The guys watched attentively, listening to the fact that, moreover, since they had already attracted the attention of their opponents by making a fuss this morning, there was a high probability that most would not react to every rustle. The young man looked at his friends, explaining that this was their chance to get Doom. The villain was sitting on a chair, holding a sword in his hand, when the main character said that Malkan and Cherky had lost their team members today. The remaining survivors, the weakest of all, would hide, but Doom would definitely show up, because he was confident in his abilities. Ruin looked away, adding that if left unattended, he would be in trouble. Irene clenched her fists, wondering where to find him. The guy put his hand on his chest, asking him to leave it to him, and he would bring him into them. A trail of energy writhed into the distance. The guy quickly ran, Strand wondering how he was going to find the Doom. Looking at the minimap, he replied that they could figure out how many people were inside the base. The hero ran along the path, saying that if there are 3 of them, then they are survivors. If there are 2, then Malkan and Cherky and Doom will obviously be there. A red dot was marked on the map and exclamations about what he had found. The guy was standing in front of the house. He came closer to the door. The hero was furious, urging Doom to come out alive. The door shattered as someone attacked it. The young man watched from the side as someone came out. The scoundrel looked at the young man in anger. The guy was calm, asking if he had slept well, and they needed to go somewhere. The man stared silently to the side. Multitarget raised his hands, asking if Doom had captured him, and Ruin replied that he had brought him here. The man was shocked, clarifying why he had brought him. He was supposed to secretly track him down and set up an ambush. The main character closed his eyes, answering that he had not planned anything like this. He turned, addressing his opponent. The guy put his hand in his pocket, informing him that his opponent would not be him, but Miss Irene. The man was dumbfounded, not understanding what was happening here. The scoundrel exhaled silently. He crossed his arms, noting that he did not think that she was his rival, heard the answer that perhaps this one was so. Doom looked in her direction, saying that if she was eliminated now, the Dirty King would be disappointed. She should hold out a little longer to rank up. The opponent swallowed his tongue when she replied that no, that was not her goal in this competition. The girl was growing an energy ball, saying that defeating it was her goal. Ruin closed his eyes, exhaling, thinking about how that girl was strong, but always in second place. I heard that she was terribly worried about always losing to the first place, the Doom. He imagined her looking away, realizing that this was part of his individual task. He could not go into details, and there was no need to ask him about it. Irene stared in front of her, as she thought that she would then know what kind of mage she wanted to become. The hero silently watched the girl cast spells. She held the energy ball in her hands with a menacing look. The lady gave off her energy, calling for a snowstorm. Doom shielded himself with his sword from the bright glow. Blue magic spread around after the explosion. Irene stared at her opponent. A red flash went sharply to the sides. The ground around cracked, pillars of light coming out of the cracks. The scoundrel lowered his sword, remaining on a piece of earth. His eyes lit up with a bright red color. The girl closed one eye, trying to resist his attack. The two guys were standing to the side as the man asked Ruin if it was normal for them to just stand by and watch. The guy closed his eyes in tension and was silent. Doom gritted his teeth as he attacked. A powerful beam of energy headed towards his opponent. The lady opened her mouth in surprise, realizing that she would not be able to dodge. Suddenly, the protagonist stood in front of Irene, protecting her from the flow of flames. The girl was stunned as she called out to the young man, who told her that he had promised to let her fight him, but they had not agreed that he would eliminate her. The guy turned back, adding that he could not lose a precious comrade for the sake of victory. Enraged, Ruin stared ahead, shouting at Doom to allow him to fight. The scoundrel lowered his head, asking if he was alone or with that small fish. Malcury was angry, calling him a son of a bitch. The main character came closer, explaining that of course, it is somehow not cool for him to go two against one. The boy looked at his friends behind him, talking about what he had learned from Sir Galta how to fight against an enemy with a sword. A knight was shown with a sword in his hands, and his leg. The hero quoted in his head that the most important thing for a knight is his legs. They give strength to the sword, and allow you to predict the actions of the enemy. Ruin clenched his hands into fists, wondering what if he kept a close eye on Doom's legs. The enemy rushed sharply into the attack. He saw the impact of his foot on the ground. The guy opened his eyes wide, realizing that he needed to act now. The young man crouched, dodging the sweeping blow of Doom's sword. The hero smiled, thinking that it was wonderful. His face lit up with energy, after which he was surprised. The scoundrel raised his hand upwards, spraying a huge stream of magic upwards. Drops of blood fell to the ground. Ruin clutched his hand when he heard that his opponent was not a knight, but a mage. He clenched his teeth in pain as Doom talked about how people thought swordsmen couldn't do much because they weren't quite mages and not quite knights. The man held out his sword in front of him, stating that they only thought so because they hadn't met a real swordsman. The ground heaved as the enemy rushed to attack the wounded hero. The young man dodged over and over again, from sweeping sword blows. After another attack, the villain offered to try to respond to this. The hero clenched his teeth with tension, realizing that he had not yet faced such an opponent. He remembered his previous battle with the ball in his hands, chasing away the thoughts in his head that all the times before, during battles with mages, he had attacked in the moment of their weakness, when they summoned their spells. The enemy was attacking, Ruin reasoning that Doom Prime would neutralize this flaw with his sword. The young man put his leg forward, getting ready. A cut on his arm was shown, and it was said that it was called a radiant mark. The opponent slowly approached the guy, explaining that his wound would ache from every movement, and at some point he, like Irene, would not be able to lift a finger. Doom frowned, suggesting that he should put an end to this now. A ray of lilac magic appeared from the ground. The opponent developed large black wings as he held the magic orb in his hands. Friends were stunned to realize what it was. The hero opened his eyes wide, thinking that this was 5th grade natural magic. The energy flared up, blowing chunks of earth and feathers around. He used kitten's wings. The light was rapidly spreading in all directions. Mulcury flew back screaming as she caught the ground. Doom thrust his hands forward, sending out powerful energy. Ruin hid behind a boulder, chasing in his head what one would expect from a man, that every year he won a magic festival, and he was really strong. The young man began to tear his sleeve with his teeth. He made a tourniquet, tying it around his leg. The guy looked away in alarm. The ring on his finger emitted a bright light. Doom stood in the middle of the scorched earth in the forest. He exhaled, and with a menacing look, told Ruin that he had expected at least something, but was completely disappointed. The main character peeked out from behind the rock, admitting it. He came out of hiding, saying that the enemy was so strong that for a moment it seemed as if there was an insurmountable wall in front of him. Doom frowned, asking what he wanted to say, that he was giving up. The hero quickly looked in his direction, denying it, because he could not do so. All the relatives and friends of the young man were shown when he explained that many people believe in him. The guy stretched out his fist, showing the ring, said that because of this, he only wanted to destroy it more. The scoundrel exhaled, asking if he was in his right mind. The enemy took the sword in his hand, saying that he would teach him a lesson so that he would not dare to open his mouth again. Ruin spread his arms to his sides, summoning the ogre's fury magic. The energy was in the air. The guy noticed that Doom was watching his chin. The opponents rushed towards each other. The scoundrel brandished his weapon, shouting about who would have said that if he did not dodge, he might actually die. The guy clenched his teeth, swinging his fist. Doom stopped his slash with his sword, emitting a bright light. The rivals looked at each other with hatred. The ring rested on the blade of the sword. A system notification popped up stating that by using the power of invulnerability, there was a small chance of withstanding any physical force that affected his body. The sword shattered into pieces, unable to resist the magic ring. Doom's eyes opened wide as the shards of the weapon and the blood splattered apart. He was stunned by what had happened, holding a broken sword in his hands. His shoulder was cut when he asked how. Ruin unexpectedly undercut, kicking him. The scoundrel fell on his back. The opponent looked away in surprise. The hero lowered his head, asking to be told one thing. The guy towered over his rival, saying that he had no enemies, this arrogant belief that there was no one better than him, and this was exactly the reason for his failure. The young man swung his fist, about to carry out an attack. Doom lay on the ground, his eyes wide. Ruin, sitting on it, struck one blow after another, and the energy flew to the sides. The guys stood silently at the feet of the scoundrel. Multitarget put his hand on his chest, saying that his heart would almost jump out of his chest if Ruin had lost. He would definitely not have had a chance. The hero explained that he was just lucky. He almost lost himself. The young man drew attention to the upset girl. Irene stared at her feet in silence. The guy threw up his hands, apologizing to the lady for interfering in her battle. She closed her eyes, smiling, made it clear that she should ask for forgiveness. The girl bowed her head, explaining that due to her selfish desire, she had put the entire team in jeopardy by apologizing. A drop of sweat rolled down the boyfriend's cheek as he objected that she had failed to achieve her goal in this match because of him. Irene turned around, following the path, told him to forget, this goal was no more. The lady looked away, explaining that she was not interested in Doom now. She pointed her finger at him, saying that now she was interested in the hero. The young man smiled, saying that it would not be easier with him. The girl smiled back, answering that she was ready for this. She added that he should wait, because one day the girl would surpass the guy, no matter what it cost her. The guys defended themselves hard when it was said that in this way, including 5 participants, Malken and Cherky fought with all their might. Irene and Multitarget conjured with their hands. The guy said that they could not oppose anything to their team. A bright flash occurred in the depths of the forest. Particles of magic swirled in the air. The defeated opponents lay on the ground. Malken was ablaze with energy, being unconscious. The guys stood next to them, exhaling. The main character put his hands in his pockets. Noticing that the 3 of them remained glued, the man remarked that who would have thought that they would go so far. Ruin looked at them, warning them that he was not going to give in to them. Irene put her hand on her waist, stating that at this stage she was giving up, not in the best condition now, and sadly, but offered to fight another time when both were in shape. The young man smiled, answering that he understood, and would consider it a promise, banishing the thought in his head that it was quite understandable that the lady was tired. Multitarget closed one eye, wondering what his turn meant, saying that even though the guy was the leader, he wouldn't back down so easily. The man had treated him lightly last time, but this time. The main character stood up, asking if they would start right away. The man flew high to the side, shouting that he had asked to wait. The young man joyfully exclaimed that long live the winner, the representative of their academy. Young people sat at the table, calling for the Ruin to raise mugs. The guys approached the guy, saying that he was not in the dormitory, so they realized that he would be here. In front of him stood his friends Irene and Multitarget. The girl crossed her arms, saying that they could not miss the congratulatory party in honor of Ruin, with whom they shared joys and sorrows, so they came here with Mr. The young man leaned his hand against his head, listening carefully as the man asked that she was shutting herself off again because the competition was over. She explained that she was the only one who decided how to address them. Ruin dreamed, looking at them, that everyone was behaving as before. After the battle for survival, he was the only winner. The hero remembered the villain with the outstretched debris, his girlfriend, and Malken, reasoning that Doom Prime had received a lot of kill points, but his rank had dropped a lot due to the relatively low number of survival points. The other candidates for victory, Malken and Irene, had also fallen below him. If he could continue like this. The guys threw him with a cup in his hand. He continued that victory would no longer be just a dream. The young man looked with loving eyes, noticing that who would have thought that he would sit at the same table with Irene Prius. Now he could die. The team was sitting at the table when he shouted that they needed to shudder once again for the goddess who had descended to them, to which the girl asked not to say so. She closed her eyes, smiling. The hero watched her with a smile. The sign of the establishment was shown on the street, when there was an exclamation that they should have a drink. The man was standing at the locker when they were discussing the need to be quieter behind his back. Doom hears everything. He was looking in the closet, thinking that he had lost. A shattered sword lay in front of his eyes. When he realized that he had slackened, he didn't expect that he would aim at the man's sword and not him. Doom recalled the moment of the punch, reasoning that he had been able to notice it at the very moment he had put up his sword as a defense, but had been unable to prevent it. The warrior lowered his head, realizing that he had lost right in front of the Dirty King. Doom asked if the Dirty King was looking for him from the man behind him on the bench, who replied that not yet. The magician behind said that there was no need to worry so much. Most likely, he did not call a man, for his own good. Knowing that he was tired and needed to rest, the scoundrel apologized, saying that he needed to be alone now. He got up from the bench, saying that he would leave now, and let Doom call if necessary. The man stood silently at the locker. He stood with his back to him, thinking of nothing. The sun shone on the decorated street, where shouts were heard that Ardal had defeated the Doom, and that the next generation of mages was here. The old man looks down silently. Tyrion turned and said in his mind that he expected to show his best side, but no one could have expected such a great feat, for he did not expect that the GG would defeat Doom. Theron approached the man and noticed that after Ruin's victory, a smile did not leave his face, and this hurt his pride as an organizer. And you can't look at the face of that snot in the competition hall without tears. The gray-haired man looked away in surprise and could not believe that it was all over. The sun shone on the two figures on the balcony, and the words that the great festival was coming to an end swept through the wind. The spectators looked forward happily, and the hero said that it has been a few days since the end of the battle of survival, and in the meantime, in the group competition, they secured 4th place with a total score of 5 wins and 2 losses, but unfortunately, in the last game they lost the battle for 3rd place, but for them, called the Post-Academia, this was already akin to a miracle. Someone is walking, and the protagonist added that they only have the final individual match left. The squad stands pathetically in the middle of the arena, and Ardal explained that this match is a triathlon. An image of students surrounded by magic appeared, and the hero revealed that it was an obstacle course on the outskirts of the city, divided into 3 categories, namely athletics, martial arts, and swimming, and since it was a battle between magicians, it was possible to walk the path by riding a summoned beast, or to traverse time and space by teleportation. The guy approached the protagonist and asked how he was feeling now. The crowd looks at the arena in anticipation, and Mulcahy notices that everyone is shouting Ardal's name, and then asks what it feels like to be the center of attention of this competition. The hero turned around and replied that it was still difficult for him to say, because he still did not understand what he felt. The protagonist looked down and thought that he wanted to enjoy this amazing moment, but he couldn't yet. Doom looks forward confidently, and the guy mentally said that it was too early to celebrate the victory until the final winner was determined. Clouds float across the sunny sky. The bald man put his hands on his chest and sarcastically said that there was an individual competition today, so he wouldn't give in, so Ardal would have to try to dodge. Yosadiai raised his pistol and shouted for all the participants to get ready. The girl leaned forward. The blond man looks ahead seriously. The young man adjusted his monocle. A shot rang out. The participants rushed forward, and someone shouted that he was calling for a combat defender, and the second participant said that he was going invisible. The audience looks at the departing contenders. The man turned around in surprise and told you all to take a look there. The hero is standing near the column, and someone shouted that the protagonist is not leaving. The guy smiled mysteriously. Dust rises from running people. Students rush forward in different ways. A crowd of goblins appeared in front of the participants, and the girl assumed that they must have been tired by this time. The guy flies and suggests that the 3 of them form an alliance, to which the blonde replied that Malkin likes to team up with someone. The horse gallops on the ground. The guy swung. Doom destroyed a squad of monsters with the help of flames. The tired girl runs forward and says that the other side intends to act in their own way, and the young man says that he has known him for 6 years, but Doom is so difficult to be friends with, so he has decided that everyone will be for himself. Fear played on the strings of the goblin's subconscious, whose green eyes reflected the apprentice. Doom killed his opponent with a merciless blow. The guy looked away excitedly and tried to understand why he was still gone. The brunette dealt with another monster and assumed that the hero ran very far, but then realized that this could not be. Irene and Malkin combined their attacks, and Doom added that he was in front of everyone from the start, with only the 2 of them nearby. The bearded man turned and realized that he was still behind. An unexpected question about the location of the protagonist took the girl by surprise, who turned around in surprise and asked to repeat. The guy took the blade out of the goblin's body and asked why Ardal wasn't here yet, to which the blonde replied that she didn't know and agreed that it was really strange. An image of monsters appeared, and the girl added that they had been ahead of everyone for a long time, and no one, including the hero, showed up. The sweaty Malkin looked down and said that it was right, because enough time had passed to catch up with them, but no one had done it. The temporary squad looked back in surprise. A dark silhouette appeared in a cloud of dust. Someone stopped abruptly. The protagonist stands in front of his comrades and says that he has finally caught up with them. Doom looked ahead in exasperation. Irene turned and wanted to know what about the rest of the participants. Ardal smiled and pathetically replied that they were no longer there. Some time ago, Tola looked at each other and tried to understand why the hero was standing and doing nothing. The protagonist put his hand on his head and thought about how he had been waiting for this day ever since he had decided to participate in the great festival. And as someone who had been training endurance for more than half a year, he was more than confident in this match. The guy runs away from the projectile and realizes that he is a melee mage. He will find himself in an extremely disadvantageous position, opening his back to the opponents following him. Ardal leaned over and said in his mind that he needed a strategy. The hero, overwhelmed with determination, looked ahead. The protagonist abruptly rushed from his place and realized that he needed to eliminate everyone, one by one. The disciples look back in horror. The guy is rapidly reducing the number of participants, and added that after the 24th he stopped counting. The young man runs away from defeated opponents. The bald man turned in surprise. Mulkuri looks at the hero in horror and tries to understand when he managed to catch up with him. The protagonist smiled sweetly and asked if he understood what was about to happen. The guy tilted his head dramatically and enthusiastically realized that their endless battle had begun again. The young man swung and asked for forgiveness. Ardal sent his friend on a flight. The bald man disappeared into the sky, and only his cry echoed around him. The girl raised her hand in fear and clarified that he had eliminated everyone else. The hero turned around and replied that this was only partially true, because they could try to enter the race again. Ardal smiled maniacally and said that at the moment, there were no other participants except them. Doom gritted his teeth in irritation and turned to the hero. The guy turned around and seriously stated that this time everything would be different. The participants look at the protagonist. Smoke rises from someone's swift footsteps, and Doom said that he would like to point a sword at the guy right now, but several people are still chasing them. Blue energy began to envelop the bearded man. The guy mounted his horse. Doom turned and said that they would see each other ahead. The rider began to rapidly move away from the group. Malkin turned and suggested in exasperation that he was going to force his way forward. The guy approaches the castle and shouts that there is a trap area. The hero silently watches this scene. An image of chains and spikes has appeared. A trap area, once this lock stuffed with traps, served to protect treasures, but now that all the valuables have been captured, the traps that exist serve as obstacles in the competition. It is a dangerous place where you can get mortal wounds if you recklessly rush forward. A girl and a boy have formed a blue field, so the safe and recommended way to pass is to neutralize traps in advance. So this zone becomes an ideal testing ground for magical knowledge and skills to cope with crisis situations. The hero knocked on the wall and noticed that the neutralization took too long. The protagonist looked up, and Strand suggested that he wanted to destroy the wall, to which the young man replied that it was Drax's method. The sun illuminates the structure, and the assistant said that he still couldn't break through such a dense wall, to which Ardal replied that he knew it. The hero turned around and explained that these were the ruins of an abandoned castle, and the bear realized that he was targeting dilapidated areas, to which he received a positive response. The protagonist stands in front of a wall projection and reveals that he studied the castle walls with the player's eye. The guy looked sharply to the side. The young man turned to the system window, which reported that this area of the herd was prone to destruction. Ardal swung for a shot. The cracks began to diverge from the hero's strong blow. The students looked hopelessly at the protagonist, and Malkin could not believe what this guy was doing, and the girl said pointedly that this was to be expected from a young man. The blonde man turned around and said that he understood that they were close to him, but that was too much. The girl raised her finger and shouted for him to look there. The wall began to crumble. A piece of the wall fell off in front of Ardal. The comrades stood in complete shock, and the blonde man shouted that this was madness, and this could not happen at all. Malkin hesitantly approached the rift and shyly asked the hero if he could also use this path. The protagonist turned around and confidently replied that he was not. The guy rushed to the GG and asked him to wait. A huge boulder blocked the passage, and the young man called Ardal greedy. The hero runs forward, and the bear said that it is impressive that he was able to break through such a strong wall with only 2,400 strength, and the protagonist noticed that only he and Doom remained. The guy caught up with his opponent. The assistant raised his head and said that the young man had come out of the castle. An arrow sticks out of Doom's shoulder, and the hero noticed that he was in a hurry, because he even received an arrow in the shoulder. The protagonist rushed forward and realized that he wanted to defeat him so much. The horse began to disappear, and the guy noticed that the spirit time had expired. Ardal runs and shouts that Doma will never be overtaken in the run. The bearded man began to draw his blade. The student tried to hit the hero. A hand grabbed the young man. The protagonist flies down with his opponent and invites him to go through the last stage together. The guys fall down. The splashes flew in different directions. The guy abruptly emerged from under the water. The young man began to row fast and thought that it had worked perfectly, because he would be at a disadvantage if Doom used magic to descend the cliff, which meant that now he needed to swim fast. The ice is rapidly approaching Ardal. A confident student accumulates magic. The hero turned around and shouted to him that there were people floating here, and he was freezing the river for some damn reason. The ice shackled the protagonist. Doom sits on his horse and says that he doesn't have to worry about that as part of the competition. The smug guy turned around and said that he would go. Ardal looks after the departing student. A fiery glow appeared from under the ice, and the hero shouted that he needed to free himself as soon as possible. Cracks began to diverge across the surface. The protagonist got out of the shackles. Doom rides his horse. The shocked guy turned around and couldn't believe that the young man had caught up with him. The apprentice gritted his teeth, and the hero realized that they would soon arrive at Althane's stadium. The protagonist confidently tilted his head and noticed that there were no obstacles left on the way, so he could only run. The guy pushed hard off the water. The young man quickly approaches DM and offers him to arrange a revenge march. The tired disciple gritted his teeth and thought that in his condition, it would be fatal. There was a deafening explosion. The audience looks at the screen in shock and tries to understand who won, because it is not yet clear. The man raised his finger and shouted that someone was walking there. The silhouette of a horse stands in the smoke at the stadium. The horse quickly ran onto the platform. People wave their arms and try to understand what happened to the magicians, and the man shouts that someone can be seen on the screen. Ardal stands on his feet. The hero bent down and assumed that he had overdone it when passing through the trap zone, because Doom's movements were somehow clumsy. The protagonist smiled and repeated the guy's words that you shouldn't think about this as part of the competition. The apprentice gritted his teeth in pain. Ardal turned. The hero began to distance himself from Doom and said that he would go. The sun illuminates the banners. The students stand on a pedestal, and the protagonist said that he won 2 awards in the battle for survival and triathlon, won the individual competitions and eventually took first place. The guy looks ahead enthusiastically and summed up that this is how the great festival ended for him. The crowd cheers and chants his name, and calls him the next generation of mages, not a failure. An image of a sad Ardal appeared, for whom these words felt as if he had to go through the suffering of 6 years locked in a dark cave of isolation. The hero goes and realizes that he has done a great job. The protagonist stands against the background of happy comrades. The guy smiled and thinks that these cheers were a reward for his hard work. The young man raised his hands and thanked everyone, and then realized that he did not want to lose this support. The carts passed by the gate, and someone noticed that there were so many of them. The blond man tilted his head and assumed that they were all chosen nobles, to which his friend added that not all of them had been invited. A bored Ardal is sitting at the table, and the guy explained that they are here to see him. The hero closed one eye and said that he was bored, and he also wanted to return to the academy as soon as possible. The harsh words slammed into the protagonist's head like an arrow, who turned abruptly when a woman's voice noticed that this was strange. Satisfied Irene stands in a white dress, and the guy turned to her fascinated. The girl sat down at the table, and the young man tried to understand what she meant by strange, to which she replied that people did not try to talk to him. The hero smiled contentedly and assumed that he appeared in their eyes as a smug person, since he came to the banquet dressed unenthusiastically. The blonde woman tilted her head and said that his theory had a place. The protagonist sat in shock when Irene added that this was not the only reason. The high-ranking people look askance at Ardal, and the girl said that most of the nobles have come here to meet him. But even though he looks smug, it turns out that no one has even tried to communicate with him. The blonde smiled mysteriously and explained that they were talking about someone eating it. Fear shackled the hero, whose face was dripping with a drop of sweat, and the words that this man was so powerful that no nobleman would even think of talking to him rang like a bell. The protagonist turned around and tried to find out who it was. The old man raised his head and shouted that they were starting the evening banquet, and representatives of 32 educational institutions should follow him. Food is on the table. Steam emanated from freshly cooked meats, and dinner with the dirty king abounded in dishes as if it had been prepared for the emperor's meal. Fear filled the room, and someone said that he would like to avoid it. In fact, under the guise of dinner, a debriefing of the past competition was hidden. This meal is also known as a banquet under the guillotine among those who showed themselves poorly. The hero silently looks at the 2 empty chairs. The protagonist turned around and thought that only the dirty king would be present, but 2 places of honor were allocated. The old man raised his hand and said that they were coming. The students got up from their seats. The servant bowed. The guy made a deep bow and called the man my lord, and he thought that his fingers cramped at this word. A sharp thought pierced the head of Ardal, who opened his eyes wide when the dirty king addressed someone with respect. The unknown person should also hope that he did not interfere with the meal of the godfather. The guy looks ahead seriously. The light shone on the man in the hat. The hero raised his head and tried to understand who this person was. People abruptly fell to the floor and shouted that they were greeting the crown prince. The protagonist is the only one standing in shock that this is the crown prince. Everyone is sitting at the table. The young man looks awkwardly to the side. 2 people, from excitement, bumped their elbows. Ardal silently looks at the table. The man closed his eyes and noticed that none of the chosen 11 had been able to defeat the hero even once, and then suggested that the skill gap was huge. The young man tensed with sorrow when the king said that he was disappointed, and he was even embarrassed to call them his children. A desperate Doom closed his eyes and whispered that he would not dare to show his bad side again. The king stood up and haughtily said that the second place was nothing more than an illusion created by incompetent people, and the only thing that this great festival proved was that the old saying that a dragon can emerge from a small stream is true. The hero looks at the floor and realizes that he is uncomfortable, because this banquet seems to have been organized in order to slap 11 selected children, and use it as an excuse. The protagonist looked at the stranger and added that the dirty king is not the only one who makes him sit on a needle, because there is a person who has been burning a hole in him with a glance for a long time. Reenact smiles slyly. The image of the prince appeared, even having the disadvantageous position of the third son. Using a bright mind and outstanding political sense, he successfully threw his brothers to the edge of the empire, thereby becoming the sole crown prince. The hero sits opposite the guy and realizes that this is a person who has the art of speech and combat skills close to perfection. The words that someone staked him out crashed into the head of the protagonist, who seriously looked away and suggested that the crown prince was that powerful man. The man turned around and kindly asked Ardal how he felt after winning the great festival. The hero looks down dejectedly. The protagonist turned around and replied that he felt uncomfortable. The young man clenched his fist and added that he was satisfied with the results of the competition, but he was uncomfortable with the fact that his victory was being used as an excuse to belittle the efforts of the other participants and irritate them. A deathly silence hung in the air. The shocked participants in the process sat silently at the table. The man looked up silently. The king tilted his head and repeated the hero's words that he did not want his success to be used to annoy others, and then stated that this feeling of inferiority is the best food for growth, and then added that the protagonist should know about it. The boy turned around and replied that he saw it as an attempt to stir up hostility towards him, and that it was necessary to compare pointing out weaknesses and increasing the desire to become better with the radiance of hostility based on feelings of inferiority. The blond man sits silently, and Ardal summed up that in this case, these will be completely different approaches. The hero raised his head and said that he did not come from some small stream, because his homeland, Ardal, is a small, but beautiful country. Determination overwhelmed the protagonist, who looked straight and confidently said that the academy in which he studied should not be belittled, calling it a small stream. The madman twisted his face in displeasure. The king looks angrily at the hero. A slight smile appeared on the prince's face. Reenact began to laugh very loudly. The protagonist looked sullenly ahead. The guy turned around and fervently said that he was still the headache that also dared to snap at the godfather, and the man reminded him that he had told him that he was an interesting guy. The man in the hat wiped the tears from his face and said that he was going to tear his stomach, because he was so funny that tears flowed, and then tried to find out where he came from. The participants looked at each other in shock, and someone suggested that it seemed to him that he appeared from a small stream, but he said that he came from the small but beautiful country of Ardal, and someone wanted to visit there. The girl breathed a sigh of relief. Irene elbowed the hero and asked if he was going to throw something like this again, to which she received a hesitant no. The protagonist looks at the man who said that it was a great triumphant speech, but since he has already heard such an idealistic story from the Clava of his academy, Tyrion, it will not change his thoughts. The king sits at the table and adds that the guy's words sounded fresher than his, so he is looking forward to what the future will bring him. People are silently watching this conversation, and the voice said that for today he announces the end of the banquet. The prince turned and asked to wait a minute. The man in the hat stood up and mysteriously asked Ardal to have a cup of tea with him. The guy's face was distorted into a crazy smile, who then added that he did not accept refusal. People sit opposite each other. The hero bent down and tried to understand what the crown prince wanted to tell him that he had brought him here, because he was clearly not going to congratulate him on his victory in the great festival. The protagonist looked up as he was addressed. Reenact bowed his head and told him to work for him, and he would not accept the refusal in this case either. The prince raised his hand and said that he gave him a month to complete all the pressing matters, and then he would arrange for his transfer to a special school for battle mages and prepare a place to live. The man looked slyly at the worried hero and added that he would have to think about naturalization, because it was not appropriate for the crown prince's closest ally to be a foreigner, to which the protagonist tried to understand what kind of naturalization it was. The guy straightened up and tried to understand why all this was necessary, because the empire has countless great magicians, for example, the same Doom. The prince closed his eyes and indifferently noted that in the end the kid lost. Agitated, Ardal stares silently at the floor, and Reenact asks, as soon as his tongue turns to offer him to take the loser. Fear seemed to take a physical form, and the man in the hat raised his head and said that it was better to keep something in mind when talking to him. Superiority and strong will came from the prince, who looked ahead with a haughty look and said that he preferred simple yes as an answer rather than counter questions. The hero raised his head silently. Reenact took out a cigarette and said that he would answer him. An image of the king appeared, and the prince said that the first reason for his decision was the personal recommendation of the godfather, because a few years ago he had told him to report if he suddenly came across a promising magician, but until that moment, he had not recommended anyone. The man in the hat looked up confidently, and said that he liked his courage. The prince pointed his finger at the blushing protagonist and explained that it was the courage with which he had donned this tie to meet him, while others went out of their way to impress those in power. Reenact raised his head and added that the courage to confront his godfather and open up to state his position. The hero lowered his gaze, and the man in the hat added that it was courage, bordering on recklessness, to keep asking him anything despite the warning. The prince threw up his hands and said that in matters of politics it is sometimes necessary to have someone who will express an interesting position. The protagonist leaned over and suggested that all he needed to do was give him advice, to which Reenact angrily remarked that he had asked him the question again, and then explained that he would have to protect him from the damn brothers who were unable to accept his younger brother as crown prince. People sit silently opposite each other. The awkward silence was broken when the man in the hat raised his hand and realized that the hero did not want to which he received a positive answer. Despair enveloped the protagonist, who stared desperately at the floor, and Reenact reminded him that he did not accept rejection. The prince is sitting opposite, and the guy remembered that the highest power in the empire belongs to the crown prince, and the opportunity to become his closest associate is a chance in a million. An image of the king appeared, and the young man revealed that most magi end up teaming up with powerful people anyway, and even in the magic tower where magi lose all their lives learning magic, so if he misses this chance, he may seriously regret it in the future. The hero confidently raised his head and replied that there was still a lot he would like to do, and he thought that he didn't want to become someone's magician. The prince smiled and said that he thought he was a reasonable person, but he turned out to be unexpectedly idealistic. The protagonist leaned over and at Reenact's words that such an opportunity is hardly given even once in a lifetime, and he can wish for it, replied that everything is quite possible. The guy stood up, and the man in the hat said that they had to pretend that this conversation didn't happen. The prince put his legs on his feet and said that Ardal is called the brightest gem of the past festival. The man in the hat crossed his arms and explained that collecting such stones was his hobby, and there was not a single gem that he did not receive. Darkness began to obscure the room as Reenact leaned over and said that he was destroying what he could not possess. The hero looked back seriously. The protagonist confidently opened the doors. The guy stands thoughtfully near the column. The young man closed his eyes and thought that the crown prince's last words were definitely a threat, and then tried to understand if he had made the right decision. The comrades waved their hands and called the hero. The protagonist approached his friends, who assumed that he went on a date behind their backs, to which he replied that this was not even close, and he himself remembered that he still wanted to be a warlock who firmly defended his identity. The chandelier hangs on the luxurious ceiling, and the prince said that he was curious about what kind of person he was, since he was honored with his recommendation, and as it turned out, he really was an outstanding guy, in many ways. The man turned around and suggested that the dialogue with him did not work out, to which the guy said that he even threatened him, but this did not cause any effect. The king closed his eyes and suggested that he was going to surrender, to which Reenact laughed and replied that she would not surrender. The light reflects off the ring of the man in the hat, who has adjusted his collar and said that he knows it well, because there is nothing stronger than his passion for collecting. The prince looked out of the window in irritation and declared that Ardal would be his, because he had decided so. The hero awkwardly fights off the attacks of his friends. The protagonist trains against the backdrop of the sunset. The guy took a tired step to the side and, having familiarized himself with the system, said that he had done everything today. The young man fell on the grass, and the assistant noticed that his body was getting better day by day. Ardal turned around and replied seriously that he didn't want to hear it from another man, to which the bear told him that he was a woman. The shocked hero abruptly stood up and asked why she was a woman, to which she replied that she was born this way, and the protagonist could not believe that incarnations have a gender. The irritated bear raised his head and wanted to know why they suddenly couldn't have a gender, because he hadn't even asked her about it. An image appeared of the comrades taking a bath, and the guy recalled that they sat together in the bathroom, and Strand replied that there was nothing to look at. The evil hero approached the humble bear and realized that since she said so, she had already seen everything. The protagonist smiled slyly. The guy got up and asked him to forget it, and he would go in the meantime. The young man threw his hands behind his back and said that from now on she was forbidden to joke about it, and his partner tried to assure him that she did not see anything. The locomotive is standing at the station. Friends hug, and the blonde man asked the hero to take care of himself. Smoke poured out of the chimney. The protagonist watches the departing train. The man approached the guy and said that it was time for them to go too. People are sitting on a bench, and the young man said that after his friends went home, he, as the winner of the great festival, first needed to visit the Revidine to complete the points of the schedule. An image of a man appeared who asked to be called a street cat, and the hero added that a person who introduced himself as a street cat went with him as an escort. A green glow envelopes the man, and the system reports that nothing is known about him, and the protagonist realizes that he is a high-level mage whose characteristics could not be seen even with the player's eye. The guy turned around and thought that therefore, he was at least on the same level as the professor of the academy, which meant that he had never been able to learn anything other than the fact that he was a little less than 30 years old. The man looked at the paper and asked to be allowed to briefly describe the further plan of action, where first they need to go to the palace for congratulations. The street cat looked sharply to the side when the hero interrupted him and, apologizing, said that it was not necessary to talk to him on a first-name basis. The magician turned to the protagonist and replied that he was only 16 years old, that it did not cause him any inconvenience. The guy looked down and thought that he was incredibly scrupulous and businesslike. The man looked at the protagonist and continued that he would go to the magic tower where the artifact would choose him, and the young man wanted to know what he would choose. The street cat turned around and said that there was a chance that he would leave without the artifact because it was the item that had to choose him. The hero stands against the background of an orc and tries to understand whether the artifacts in the tower have a self-consciousness like King Ram. The man put the plan in his bag and summed up that at the end he would be assigned a mission. An image of a cloaked figure appeared, and a street cat said that in general, due to the status of a student, he could not receive any missions, but an exception was made for the winner of the great festival, which meant that this could be considered as an announcement to the world that the next generation of mage had appeared. The protagonist looks at the bundle and said that this is his debut. The guy unfolded the list, and the man explained that he could now choose the mission from the list that he liked best, and Ardal said that these were missions to search, subjugate, kill, explore, and so on. The bear pulls the hero by the collar. The protagonist pulled out the paper in front of him. The locomotive is rushing forward, and the guy said that he wants to choose this mission. The sun illuminates the city. People are standing in front of the doors, and the man said that this is the palace of Payan, which is the residence of the crown prince, and should pass, because everyone is waiting for him there. The street cat bowed deeply and added that he would be waiting for him here, to which the young man couldn't believe that he wouldn't go with him. The door began to open in front of Ardal. Rionek looks at the frightened hero with satisfaction. The prince put his hands on his belt and greeted the protagonist to his empire. The guy looked up silently. The young man got down on one knee, and then remembered that at first he received 10,000 prize gold from the crown prince, and then realized that this amount was more than the annual budget of the Ardal territory. The hero began to leave, and the blonde man said that if this was not enough, then he could come to him at any time, and if he changed his mind, then the doors of the Peony Palace were open to him, and the protagonist assumed that the crown prince had not yet given up on his account, but he hurried to move on to the next item in the schedule. People are walking along the red road, and the guy said that people here must have good stamina, especially if you have to walk around the palace all day. The man turned around and asked the hero to refrain from joking comments, because the master of the tower was waiting for him. The protagonist lowered his head sadly and realized that he had no sense of humor. The street cat stopped and assumed that he had finally decided to take that mission. The young man looked out the sunny window and replied positively. People approached the door, and the man noticed that he preferred the most difficult task, to which the hero replied that it looked interesting, and then the escort wanted to know what the master of the tower would say on this. The door opened. The protagonist entered a dark office. The man smiled and greeted the guy. Hot tea is on the table, and the king remembered that he had chosen a search mission. The blonde man took a sip from his cup and remarked that the mission of submission would be easier. Theon turned around and added that he would have gone with the Imperial Army Guards and simply destroyed a couple of bandit groups that had appeared near Ceciliano, and in doing so, would have earned his reputation as a hero. The protagonist sat silently when the man noticed that he preferred to go there, to the lifeless wasteland, and he thought that he could not be told that there was nothing there. The guy is holding a piece of paper, and the assistant offered to choose a heavenly mountain as the first mission, and the young man tried to find out what it was. The hero stands against the background of Orc, and the bear explained that this is King Ram's homeland. Strand raised her head sharply. An image of a dragon appeared, and the assistant said that this was the place where Draa had lived for 100 years. A celestial mountain is seen against the blue sky, and Ardal mentions to himself that it is a remote area located in the north of the Radiant Kingdom, where there are rumors of ogres. The red brutes are standing nearby. The hero says to himself that they don't live there now. The grey orc smiles. The protagonist adds that in addition to the living artifact that is in the academy, the rest of the species died in the Great War. A demon with a sword stands on a mountain of corpses. The skull lies on the ground. The protagonist mentally notes that this place has become a lifeless desert after the ogres disappeared, then adds that there is a reason why the search missions in that area have the highest level of difficulty. A grey mountain with snow appears. The guy mentally adds that it's all about the barrier. 3 wizards stand over the flasks on the table. The young man says to himself that this shield cannot be dispelled by any spell, then adds that not a single mage has been able to solve this mystery. Ardal sits in a chair and says to himself that this mission is to find out the essence of the barrier. Theron asks why the hero is interested in the wasteland. The protagonist looks at the mage at the table, who says that he may be interested in the hypothesis that the wrath of the ogre god turned the place into a sanctuary. The hero frowns at the thought that others have no reason to go there. A huge dragon stands in the middle of the clearing against the backdrop of the mountains. The guy notes to himself that the destroyer of the Dracagonia worlds has lived in those lands for 100 years, then adds that this alone is enough. The white-haired man looks thoughtfully at the young man, who, in his mind, claims that there is no need to say this, and states aloud that the reason is that this mission has the highest level of difficulty, to which his interlocutor asks why, then recommends choosing another task. A chain with a lock hanging against the background of the mountains. Theron claims that the high difficulty is not due to the high activity around, but to a riddle that no one has been able to solve. The dark-haired man smiles and replies that if a 16-year-old magician can reveal it, then it will be an even more impressive achievement. The mage closes his eyes with a smirk and adds that he could be the first winner of a great festival in the world to fail a mission, to which Ardal argues that the achievement is too early to rule out. A white-haired man looks at the hero with a smile. The protagonist makes a surprised face when Theranos asks if he knows why he recommended the protagonist to the crown prince. The mage looks straight and states that the reason is that he wanted to leave the guy in Revidine to watch him. The young man's face fades. The man sits at the table opposite Ardal and asks if the interest in this mission is related to his ability. The white-haired man smirks and adds that whatever it is, he will be watching. A drop of sweat runs down the protagonist's face. The guy lies on the bed and asks the country if everything will really work out, to which he asks if he is worried that he will not cope. The young man looks at the ceiling and declares that he is a little worried and adds that this place has not been visited for several hundred years, and it is not a fact that he will be able to find out at least something. Ardal turns to the bear, who says that up to this point no one has been able to find out anything in a human way, but adds that the hero will succeed, to which he claims that he is also a human. Someone knocks on the door. Strand claims that the protagonist has skills that exceed the usual capabilities. The guy asks again in surprise. The young man rises from the bed. Someone declares that it is Voka. Ardal asks to come in. Two people enter the room. The hero greets them and calls them a delightful boar and a street cat. The bear sits on the protagonist's shoulder and wonders aloud at the nicknames, to which the protagonist replies that these are the preferences of the dirty king, and all the mages of the tower have such addresses. The assistant asks when they ended up on the farm. The overweight guest raises his hand with a smile and asks if it's time for them. The group walks along the sidewalk. One of Ardal's escorts says that the place they are going to is divided into 4 zones. The cat turns to the hero and talks about each section and explains where the rarest artifacts are. The protagonist looks at the skinny man, who adds that they will escort him to Area A, to which he notes aloud that they said there was Section X. Street Cat looks directly and reveals that the entrance to that place is only available in case of a special event, and even the Emperor is forbidden to pass. The guy frowns and repeats the words of the interlocutor to himself. The young man and his escorts are standing in the storage room. Ardal tells himself that he followed them to Area C. The hero holds a large sword in his hands and asks if it is magical, to which the delightful boar agrees and adds that they collect and store items only in good condition, which they received during the Great Demon War. The protagonist's face is reflected in the blade. He notes to himself that this weapon is no worse than the shining sword used by Doom Prime, then adds that this is to be expected from the artifact room of the Magic Tower. The book with the cat on the cover lies on top of the pile. The guy states that he considered this volume lost, to which the boar replies that this edition is more than 100 years old. The young man adds that there was once no other entertainment except reading. A bookshelf is shown. Ardal reads the names aloud. Shelves with volumes appear. The hero pronounces the names of publications. He stands with an open book and asks if the protagonist is allowed to read them in the Magic Tower, to which the skinny man replies that the master sometimes allows him to read them, but it is forbidden to take them. The shelves with the volumes are lined up. The young man tells himself that Area B was a treasure trove of knowledge, which contained forgotten magical tomes and rare historical publications, then adds that as soon as he left behind the charm of this place, he went to Section A. Ardal looks intensely at the artifacts, and notes to himself that none of them reacted to him. The hero turns to the boar and asks if there have been such cases, to which he replies that it is extremely rare. The silhouette of a man holds a green sword of energy. A plump man says that the one who is allowed to visit Zone A, then a priori at least one artifact should react to him. The protagonist makes an awkward face and says that he is sad about it. The guy shifts his gaze to the smug country on his shoulder, who asks not to kill himself because of the garbage, to which the young man is surprised aloud. The blade lies in a chest of gold. The bear says that although for most people the items here are considered treasures, but the truly valuable things are not here. Ardal's assistant points to the door. The monster's head hangs over a closed passage. The hero is surprised to note that this is Area X. The hero sighs in disappointment. Strand adds that there must be at least one artifact created by the dragon, which never smelled its scales. The protagonist leans over to the chest and states that they can't get there anyway and suggests that they focus on the available artifacts. He looks at the green glow in surprise. 2 escorts look at the light in shock. The door radiates radiance. An overweight person spreads his arms to the sides and shouts that this is a special event. The door opens. The boar adds that this is the first time in 56 years. Theron frowns and asks if Kunhan's tooth really reacted to Ardal. The skinny guy bows and agrees. The white-haired man lowers his eyes, mentally wondering if this means that the hero is talented enough to be the next to take the throne. The door to Zone X is shown. The mage notes to himself that behind it there are 3 artifacts that differ in a different level of power. Aldal's golden staff, Morsha's armor, and Kunhan's tooth appear, and the white-haired man notes to himself that all 3 items have a single ability that allows their wielders to stand on top. A magical artifact in a person's hand emits light. Theron tells himself that the staff of Aldal belonged to the first mage of the human race. This item can infinitely increase the power of its owner, and is also a symbol of the king of magicians. A white-haired man holds an ancient artifact and tells himself that 56 years ago, this staff chose him as its owner, then adds that before that, everyone who was chosen by this thing held the highest position in the tower. The silhouette of the man wears armor. Theron mentally notes that Morsha's armor provides absolute protection against any attack, then adds that this artifact chooses its owner once in a century, and each of them becomes a legendary knight. Kunhan's tooth is shown. The white-haired man mentally tells that this is the most mysterious object, which has not chosen anyone for himself for several hundred years. The mage sits thoughtfully at the table, thinking that this artifact was chosen by Ardal today, then wonders if the kid has really mastered the power of the throne. A skinny man stands in front of the king of magicians, who asks him if the hero really raised this tooth with great ease, to which he agrees. Theron furrows his brows in front of 6 men with the tooth. He tells himself that this artifact is so heavy that it takes at least 5 people to move it, then states that this item definitely cannot be lifted alone. The Mage King opens his mouth in surprise when he says to himself that the protagonist seems to have the power of an ogre. Ardal raises a tooth with a smile. the white-haired man talks to himself about incredible physical strength. An artifact is shown against the background of rocks. Theron notes to himself that the hero has chosen a search in the area of the Sky Mountain as a mission. Then he talks to himself about the tooth of the first ogre chief. The white-haired man silently looks down at the table. He looks at the street cat and orders everyone to be summoned. The Mage King sits across from the guy and reveals that he means the Scream Mages. A sign with the inscription is shown. Ardell tells himself that he decided to go west to get to the Sky Mountain. He is told that the time period for completing the mission is 1 month. The street cat gives the hero a pouch and tickets for the mana train. He adds that he also gives him permission and an ID, to which he thanks the man. A skinny man looks at the protagonist. The guy looks at the escort and asks if he wants to say something else. The street cat stands in front of the surprised young man and replies that this is both true and no. The escort looks straight ahead. Ardell tries to ask what he means, to which Ardell states that as a magic tower mage, he is not allowed to have an opinion. The hero opens his eyes in surprise at the man's words that he has something to say as an elder. The interlocutors stand in front of each other in the corridor. The street cat says that the tower is incredibly kind to mages who bow at its feet, but until luck is cold-blooded to those who do not obey. Then adds that the protagonist must understand who he is referring to, after which he asks to be careful. A skinny man makes a piercing look and claims that you need to question everything. The young man frowns tensely. The ancient castle of Tesherin is revealed. Ardell tells himself that it is the closest city to the Heavenly Mountain, which was created to protect against the invasion of the ogres, then adds that it is also known as the Shield of the Continent. Several armored warriors make furious faces surrounded by a golden aura. The hero mentally declares that for this reason, this city is surrounded by walls that are no worse than the capital's, and also has a strong army with an iron will. The protagonist stands in the middle of an empty street with the words that this is written in the books. He looks straight and notes out loud that this city is quite deserted. Strand on the shoulder adds that this place has lost its purpose. A building with the symbol of a mug of beer appears. The young man reveals that Tesherin was built to contain the ogres, but the threat disappeared by itself. The three people are having a merry drink. The bear notes aloud that it is still day, and those soldiers are already drunk, to which Ardell clatters and states that they talked about how everyone in this place fought bravely against monsters. A muscular man stands behind the hero and demands that he give up everything he has. The protagonist puts his hand on his shoulder. The guy leaves the fallen robber with the words that the real world is very different from books. A man with drool and snot snores. Ardell looks at the sleeping man. The man wakes up from the hero's greeting. The interlocutors stand under the canopy of the house. The awakened man apologizes to the magician for dozing off, to which the protagonist replies that there is nothing wrong, then asks where he can buy a horse. The man scratches his head. An empty stable is shown. He frankly tells the guy that there is not a single mare now. The young man asks in surprise if this is true, to which he agrees. Ardell raises his hand and asks if there are any more stables nearby. His interlocutor replies that this is the only place in the whole city. Strand clutches his stomach and laughingly says what kind of place it is and where such things have been seen. The hero notes aloud that it is somehow wasteful to maintain a stable without horses. The awakened man nervously raises his hand and replies that there were 3 of them in the morning, but they were taken away, then adds that there were no guests for so long, and here there were so many at once, then offers to wait 1 day. The man makes a surprised face when the protagonist stops him. The guy stands in front of the horseman and asks that until this time no one cared about the horses, but today someone urgently needed them, to which he agrees. The young man lowers his eyes, thinking that people came from somewhere who wanted to take transport in a city where no one comes, after which he asks himself if this could be just a coincidence. The street cat makes a serious face and asks to question everything. Ardell looks at the assistant on his shoulder and asks if he feels the same way he does, to which Strand replies that he has felt it since he got off the train. The bear and the hero look around. A cloaked man stands behind a building near the protagonist, who claims to be being pursued. The guy runs with the thought that after discovering the surveillance of himself, he immediately took action. The young man hands a gold coin to an overexcited man, and said to himself that he asked the hotel staff to let him know if anyone asked about him. Ardell moves down the street thinking that he decided to walk around the city in order to lure out his pursuers. The hero claims that those people should have realized that he had left the hotel and started asking about him. The protagonist smiles and notes to himself that it is obvious that he was being followed by people from the Reenact Empire. The crown prince smirks. The guy states to himself that he does not know if Reenact sent pursuers because he did not want to follow his orders. The wizard king looks straight ahead. The young man says to himself that it could be Theron, who is showing too much interest in him. A mountain is revealed. Ardell silently states that both options are unpleasant for him and adds that he needs to solve everything before he goes on a mission. The hero frowns at the thought that he cannot let them follow him when the surveillance became obvious. The man makes surprised eyes and says that no one came. The protagonist stands in front of him and asks him again, to which he adds that he swears that he was waiting for someone to be interested in the guy, but no one came. Strand crosses his paws and claims that this does not look like a lie. The hotel employee touches his chin and tells him that something is bothering him. The young man is interested. Ardell makes a shocked face at the man's words that he has a memory gap of 3 minutes. The hero and the bear look seriously at the interlocutor, who adds that he cannot remember. The man screams painfully under the large arm. The protagonist tells himself that mind control is a high-ranking 6th class spell that can subdue the mind of a creature without remembering that he was under control, and the caster gets the opportunity to look into the memories of a subordinate. Ardo climbs the stairs with the words that the opponents turned out to be more careful and stronger. The country notes aloud that since they were able to look into the memory of the hotel employee, they definitely know that the hero is aware of surveillance. The protagonist opens the door. The guy examines the room with the bed. On the wall hangs a piece of paper that says they don't intend to harm the young man, so he doesn't have to waste time trying to figure out his identities and carry out the mission further. Ardo furiously tears a leaf from the wall and shouts that the pursuers dared to show up in his room, daring to tell him not to try to find out about them, then declares that this is pure threats. The hero makes a serious look and says that let everything be according to them. The protagonist jumps from house to house. It moves on rooftops. The guy lands on the ground. The young man speeds up. Strandy asks what he plans to do, to which he replies that he wants to find them. A hologram is shown, and Ardo asks to open the map. He looks back as he runs and suggests that his pursuers should not lag behind. The hero speeds up and says that he is in first place in the triathlon. A skull is depicted on the neck of a person. Someone wonders if they need to follow the protagonist. The man in the raincoat laughs and says that their youngest really wants to play with them, then adds that it is difficult to refuse. The two strangers disappear, and the hooded man orders them to follow Ardo, to which they agree. Two silhouettes chase the hero. 3 people in raincoats land on the ground. They go straight. One of them says that the protagonist's trail ends. The man in front looks around and replies that this is not the case, and the guy is just waiting for them. An unknown man in a hood walks past the boxes. The young man jumps out onto the Trinity. One of them says his name in surprise. Ardo punches the pursuer. He swings at the second one. A man puts a barrier in front of the hero. The protagonist hits the face of an unknown person through the defense. The man falls in front of the guy's feet. He looks at the remaining unknown in the cloak. The man laughs and says that he was curious about what kind of man the young man was, but adds that he turned out to be a monster. Ardo frowns and asks who they are. The unknown person looks away with a laugh and replies that he sent the head of the tower, who wanted them to become observers of a younger comrade, to which the hero states that this is real surveillance. The man in the raincoat tears the paper and says that there is no difference, then adds that he was pleased to see the protagonist's abilities anyway. The unknown disappears with the words that they will meet again. A skull is drawn on the neck of the defeated man. The guy notes aloud that this is a vicious magician. Strand asks again. The young man stands over the 2 bodies and says that this is a group that is shrouded in mystery, who are doing dirty work in the magic tower. A skull in blue fire is shown. Ardo tells himself that this is a secret organization, information about which is only that they have such a name and tattoo. A lot of people in black cloaks are standing next to each other. The hero mentally adds that it is not known for certain who is the leader and in what of the targets. The bear smiles and asks what the protagonist thinks after the confrontation with them. The guy looks at the assistant and replies that the feelings are twofold and adds that they are weaker than the representatives of the great festival, to which Strand says that they were never convinced of the abilities of one of them, to which the young man replies that this is true. The man in the cloak stretches out his hand towards the man with a smile. Ardo says that this unknown person used mind control, which means that he is not an easy opponent. The bear adds that this pursuer will continue to be close at a distance. Strand looks at the hero and asks what the plan is, what he is grunting about. The protagonist looks up and replies that he will first make this person appear in front of him. The horse runs. The guy says to himself that the next day he deliberately went to the heavenly mountain. The young man rides against the background of the rocks, thinking that the path was an endless land devoid of life, but he added that he vividly felt that he was arriving at his destination. Ardo puts his hand on his chest. He looks at his solar plexus with tension and says that his circle of force will not calm down in any way. The guy raises his head to the light. He stands in front of a dark barrier with the words that this is the celestial mountain. Strandy notes that this is her inside. Black energy shimmers. The young man asks the assistant if Draa really lived here, to which he agrees. Ardo leans against the wall, saying that it is not even a building, then wonders how he can get inside. The bear climbs on the hero's hair, who asks what is an inhuman mindset that will help him pass through the obstacle, to which he replies that it is so. Strandy sits on the protagonist's head and declares that if he were human, he would definitely try to destroy the barrier. The guy looks up with the words that this is the first thing that came to his mind, to which the assistant notes that he cannot do this, because this barrier cannot be destroyed by human means. The young man looks up in surprise at the country, who offers to act like an ogre. The bear jumps off the top of April's head, who says thoughtfully that he could call the ogres to open the door as friends. The assistant crosses his paws and declares that they have finally come to something. The hero looks at him in surprise and asks if all the games of the Heavenly Mountain have died. Strand smiles and replies that this is the opinion of the people. The protagonist turns to the barrier in shock. The assistant squints his eyes and reminds the guy that his ability is not there to confirm or warn. The couple stands in front of the black energy. The bear adds that it is there to destroy. The young man puts his palm on the defense. He looks at the barrier and says that he knows they are pretending they don't exist, then adds that he brought the tooth of their leader. Ardal touches the protection and asks them to open the door if they hear. He frowns silently. A glow appears around the hero's palm. A purple light covers the protagonist. He squints his eyes. The guy opens his eyelids in shock. Stones are shown in the distance. Someone is surprised that the young man has passed. The pursuer runs out from behind the shelter with the words that no one has mastered the solution of this mission before this little one. He knocks on the barrier and says that it has closed again. Ardal's fist flies towards the man. The of the vicious magicians flies off from the blow. The hero frowns and shouts that his opponent has been caught and will not run away this time. The protagonist knocks on the ground and causes an earthquake. The pursuer falls along with the stones. The guy sends vines at the enemy and shouts about the binding tree. The young man stands over the prisoner. The man with the tattoo looks at him furiously and tries to say something, to which Ardal says that he decided he could get it at this moment. The hero lowers his eyes and tells how the man fell into a trap and offers to end the game of catch-up. A silhouette flies over the protagonist's head. The ogre flies at the prisoner. A club and blood appears. The guy raises his eyebrows in shock. Green Brute looks back at him. The monster looks at the young man and demands that he answer who he is. Strand whispers to the nervous audience that they have the mindset of a beast. The protagonist walked behind the ogre and thought that luckily he managed to pass through the barrier of the heavenly mountain, and as soon as it happened, it seemed to him that he was in another world. Other ogres were walking across the field, discussing what a man was doing here. He did not smell of a man, he smelled like them. The servant of the main character sat on his shoulder and asked him to be on the alert, because human morality is unknown to them. An ogre stood in front of him, who reasoned that so far, as it seemed to him, he had done nothing because of Kunhin's tooth, but it was not known when they would want to take his life. His eyes burned red. Clouds flew over the mountain. He said that they were in place. This was a celestial peak. Ruin stood near the dwarves and clarified that there was another one. He turned his head to the side. He looked at the huge ogre and realized that it wasn't the peak, but him. He looked at him and said that he was Harkon, and he had heard that he had the relic of Kunhin. He lifted his head up and realized that he was much larger than the others. The ogre looked down at him and greeted him as their guests, adding that he had not yet decided to tear him apart and throw him to the eagle's food, and asked who he was. He raised his head up and replied that he had said at the entrance that Kunhin's tooth had chosen him. The huge monster sat down on the ground and noted that it was a lie. The man could not cope with this object. He objected that he was telling the truth. He raised his head and clarified that he could just show it. He was convinced of his truthfulness. The ogre looked down at him and told him that he was a very interesting person. He had smelled him since he came from here, and he was filled with power. He looked at him and replied that he was right. He was quite strong. He got to his feet and asked him to answer the question of who he was. The guy looked at each other from the countries. He asked if he also knew the name Dracagonia. It belonged to a dragon that once lived here, in the heavenly mountain, and his eyes widened at what he heard. He looked at him and asked how he knew the name, and he told him what he had heard from King Ram. He opened his mouth wide and wondered that he was still alive. The ogre sat on the throne. He said that he was alive as an artifact in his academy. He was one of their professors, so to speak. The main character raised his eyes and noted that they were interested in finding out who he was, and he was a friend of King Ram, the former leader of the Heavenly Mountain, and the man who was chosen by the tooth of Kunhin, and the one who inherited the power of the destroyer of worlds. Not far from him stood a surprised ogre. Harkon's eyes widened in surprise. The guy was standing in front of them. The ogre looked at him in surprise. He clarified that even knowing all this, they still intend to send him to be eaten by eagles. He smiled and replied that no, they would receive him with all cordiality. A drop of sweat slid down his cheek. He stood in the middle of the arena and remembered that they had said something about hospitality. Strand crossed her arms over her chest and told them that they were being initiated when they came here. If he wanted to be treated as an equal, he had to prove that he was worthy of it. She looked at him and added that it was proven through arm wrestling. In front of him stood a huge ogre. He closed his eyes and introduced himself as Amarush, and clarified that he was the person they were greeting. Ruin bared his teeth in bewilderment, and thought that they meant to say that his opponent was this giant. Something was wrong here. They both took up an arm wrestling stand. Almost a guy slipped a drop of sweat. He asked that if he lost, he would not be sent to feed. She replied that she did not even know. The ogre loomed over him. He squeezed his hand. He realized that he was really frightened by his huge physique, but he didn't go for it blindly. The guy looked at him resolutely and added that a match between an ordinary human and an ogre sounds more than ridiculous, but thanks to the artifact, he also has extraordinary physical strength, and noticed that since he got his hands on Kunhin's tooth, his strength has increased by 1,000 points, and now it is 3,520, so winning is possible. An image of a tooth appeared. The young man looked menacingly at his opponent. He stood in front of him and told him that he did not think that he was an ordinary person, but his hand really felt different. But he was Amarush, even if his opponent was a man, but he would not let him down. The latter looked at him and replied that it was okay, let him try to defeat him once and for all. An ogre with a ring in his nose stuck out his hands and asked him to get ready. He opened the plastic wide and shouted that they were starting. The sleeve of the main character's jacket was torn. His eyes widened in surprise. He lowered his head. The guy gritted his teeth from the tension. He opened his mouth wide and realized that this was his last attempt. The latter calmly put his hand on the table. The young man's mouth opened in shock. The ogre threw up his hands in the air as a victory. He lay down on the ground and realized that he had lost, even though he had put all his strength. He wiggled his fingers and asked what they were going to send him to be eaten. The protagonist stared at the sky. The ogre ordered him to get up. He leaned over to him and noted that he had held out against Amarash, the best warrior of the Heavenly Mountain for so long, a truly incredible man. An image of the status window appeared. The young man looked up and thanked him. Strand looked at him and congratulated him, and remarked that while he had managed to gain the respect of the ogres, he clarified that she was silent because she knew how it would end. She replied that it was fun. He smiled and asked again that it had taken Fight 17 years to defeat him, then he would do everything in a month. The ogres were sitting at the table. He recalled that at the end of the arm wrestling match, a large-scale banquet was held at the small peak. There were tables on the wooden floor. He said that the dishes here were tastier than he thought. The ogres, surprisingly skilled cooks, she agreed with his words, and added that even the smell of the food is strong, such an aroma. He sat down on the grass and wondered why they lived here, locking themselves in this shelter. The guy buried himself in the ground and thought that it felt like he would have to face something more important than a mission. The ogre put his hand on the shoulder of another ogre. Amarash approached the young man and declared that he was a strong man. He looked at him and asked what he was going to make with the tooth of their first chief, who asked if something could be made from it. He smiled and replied that if he wanted, he could help make a weapon that would only suit a human. His eyes widened in surprise. Above the gate hung the head of a dragon. The main character took a tooth in his hands and asked, "Well, what's next?" Strand stretched out her hand and told her that it was a source of primordial power, a symbol of great power, the tooth of an ogre who had inherited the strongest willpower. He interrupted and said that he was not talking about it, and asked how he could use this artifact. An image of armor appeared. He added that Algal's staff and Morsha's armor had a clear use. Ironically asked what he had to remake his mace. The young man was holding a weapon in his hands. There was a lamp hanging on the wall. The servant advised him to just take it with him and come up with a use later. The fact that it increases his strength is already a huge advantage. The ogre smiled and offered to help him create a weapon that would only fit a human. A drop of sweat slipped down the protagonist's cheek, who thought he brought it with him, but did not know how to use it, and this unexpected offer would only do good. He raised his left hand and told him that the chieftain's tooth was quite hard and heavy, so not everyone could make something out of it, but for him, Amarash, who worked iron, it was possible. He looked at him and asked him again that he worked iron. The servant explained that in human language it is called a blacksmith. The monster turned his head and asked if he had any thoughts about the weapon. He smiled slyly and asked what he could make a weapon according to his idea. The guy sat in the bushes and remembered that half a month had passed since he had come to the Heavenly Mountain, during which time he had either helped the ogres hunt, or done training that he had not been able to do before. The ogre stuck out his index finger, and shouted that it had gone there. The protagonist jumped and asked to be entrusted with it. The young man ran on the ground. He looked at the status window and noted that it was super. He clenched his left hand into a fist and added that, however, something had taken up most of his day. Strand raised her hand and said that 15 matches, 15 defeats. He noted that this was the result of his arm wrestling matches with Amarash. The guy brushed the dust off his shoulder and said that he had lost again. It was starting to get annoying. The protagonist's servant came up to him and encouraged him, and noticed that he was gradually getting better. The ogre looked at him and told him that it was so. He began to use all his power, and began to waste less and less of it. The latter turned his head on him and thanked him, and noticed that he was slowly getting to the bottom of it, and realized that thanks to the advice, he was gradually figuring out how to use his power correctly, so the time he could hold on was growing. He put his hands in his pockets and said that he had to defeat Amarash before he left this place. In the middle of the field there was a huge cave. He shouted that he was afraid of him. He objected that no, he had no chance of winning. A few days later, Amarash's eyes widened in surprise. Ruin clutched his pinky finger in his hand, and Strand announced 17 matches, 16 defeats, and 1 win. A drop of sweat slid down her cheek. The protagonist raised his hands above him and exclaimed that he had won. An image of the status window appeared. The ogre closed his eyes and admitted that he had surprised him many times, and he ended up losing. The one who put his hand on his wrist and noticed that he called him by name for the first time. Amarash went to the side and said that he was now ready. He asked him again, and asked if he had done it. The ogre turned his head on him and told him to go. He looked at him and told him that he had finished them a long time ago. He was just waiting for the right moment to hand them over. He wondered why he couldn't give the weapon as soon as it was ready. He looked down and replied that he had been waiting for the day when he would defeat him, and until that moment he was not going to give it up, and after all, the will of the chief was an important matter for them. The guy opened his mouth and realized that he had almost been robbed in broad daylight. The ogre handed him the weapon. An image of gloves appeared. A status window with the characteristics of the item appeared in front of the main character. He glanced at his hand and realized that the glove-shaped artifact created by dividing Kunhin's tooth into 10 pieces and attaching them to the gloves was the perfect weapon shaped for a magus like him. Strand and Amarush looked at him and asked how he was doing. He added that he had deliberately adjusted the uniform perfectly to him. The ogre furrowed his brows and noted to himself that this was unbelievable. He felt much stronger with the 2,000 points of strength, and asked the ogre to summon all the warriors of the Heavenly Mountain. The crowd was standing in the middle of the field. They were discussing that a strong man wanted to arm wrestle with them. He said that he would defeat 100 ogres alone, and maybe he defeated Amarush, but this was a blow to pride. They stood with their bare feet on the ground and added that they would still organize such an event, but of course, they would gladly participate. The ogres stood next to each other. The young man stood on a rock and reasoned that from the point of view of the ogres, such a proposal would sound impudent. But the atmosphere was quite pleasant, and the ogres, who respected strength and had a love of competition, seemed to appreciate his fighting spirit. The little monster threw his hands up. The servant of the main character folded her hands together, and noted that this brings back memories of the old days. Draa also liked to do this. The protagonist glanced at him, and she added that after 30 years here, he had only been able to defeat 17 ogres in a row, so he had something new to offer. He noticed that humans don't live as long as dragons, so he needs to act quickly. He put his hand on the stone and realized that if he had been here yesterday, he would have agreed that it was impossible. But with the feeling he got from putting on these gloves, it seemed to him that he would never lose. He held out his hand for the competition. The ogre looked at him and asked him to get ready. He opened his mouth wide and shouted that they were starting. Ruin instantly placed his opponent's hand on the table. He was standing in front of a crowd of his comrades. One of them asked if he was going to leave, and he said he had to go to Rejection. They all looked at him, one of them stating that he had given them great memories. He lifted his head up. He held out his hand to them, and they asked if he wanted to arm wrestling again, even after 100 victories over them. The ogre bared his teeth, and the ogre replied that he was not asking for it. Ruin shook his hand and explained that it was called a handshake. He looked at him, and added that it was a human way of greeting each other when he was glad to see someone, or when he crossed paths with a friend. It was another way of saying see each other again. The monster lowered its head to him. He waved after him. Clouds flew over the huge building. A man with white hair was sitting at the table and asked if there was any news. His subordinate replied that there was no news yet. He clasped his hands together and thought that there was still no news of the Scream Mage, and it had been long enough since the return of the 2 mages with serious wounds, and nothing was known about the Scream Mage who had gone after the ruin. He silently looked ahead and added that even the tracking team he had sent after had reported that they had not sensed any sign of human presence at the Celestial Mountain. He said that they had been deceived. The servant was standing opposite him. They both turned to the voice that he wanted to report that Ruin had recently arrived in Rejection. Another subordinate was standing in the doorway. The white-haired man stared ahead silently. An assistant was sitting on the shoulder of the main character. He ordered to immediately call him here. Clouds flew over the tall building. A man with white hair with boredom in his eyes leaned his head on his palm. The guy said that he failed the mission. As he said, there's a reason why no one succeeded. When he got to the Heavenly Mountain, he realized that this task was the highest of his capabilities. He lowered his head down and added that the barrier was so strong that it was impossible to pass through it. He noticed that he was not such a skillful liar. The young man raised his head at him in shock. He looked at him and asked him to be honest with him. After all, he was the magus that Kunhin's tooth had chosen, and the mission he had chosen concerned the search for the homeland of the ogres. He opened his mouth slightly and asked if it was too convenient a coincidence. Sweat appeared on the face of the main character. He asked what he was watching him. He looked at him and replied that he was just afraid that he would become a magus opposing the tower. The protagonist lowered his head slightly and said that everyone who goes against the will of the King of Mages becomes enemies of the tower. He sat at the table and confirmed that it was the majority, and asked him to stop talking and get to the point, and asked what he had seen on the Heavenly Mountain, if the first ogres were still wonderful. His eyes widened. A drop of sweat slid down the guy's cheek. He walked away from the building. Ruin closed his eyes and noted that it had passed. The white-haired man folded his hands on the table and said that he didn't need an obvious lie, especially since he could look into his memories if he wanted. The latter wondered why he would not do this. He threw an uncomprehending look at him. He looked down and clarified that the great Magus King wouldn't stoop to such a thing, and noticed that especially against an ordinary disciple like him. The latter opened his eyes wide and asked him what he dared to challenge him, and added that besides, the word ordinary seemed too modest. The man closed his eyes and said that his official first mission had failed, so let him go back to the academy. There was a bookcase against the wall. The guy furrowed his brows and thought that he was playing on the king's pride, and fortunately it worked, although he wouldn't have resorted to extreme methods like magic. If the dirty king was even a little reckless, he would have been caught red-handed. However, just the thought of it is already terrifying. He closed his eyes, and realized that this was not the end. The X-Area artifact had chosen him, and they both knew what the Lord of the Throne meant. Although it had not been voiced aloud, the Magus King would continue to watch him closely. An image of a tooth appeared. The Magus King raised his right hand. The main character was walking down the street and said that he did not know, so far he just wanted to get out of here as soon as possible. Black smoke poured out of the locomotive's chimney. A banner with the main character fluttered in the wind. A crowd of schoolchildren threw him up and shouted that they were congratulating him on his victory at the great festival. A box fell on the table. Jason leaned his hands on his hips and said that these were letters to him, because, as expected, the winner of the main tournament of the year is incredibly popular. There were letters in the box. He noticed that there were a lot of them. His friend added that these were only from the recent ones. He turned to the cabinet and noted that the ones that had come earlier were stored here. All the letters fell out of the closet. Ruin opened his mouth in shock. He sat down on the bed with a letter in his hand and specified that there were letters even from princes. And read it. One of the letters said that he had been agitated by rumors that he had rejected the crown prince of the empire's offer, that he was a true patriot, and that letters had fallen out of the closet, who added that it was even written on the road, although they had not met in person. Jason looked at him arrogantly and said that what a formality, expensive, is used not for those who are already close, but with whom they want to get close. He wondered how much he knew about it. He lay down on the bed and asked if he planned to do something during the holidays. The young man smiled slyly. He looked at his interlocutor and replied that he planned to conduct them differently than usual. The protagonist rode on horseback. He looked into the distance and remembered that it had been 5 years since he had last been to his homeland. Until last year he had always stayed in the dormitory, even on vacation, because he didn't have the courage to look his men in the eye. The guy leaned against her and added that he was not sure that he would be able to answer their questions about how the studies were going. The guy smiled hesitantly and said that now he could proudly show himself in front of them and finally see his family. Below under the cliff was a village. Residents opened their mouths in shock. The latter put his hand to the back of his head in confusion and asked if they were doing well. Tall trees protruded from the ground. People exclaimed that it was true, the young master. They surrounded him and noted that how long had he been gone. They had been waiting for news about him for so long. He apologized for his long absence. They asked how he was doing in the academy, if the words that were said about him were true. She smugly put her hands on her hips and noted that there had never been a single letter in all the time, and then it appeared. He put a hand to his forehead and noticed that it was waving so much, he barely recognized it. The guy smiled and added that she remained just as cute. Clouds flew over it. The young man asked his father to call the rest of the family, because they had a lot to talk about. The moon shone high in the sky. The entire ruined family gathered in the hall. He remembered that he had told his family and the people of the manor about everything that had happened in the intervening time. The girl wiped a tear from her eye and noted that he had really gone through a lot. The woman added that he had overcome so many difficulties that she could not help but be proud of him. A drop of sweat slid down the man's cheek. He clarified that he had won such a large-scale competition and had not even met the crown prince. He looked at him and replied in the affirmative, and thought that it had been 2 months since then, but for their distant estate, this news was a novelty. My father took out a letter and remarked why the ruling family sends such letters, not to mention the news of noble families. The young man looked away in embarrassment, and remembered that he wanted to be the first to report this. The man looked at him and said that he needed to know something. The father noticed that they had already closed this topic. He added that he should be aware, because it concerns him too. Ruin looked at him uncomprehendingly. He turned his head to his father and asked him to tell him about it, because if he heard from someone else, he would be disappointed. Her father put her hand to her face and realized that there was nothing she could do. He stood next to the man and told him that, as he had already mentioned, a lot of letters had come to their estate, and all of them were about him. Many of them offered substantial monetary donations in their territory under the pretext of respect for him, and some of the authors of the letters even offered him high positions. His sister looked at him. He added that, of course, all proposals were rejected, but there is a small nuance. The main character sat opposite him. He noted that Manzo wrote to him. He uses it as a lever of pressure on the family. The father of the main character closed his eyes. An image of a map of the world has appeared. Manzo is the only city near the territory of Ardal. Most of the goods produced in Ardal by trade routes pass through Manzo. In other words, the territory of Ardal is maintained by the funds earned in Manzo. The protagonist put his hands on his knees and clarified that they had indeed asked for such an absurd low price for their goods. The father replied that it was because they wanted him as the protector of the territory, threatening problems for the Ardal territory. At this rate, they would run out of money. The man put his hand to his head. He lowered his head and added that they had not yet figured out how to solve this problem. The young man put his head on the back of his head. The residents of the city said that this year's abundant harvest would definitely please him, and this year they have exceptionally high-quality goat's milk. He closed his eyes. Father and Baggins turned to him, and he remarked that if you sow, you will reap. Since Manzo is eager to see him, he thinks you should show yourself to them. The guy looked at his fist. There were bags on the horse's body. The man said that there was some dried meat and water for the road, and let him be very careful. Ruin thanked him. His uncle stood in front of him and asked him for forgiveness for taking on this situation on him. Even though he had just arrived, he replied that he shouldn't. He was just doing his job. He, like a young lord, would do his. The man looked at him with hope in his eyes. The guide turned to him, who asked him not to let the Lord's efforts go to waste. He looked at him and told him that the Lord had done everything he could, even covering the losses due to Manzo from his own pocket. Most did not even know that there were any problems. The current peaceful situation had been achieved at the cost of the Lord's sacrifice. A drop of sweat rolled down Ruin's cheek. He closed his eyes and said that he was even embarrassed by his impudent thoughts. He asked what he meant. His father was looking ahead, and he replied that, to be honest, he was confused, wondering why his father had just put up with it, and the thought of him being able to decide everything on his own made his head spin. The main character looked at him. He looked down and added that since he was a child, he had known that his father cared for and loved this land more than anyone else. His uncle looked at him hopefully. He handed him the box and asked him to give it to his father, who clarified what was there. His eyes widened in surprise, and he replied that there were 10,000 gold there. There were bars of gold in the box. He noticed that this was a prize for a great festival. He hoped that these funds would be spent on what was required. The protagonist looked at his uncle and revealed that he himself believes that it is best to purchase land with them. He believes that in the future they should become self-sufficient, and not rely on Manzo. Beggins put his fingers to his chin and remarked that he was right, but that would be problematic enough that no one would want to sell them yet. He looked up at him, and he offered to take them. Ruin looked at him and said that they needed to clean. The wolf's eyes burned red. He said that they could claim the problematic territory of the Wolf Hills, and the Chinhen Plain occupied by the Mud People. He thought it wasn't such a bad idea. The guy was sitting on a horse and noticed that with these funds, you can hire people to clean up the territories, and then cultivate the land, and rent it out to visitors, so they can dispose of even more money. Uncle put his fingers to his chin and added that if they could get mercenaries at a reasonable price, then the attempt would be worth it. The young man looked at him out of the corner of his eye and concluded that in this case, he left the subtleties to him and his father, and it was time for him to go. The horse galloped forward abruptly. People walked through the busy square. The trading city of Manzo is the largest territory in the southern part of the kingdom, where all the resources of neighboring areas are accumulated. Man sat on a rock. The landlord of the city is Pilka's Manzo. There are many rumors about him, for example, that he bought his title, or that he was previously the leader of the Valp gang. The main character furrowed his brows and realized that he needed to be ready for anything. Guards stood near the gates to the castle. The guy was sitting on his horse and stated that he was the young master of the Ardo family, and asked where the lord was. The guard gave him an uncomprehending look. Ruin furrowed his brows in displeasure. The guards stood next to each other. One did not understand why they were always making a fuss, how it was worth something to go the wrong way. The other looked at him and asked if he would be courteous. The young man closed his eyes and thought that he faced such an attitude every time, and how many times his father had already been here. The guard said that he should come in and look for him himself, although since it was Ardal, he would still be chased away. The guy got off his horse. He went to the gate and replied that this time the circumstances were different. The protagonist closed his eyes and realized that he was not here as a student, but as a son of the Ardal family, and thought, if he accepted such rudeness as the norm, then what opinion would people have for their territories? He swung his fist, and the guard asked what he was up to. A drop of sweat slid down his cheek, and he said that they needed to be taught reverence. One of the guards flew away. Manzo went to the main character and asked who they had. He raised his hand and noticed that this was a hero who had won a great festival, a magus of the next generation. He clarified that it was Manzo. He bowed and replied affirmatively and added that someone of his status had made such a journey to their humble city. He was so embarrassed that he could not raise his head. The guy sharply replied that even if he didn't pick it up, he looked up at him in surprise. He bared his teeth and said that since he was so embarrassed that he had to be surprised, let him continue to stand like this, with his head down. Manzo furrowed his brows in displeasure. He grinned slightly. The man with the beard put on his hat and said that it was true that he was quite straightforward, in which case, despite the awkwardness he felt, he would still straighten up. He replied that he wanted to, but would note that he needed to retrain his guards. He stood in front of him and clarified what they had made a mistake about. The young man turned around and explained that they treated his family like some kind of rootless goblins, so he had to issue a warning to them. Guards lay on the ground. Manzo gritted his teeth in anger. Her main character looked at him and sarcastically asked if he minded. The latter looked at him and asked him not to hesitate to treat them the same way he treated his subordinates, and wondered how he dared to touch his people. The guy rubbed his fist. He kicked the guard to the side with all his strength. He slipped a few meters on the tile. The young man clapped his hands and remarked that this was enough, and that man also needed lessons in good manners. He looked at the lord and asked that he was no longer going to keep him outside. Manzo's eyes widened, and Manzo asked to invite him to his place. The wolf opened its mouth wide. Manzo smiled broadly and asked if it wasn't beautiful, and said that he collected these works of art as a hobby. Ruin looked at him and noticed that just looking at them made him uncomfortable. The lord sat on the chair and replied that he understood him, because everyone has their own tastes. The guy looked at him from under his brow and realized that collecting such things and calling them beautiful is clearly an unpleasant hobby, and noted that he obviously did it in order to intimidate him. An ogre's torso protruded from the wall. The maid was pouring tea into a mug, and he told me that it was a rather rare kind of tea from the south, called parimi. Let him taste it. He crossed his arms over his chest and refused it. He clarified that he did not like tea, maybe treat him to a soft drink. Strand closed her eyes and asked what he was doing for a fool. The young man took the mug in his hand and asked that he really did not understand why he refused. He poured the tea on the table. A frowning Manzo sat across from him. Tea was dripping from the edge of the table. The man smiled broadly. He held the mug of tea to his face and remarked that he seemed to believe that he could have poisoned the tea. However, he did not intend to become his enemy. He wished to become a good friend. Ruin looked at him and retorted that the friends were threatening each other. He sneered slyly and objected that this was absurd. What kind of threats could there be? He simply made an offer with the best of intentions. The main character gritted his teeth out of inner anger and asked again about the proposal, and clarified that this is how he calls the vile trick to bring Ardal to decline. He sat opposite his interlocutor and said that he was not interested in such a proposal. He put a mug of tea on the table and replied that it was rather sad, and since he refused to be his friend, the cost of goods from Ardal would remain the same. He bared his teeth and added that the level was terribly cheap. The young man looked at him menacingly and suggested that he return the prices to their original level. The lord crossed his arms over his chest. He put his hand on his leg and asked him to listen, and said that he was only a hillbilly who knew nothing, and asked what he thought he could simply disregard the offer. He got up from his chair and noted that the one who should be falling to his knees was him now, not him. The guards moved towards their room. Manzo smiled broadly and remembered that it was said that the students of the magic school could not use magic during the holidays, so he would teach him obedience. The knights entered the room. Ruin raised his fist and realized that he hadn't planned to let it go. The man in the hat pointed his finger at him and ordered them to kill him. He would make a scarecrow out of his corpse for the gallery. Strand sat on his shoulder. He asked that he wanted to make a trophy out of him, and exclaimed that he was crazier than he could have imagined. She added that he was still a fruit. Manzo crossed his arms over his chest, thinking that it was right that he did not expect a fruitful conversation. He was just a pompous pig trapped in wealth. The guard pointed a spear at him. He put his fingers together. The guy looked at him and asked him to catch a crack. The armored guard flew in the opposite direction. All the other opponents also rushed at him. The young man grabbed his forearm and asked him to listen to what he had to say, the status windows informing him that a unique skill had been activated, and that the spirit of Kunhan would appear above his head. He twisted his face and exclaimed what kind of smoke he had done. The information board said that the affected area increased to the length of Kunhan's arm. The protagonist's hair rose up. The ogre spirit materialized in the fire. He said that his life was in danger even during the holidays, and he could use magic. The lord raised his head in shock. The guards stood around him. One of them twisted his face and stated that if they stayed, they would die. The status window reported that some opponents, stunned by Kunhan's aura, were consumed with the deepest terror. They rushed in different directions. The protagonist clenched his hand into a fist and noted that escaping would not help them. He looked ahead in front of him. The roof of the building exploded. Residents of the city rushed in different directions. Manzo stretched out his hand and exclaimed that this was his collection, which he had collected all his life, and his portrait for 2,000 gold pieces. The guy asked that he still had time to worry about his collection. He desperately spread his hands in different directions. Ruin approached him from behind him and told him that it was time to take care of himself. Flames enveloped the entire room. The protagonist rested his hands on his hips and ordered him to bring the cost of goods from Ardal to normal, and to compensate tenfold for the losses incurred through his fault, and added that this was his offer, and asked if he would accept it. He fell to his knees and asked how much money it was. He grabbed him by the collar and ordered him to carry everything quickly. The guy rode a horse and noted that it was almost over, and asked how much his father would be surprised when he told him that he had solved the problem. He rode his horse down the avenue and recalled that in this way he sorted out the sales problem, and headed back to Ardal. His eyes widened at the voice he heard. A girl with white hair stood in front of him. He remembered that a rather unexpected guest was waiting for him. The girl folded her hands together. He clarified that it was Lady Irene. About 2 months ago, the guests were standing in the banquet hall. Ruin put his hands on the back of his head and said that he was sick of all this. At first it was interesting, but now he only wanted to return home. Irene approached him from behind and clarified that he was talking about the small and beautiful Ardal region. She leaned her hands on her hips and remarked that she was glad that the banquet ended without incident. She was really afraid that something terrible would happen because of someone who asked her for forgiveness, but he could not do anything. The guy looked down and added that they not only belittled the students, but also spoke ill of his name. The girl looked at him and asked if it was really so beautiful. He raised his hand to his chest and replied that of course this place was beautiful. It brought peace, she should visit it someday. She replied that he should not deny it later. He put his hand on the back of his head and promised that he would not. The young man looked at her embarrassedly, and realized that he didn't think he would actually come. His father wiped tears from his eyes. His sister looked at him menacingly and asked if he wanted to explain himself. He did not understand what had come over her. She sat opposite him and began to question him meticulously. On the wall hung a landscape of the forest. The guy clarified that the ruin really volunteered to show the area to Lady Irene. He replied that when he offered to do it to him, she immediately volunteered. Her father was sitting at the table and asked if it wasn't cute, because she didn't want to lose her brother, whom she hadn't seen for 6 years. He opened his mouth and clarified that she was really not his girlfriend. He could be honest with him. He replied negatively. The father sadly noted that it was sad. The guy was sitting on a chair and did not understand why this news disappointed him. He turned his head back, and his father suggested that he put aside his personal matters and discuss something else. Baggins came into the room with a box. He placed it on the table. Her father held out her ruin and said that he could not accept this money. The latter looked at him in bewilderment and asked him again. The man replied that it was his money, Ardles, who was sitting opposite him, and asked if he was not one of the Ardles. Father closed your eyes and told me that it was. No one would deny that he was the heart of this territory. But didn't he have other things to do outside of it? The main character looked at him silently. He put his head down, thinking that he knew it was because he was worried about him, and he knew that he was a profoundly righteous and moral man, and he respected those qualities. But he was hurt that he was discussing governance without him. Ruin squeezed his eyes shut. He put his hands on his knees and said that he wanted to use these funds for the benefit of Ardle, just as he did. My father opened his mouth slightly from what he heard. His uncle put his hand on the back of his head and said that he thought that the young master should know about how he had been supporting Ardle all this time at his own expense. The man folded his hands and asked that in the future he discuss everything with him first, rather than make such hasty decisions. Baggins replied that he would mean. He raised his right hand and told him that whatever his intentions were, he could not accept his money. He was not yet ready to put the responsibility for the estate on his shoulders. He held out a bag of money and noted that he still had 3,600 gold pieces, which was their legitimate money, but receiving it in the current circumstances was akin to discovering a long-forgotten stash. Ruin approached his uncle and asked how to understand this. He gave 3 times more. He replied that he refused to accept the rest. He was so categorical that even the topic of subjugation of new lands could not be raised. Drops of sweat flowed down their cheeks. The guy clarified why his father was so adamant. He explained that it was so, he had already given up trying to understand him. The protagonist opened his eyes wide at him. His uncle put his hands behind his back and noticed that such was their lord. He stared silently at the wall. The guy looked down and agreed with him. His father put his fingers to his chin. The young man peeked out from behind the door. Ruin and Irene were holding hands. They noticed the main character. He spread his hands in different directions and asked if she liked the tour of the estate. The sister looked at the girl and said that she would go, and wished her good luck. She waved her hand and asked him to get along with her brother, because she was a good person. Embarrassedly, she turned her eyes away and did not understand why she was saying such strange things. Ruin looked at her with embarrassment in his eyes and invited her to take a walk. The girl put her hands together and said that she was a very nice girl. She would like to have the same younger sister. He was glad that they got along. She turned her head on him and clarified that he was definitely not bothered by anything, and noted that he seemed to be deep in his thoughts. He asked why it was so noticeable. He stood in front of her and explained that as the heir to the family, he would like to do something for his territory, but nothing came to mind. The guy looked down and thought that if you count the cash prize for the great festival, and the money he received from Monzo, it would be 40,000 gold coins, and his father said that he could use them as he wished. The girl closed her eyes and noticed that he couldn't stop thinking about his region, despite the fact that she had come this way here. A drop of sweat slid down his cheek. He raised his hands to the sides and realized that he hadn't really talked to her about anything, and asked how she got to Ardle. Because they are quite remote territory, she must have gone through a lot. The girl put her hands behind her back and told him that it didn't take long to get there. She had made it from Rejection in 2 days. Who thought it was just a modest question to make amends, but the answer was the solution he was looking for. The girl pointed her finger to the very top, and explained that if you overcome this mountain range, then Ardle is a stone's throw away. Southern mountains. Far away from them, there were mountains. He reflected that despite the fact that they were part of the territory of Ardle, the harsh terrain made the process of cultivating those lands impossible, and the reason why these territories were empty was the local monsters. The wolf's eyes burned red. An image of a map of the world appeared. He added that given the proximity of 8 Lake, their geographical importance was high, and thought what if they took advantage of the neighborhood and made a trade route through the southern mountains. The red arrow pointed to the city. He put his fingers to his chin and realized that by establishing connections with places of the same importance as Monzo, they would be able to establish themselves as independent territory. He looked into the distance and didn't understand why he hadn't thought about it before. It would be of great help to their region. The guy grabbed the girl's hands and thanked her for finding a solution. She looked at him embarrassedly. He waved his hand to her and noted that they would see each other again. The young man ran away from her. She closed her eyes and noticed that he was a rather entertaining person. A drop of sweat slipped down my father's cheek, and he replied that it was impossible. Ruin looked at him dumbfounded and asked him to explain. He sat across from him at the table and told him that he had already tried, but all 8 of 8 Lake's merchant guilds refused, and 8 Lake asked why they refused. A drop of sweat slid down the guy's cheek. He explained that from their point of view, Ardo would not make a profit. His uncle held out his hand in front of him, and told him that even my lord knew that this was a great opportunity for their estate. He put his hands on his knees and resolutely declared that many things had already changed. They were small but evolving, and he reflected that just because the merchant guilds had failed once did not mean that one should discard an opportunity that could bring so much hope. He pointed his finger at himself and asked that who knows, maybe the offer from the winner of the great festival will be met differently. His father looked at him in shock. He exhaled and said that it was so. After all, he had solved the issue with the lord, and asked what were the reasons to stop him. He sat opposite him and gave the go-ahead for him to go. The guy opened the door. Irene went to him and asked him that he was going to 8 Lick, and noted that he was now in the same boat with her. He looked at her dumbfounded and clarified that she wanted to say that she had crossed the border of Ardo without permission. A bead of sweat slid down his cheek. He noticed that crossing the border through the abandoned lands alone, and asked if she had always been so brave, if she hadn't thought how dangerous it could be. She folded her arms over her chest and replied that she did not think that this was comparable to his actions. She closed her eyes and reminded him that at one time he broke into someone else's dormitory, and without taking into account any risks, he used non-standard methods in competitions. Moreover, he won at every stage. Ruin stared at her. She looked at him and asked if she were to compare it with him, whether her act would seem like a petty prank. The guy breathed a sigh of relief. He put it next to her and said that he planned to go further. She said that she would follow him. She had already become an illegal migrant, so the rest would be easier. Together they climbed up to the top. He recalled that in this way they went straight to 8 Lake, deciding to cross the southern mountains, and thereby reconnoitering the situation. A sphere of magic materialized in the girl's hand. He added that due to the too uneven terrain, even with a compass, it was problematic to navigate. It was decided to find the right place with the help of search magic tuned to humanoid creatures. He opened his mouth in surprise and thought that there was a rule against students using magic during the holidays, and Irene had already broken it when she arrived in Ardo. They ran together. He clarified that it was not forbidden for students to use magic outside the walls of the educational institution. She offered him to use a compass. They were surrounded by a pack of wolves. He noted that, however, the search magic first tracked down the humanoid monsters, causing them to unknowingly fall into the werewolf's lair and put themselves in danger. The main character jumped on the monster. Fragments of stone flew in different directions. The defeated werewolf stuck out his tongue. He added that after learning that werewolves depend on their leader, they were able to defeat the main one and avoid it. An image of the status window appeared. The monster's body glowed golden. He noted that this was how he received an unknown task. A drop of sweat slid down his cheek. Fire burned in his hand. He remembered that they had used the magic trail next, and rushed back to their destination, and fortunately, they did not encounter any more monsters along the way. The girl held on to the strap of her backpack and noticed that this time, they had come to the right place. They were standing in front of a huge gate to the fortress. A map of the world appeared. 8 Lake, a huge city-state, in which 8 large lakes are connected to the sea, like Althing, is a neutral party, under the control of the empire. Here, instead of the king, representatives of 8 merchant guilds, called the joint government, have power. Being a trading city, it dominates trade on the continent. Important people stood in the same crowd. There was gold in the chest. It is rumored that 8 Lake trades even with pirates. If they consider the deal profitable, here money is valued above all. Irene looked at him and asked where they were going now. He replied that they were going to the Hall of Gold. There was a guard in front of the gate who clarified that they had an appointment. It was a large estate in 8 Lake where representatives of the merchant guilds gathered for lunch, so it was the perfect place to negotiate with them. Ruin looked at him and replied that no, but he could wait here and asked for a message. He said that if they officially submitted the documents, it would take some time for consideration. He stood resolutely in front of him and asked him to tell him that Ruin had come to see them, as well as Irene. The girl was embarrassedly holding on to the straps of her backpack with her hands. The guard opened his mouth in shock and exclaimed that he was the winner of the great festival. The young man folded his hands on his chest. He asked for forgiveness for not recognizing him. There was a chandelier hanging on the ceiling. Here he noted that fortunately, they were able to get into the Hall of Gold. There was a golden statue in the hall. Irene walked next to the young man and noticed that the atmosphere fully corresponds to the name. He agreed with her, and added that it was impossible to compare with Ardo. The guard pointed to the door with his hands and invited them in. A drop of sweat slid down the guy's cheek. He mentally asked himself not to worry. He was here for a fair deal, not a petition. He threw open the doors and said that he was glad to see them. Those present turned their gaze to him. In the distance, a guy in a robe was sitting. They were all sitting at a round table. The black-haired man clasped his hands together. Ruin and Irene sat down at the table. They discussed that what they thought was just a rumor was true, that they had seen him in Altain, and that he was the winner. The bearded man put his hands on the table and wondered what had brought the venerable MAGES of the next generation to their distance. He looked at them and thought that the status of the winner of the great festival even here had weight, and he was worried that coming without an invitation would backfire on him. But it seemed that the conversation would still take place. The blonde-haired guy put his hand on the table and stated that whatever the matter was, It was good if it would benefit their guild. The other asked him not to jump to conclusions, although he was also curious. The main character looked at everyone with his gaze, and I will inform you that he has arrived to discuss the issue of trade between Ardell and Eight Lake. Those present closed their eyes in thought. The guy leaned his head on his arm. She sat strangely on his shoulder and noticed that it seemed that he had cooled their ardor. The man turned to the other and said that Ardell sounded familiar, and asked if he did not know where he was, who replied that in the south of the small kingdom of Radian. The girl put her head on her hand and noticed that it was so. An estate in the countryside selling fish and sweet potatoes. It seemed that the lord of those lands had already come to them, and clarified how all the negotiations ended. Someone replied that they refused unanimously. The guy put his hands on the table. She asked why this happened. He replied that because it was not profitable for them, it was a one-sided proposal. The young man silently spread his hands in different directions. The man with the beard put his hands together and said that in this case, he thinks there is nothing to discuss. Ruin lowered his head and realized that they were merchants to the core. As soon as they heard something contrary to their interests, they immediately changed. He crossed his arms over his chest and mused that he was both the next generation MAGES and the young Master Ardell. But in their eyes, he was only the future Lord Ardell, a poor young gentleman from the countryside trying to steal their money. His hand reached for the gold coins. The guy looked at them and realized that their dualistic approach was terribly obvious, and clarified that they had made the same decision. He opened his bag and said that it was sad to see such a reaction before he had even had a chance to voice his proposal. Coins fell on the table. He noted that there were 30,000 gold coins. The man with the beard opened his mouth slightly in surprise. The guy not in the robe looked at the money in shock. The red-haired guy opened his mouth wide in surprise. The main character looked at them and asked that they were now more motivated to continue the conversation. The end of the first season. An image of the world map of 8 Lake appeared, a huge city-state in which 8 large lakes are connected to the sea. Instead of the king, representatives of 8 trade guilds, called the joint government, have power. A group of important people stood next to each other. The red arrow pointed to the city in the arena and recalled that he had come here to establish trade relations with Ardell. Having overcome the southern mountains, he had to face a number of problems along the way, but in case of successful negotiations, it would be worth it. The werewolves surrounded Irene and Ruin. The young man looked at them and asked that now they were more motivated to continue the conversation. He was sitting at the table and said that he had purchased weapons from the city in favor of Ardell, worth 30,000 gold pieces, and in return they would give him permission to trade in their products. The guy clarified that he was preparing for war, and noted that otherwise, he saw no reason to acquire so many weapons. The young man looked at them and noticed that their reaction was surprising. After all, 30,000 gold coins is a 3-year budget for such a rural area. This amount is equivalent to the annual budget of a medium-sized city. Spending only on weapons like this could cause shock. In the middle of the forest stood a village. Monzo bared his teeth. The guard ran away. The knights rushed to attack. They flew in different directions. He added that after what happened in Monzo territory, he realized something. Power naturally attracts wealth, which in turn generates peace. The protagonist furrowed his brows and realized that since he needed a weapon to gain power, then he would invest his funds here. He looked at his interlocutors and noted that he knew that each of the representatives specialized in something different, and clarified who was responsible for the weapons. A short girl was sitting at the table. Someone replied that these were the affairs of the first representative: weapons, iron ore, representatives of flora and fauna, even ships. Their family provided an extensive list of goods. A drop of sweat slid down the young man's cheek, and he noticed that she was younger than him. She slightly furrowed her brows. He added that the look was devoid of childish naivety. An incredibly strong presence emanated from her. What kind of life she had lived. She sat across from him, wondering what he planned to do with the weapons he had received, and said that she understood the inappropriateness of her curiosity. But as a supplier, she couldn't help but feel uneasy. He explained that first of all, he planned to organize a large-scale monster hunt near Ardell territory, and getting the weapons was only the first step. He looked at her resolutely, and added that they planned to build a trade route connecting Ardell and 8 Lake, and it would run through the southern mountains. Everyone looked at the main character. The man with the beard stuck out the index finger of his right hand and asked him to refrain from mentioning those mountains. Irene looked around and noticed that the tension had risen, and asked what had happened. He agreed with her that he wasn't quite sure either. The girl clenched her hand into a fist. The guy realized that he did not know what had happened, but he saw the reason. He looked at her carefully and noticed that she had turned very pale. She looked at him menacingly and asked him again that they were planning to cross the southern mountains, and stated that it was impossible due to the demon living there. He slightly opened his mouth from what he heard and thought that it could not be. He leaned against the table and said that last night, he had personally crossed that mountain range, which had accused him of lying. He pulled back the hem of his jacket and said he hadn't gotten something. He held out a tuft of fur and clarified that it didn't happen to belong to the said demon. The status window said that it was the mane of a silver werewolf. The girl jumped abruptly from her seat. The information board said that the task was completed. As a reward, he received the respect of the Waltrace family. He looked at her menacingly and realized that it was true. Tears poured from her eyes. She grabbed her face with her hands and noted that he was finally dead. 3 days later, the representative walked next to the main character and apologized for waiting. He noted that there was nothing to worry about. He understood everything perfectly. She looked ahead and told me that she would never have thought that she would be in these mountains again. Of course, the heaviness in her heart did not go away, but now she was of a different kind. The man fell to the ground. She added that the monster that took his father's life was no longer there, and it was all his merit. The young man looked at her and asked her to stop praising him, because he just got in his way. She lifted her head up and explained that if they could build a road through the southern city, and be able to trade with the Sand Kingdom of Ida through Ardal, they would no longer have to waste money and time using a detour through the central region. She raised her left hand and added that they, the Waltrace family, would actively contribute to the construction. Ruin slightly opened his mouth from hearing and reflected that he thought that they would start establishing trade relations by buying weapons, and the issue of the trade route would be resolved much later. He even assumed that the construction would be carried out exclusively at his expense. However, if the Waltrace family helped, then it would be incredible luck. He spread his hands in different directions and clarified that she wanted to say that she accepted his offer. She said that, of course, all products produced in Ardal would be purchased at a price higher than the market price. A drop of sweat slipped down the guy's cheek. He asked to himself, above the market rate, these are incredibly generous conditions. The girl looked at him and told him that the merchants would do anything for profit, but that they were no strangers to the human. She, Cicely Waltrace, promised to express gratitude and trust worthy of a benefactor. The young man closed his eyes with satisfaction. They shook hands. He noted that he was looking forward to working together, and noted that the deal between Ardal and Eight Lake was successfully concluded. They walked next to each other. The girl was glad that everything ended well. He agreed with her, and added that now he could deliver good news to the residents of the territory and her father. He held on to the strap of the backpack and said that that representative showed herself to be a more than worthy person. Despite her young age and the loss of her father, Irene noticed that he did not look like himself. Amazing sentimentality. He suggested that it was easy to feel sympathy for someone who was in a similar situation with you. A drop of sweat slipped down the girl's face. He turned to her and told her that no matter what, let her wait for a change. If she had to visit Ardal again, she would not recognize him. She exhaled and said that he truly loved his homeland. She would like to feel the same. He put his hand on the back of his head and asked if everyone missed home and appreciated him. She replied that it was definitely not about her. He asked if she would call him to her one day. The girl held on to the straps of the backpack and said that who knows. He looked at her out of the corner of his eye and wondered if she didn't seem to want to talk about it, but he was sure that he would visit the Prius one day. The rays of the sun illuminated the village. Father opened his mouth and exclaimed that the prices were higher than market prices. His uncle looked at him in shock and asked that they had even taken the initiative to open such a path. A drop of sweat slid down her sister's cheek, and she was surprised that they lived in separate rooms. Her brother covered her mouth with his hand. He sat at the table and replied that it was so. Cicely Waltrace had given her word. Begin sat opposite him and said that the most impressive thing was that the cold-blooded representative of the Waltrace family promised to provide direct assistance in the supply of weapons. He noted that this was true, but the preparation of such volumes took time. She mentioned that it would take 3 months to transport. The guy looked at his father and added that work on the construction of the trade route would begin this month. He was glad that the trade route directly with the Empire would enrich their territory. He lowered his head and admitted that he had grown up to such serious matters. His father thanked him for growing up to be such a wonderful person. The guy smiled slightly and clarified that if this was the case, would he entrust him with another case? He looked at him in surprise and asked which one. The young man put his hand on the table and explained that it was about the survival of the people of the Ardal territory and avenging their mother. He lowered his head down. The father looked at his son with pain in his eyes. An image of mud people appeared. Everyone present at the table looked at the main character. The buildings were shrouded in fire. Ruin recalled that on the day he turned 6, a birthday that was supposed to be remembered for something good, turned into the worst nightmare. He added that the mud people who took over the Jinhung Plains broke into the village. Many people lost their lives, and the saddest thing is that his mother was one of them. Monsters overtook people. The woman hugged her child. On the wall hung a portrait of the protagonist's mother, who noted that now he could no longer remember her face if he did not look at the portrait. The girl put her hand to her face. He added that many people died that day. There were no fewer seriously injured. Then for the first time he promised himself that he would become stronger. The little boy clenched his hand into a fist. Tears poured from his eyes. Ruin promised that as the young master of Ardal, he would not allow such a thing to happen again on his land. A group of people were training with spears. Men clutched spears in their hands. The guy recalled that after the order to exterminate, the inhabitants began to practice spear strikes every day. The man in the bandage opened his mouth wide. Irene walked beside him and noticed that the atmosphere in the village had changed. He replied that he was glad of it. They were all trying so hard. She looked to the side and said that this technique was quite unusual and asked who was teaching it. The man in the red suit put his hands behind his back. He explained that he was a local warlord. In the past he had even received the nickname Flash and fought on the front lines for the kingdom. He was the greatest Sir Ardal, Bolvar Peyton. The man smiled with his eyes closed. The young man averted his eyes to the side and reasoned that if it wasn't for him, the invasion of the Mud People would have caused much more damage to them. The way he cut 5 monsters at once with one blow is still fresh in his memory. He looked ahead and added that he used a fishing rod more often than a spear now. She asked about Bolvar. Not far from them, he stood and noted, "This is Mr. Ruin." He walked up to them. The guy said that they hadn't seen each other for a long time, and said that he planned to greet him when the training was over. He replied that it was okay, they were almost done. The old man took his hands and noted that well, he had arranged it. First he had won a great festival, now he was hunting. He looked at the girl and asked who it was with him. She said that she was pleased to meet him. She closed her eyes and explained that it was an honor for her to meet a saint with a spear here. The man's eyes widened in surprise. A drop of sweat slid down the guy's cheek. He did not understand what it meant. The girl folded her hands together. He clarified what she wanted to say. She explained that she remembered being told about him at the night's performance, as part of the training of the Gifted 11, and seeing that he was using the technique of the capital citizens, everything became obvious. She lowered her head slightly and added that she was the only spear knight of the Radiant Kingdom to suddenly retire, and who had disappeared from sight at the age of 30. Bolvar smiled slightly and noted that he no longer thought that anyone would remember those incomprehensible stories. The girl closed her eyes and replied that they were so impressive that she had read them to the hilt, and the tale of how he had broken through 10 high-ranking magi in the Fern Confederation was truly legendary. The man put his hands behind his back. He closed his eyes and expressed his respect that she found the stories about him so impressive. However, he was just an ordinary old man now. Ruin looked at him and asked why he was hiding it from him. He replied that he wasn't hiding anything, he just didn't ask. He pulled his eyes aside and said that even so, there was still disappointment from hearing the stories of his exploits from someone else. All this time he was in complete ignorance. His eyes widened at what he heard. He said that he knew more about him than anyone else, because stories are only part of who he is. He is someone who loves to fish and lives in a house at the bottom of the hill, went for walks and played with them when they were little and now enjoy how they have grown up. The man threw the fishing rod into the river. Bolvar was holding the hands of 2 children. He put his hands behind his back and asked that it was not enough to understand who he was. The main character closed his eyes and agreed, and added that for a moment he did not think about whether he really knew him better than others. He thanked him for his understanding. The old man stood beside him and noted that he would be helping the young lady with the sword today, and asked if he would like to join. He replied that for observation, with pleasure. He smiled and said that no, he would like to arrange a sparring. The guy opened his mouth wide in surprise. Clouds flew high in the sky. The Ruin blocked the attack with his sword. Irene kept her hands behind her back and noted that it was amazing. Already at 12 she had such incredible skills. He looked ahead and thought that he agreed with her. He was also impressed. Perfect balance, consistent movements, all proof of a deep understanding of the basics. The girl was holding a sword in her hands. The old man was holding a sword in his hands, and noticed that he only used his left hand against her, and did not use his main specialty in battle. Instead he brandished a wooden sword. He put the weapon on his shoulder and said that that was all for today, and turned to Ruin that if he had seen how much the young lady's skills had already progressed, even he could not compare with her in possession of the ball. He looked at her and agreed that his sister was indeed a truly outstanding person. The old man looked at him and asked what he understood, that it was his turn. He grabbed his sword and thought that at about 9 he and Sir Bolvar had also had wooden sword matches, because even a mage needed to understand sword techniques in order to fight knights on equal terms. He made eye contact and added that since he had been honing his martial art all along, it was now his turn to show what he was capable of. The Ruin lay on the ground. The Pain held the sword in his hand and noticed that his movements had improved in 7 years. He was more than happy. He noted that it did not make him feel any better at all. He put his hand on his knee and asked how good his skills were compared to who he was now. He replied that he had long since retired, so he couldn't answer with confidence. The young man looked down and wondered if there wasn't a suitable example to compare with. He raised his head and revealed that he knew of one knight who was said to be the only 6-star knight in Radiana, and remembered that he had helped him with martial arts before participating in the great festival. He was incredibly strong. The old man raised his head and said that 20 years ago, when he left the order, he was a 7-star. The guy sat in front of the status window and wondered that he was a 7-star 20 years ago. It made him the strongest knight in the kingdom. Why did someone like him end up in Ardal? An image of the status window appeared. The status window hung in front of the protagonist, who thought that this was a sudden task, and in relation to Bolvar, with a time limit. A drop of sweat slid down his cheek. He wasn't sure if he could handle it, as his current sword skills left much to be desired. Irene looked at him and stated that he had a unique opportunity in the form of a 7-star knight's lessons. She smiled and added that he was the only knight of the kingdom to have participated in the tournament. Such an experience was quite difficult to get even for money. The guy smiled and realized that this was an incredible chance to gain experience. Due to the fear of defeat, he almost missed such a great opportunity. The old man was holding a sword on his shoulder and said that he liked the look on his face. He raised his sword and agreed, for he was quite angry now. He held the sword in front of him and stated that he was looking forward to the next sparring, and thought that there were 3 days left until the completion of the task, during which time he would definitely succeed. An image of the status window appeared. Ruin recalled that during the sparring with Sir Bolvar, a new task appeared. He fought with him every night until successful completion. The guy gritted his teeth from the tension. The old man struck his body with his sword. He added that at first he wondered if it made sense, but continued because there must have been a reason for the appearance of this task. The man waved his weapon. The guy rushed to attack him. Drops of sweat dripped down his face. The old man clutched the hilt of his sword in his hands and noticed that he had done a great job. Tree leaves were flying in the air. He asked if he was tired. He replied that no, he could continue. Bolvar stood opposite him and noted that there was no need to overexert himself. It was dawn soon. He looked away and realized that he had spent enough time with him. But the critical blow, he still hadn't landed it. An image of the status window appeared. The young man gritted his teeth and thought that after several sleepless nights, it was impossible to deal a critical blow to the 7-star knight from the very beginning, and now there was very little time left. He clenched his hand into a fist. The girl asked what was happening. He did not sleep all night. The sister raised her hands and asked him to stop. He fought enough. The uncle said that he went purely just in case. Why is he trying so hard? She stood not far from him and added that even he had a limit. Let him rest at least today. He stood with his back to her and said that half an hour. He needed only half an hour. His loved ones watched him. He thrust his sword in and thought that he was well aware that it was unlikely to achieve the unattainable in half an hour. The guy grabbed his forearm and stated that this was his last attempt, so he would try something different. Irene opened her mouth slightly in surprise. His father and uncle looked at him in shock. Bolvar closed his eyes and clarified that he was serious. He took a boxing pose and confirmed his words. He narrowed his eyes and remembered that in a few days of sparring with wooden swords, he had already learned to predict the movements of a knight, since so, he could win using his specialty. The old man held a sword in his hand and said that it seemed strange to him that he fought it all night long. Now he understands. He asked if he needed anything. He smiled and noted that he had guessed. The man opened his mouth slightly and asked to be allowed to add one rule, namely that for the next 30 minutes he could use magic against him. However, he would also be serious, curious to see his skills. A drop of sweat slid down the guy's cheek. The old man took a fighting stance. He bent his foot and announced that he was advancing. The young man gritted his teeth and realized that without a sword in his hands, he had to close the distance, and in return, the body itself became lighter, and the balance improved. Getting so close, the sword became a hindrance due to the blind spot. Boulevard opened his mouth slightly and noticed that this was how it was. He held out his sword in front of him. Drops of sweat slid down the guy's cheeks. He realized that he wouldn't give him a chance to get closer. After all, the way he dealt with Prime at the Great Festival, namely destroying the sword, was not a universal strategy. Ruin swung his fist. He rushed to attack, and pondered that knights of Sir Bolvar's caliber were not entering into a direct confrontation, but were redirecting the power of the attack. He smiled and noticed that the plan to go into the sword's range was good, but only guessed at. It became almost impossible, because the enemy would try to keep his distance. The guy gritted his teeth and realized that he was right. He saw through all his strategies. He smiled and noted that he had overlooked something. In the Ruin's hands, a huge sphere of energy glowed. An explosion occurred at the side of their battlefield. Ruin grabbed him by the collar. He was lying on the ground and said that he was expecting him to use some frightening magic, which was just a flash of light to blind him, and admitted that he had overpowered him. The guy smiled and replied that this was the only thing he had thought of. He apologized for taking him by surprise, and thought that in fact, if he was in good condition, nothing would have happened, but because of him, he did not really rest. A drop of sweat slid down his cheek. He noted that he was finally there. An image of the status window appeared. He raised his head and realized that he had finally achieved what he wanted. The guy grabbed his shoulder. His sister shouted what he was doing. She put her hands on her hips and added that even if it was sparring, how could you throw Sir Bolvar to the ground? He had asked them not to swear, and since their sparring was over, he would like to wash. The young man held out his hand and remarked how much time he had taken from him, but he had learned a great deal. Who got on his feet and added that it was also a pleasant experience for him. The father walked beside his son and noticed that it seemed that his vacation was already ending. He replied that yes, he would leave soon, since he would have to spend 10 days on the road to the academy. They walked next to each other. He realized that the short vacation had come to an end. It was time to leave his native land. Workers were carrying materials. The guy looked at them and explained that these workers were sent by the Waltrace family. Since they are building a base in Ardal, they need a lot of manpower. He spread his hands in different directions and added that although they would be using these paths to deliver weapons, they would also be used to exterminate monsters. Moreover, the workers would visit restaurants and hotels, so all this would be of great benefit. The guy lowered his head down and expressed a desire to say something. He picked up the box and said that there were 12,000 gold coins here. He would use them to develop Ardal. Drops of sweat slid down his father's cheek. He closed his eyes and added that he would keep 400 gold coins, so let him not worry, he would not refuse again. The latter looked at him and noticed that he was so ashamed, as if he alone remained in debt. He thanked him and hugged his son. He recalled that he said goodbye to everyone and set off with Irene, and when it was time to disperse, he was about to say goodbye. He asked again what she was saying. Trees grew in the ground. She stood not far from him and said that he heard everything correctly. She closed her eyes and promised to help him in the destruction after graduation from the academy. As she said, she would follow him until she overcame. He realized that she had not forgotten. She was a very unusual person, so they parted, promising to meet again. The girl flew away with the help of magic. The guy rode a horse and added that after spending a week on the way to the academy, he had crossed the border and entered the eastern region. Unlike the southern one, there were much more people here. The guy was sitting on a horse in the middle of the square. The young man grabbed the other by the collar and asked him to repeat what he had said. Ruin gritted his teeth angrily and couldn't understand what was going on. An unknown person held the guy by the shirt, telling him to repeat what he said. Opening his mouth, the brunette asked to let his sister go. Raising his head, the brown-eyed man declared that he was also a knight, and if he was not released, he would not just leave it. The crowd looked in the direction of the struggle, and the attacker asked if the people heard what he said, and asked the guy what he would do with him. The collector stood up and said that everything happened because the guy's family did not pay money, and added that they should also live. Clenching his hand into a fist, the brunette said that he would now take everything that the brown-eyed man's father owed, even if it meant selling his sister. Hans's face changed. Getting up from his seat, the debtor asked what he thought he would allow this to happen. Opening his mouth, the opponent said that it was ridiculous. The collector hit the guy with his fist, and asked what he took him for. The brunette kicked his opponent, and said that he also claimed that he was a knight, and added that maybe the standards in the Folden were so low, and the guy's sister shouted her brother's name. The man lifted Hans by the hair, and told the brown-eyed man to repeat what he had said. The guy said that they should only try to sell his sister. The debtor looked up and replied that he would actually kill the offender. Mishka asked what he didn't think. This was happening in broad daylight. The protagonist frowned. The guy was kicked, and the hero reasoned that he looked like a knight of the neighboring territory, but he was very weak. Ardo got down from his horse, thinking to himself that whatever it was, such eyes were not seen every day, they belonged to someone who had something to protect. An unknown person grabbed the shoulder of the main character. The man looked at the guy and began to explain that it was not worth getting involved in other people's showdowns. If he got involved with Angie Lambert's gang, then no one would be in trouble. Another person from the crowd confirmed what he had said. Opening his mouth, the brunette wondered what people were doing here. The stranger asked what Ardo was talking about, and he replied that the watchers were not trying to stop what was happening, were not trying to help Hansu. Gritting his teeth, the protagonist said that he should be ashamed, and added that they were all no different from the offender. The hero headed towards the fight, and in his mind he thought that such eyes are the one who can become stronger, and continued that he was curious about the value of that guy. The brunette walked forward, and a man from the crowd shouted that it was his right, but they were worried about him. The collector looked away. The protagonist stopped next to the attacker. The man asked the brunette who he was, and continued that he also wanted to get beaten. The blue-eyed man threw the other man away with magic. The attacker's eyes widened. Ardo stood with his arm outstretched, and the collector wondered why he saw the stars. People in the crowd opened their mouths from what they saw. One of the gang came closer and asked what it was. The man asked what had just happened, and the main character attacked the speaker. Fire magic hit his opponent right in the face. The debtor raised his head up, and the gang members begged for mercy from the protagonist. The blue-eyed boy stood in front of the debtor, and Hans asked who was in front of him. Standing with his back to the interlocutor, he replied that he was Ardo. The brunette turned around and added that was his name. The house was lit by moonlight, and the hero reasoned that the guy introduced himself as Hans and invited him to his place. His story turned out to be typical. Brother and sister are head over heels in debt because of their father's drunkard, and added that the guy with the sword just wanted to protect his sister from being sold into slavery. Opening his mouth, the main character asked what kind of gang Angie Lambert was and what kind of place it was, and continued that the name was stupid, and the actions were disgusting. The guy replied that although it sounds like this, they are extremely cruel. Frowning, the brown-eyed man explained that if someone infuriated them, they tied him to a tree and killed him, and the leader personally killed 4 of them, so no one touched them. The boy's feet touched the floor. The blue-eyed man asked that the territory of the Folden allowed such individuals to roam the area. The knight replied that the gang was active outside the territory, similar action in their village and several other small ones. These places were too small to have their own guards. Looking down, the protagonist thought that they were worse than he thought, and added that he would like to figure it out personally. But there was no time. Lowering his head, the guy thanked the hero and said that he had already heard about the brunette. Hans opened his mouth and asked that he had defeated the great festival. Ardo replied that it was so, and asked what Paranti had told him, and the debtor opened his eyes. The guy got up from the table and clarified that as he understood it. The protagonist replied that he had heard from the bandit that the brown-eyed knight was Foldren, and if he knew sir, then he was definitely mentioned. Folding his hand into a fist, the wounded man replied that everything was correct. Their captain had told a lot about the hero, that a strong mage studied at the academy, but of course, not stronger than himself. Adrel reflected that he had defeated Paranti in arm wrestling. Smiling, the young man stated that he wanted to become stronger as soon as possible, like a captain. Blue Eyes looked ahead and thought to himself that it was good to have such a landmark. The guy kept his fist in the chest area, and the protagonist wondered that Hans was too weak, whether he would be able to graduate from the academy at all. The debtor lowered his head and admitted that, to tell the truth, he was the last in the academy, so they mocked him and said that with such skills he stayed at the academy at all. The cobwebs stretched across the ceiling, and the knight continued that everyone criticizes, but not the captain. He says that the guy has a talent that others don't. Hans smiled and said that Pyrant claims that if he continues, he will shine one day. The protagonist opened his eyes. Ardal thought that they had similar stories, because Heidel and the head of the academy believed in him to the last, while Paranti believed in the brown-eyed man. The three men looked ahead, and the hero said that hard work never hurts. Putting a spoonful of food in his mouth, the blue-eyed man said that even if he moved the slowest of all, perseverance would bear fruit, and thought that it was like in his case. The guy said that he forgot to warn that his sister's cooking skills were very specific. The brunette's face changed, and he said to himself that why say it now? The interlocutors turned to the noise from the street. Unknown people shouted for the guys to get out. The man with the beard said that it was necessary to settle everything with this nobleman earlier. The other replied that they would now simply finish off that family. The brunette frowned and explained that they did not finish them off, but would sell them. The man kicked down the door and shouted that the tenants should not hide, but go out. The collector's face changed, and he asked where everyone had gone. The protagonist stood in the center of the room. The bandit asked who this guy was. The blue-eyed man put on gloves and said that he was thinking about what to do, thanked the interlocutor, and added that he made it easier for him. A pillar of magic threw the intruder into the street. The participants in the raid were shocked. One of the men said that this was the same nobleman, and asked what he had forgotten here. Opening his mouth, the main character told Hans to protect his sister. The guy clarified what he was going to do. The brunette smiled. Clenching his hand into a fist, Ardo replied that he would pay for the food. Several bandits crowd around the protagonist. They say that they are not afraid of the hero, since there are 20 of them. They rush to the guy screaming. The hero's hand lit up. He said that the bandits should attack at once. Ardo leans down. He thinks that in sparring with Sir Bolvar he has gained a new skill, the Steel Destroyer. Ardo breaks the blade. He mentally says that the moment he comes into contact with his fist, the first one breaks in the blink of an eye. A blue aura follows the main guy's hand. The bandit picks up the shard of the sword, saying that it was his sword. The eye of the guy in the shirt sparkled blue. He declares that in a different situation, the bandits would get off with a light punishment, but it is obvious who is the villain here. The mage deals numerous blows to a crowd of enemies. One of them sat down on the ground. He called his mother. The protagonist stands over two men, who say that the hero should spare them. They have committed a mortal sin. The rays of the lonely moon fell on Ardal's clothes. He realized that now the criminals had to understand that it was pointless to continue. The bandit looked in the direction of the dark-haired youth and called out to him. He is holding a girl hostage, threatening her with a knife. The robber said that if the guy moves, he will cut this woman's throat. The gang leader opened his mouth and told his idiots to stand up briskly. He added that they should tie up the nobleman. The hero turned back. Frozen in place, the protagonist asked that whoever was holding the woman was the leader of the mercenaries. He replied that the leader of the Anji gang. The leader of the group of villains, grinning at Ardal, told him to kneel. A drop of sweat slid down the dark-haired boy's face. He wondered what had happened to Hans. A man in a shirt crawls over his sister and calls for his sister. The hero mentally says that Hans suffered trying to protect his sister. The protagonist stomped his foot. He thought that there was no choice. He would have to decide everything on his own. Showing his grin, the mercenary leader shouted that the MAGES should not approach or else he would kill the girl. The hostage resists the bandit's grip. The leader of the bandits put a knife to the girl's face and told everyone to stand still. If the protagonist moves, he will immediately cut the hostage on the neck. The student of the academy gritted his teeth and mentally said that the educational institution does not teach how to act in such a situation. He clenched his fist and realized that there was no time for creating illusion magic. Blue streaks appeared in the air. Hans launched a sword attack on the mercenary leader. He turned. A blue aura enveloped the eyes of the white-shirted man. The rest of the robbers retreated. Hans goes to meet them. His blade was engulfed in blue magic. The swordsman said that if the rest of the bandits did not want to be in the place of their boss, then they should get out of here. They run away. The girl runs up to her savior. Hans's pupils shrank as he said that he had killed a man. The protagonist put his hand on the man's shoulder and said that everything was fine. It was a necessity. The hero's interlocutor turned around. He congratulated Hans. The man was indignant. The knight glows with a light blue aura. The mage explains that this glow is called the Perito sword. Hans strikes with a glowing blade. The hero opened his mouth and explained that he had seen the girl's savior glow with blue fire, which meant that the knight had reached rank 4. The long-haired fighter in the white shirt looked to the right. He noticed that he had reached the 4th rank after all. A cool evening wind blows through the guy's hair. He says that the emission of blue intangible energy, the aura, means that the person has reached the 4th stage, the highest stage. Of course, he is still not able to freely control the aura. Hans could. The hero added that he was not mistaken about it. A lonely wooden house stands in the forest at night. Ardal says that at least no one will molest his sister. A young man on a horse rode away from the forest. He said that in this way the problem was solved. As soon as morning came, he went to the academy. The rays of the sun fall on the head of the academy student. He says that he has returned home. People are standing outside the building. He thinks that before leaving Ardal, he wanted the holidays to never end. But when he returned to the academy, he realized something. He was really bored. Students stomped to the doors of the academy. The blonde guy folded his hand behind his head and asked his friend what he was doing during the holidays, who thought to tell him. Ardal recalls the picture of his adventures during the holidays. He stands with his hands folded and thinks that these are not memories that can be discussed so easily. Ardal replied that he was just practicing, to which Jason, walking down the hallway, reveals how it was possible to train and be so strong. They stomp in the academy building and talk about vacations. Jason, raising his palm, said that the art of the sword was taught in the second semester as part of the lessons related to knights. Why run ahead of the locomotive? The professor approached the students and turned to Ardal. Ardal frowned and said that he had finally found the protagonist. The professor turned around. His interlocutor asked what brought his teacher here. Ardal looked out of the window. A crowd of knights solemnly lined up near the carriage. The flag fluttered in the wind. Ardal said that there were swordsmen lined up in the square and an emblem with a golden nectary on the flags. The hero looks out the window and declares that he will be back soon. The guy is standing on the porch. He thinks that he and the guest exchanged letters, but he did not expect that their arrival would happen so soon. Ardal looks at the carpet. Someone gets out of the carriage. Two princes got out of the carriage. Radzina, opening his mouth, said that his brother would not even think of interfering with the main character, Sorcerer, the first prince. Foster looked to the side and said that his brother should not hope, because he would be talking to Ardal, Sorcerer. The protagonist put his hand on his chest and stated that he was honored to meet their highnesses. He was the ruin of Ardal. Waving their hands, the princes say that they have prepared a gift. The hero frowned and thought that the brothers' intentions were obvious. If he was the winner of the great festival, he would take the side of any of them. This would help him advance to the role of crown prince. The brothers turned to the hero and heard that the hero had an idea. They asked again what the idea was. Croster opened his mouth. Fossa looked ahead. Ardal grinned and said that the three of them would discuss everything. We were shown a map and told that the kingdom of Radian, on the territory of which his estate and academy are located, is currently known as the weakest state on the continent. Looking at the brothers, Ruin noted that despite this, there was still an internal rift in the kingdom, due to the confrontation between the monarchical faction of the first prince and the reformist faction of the second. He imagined how people were being controlled and thought that the mages of the kingdom were deprived of independence, being nothing more than pawns in the struggle for power. If you knew all this, the reason for their arrival became obvious. Screams were heard in the room. The puzzled protagonist sat in front of the brothers. They couldn't share a chair and begged each other to stop this circus, after which MC concluded that with such infantile rulers, it was no wonder that the country was in such a state. They looked at each other with a fierce look. Closing his eyes, the young man said that he had been confused by their sudden visit, but that their arrival was very opportune. They were taken aback by the words that he also had something to say to them. Frowning, the protagonist stated that he did not intend to choose any of them as his master. The stunned brothers got up from the table. They lowered their heads and said that it was expected, but still, like a punch in the gut, even the legendary strategist Jagies refused the offer 3 times. Disappointed, Foster noted that he was also aware of the story. Jagies, who had rejected the Emperor 3 times, eventually sided with him, after which MC mentally asked if they really put themselves on a par with the first Emperor. He looked at them and noted that even if they continued to offer, his answer would remain the same. He had to do something like Ruin. He imagined a settlement and added that he was going to return to his homeland, the territory of Ardal. Looking at him, the guys asked if he would leave the kingdom even after graduation, to which they received the answer that of course, he could become the power of the kingdom. Smiling, the prince said that he was pleased to hear this. The embittered main character said that the situation in Ardal is far from good. He hopes that they will understand his desire not to leave his native lands. The guys were shocked by what they heard. Croster slammed his hand on the table and shouted that the future power of the kingdom should not suffer from groundless worries. He would lend his support in any matter. A dumbfounded Foster told Ruin to ask him for help first, not his brother. The brothers began to argue again, and MC came to the conclusion that he would definitely not choose one of them. Smiling, he noted that he would not choose, because it was much more profitable for him that they fought for him. Standing in the hallway, the guys said that they would send him a wonderful gift on the occasion of his graduation. Looking at them, the protagonist replied that he was not against gifts, but asked them to take care of what they discussed. He remembered sitting in front of them and reasoning that fortunately the princes were satisfied that he would not take sides, and while they decided to leave him alone, he further confirmed his loyalty by assuring him that he did not intend to leave the kingdom. Smiling, he added that it was not without benefits for himself. First of all, he asked for approval of the plans that the Ardal territory is currently considering. He imagined monsters and emphasized the fact that he also requested military support for the duration of the cleanup. Everything is going like clockwork, this is the power of power. The guys pointed their hands at the protagonist and said that the Duke of Ruins is the future and treasure of the kingdom, so they appoint him as the protector of the royal family. They must show the respect he deserves. The guy introduced the warrior and said that the protector was the closest person to the royal family, appointed to protect it. No one in the entire kingdom dared to look down on him, although the title was given to him unofficially, since the princes themselves approved it. Only formalities remained before the official status. The princes waved at him, and MC noted that whatever it was, he was glad that everything was resolved without any problems. The guys surrounded him and said that the guy was just incredible. He had already been assigned to the role of protector of the royal family. Frowning, Jason shouted for everyone to step aside, as they were preventing them from getting into the classroom. Enthusiastic students reported that it would become noisy again, because before that, the role of protector had always been occupied by members of the Jerry Hill family. Mikkel walked in their direction. With an enraged look, he asked if they were talking about him. Everyone paid attention to him. The enraged guy said that he was from the Jerry Hill family. No matter what they were doing now, they would still be under him after graduation. Frowning, Ruin thought of his family. He remembered how he had defeated Mikkel and noted that after he had used the forbidden potion as part of the exam in the first semester, his expulsion had been considered, but he had managed to avoid the worst outcome by getting off with a 1-month suspension. He imagined the coat of arms and added that all thanks to his family's influence, the mages of this kingdom were actually under the control of the Jerry Hill family. Taking a step forward, MC assumed that the princes had a completely different opinion. Frowning, he noted that they had not seen each other for a long time. Mikkel gritted his teeth. Ruin was taken aback by the question of whether he thought he had won. Leaving there, the guy said that they would see who would laugh last. Jason touched the protagonist's shoulder and said that he was just jealous. It shouldn't be taken to heart if MC saw his face when he won the great festival, and the words of the princes left their mark. The guy with a serious look emphasized the fact that this is certainly not what you should pay attention to. Looking after him, he added that at the moment Michael's reputation was spoiled, which directly affected the honor of his family. Most likely, he was up to something. After all, we are talking about the cruel Jerry Hill family. Standing in the corridor, the guys discussed that now there is a special lecture from the graduates, which they will go to. Standing in front of the doors, Ruin asked if the graduates had come to the academy to give lessons. Opening the doors, the protagonist told us that in the end, the ominous premonition, as always, justified itself. He was shocked by what he saw. The disciples paid attention to him. A drop of sweat ran down his face. The stranger looked at him and wondered why everyone was suddenly tense. Smiling, he asked if this was the same Ruin. MC's face was serious. Looking at the graduate, he asked in his mind if it was Chokil. He imagined how the warrior was training and said that the second semester of the graduating class was focused on practice. As previously said, there would also be classes related to knights, in connection with which graduates came to the academy to share the current situation among mages in a lecture wrapper. The guy held the book in front of him. Sitting at the table, the protagonist noted that his premonition was again not unfounded, given that the invited graduate at their lectures was Michael's older brother, Chokil. The guy said that today he would tell them about the relationship between the magicians of the Jericho family and the court magicians. Smirking, he added that as far as they knew, among the 14 court magi, 11 were from the Jericho family. Looking at the guys, he asked to be allowed to share the knowledge that needs to be assimilated. Nothing in this world can be declared one's own. It even concerns him. So they, the weaker, all the more need to hold on to each other. Ruin listened with a serious look that from now on, it would be better for them to focus on accepting reality. The students looked at each other as Chokil stated that just because they glorified their representative of the Ruin didn't mean their lives would turn out the same way. The guy asked with a satisfied look what the protagonist thought about this. He got up from the table. Looking at the teacher, MC said that even if the 10 pieces of trash were combined in a single burst, a masterpiece would not be born. At best, only a huge pile of garbage would appear. Frowning, Chokil wondered if this was a reproach in his direction. The boys' faces were puzzled. Looking at him, the guy noted that he had heard a lot about him from his brother Mikkel, at least that he was a real loser, to which he received the answer that his brother did not tell him the other part of the story, the one in which this loser beat him well. The irritated guy called the interlocutor impudent. They looked at each other, and the plot told us that at that moment they both realized that the rivalry between the Ruin and the Jericho family would not come to naught so easily. Sunlight enveloped the room, and we were told that with the arrival of Chokil, the atmosphere at the academy began to change rapidly. He stood among the students, and we were told that as soon as it was announced that anyone could join the Jericho family if they wished, some of the astonished students with bad grades fell under the influence of Chokil. His rhetoric, which was unique, realistic and honest, turned out to be quite effective. Frowning, the guy said that the graduate said that if they worked for Jericho, they could also succeed. The stranger looked at him and asked if he really thought that he cared about him and if he had no pride at all, because he would never work under the guidance of Mikkel, who did not disdain deceptive schemes and manipulations, after which the plot reported that in the end the academy was divided into 2 camps, supporting Jericho and Ardal. As he walked down the hallway, MC noted that along with the Jericho's pathetic attempts to humiliate him and his growing anger in response to their childhood provocations, the atmosphere at the academy was inevitably heating up. But the opportunity to put this family in its place was not long in coming. A cup of tea was on the table. Tyrion sat across from him. Smiling, he asked if they could discuss pressing issues since the protagonist was a representative of the students, and then asked how the situation in the academy was now. Closing his eyes, Ruin reported that everything was as usual, except for one element causing problems. Putting the cup on the saucer, the old man said that he thought he understood what he was talking about. He calmly noted that he wasn't happy with this family either, but there was nothing he could do. Every mage in the kingdom was connected to them in one way or another, and the academy was no exception. Glancing out the window, the headmaster added that unlike last year, this year they had only given them courses that didn't affect the final score, and even so, they were making a fuss both inside and outside the academy. MC asked with a serious look what Chakil was like. Closing his eyes, the old man said that he was incredibly popular due to his appearance and hanging tongue, got along well with those around him and did not find fault with academic results. At the age of 23, he became the youngest head mage of the kingdom. He imagined how the serpent wrapped around the guy and said that behind this facade there was a huge snake. He had a huge craving for power and was extremely ambitious. Achieving his goals at any cost was just in his character. Frowning, Ruin thought that Chakil seemed to be a decent person on the outside, but in essence she was completely rotten, and he would use anything to get what he wanted. Clenching his hands into fists, he noted that in this case, there were plenty of reasons to fight. The only question was what excuse to use, after which the old man remarked that since the guy was there, he would like to discuss a special activity with him. Sitting across from him, Tyrion stressed that he had a great idea. Walking down the hallway, he reasoned that the idea was good, but he didn't know if the graduate would agree. He had already asked, but the reaction was mostly negative. Opening the doors, he came to the conclusion that it was better to ask directly. The surprised disciples looked at him. Chakil took notice of him. Smiling, MC noticed that he had come to ask the elder for something. The guy grinned. He pointed his finger at the protagonist and shouted that it was only a matter of time. Frowning, Ruin noted that he didn't want to be misunderstood. This wasn't the kind of request. He imagined knights and reported that he had heard that Chakil had received an offer from the head of the academy to invite knights to the next classes, but he refused. He added with a satisfied look that therefore he had come to ask the graduate himself to allow him to get this joint lesson. He was shocked by what he heard. The protagonist imagined standing in front of him and thought that as part of joint classes, graduates who came as lecturers could participate in the training like the rest of the students. In other words, this is an official opportunity for the two of them to fight on the same level. The guys looked at each other and asked if that meant they could finally see Chakil. Looking at Michael's brother, Ruin stressed that the bone had been rolled. Now the decision was his. The guy with a serious look asked why this was happening. Furrowing his brows, he noted that their graduates were already experienced magi with years of practice. There was no need for such an activity, and it would be a waste of time. Ruin said with a calm look that it was strange, because the elders came to them to teach them something. Chakil was surprised at these words. The upset MC said that in this case, the teacher refuses to study together, although this is an ideal chance to try out new knowledge and practice. The dumbfounded guy listened to him insist that Jericho was a single group. Smirking, the protagonist wondered why his interlocutor was acting contrary to this, and if there was a reason that he was scared. The young man laughed and stated that even though Ruin had won the great festival, he was still a student with little experience. Closing his eyes, he noted that the protagonist could not do anything against real weapons, only continued to be stubborn. They did not need to conduct such classes. The students said with an enthusiastic look that they wanted to see his skills in action. Mikkel slammed his hand on the table and loudly asked what his brother was waiting for. He shouted with a satisfied look that this was the perfect opportunity to crush this guy in front of everyone. Smiling, Ruin listened that he would regret for a long time what he had suggested, because his brother was a truly powerful mage. Closing his eyes, the boy wondered if it was true that the Knights of Fulden would come, since it was a joint occupation. Furrowing his brows, he noted that he had given up on doing it together so that the protagonist could continue to shine as a member of the class. But if he wanted to brush it off, he was taken aback by the request to do this. Holding out his hand, MC added that he wished to see his skills as a junior. The graduate shook his hand and offered to try. He was shocked as the protagonist squeezed his hand. Leaning over, Ruin whispered that he was leaving it to him. Grinning, he asked to prepare to be surprised. Sunlight enveloped the academy, and we were transported 3 days later, to the day the Knights of Fulden arrived. The rays of the sun fell on the flowers. Folding his hands, Tyrion announced that on this day the students and graduates would have to unite. This offer he was refused. Smiling, he added that if Ruin asked for it, then the elder would not be able to refuse. Smiling, MC thought that the head was quite cunning. He had come up with a plan that the old man would have to take part in. The disciples pointed their fingers at the knights, shouting that they had arrived. The soldiers stood before them. Galter asked with a satisfied look how the ogre in the guise of a child was doing. Standing in front of him, Ruin replied that he was fine. Going further, the man noticed that now he needed to see the head of the academy, so the protagonist should look after his guys. Putting his hand on his chest, he introduced himself, after which he asked to say who was the representative on their side. His gaze fell on the way the guys mocked the guy. Hans noticed the MC. He walked up there and asked what they were doing. The stranger with a grin on his face introduced himself as Maltiv, the representative from Foldren. He imagined a war and asked if the guy had heard of the 7th rank knight, Vengeras, the commander of the Golden Knights, adding that this man was his father. Frowning, the protagonist said that this was good, but he would appreciate an answer to his original question. Frowning, he again asked what was going on there, to which he received the answer that this guy had completely stopped obeying lately, so he decided to give him an individual training. Frowning, Maltiv stated that it was rude to show interest in a commoner during the exchange of greetings. Clenching his hand into a fist, Ruin declared that Hans was his friend. The representative of the knights with a satisfied look suggested that the commoners understood each other best. After all, the Ardo family was not particularly influential, and the representatives of the academy had chosen a person with such a bloodline. He suddenly became disgusted with talking to him. Frowning, MC clarified how he should understand this. Surprised, Maltiv called his brother. The dumbfounded protagonist thought that he had finally realized why the stranger was so hostile towards him. Raising his hand, Chako clarified what the trainee knight was doing there. Looking at the guys, Ruin came to the conclusion that even if he didn't know Hans, they still wouldn't be able to get along. The man with a serious look ordered everyone to get together, adding that as they knew, they were having a joint class today. Putting his hand on his thigh, he asked to first break into groups. Looking at the students, he emphasized that each group should have 2 academy students and 1 trainee knight, for a total of 54 groups. Holding the back of his head, Maltiv said that he did not want to participate in this. He did not understand why they should train with these suckers at all, to which he received the answer that Chakiel had graduated a long time ago, and he himself did not understand what he had forgotten there. Smiling, Maltiv offered to unite and overcome this situation together. Hans wondered with a look of distress whether it was true that no one would join him. Ruin approached him and offered to unite. He noted with a satisfied look that he did not mind it, because Hans was his friend. Smiling, the guy turned to him. Jason walked in their direction and said that it was quite cruel. He said with an enthusiastic look that since they were united on the basis of friendship, then he should be included in the group, because since Hans was Ruin's friend, then so was him. He put his hand on the knight's shoulder and suggested that he communicate less formally. Standing in a circle, MC said that their goal was not just to get a good score. He shifted his gaze. Looking at the guys, he added that they had to deal with that annoying guy. Looking at the chandelier, the protagonist told us that once the formation of the groups was complete, it was time for a short break. Holding out his hands in front of him, Hans said that he did not need to be escorted to the first aid post, because he was all right. Looking down, he noted that he was really glad to meet him again, but it was probably better to pretend to be strangers. He noted with a sad look that Ruin himself saw that many people disliked him, so when there were no witnesses around. Frowning, MC stated that it wasn't as he said, Hans was his friend, so there was no need to worry. They followed Maltiv, after which the protagonist asked if he had bullied him on the training grounds, to which he received a positive response. Watching him, he read that it was a 4th-class knight with high potential, after which he thought that he could understand why Hansu was scared. He must be a very skilled warrior. He shifted his gaze. He remembered how his comrade was enveloped in energy, and emphasized that the moment Hans hacked down the bandit leader with one blow, a blue aura surrounded his body. Looking at him, Ruin read that he was a 3rd-class knight with very high potential, and then thought that although his status was still the 3rd rank, he already met the criteria of the 4th. Moreover, he had a very high potential. He had great opportunities for growth. Hans was taken aback by the words that the protagonist was thinking of dealing with Maltiv. He was puzzled by the question of whether he would remain a punching bag and where the stern look with which he had defended his sister had gone. The knight's representative turned. Frowning, he wondered if he could be overpowered by this useless commoner wasting air, and then ordered him to come over. Embittered, the guy said that he did not want to do this. Standing opposite, Maltiv asked if he felt special standing next to him. Drawing his blade, he asked if Hans had gone crazy from the beatings he had received. The guy prepared for battle, after which MC asked not to fight him. He stood quietly and said that his comrade was not like Maltiv, so it was not worth stooping to his level. As he walked on, Ruin added that his friend would fight him, but not today. He had to wait for the right opportunity to grind him to powder. He rushed at Maltiv. A blow flew into his face. The man threw him aside. The dumbfounded protagonist turned to him. Looking at the warrior, he wondered if it was Galter. Looking at his charge, the knight asked how to understand this. Sitting on the floor, the guy shouted that they were the first to start. He swears that he did nothing wrong. Frowning, Galter said that from that day on, Maltiv was no longer a representative of the knight's trainees. This role would be temporarily taken over by the deputy, and upon returning to the walls of the educational institution, disciplinary sanctions would be applied to him. The dumbfounded guy said that if he was deprived of his position, his father would not be silent. He was frightened when the teacher told him that this was so. He would not be silent until he heard that his son had drawn his sword in the academy and tried to stab someone with it. from such a Hungarian would even be speechless. Frowning, MC thought that the warrior was pompous, but trembled in fear at the mention of his father. He added with an enraged look that anyway, watching the frightened Maltiv, he assumed that he had been noticed. The guys began to fight, and we were told that the first in the framework of joint training was close combat and defense training. The knight swung his sword, and the plot revealed that Sir Galter had taught how to neutralize the main weakness of mana, the time it took to create a spell. Heidel appeared in front of the students, and we were told that he had demonstrated how to predict the movements of the knights and leave their area of attack, each group training these techniques. The guys with an exhausted look began to agree on who would attack. Holding the back of his head, the guy said that he was terribly angry with this fool, he did not understand how to train, where there were plenty of people like Ruin, after which the graduate offered to sit it out for now, because they already knew all this. With a serious look, he wondered how he was supposed to train there. Watching the guys, Chakiel wondered if they expected him to reveal his skills in front of all these people. Hans tried to catch his breath and suggested a little rest. Throwing his sword over his shoulder, Ruin reported that he had just warmed up. The knight came to them and asked for a minute if MC wasn't very tired. Smiling, he added that he wanted to make sure of something. The protagonist listened with a serious look that it is impossible to master such skills on your own. This can only be achieved by training with a very good mentor. He imagined the old man and noted that Sir Galter was more attentive than he looked. Standing opposite, the man said that he wanted to ask for a favor. Drawing his blade, he noted that he wanted to conduct a duel. Smiling, the guy clarified in his thoughts what kind of sudden request it was. Looking at him, MC said that he wasn't even a knight, and he had only studied for a week, so he wouldn't be able to defeat him. Watching the man, he listened to the fact that he did not ask to defeat him. Galta said with a satisfied look that he wanted to teach those present there. The trainee knights were taken aback by the words that there was no one with sword skills better than the Ruin. Frowning, the protagonist thought that he was under pressure from sudden attention, but this was a wonderful opportunity. Looking at his opponents, he concluded that if he performed well, he would get a chance to put some in their place, so the idea wasn't so bad. Getting into a fighting stance, he said that he was looking forward to learning something new from the man. Watching him, Galta noted that he had an impressive stance. He rushed into battle. The surprised guy said that the commander was too serious about sparring, because he was moving too fast. Ruin repelled his attack. With a serious face, he began to breathe heavily. The guy jumped back. Approaching again, the man said that even seeing his skills with his own eyes, he could hardly believe in them, after which he wondered where MC had learned this. Frowning, he guessed that his opponent couldn't reveal the tutor's name. Puzzled, the protagonist asked in his mind if he could voice the truth. With a calm look, he thought that nothing terrible would happen. The knights were shocked when they heard that he had been trained by Sir Bolvar. The disciples behind the man's back began to discuss that this was a legendary spearman. Galta glanced at the boy. Holding out his hand, he asked for more information about how MC met him, to which he received the answer that Bolvar had retired and had since taken up residence in Ardal, having known him since childhood. Embittered Maltiv ordered not to lie. He went at him and told the guy not to dare to lie. Pointing at him, the guy cried out that it was all a lie, because his father had personally said that Bolvar was dead. Frowning, Ruin replied that he didn't need to prove anything, because he wasn't in the habit of calling the dead alive. Smiling, Maltiv noted that even if this was true, nothing would change. After all, his father was still the strongest in the kingdom. Looking at him, the protagonist thought that he understood what was going on. He imagined Vangeras and noted that he was the strongest knight in the kingdom. The protagonist introduced the old man and added that if the legendary Bolvar was alive, it could affect the existing order. Closing his eyes, he asked the interlocutor to think what he wanted. He added with a serious look that Maltiv could think anything about the strongest in the kingdom, because Bolvar did not care about any miserable regalia. The enraged guy asked if he called the regalia pathetic. He drew his sword and clarified how the guy dared to insult his father. The embittered guy noted that he was challenging him to a duel, after which he asked to bring a real sword right away. He was suddenly hit on the head. Standing next to him, Galta asked if he really wanted to fight Ruin. Looking away, he noted that the first match of tomorrow's group sessions will be a battle between the protagonist's group and the Maltiva group. Looking at each other, the guys noticed that they had no objections. Looking at the sky, the knight asked if they were ready. The group stood opposite each other while the man said that, as it was said yesterday, the first match would be a battle between the two groups. Chakiel turned to MC. Smiling, he asked if the guy had prepared well. With a satisfied look, he offered to just try hard in this match. He approached the Ruin with lightning speed. Jumping back, the main character wondered what that speed was and what was going on. Frowning, he emphasized the fact that no one could be that fast. The enraged protagonist said that this was stupid. Looking at the opponent, he read that it was a 5th-grade magus who possessed 6 hidden artifacts, and then wondered how desperately he needed to win to bring as many as 6 artifacts with him. In the 2-story building, all the windows are burning brightly. The man looks directly at his interlocutor, and he says that this is who they have, Sir Vangeras, and he, laughing, replies that they have not seen each other for a long time, and continues the conversation that he has heard about Chakiel, who was invited to give a lecture at the academy as a representative of the graduates. George spread his arms to his sides and asked if the head of the academy, Tyrion Ignat, had invited him, and asked how Maltov was doing. Draa clenched his fists and said that yes, although he was a troubled guy. So he was sent to Sir Galter to teach him discipline, and the interlocutor added that he should be at the academy now. George closed his eyes and explained the situation, that he was actually there because of the representative of the academy, while the opponent clarified that by representative of the academy, George meant the ruin of Ardal, and added that the rumors about him were so loud that even he remembered his name. The man shifted his thoughtful gaze to the interlocutor, and thought that he would win the festival and even attracted the attention of the Empire. Vengras opened his mouth and said that an upstart from the provinces should not fight his way like this. The blonde head agreed and proposed a plan that the main character should not be allowed to lure the princess to his side, if he could find it, and continued, of course, as people devoted to the country, caring about its well-being. There is a bouquet of white flowers on the table, and the man continues to wonder if there are any ideas about her well-being, and continues that it so happens that his sons and Maltov are now on the same team, and that they will face Ruin Ardal, and suggested why not give Maltov the artifact. The dark-haired interlocutor knitted his eyebrows in amazement. A drop of sweat runs down his face, and he declares that if they give him the pendant, he will definitely give it to the guy, and asks that he offers to commit forgery. The man put his hand on the shoulder of the interlocutor, and said that there was no need to focus on this now, and added that if they wanted to rein in the boy before he caused even more trouble, they could go to extremes, and added that he had already passed on the artifacts to his children. Draa looked away in bewilderment, and asked if it was Bolvar Peyton, and if this name was familiar to George. The latter rounded his eyes from surprise and asked what he had mentioned to him. The blonde conspirator lowered his eyes and said that he had heard that Bolvar Peyton was still alive, and it turned out that he had taught Ardal's sword art on his property. The head of the Gigan family takes off the pendant, and says that not only did the guy get attention from the princes, he also took sword lessons from the knight Bolvar Peyton, and added that if the guy defeated their children in a duel, then their situation would worsen, and the interlocutor continued that their position would be shaken anyway. A man with a beard passes the pendant to his opponent, and says that he hopes it will bear fruit. The head of the Jerahil family opened his mouth and replied that of course. The interlocutors shake hands and George says that all this is for the good of their kingdom. Chakil lowered his head slightly and, mocking his opponent, exclaimed who this Ruin Ardal was. Powerful currents of energy burst out of his outstretched hands, and he said that there was so much bragging with such meager skills, and continued to mock that it was a complete disappointment. The young people's hands are entangled in green streams of magic. The player resolutely looked ahead and thought that he expected them to pull some trick, but he didn't think they would go down so low. A table appeared with information that Chakil Jerahil was a 5th-class mage with high potential. The guy with long hair clenched his fist and asked the protagonist why he was standing, and added that Ardal should show his amazing strength, and that otherwise Maltov would knock the whole soul out of him. The young man raised his sword, preparing to attack. Jason turned and shouted furiously for the protagonist to dodge quickly. The guy took a step forward. The blast wave throws the guys away. The protagonist looks ahead in amazement, and thinks that how can a wooden sword be so hard? The weapon glows with a golden glow, and the young man realizes that Maltov Gigan has received an amulet of fortitude from Sir Vengras. The young man shifts his evil gaze to his opponent, and says that he missed, and that this blow could have killed him. The artifact has the shape of a pendant to wear, enchants the weapon, making it sharper and stronger. The young man stands in a stance, and the opponent says that this time Ardal will go to the forefathers. The young man shifts his angry gaze to the young man and thinks that he will be as strong as steel, and decides that in this case, he will use the skill of the Steel Destroyer. No matter what is made of steel armor, helmet, sword, spear will be destroyed in one blow. The protagonist deals a crushing blow to the enemy. Maltov opens his eyes in amazement and furiously says how he did it. Chako clenches his fists furiously. He looks at his defeated comrade. The young man looks ahead in bewilderment, and is indignant that this is even possible, despite the fact that they are carrying artifacts, and adds that they have completely failed to push him away. The main character raises his hand and says that he wanted to do with little blood as much as possible, but now it is clear that nothing will come of it. He angrily clenches a fiery beam of magic in his fist and declares that if it comes to this, he will take the matter seriously. A description of Ardal's skills appears on the screen, that the will of the leader is a unique skill, and until his strength is exhausted, the first chief of Mount Cunhan supports him. Professor Heidel looked ahead in amazement, and the guy said what the hell. Chakil looked up in amazement, and exclaimed that this could not be. A powerful monster looms over the guy, and he shouts that everyone should run to save themselves, that there is an ogre there. The young man backs away with horror on his face. He looks at the enemy in a panic, and he tells them to finish in the sense that even 6 artifacts are not enough for them to cope with him. Ardal stretches out his hand. A guy with long hair clenches his teeth with fury. His artifacts fell to the ground. He went downstairs, and the guys around him asked in disbelief that the elder Chakil used artifacts, and that it was real, and against the younger one. The young man indignantly asked how long he would hold out, and that the Jericho would not sit idly by. The protagonist turned an angry look at him and asked that the Jerihils would not allow him to live in peace, and that first Mikkel, then the eldest son Chakil, and who was next, and suggested that George Jerichil himself could be. In desperation, the young man rushed at his opponent and shouted what he had just said, and was indignant at how he dared to pronounce this name. Ardal hit his opponent in the head with a torrent of golden mana. He turned his aggressive gaze to the young man and said that he should make a lot of noise, and that he should lie down for now. The protagonist looked at Strand, and he asked if he was sure of this. The guy asked what about what? A huge fiery monster towers over the main character, and the nurse wonders if it is really normal to show him in front of everyone, and asks him to look at the head of the academy, that he is in complete shock. Tyrion stares at his student. The young man straightened his shoulders and said that he couldn't hide it forever, and the assistant agreed. He looked intently to the side. In front of him, the enemy lies on the ground. The young man leans over him and thinks that Chakil Jerihil has been defeated, and that apparently Mikkel fainted only when he saw the ogre. The main character shifts his gaze, and the professor thinks that the winner is determined. Paranti brings his hand to his mouth and, clearing his throat, is about to pronounce the name of the winner. A young man with 2 swords in his hands approaches the crowd and declares that the duel is not over yet. He grips his weapon tightly in his hands. The guy calls the opponent sitting on the ground to him and asks if his sword just broke, and suggests that he use another one, and asks him to raise the sword. Maltiv looks at Hans in amazement. He violently leans over to the guy and exclaims that the insignificant commoner has lost his mind, and how dare he. A drop of sweat runs down the young man's tense face, and he sees the sword Perito in Hans' hands. The young man confidently clutches a weapon in his hand. The knight holds the sword by the golden hilt. He has at least the 4th rank, and therefore has the control of the aura. A warrior in armor brandishes a weapon. A 4-star knight has blue mana, a 5-star knight has red mana, a 6-star knight has a color of aura close to purple. Then the color of the aura does not have a specific color and reflects the individual traits of the knight. The approximate level of a knight trainee is 3 stars. Maltiv is still sitting on the ground in bewilderment, and behind him, the guy says that it's impossible, and asks who the weakling Hans is, and adds that even he hasn't mastered the aura yet. The student resolutely looks forward. Even among those who have already officially become knights, there are those who have yet to reach the level of 4 stars. The protagonist watches the guys, and the country asks if he thinks to stop Hans, and that the duel is already over anyway. He looks at his friend with interest and replies that it is worth watching, and thinks about his friend, that at last he has returned his confident gaze. The guy looks at his opponent decisively. He stretches out his hand to the sword and says that he will not accept it. Mikkel rushes off and shouts that he will never accept that the most ordinary commoner has challenged him, and asks if he has mastered the aura. The guys cross their weapons in a furious duel. Hans shifted his gaze to his opponent, who continued that it was impossible, and that such a weakling could not be on the same level as him. The young man looks at his rival with hatred. The young men attack each other again, and Miguel declares that his opponent must continue to lie on the ground. He resolutely raises his sword, and the guy clarifies that he continues to cling to statuses. Hans looks furiously at his opponent, and says that he was just lucky to be born into a good family, and adds that he is a selfish and narcissistic scoundrel. The young man's face is distorted by hatred, and he asks that his opponent has completely lost his fear. His foot steps forward. He, with all his strength and fury, rushes at his opponent, and says that if this is Hans's wish before he dies, then he will fulfill it. Miguel swings his sword in the air. The protagonist rushes forward, shouting for Hans to take care of himself. The professor and the armored man run forward, and one of them says that Maltiv is a bastard. Energy blue mana envelopes the entire space. The young man looks ahead in bewilderment. The young man flies back from the enemy's blow. He rolled his eyes. The young man resolutely looks at the defeated enemy. The guys bend over their comrade and demand that he pull himself together, and realize that he is unconscious. The winner straightened his shoulders, and the boys asked what it had just been, and that it had happened too quickly, that they hadn't even seen it, and went on to say that Hans had beaten Maltiv. Ardal approaches his comrade and asks if he is all right. He looks at his friend anxiously, and tells him to look at the sword. The guy turns his head and asks again about the sword. The weapon in his hand is enveloped in a red aura. The majestic palace shimmers with golden colors in the moonlight. Ardal walks down the corridor with the head of the academy, who says that he hoped and did not think at all that he would defeat the graduate. Tyrion looks at the apprentice, who asks him what he was hoping for. The protagonist looked at the Archmage resolutely and said that it was the Archmage who invited Chakil Jerihil to the academy, and asked that the Archmage did not initially assume such an outcome, and the man said that it seemed that his plan was revealed. With paintings hanging on the walls of the academy, Tyrion continues to say that he wanted to take the chance to temper the Jerihil family a bit, adding that he had instead poured wood into a burning desire for revenge. In the banquet hall, the men stand next to each other and talk, and the gray-haired mentor tells the guy that the rumors of the duel have already reached the capital, and that since the eldest son Jerihil was defeated, the nobles are already discussing whether this could be a sign of the fall of the family. The man turned his head to the audience, and the head of the academy continued to tell Ardal that George Jericho would do everything to restore the honor of the family, which meant that he could soon be in danger. The teacher put his hands behind his back and continued to say that he, as the head of the academy, could not allow any of his students to get hurt, and that there was a solution, so they came here to the stairs leading to the basement of the academy. The teacher and the student look at the stairs leading down. The protagonist shifts his questioning gaze to the Archmage, who says that a few days ago King Ram woke up from a long sleep, and the first thing he said was that he could smell his kin. The guy resolutely looks forward, clenching his fists. The men stand in front of the steps, and the teacher says that they only have to go down, and adds that King Ram is waiting for a gift. The main character confidently stands in front of the entrance, and asks why the teacher is not interested in the ogre that suddenly appeared behind his back, and adds that there is no such magic in this world, and asks again that the teacher is not interested in it at all. The Archmage shifts his calm gaze to his interlocutor and replies that it doesn't matter if he appears in front of him with an ogre on his back or a goblin on his shoulders, he remains the same ruined Ardal whom he trusts, and that this is the only thing that matters to him. The protagonist turned a respectful glance to Tyrion and thanked him for his trust. The young man stands in front of a closed door with magical symbols, and the teacher tells him to come down, and that King Ram longs to meet him. The guy resolutely opens the door. He steps confidently around the room. The player looks at the interlocutor, and he greets him that he has not seen the young destroyer for a long time, and he agrees that it has been a long time. A powerful monster sits on a throne. King Ram, sitting on the throne, turns to the main character, says that he still can't believe it, because he smells the smell of his family living on the heavenly mountain from the guy, and continues that he even smells his father Munkin, and asks what the young man could tell what happened. The protagonist, smiling, replied that, of course, he would tell everything. Ardal stands in the middle of the hall, and tells the interlocutor what happened on the heavenly mountain, and how he created the artifact with the help of the Tooth of Kunhan. The ogre leader, laughing, states that the guy held an arm wrestling with 100 ogres. The protagonist raises his hand, and explains that he not only played, but also won every match, and King Ram concludes that it is similar to him, and, apparently, his relatives were not having fun. The ogre covers his face with his hand and says that he thought he would remain trapped in this artifact forever, but he is glad that he heard about his homeland again. The ogre leader's pupils narrowed, and he thanked his companion, adding that Ardal was his blessing. A dark-haired guy looks at the screen and reads a notification that informs him that the achievement has been unlocked. Information appears on the screen about the elevation of the ogre's friend to ogre lord, the increase in power, the increase in the power of the countries, and the availability of the humanoid form. The ogre looks at the guy reading and reveals that he is the epitome of brawl and his benefactor, and adds that he is the only person who has been trusted by the ogres of the Sky Mountain. The protagonist lowers his gaze thoughtfully and reflects on the improvements he received as a gift. Strand stands on the shoulder of the protagonist, and states that the stars are growing much faster than she expected. Ardal clenched his fists, and his assistant said that she had been in this useless petty form for too long. The main character takes off. He runs rapidly and does not understand what is happening. The red-haired girl, grinning, looks at the main character. She lowers her gaze and asks her partner if what is happening is not amazing. Smiling, Strand raises her head and says that she has been waiting for this for a long time. The steps lead down, the protagonist reasoning that he received 2 more gifts from reuniting with King Ram. The ogres stare intently ahead, and the protagonist continues to mentally say that he has received the power of the chieftain, allowing him to command the ogres as their lord, and has also received the summoning of the ogres. King Ram sits motionless in his chair, and Ardal thinks that he has also received a special privilege to summon the head of the ogres, who is connected to the academy for life, once to himself. The guy thoughtfully looks into the distance, and remembers what he said, that he can summon King Ram to him once in the event of a real threat to his life. The young man lowers his head excitedly. The red-haired girl throws up her hand and enthusiastically says that there is nothing better for her than transforming into a human, and Tyrion asks Ardal about the stranger. The protagonist stands in front of a young lady and thinks that this young lady has since become visible to the others, and asks her that she is indeed a girl, and Strand replies that she has told him this many times, and the protagonist says that he thought she lied to him. The guy lowers his gaze, and the head of the academy asks to explain how it happened that only 1 person went down, and 2 came out, and Ardal decided that he was dead. An image of brick walls appears. Tyrion holds his beard and asks that, given his limited knowledge, he assumes that the girl is a spirit, and the country replies that his conclusion is close to the truth, and adds that she is an incarnation, and the protagonist wonders if this explanation is enough. The young lady looks away and explains that they have a symbiotic relationship, so they cannot be separated from each other, and Ardal, interrupting her, says that it is not worth addressing the head of the academy so disrespectfully. The young lady continues that she lives several dozen times longer than him. Tyrion looks at the girl thoughtfully, and says that since she came from the King Ram quarters, respected by the incarnation of the ruin, he will arrange for her to stay at the academy, and the interlocutor clarified that he has some kind of plan. The head of the academy closed his eyes and confirmed thoughtfully. The sun's rays illuminate the well-groomed territory of the palace. The red-haired girl stands in front of the astonished young men, and the blonde guy asks that the girl is, for sure, Ardal's cousin, and has transferred to the academy. Strand laughs and introduces herself, and the protagonist reveals that she is in her senior year with them. Jason asks again, how can she be in her senior year? Because he said that she is younger, and the main character explains that she skipped several classes because she is a genius. A classmate of the main character stretches out his hand and says that it is a pleasure to meet him. The blonde guy got down on one knee, introduced himself, said that he was Jason Damon, Ardle's best friend, and asked if she would like to walk around the academy if she had not seen her yet, and the protagonist was surprised by the guy's actions. The main character closed his eyes, and Jason asked the girl if she wants to go to the cafeteria, try the baguettes of the highest class, and the young lady, refusing the offer, said that she did not want bread, and asked to leave, and the guy continued that he offers to see the ocean, which is amazing. Ardle calmed down that he managed to create a working legend. The main character puts his hand in his pocket. Hans closes his eyes, and the protagonist asks what today, after all, is the day of his departure, and the guy with brown hair tells him that he came to say goodbye. The protagonist stands in front of his comrade and, expressing regret, says that it is sad to part again, and adds that he will visit Fulden someday, and Hans replies that he will wait, because he is always welcome. The young man pulls his hand aside and asks if he can come to Ardle when he graduates, and the main character replies that he can come to visit whenever he wishes. The protagonist's companion holds a sword in his hands, and says that he wants to come not to visit, but to become a knight of Ardle. The young man looks at the interlocutor in surprise and asks if he is serious. Hans smiles and explains his intentions that he wants to do something meaningful, such as protect Ardle, under his command, and concludes by asking if his comrade in arms gives him his consent. The main character raises his head and, agreeing, thanks his friend. Jason approaches the guys and addresses them, saying that they are again deciding something without him. The blonde young man hangs on the protagonist and enthusiastically pronounces that he also wants to go to Ardle, and is ready to do any work to be near the lady of the countries. Ardle turns his head in surprise and says that he does not remember giving permission. The guys laugh, and Jason says that he was not ready to hear such a joke. The main character thought that his friends would move to Ardle after graduation, which is great. A text appeared on the screen, which reports that Ardle's future is becoming more and more exciting. Birds fly over the capital of Radian. The man with the mustache opened his mouth wide and shouted that it was all over, and indignantly asked Vengars if he knew how much money he had invested, but still Maltiv was defeated by some rookie knight. He shrugs his shoulders and continues to say that it was the same as with Jerahil, the eldest son who was defeated by Ardle. The family coat of arms of the Jerahil family appears, and a man with brown hair narrates that this family maintained its status as the House of Magic, while at the same time Vengraskagan was addressed as the strongest knight in the kingdom. Men's hands rush up, and the young man continues that this status has been preserved thanks to the support of the nobility. The man with the mustache raises his head and says that Vengras is at the top until their sons become the head. The man with the beard turns his head and says that they should change sides. The mountain rises above the city, and the narrator continues to state that they need to join Ardle as soon as possible. The head of the Jerahil clan enters the room, and the man says that the current head of the Ardle family does not accept money, and his interlocutor indignantly says that everyone likes money and Jerahil is an example of this. George clarifies who they are talking about. A man with blonde hair holds his hands behind his back and indignantly asks what they were going to join whom. A man in a light-colored suit shifts his gaze to the person who enters and makes excuses that they made a slip of the tongue and suspected that they were being listened to, and the head of the family retorts that this cannot be a slip of the tongue, and if he did not come in, they would have been talking nonsense all night. George narrowed his eyes and spoke harshly that the Jerahil family had been in charge since the founding of Radian, and added that history does not tolerate lies and therefore their experiences cannot be brought to life. The man with the mustache folded his hands in front of him, and the second man said that they would take this into account. The blond man gritted his teeth viciously and thought that he wanted to use Ardle as a stepping stone for Chakil and Mikkel, but he was able to trample their honor in the mud. He looks angrily into the distance, and mentally says that for this he will kill him, no matter what it costs him. A steam locomotive was running along the rails. Ruin noted that another important lesson of the second semester was related to visiting the capital. As part of the lesson, they would not visit the magic tower and the royal palace, where they could see new magic, learn something from active magicians. The young man clenched his hand into a fist and exclaimed that they would be able to enter the magic tower. Meeting the court magician sounds amazing. The young man closed his eyes and thought that, of course, the purpose of this activity was wonderful, but the head of the family, Jerahil, must have held a huge grudge against him. Strand clarified that it turned out that they would finally be able to meet him face to face. An image of George Jerichel appeared. The main character noted that now a visit to the capital is like a visit to the enemy's lair, where you will have to face the court magicians. There are plenty of opportunities to target him in such an environment. The girl looked at him and asked if this George was even strong. He replied that according to rumors, he was a 7th grade magus, just like the head of the academy. She noticed that if she had been here before, she would have held him with one finger. The protagonist folded his arms over his chest and realized that he did not know how strong the country used to be, but a 7th class mage should not be underestimated. The head of the academy was sitting in front of him. He thought that the information about the head that was on the same level was not visible to his eyes of the player. The status window said that the information was not available for viewing. He furrowed his brows and decided that he could not let his guard down in the capital. The speakers broadcast that the next stop was Radian. Clouds flew over the mountains. Schoolchildren walked along the platform of the station and admired the capital. Ruin raised his head and remarked that indeed a capital was a capital, and noted to himself that of course it was only a brilliant grandeur, which was unworthy of such a small kingdom. The man approached the company of the main character and turned to the head that they had not seen each other for a long time. Then I looked at him and clarified that I had forced him to appear here in person. George held his hands behind his back. A crowd of subordinates stood behind him. He wondered if this was a rude question, and said that when young talents arrived in the capital, who would one day lead the kingdom forward, he, as the protector of the country, should at least greet them. He came closer and added that this was not the only reason today. He wanted to look at how the children had grown up to understand how they were able to overcome his sons. The protagonist looked at him contemptuously. The latter stared at him and noted that he had become Ruin. Jericho knitted his brows. The protagonist looked at him in disgust and noted that he felt like a snake was wrapping around his body. But something was wrong here, because as far as he knew, he was a grade 7 magus. But the status window told him that he was a grade 6 magus. The blonde magus stood in front of him. He couldn't understand how he was able to fool everyone. He opened his eyes wide and suggested that maybe it was all about the artifacts. George had rings on his fingers. He smiled and noted that he was a father and a son. Jericho opened his mouth slightly and asked what was funny about it. He closed his eyes and replied that it was nothing, and said that he would go. The mage grabbed his hand and asked him where he was going. He hadn't finished the conversation yet. He pulled him closer and repeated his question, what was funny? The head of the academy looked at him menacingly and told him to stop. He was still a student. The latter gave him a contemptuous look and told him not to say anything. Perhaps he had power in the academy, but here in the capital, the care of the students lay with him. The old man stood in front of him and retorted that if it was somehow meant to justify threatening an innocent disciple, then he couldn't accept it, and in that case, he had to immediately return to the academy along with all the students. He opened his mouth and asked again that they were coming back, and said that it was true, their noble head of the academy had always been like this. He looked at his interlocutor out of the corner of his eye and clarified what they thought. He didn't know that it was his idea to make a mockery of his son, in front of the entire educational institution, luring him to an open lesson, and they were still upset that he was appointed as the defender and not him. What a pathetic jealousy. The head of the academy stood not far from him and shouted his name. Streams of energy burst out from under the feet of the head of the academy. The students covered their faces with their hands and did not understand what kind of wind it was. George grinned and asked what he wanted to do as he wished. The young man looked up at him and remarked that it was simply entertaining. He added that he was talking about his reason for laughing. It was interesting. After all, he had never seen someone wear so many rings before. The magician held his hand. He noted that Mikkel and Chakil, his elders, also love accessories. Apparently this is a common feature of the rich. A drop of sweat slipped down Jerry Hill's cheek. He stood in front of him and stated that there was no specific reason. It just so happened that they were wearing a lot of jewelry. George looked at him out of the corner of his eye and added that anyway, let the head leave his powers here. From now on he would conduct all the field trips. Ignat stood silently in front of him. He turned around and said that he had to go now. A group of schoolchildren stood in the square. The protagonist recalled that the trip to the capital was far from usual. George, who announced that he would be responsible for the entire schedule, disappeared without a trace as soon as they arrived at the palace. Instead, the tour was given to them by the senior magician. But despite the low information content of the tour, the atmosphere was not the worst. The man put his hand out to the side. Strand kept her hands in her pockets, and was surprised that it was a magical tower. Ruin was walking beside her. She asked him how he felt it too, and he said yes, he noticed it right away. The man looked at them out of the corner of his eye. He realized that they did not even hide that they were staring at them. The moon shone high in the sky. The protagonist leaned against the window frame and asked Strand to look there. A man in a robe was standing in the street. A man with a mustache was standing in the middle of the street. She clarified that it was not the same person who had been watching them earlier. He confirmed that he had been there since they entered their home. She noticed that she thought that something strange was going on, that he was up to. The main character looked down and replied that this was an illusion. He felt subtle magic in the surrounding space. He created the situation around with the help of illusory magic. There was a huge building on the street. People walked along the avenue. He said that the landscape opening from the windows, even passers-by, everything is not real. In addition, he put a barrier to protect this place from the outside world. The girl put her hand on the back of her head and stated that she could not believe that she did not notice this. But despite this, she managed to return her human form to its former strength. The guy reflected that he expected something like this, but did not think that it would come to his soul so soon. He looked intently at the street. The man of the robes ran to the side. He looked out of the corner of his eye at the protagonist, who noted that he was running away, or trying to lure him out. He realized that if they fought in a confined space, like the building where he is now, he would have an advantage. But he knows that he can't let the students get hurt, so he will be forced to fight outside. The man turned his head back. He reasoned that a 6th grade magus was quite capable of creating illusions, but illusory magic of this magnitude was beyond the strength of one person of this level. There were at least 2 or even 3 opponents against him, maybe even more, and they were all 6th grade magi. He realized that his chances of winning were slim. An image of George Jerichel appeared. He cast a contemptuous look. The young man averted his eyes to the side and thought that perhaps he could take advantage of this. The girl looked at him and asked that he would go right away. He replied that yes, he would have to. He immediately walked to the exit and said that this evening would be long. A few hours earlier, George banged his fist on the table and asked what was it. He opened his mouth and added that he had personally called everyone to the meeting, and yet, it was everyone who showed up. The man with the mustache put out his hand and justified that it seemed that many people were deliberately avoiding the meeting. He said that today the ruin would be finished, but the others were still afraid and did not come. He was standing in front of a huge table and added that usually, the room was so full that people had to even stand due to lack of space, and today only 4 people came here. Jerichel gritted his teeth and realized that this bastard had ruined everything. He lowered his head down and said that okay, they would soon regret it, and clarified that the topic of today's meeting was clearly explained to everyone. The man replied. That is, the night guards of the capital are made up entirely of their people, so if there is a fuss, it won't be a problem. The mage put his hand on the armrest and asked what about the task he had assigned to the captain. The other man said that they had received confirmation last night that the assassins had arrived in Ardal. The bearded men present folded their arms over their chest and added that after midnight, they would infiltrate the manor and take Deline's head. George sat on a chair and noted that at least father and son would go out into the world that night. The man noticed that not only them, Delenn also had a daughter. He glanced at his leader and said that Bolvar must disappear too, for there was only room for the sun in the sky. Bolvar strolled through the courtyards. He put his hands behind his back and noticed that it was suspiciously quiet. The young master's recent victory over Jerichel's eldest son had drawn the attention of the nobility to Ardal, and the Jerichel he knew would not give up so easily. The main character stretched out his hand in front of him. The latter closed his eyes and remembered the words of Deline, who had asked him to report immediately if he noticed anything, and thought that apparently the gentleman shared his fears. He had to remain on his guard. Bolvar noticed the man with the box. He looked at him and asked what he had finished for today. He replied that yes, he was just putting everything in its place and was going home. The man put his hands behind his back and asked if he had noticed anyone suspicious among the visitors today. He looked up and remembered that there were 5 merchants who, however, did not sell anything, and did not see them leave. The old man closed his eyes and mused that assassins often disguised themselves as merchants, and now they had disappeared from sight once they had entered Ardal's territory. He opened his eyes wide and added that they also had swords with them. He should also be careful. Bolvar instantly took off. The man was holding a box in his hands and thought that it seemed that he was worrying in vain. Clouds flew high in the sky above the house. The assassins were standing in the bedroom. One assumed that the lord had already left, because he had never returned to the estate. The other objected that everything was calm in the city. No one noticed anything. He should come soon. He just had to wait a little longer. The guy looked to the side and agreed that there was still time. They both turned their heads at the noise. Bolvar stood in the window with a spear at the ready. He looked at the assassins and asked how dare they. At least they understood where they had come. They stood in front of him and did not understand how he realized that they were here, and noted that it was expected that he was a 7-star knight. He did not care about hiding skills. The assassin held out his sword in front of him and added that maybe it was for the best. He still had to be killed. They all rushed at him sharply. The assassins hired by Vengraskigan, all those who had invaded the territories of Ardal were at least level 6 masters. The man's mouth opened slightly. Bolvar, a 7-star knight, had not held a spear in his hand for a long time, preferring a fishing rod. So many believed that his skills were no longer what they used to be. His spear was shrouded in lightning, which was a fatal mistake. From the attack of the old man, the attackers scattered in different directions. They opened their eyes wide in pain. One of them hit the wall hard. A drop of sweat slid down his cheek. He wondered that he was a 7-star man. In what place? They had already dealt with more than a dozen knights of the 7th level empire. The old man approached him and asked if he knew why he had stopped honing his spear techniques. His eyes widened in shock. He couldn't believe that he was an 8-star knight. Bolvar held a spear in his left hand and explained that no matter how much he tried to cultivate, the limit of what could be achieved in terms of technique had already been reached. The assassin swung his sword at him. The spear pierced through him. The corpses of the murderers lay in the room. One of them opened his eyes wide and exclaimed that Vangras was a lying creature. How dare he lie to them about the purpose of the mission? They wouldn't take on anything like that, not even a 5-fold increase in the amount. Bolvar looked at him and noticed that Vengraskigan was the customer. He grabbed the attacker by the neck with lightning speed. He looked at him menacingly and ordered him to return and tell him never to set foot on Ardal territory again. Lights were on in the windows of the houses. Ruin collided with a man in robes. The latter looked at him and asked him that he had come out to him of his own free will. The guy was standing next to Strand, who added that he saw that he did not come alone, probably decided to go to the other world with a companion. This is wonderful. The guy calmly stood in front of him and asked him not to worry, because he was not going to die. Hired killers in robes surrounded him. He noticed that he was not going to, and added, if only the world worked the way they wanted. But alas, this is not so. The young man looked to the side and thought that there were about 7 of them, and they had prepared. He stretched out his hand and told him that he would give him advice as someone who had lived longer than him, namely, that the best way to prolong life was not to be seen. The guy put his hands out in front of him. Magic stretched out his arms in his direction, and he added that only the end awaited him now. An explosion occurred in the middle of the street. The man smiled slyly and noted that he had quietly accepted his death. A beautiful sight. He had brought such a fate upon himself, so let him not blame anyone. Drops of sweat rolled down his cheek. Strand stretched out her arms in front of her. He wondered how he was still on his feet. After such an attack, he should be dead. The guy smiled and said that there are creatures that are not able to die. The girl smiled slyly. The country folded her hands together, he explained. The incarnation is an immortal and indestructible creature. The only way to incapacitate the countries is to kill him, the contractor. The status window said that a unique skill was activated. The guy swung his fist and noted that as he said he was going to die, he was not going to die here. The ogre's morale raised his fist forward. The guy looked ahead and realized that at this pace he could win without overworking. His eyes widened in surprise. The man grabbed his leg and remarked that, to be honest, he hadn't expected him to be so serious. However, no matter how strong he was, he would see how he survived it. Sweat rolled down the man's cheeks. A group of people in robes stood next to each other. There are those who practice forbidden dark magic that has been rejected by all magicians, warlocks, the seal of water, a spell invented by a water warlock. It will not leave the one it has come into contact with until it has sucked all the life force. This spell of dark magic is the most famous. The mage raised his hand in front of him. The main character gritted his teeth from the tension. I thought that he could not even imagine that they would go so far with dark magic. 2 people in robes grabbed the protagonist. The man said that what a pity, because he witnessed the use of dark magic, so he can only die. The guy was brought to his knees. He added that his murder was already part of their plans. He looked at the young man and noticed that his friend who had tried to interfere was no longer a hindrance either, so everything had become easier. Ruin looked at his opponent angrily. He stood in front of him and asked him not to be sad, because he would not go on his last journey alone. He asked him again. The man explained that by this time, his father and younger sister would already be dead. A drop of sweat rolled down the young man's cheek. He raised his hand and remembered that of course he didn't know about it, otherwise he wouldn't be hanging around here. He looked at him and asked him to answer why he had gone against the senior advisor. Did he really think that he could win? On the face of a man in a robe, the hand of the main character appeared. He grabbed his hand and wondered. He was under the influence of the seal of water. His eyes widened. Ruin clenched his fist. Blood gushed from his hand. He looked down at his palm and concluded that he didn't care now. The status window reported that a unique skill had been activated, and a huge fighting spirit had stepped on the ground. The robed boys looked at him in shock. He noticed that they had crossed a line that should not have been crossed. The young man stood before his spirit and asked them not to be angry, because they had brought trouble on themselves. The boy's eyes widened in shock. He remembered that at that fleeting moment, only one thing echoed in his head, the call to kill. The eyes of the fighting spirit were videographed red. He added that like the once destroyer of the world's Draa, he would destroy everyone. The ogre looked at his master and asked why he had summoned him. The latter stared intently into the distance and expressed a desire that none of them should live, no mercy for them. He swung sharply at the people in robes. The main character swung his fist at one of them. His fist hit the stomach of one guy. He realized that he could never forgive them, so he would kill everyone, because it didn't matter what his fists destroyed, and it didn't matter who his magic killed. His eyes widened. The young man instantly rushed to attack the other. Strand grabbed him by the shoulders and asked him to stop. She stood in front of him and added that this was enough. One of them looked at him and asked him that he had always been a psycho. How was he different from them? Level opened your eyes wide and asked to let him in. He'll finish off that bastard. She stood in front of him and did not understand why he always behaved like this. Because nothing had happened in Arda yet. Let him trust that night. He was much stronger than he thought. He had to pull himself together. If he succumbed to the force, he would end up like a fight. He opened his eyes wide. She reminded him that he had forgotten what his last days had been. The dragon opened its mouth wide. Strand explained that he had gone mad with unlimited power, and in the end destroyed the world, so he was called the Destroyer of Worlds. She lowered her head and declared that he was not a Draa if he met his fate. He looked at her and interrupted, apologizing for her worries. He turned his gaze to one of the attackers and ordered him to tell everything he knew, and asked what was happening in Ardal, who replied that he would regret what he had heard. Blood was flowing from his mouth. He wondered if he knew about the Menden group, which included the best assassins, at least the 6th rank, 5 of whom had already arrived in Ardal. The spear pierced the robed youth, who noticed that by this point, his family was probably already dead. George stood in front of the main character and noted that he had come to see if everything was all right here, and there was such chaos here. He looked at them and said that they were pathetic idiots. The best people in Jericho couldn't handle an ordinary upstart. Ruin stood next to the girl and exclaimed how he dared to encroach on his family. His eyes widened in pain. They both knelt. He could not understand what kind of dark magic it was. The magician said that it was worth just going to the academy, and being quieter than water, lower than grass. Why provoke them? The guy opened his mouth wide and shouted that he was also a dark mage. If they found out about it, then the best outcome would be a dungeon. He clenched his fist and remarked that no one would know if he fell silent forever. A drop of sweat rolled down the protagonist's cheek. He realized that he could not lift a finger. Kingram's summoning had already ended. Spears flew out of the magic circle. He concluded that now he had to end everything. It was time to die. The young man was on one knee and realized that he could not allow it to end like this. Suddenly, water gushed in the middle of the battlefield. His eyes widened in amazement. In front of them stood the head of the academy. George looked at him in shock and didn't know where he was coming from. He opened his mouth wide and shouted his name. Jericho covered his face with his hands from the powerful flash. Streams of energy rushed in his direction. This artificial world was created by George's henchmen, 6th-class mages, so that no one from the outside could find out what was happening inside. But this magic only restrains ordinary people from the outside. A mage of the level of Ignite is able to immediately determine the unnatural flow of mana. Ignite's hair rose up. The magic ball grew in size, and a serious disadvantage of this magic is that if a magus of a higher level than the one who created the barrier casts his spell, the illusion will immediately dissipate. The magic ball took over houses. George held out his hand in front of him and asked that he planned to destroy the entire city in order to defeat it. He stood in front of him and replied that no, he was the only one who would be hurt. Besides, he had already set up a barrier to prevent destruction in the capital. He had not only become interested in dark magic, but even dared to harm his disciple. Jericho looked at him dumbfounded. He waved his hand and said that he would punish for this crime on his own. The flow of energy rushed into the enemy. He gritted his teeth from the onslaught. He opened his mouth wide and shouted the name of his enemy. George spread his hands in different directions. In the middle of the battlefield, there was an energy explosion. Strand looked ahead and noticed that this was expected. With such a difference in class, the gap between them was too obvious. It was a crushing victory. The guy did not squint his eyes and agreed with her words, and added to herself that this difference was of a completely different scale. The head of the academy clenched his hands into fists. He realized that he was so superior to him that he didn't even dare to challenge him. Despite all his strength, it was obvious that there was still a long way to go. He looked at the main character and asked if he was okay. He replied that yes, thanks to him. Residents of the city climbed out of the windows of the houses and wondered what had happened here. Jason opened his mouth slightly in surprise. George was lying on the ground, and he couldn't understand why the senior commissioner was in such a state. 2 guys were standing near the head of the academy and reported that they had arrived. A crowd of people stood behind them and explained that they had heard that the head of the Jericho family had completely seized control of the capital's guards. The only one who had arrived in the capital on an official visit that he could target was the Ruin Lord. They ran up to him and asked about his condition. They stood in front of him and told him that all the way they were worried that something could happen. They could not think about anything else. Their hearts were beating in anxiety. He realized that they had not changed at all. Ignite tilted his head slightly. They noticed that he was also there, and concluded that in that case, the man lying on the ground was George, who had tried to use black magic against the Ruin, but the head stopped him. Jericho lay with his face to the ground. The prince opened his mouth wide and exclaimed, "How dare he attack his precious lord? This is a betrayal, a direct challenge to the royal family. He will immediately report everything to his father and demand that he be arrested for criminal conspiracy." The other prince opened his eyes wide and added that this time, he completely agreed with him. It was a betrayal, and now that they had confirmed the use of forbidden magic, every member of this family should be taken into custody. The young man looked at them and expressed his desire to voice one request. He clenched his hand into a fist and declared that he needed to make sure that his father and younger sister were safe in Ardal. Strand crossed her arms over her chest. He remembered that in order to get information about the state of the territory of Ardal as soon as possible, they had to send a request to the nearest trading city of Monzo, and still the wait dragged on for half a day, which turned out to be longer than the entire life lived. The man was holding a piece of paper and said that they had received information from Monzo. He looked at the documents and assured that everyone was safe, adding that the Lord had already been aware of the possible danger, and Bolvar had successfully neutralized the assassin sent. Moreover, they had managed to find out the organizer of the assassination attempt. A drop of sweat slid down the guy's cheek. The prince looked at the man and clarified that it was not obvious that this was the work of George, who agreed and noted that there was an accomplice. The bearded man looked back, and he explained that the man involved most was Sir Venraskagan, the captain of the Golden Knights. The blonde guy put his hand to his forehead and realized that how rotten everything was. His brother said that from now on, he officially lost his rank. Besides, All of George's titles and powers were also removed. The red-haired man looked at the prince and explained that given the positions of the two of them, he needed to appoint temporary executors due to their duties. The prince replied that for the time being, the deputy captain would take over the duties of the captain, and noted that regarding the position of advisor and protector, whether the head of the academy could assist in this. The green-eyed prince looked back. Ignat's eyes bulged at him in surprise. He put his hand to his chest and replied that he was only old. He objected that he was well aware that he was not interested in politics. But as he himself could see, their situation was not the best, so he asked to take this position until a suitable candidate was found. The old man looked down. The princes stood in front of him. The main character recalled that it was widely known that the princes had been trying to bring the head of the academy to the capital for a long time, spending a lot of money on it, but the head remained adamant and refused all offers, firmly believing that the teacher had no place in politics. The head of the academy held out his hand in front of him as a gesture of refusal. His eyes widened at the voices he heard. Students stood behind him and encouraged him, and noted that this position was perfect for him. He looked at them in complete disbelief. He stood in front of them and concluded that if this was the desire of his disciples, then he should obey, but only until another candidate was found. The princes looked at the new advisor with joy. George silently watched the further development of events. The protagonist realized that at this rate, there might not be another candidate. He looked to the side and added that he was just glad that everything ended well. The dawn morning lit up the city with rays of sunshine. He realized that as soon as the trip to the capital was over, the period of final exams would begin. The long and at the same time fleeting stay at the academy would soon come to an end. The trip to the capital, which did not go well from the very beginning, served as a reason for talking about whether it should be cancelled altogether. In the end, it was decided to leave the schedule unchanged. As a result, they stayed in the capital for a few more days. Students were walking down the street. The two guys looked at each other and discussed recent events with Mikkel. The protagonist looked at them and noted that rumors had spread that Mikkel had dropped out of the academy, and his father had been placed in an underground dungeon, and that his family's mages had fled in all directions, so the outcome was obvious. George sat in the cell. The main character looked at the people discussing something and concluded that the name Jericho disappeared without a trace. The flag was shrouded in flames. An image of another flag appeared, the fall of the Jericho family, the triumph of the Ardo family. Banners with similar words began to spread throughout the capital. Soon, the news was discussed not only among the nobles, but throughout the kingdom. The moonlight illuminated the castle. A voice from there said that he had said that he could not be here. He had to leave the place. Two men were holding a guy who swore they wouldn't even have time to blink. The guard asked for his apology. But this man tries to break through by force. The guy broke free from their grip. He fell to his knees in front of the prince, and revealed that he was Chakil, the eldest son of the Jericho family, and it was an honor for him to meet the crown prince. Reenact put his hands behind his back. A drop of sweat slipped down the guy's cheek. He explained that he understands that his behavior may seem disrespectful. He asks to understand that he did not mean anything like this. He opened his mouth slightly and interrupted his speech. He looked at him and asked why he had come. He replied that he had come to seek refuge in the empire. With him, also his younger relatives and the mages of his house, a total of more than 40 people seeking refuge. The crown prince clarified why. The young man looked down and said that they would like to serve his highness, and contribute to the future glory of the empire. He looked at him menacingly and replied that it was tiring. After all, they were just looking for a place to eat. A chandelier hung on the ceiling. He clarified what crime he had committed, because his Jericho family, once the most powerful family, was now fleeing and seeking refuge in his empire. He held his hands behind his back and asked whether the royal family had turned their backs on them for such a trivial reason, in the form of an assassination attempt, or whether an attempt had been made on a member of the royal family. The crown prince stood in front of him and added that no matter how small the Radiant Kingdom was, providing shelter for them who had committed a crime would be an act against justice. In fact, refusing to help would even better affect his reputation. Chakil's eyes widened at what he heard, and he concluded that he saw no reason to grant asylum. He turned back and asked him to come back. He would not comply with his request, but he would not arrest him either. The latter looked at him out of the corner of his eye. He was on his knees and explained that they had made an attempt on Ruin's life. He clarified that he was looking at the same one, and replied that it was so. The crown prince approached him and asked for more details. He smiled and offered him a cup of tea. The castle was covered with snow. The protagonist recalled that despite a series of events, there were no serious incidents after the trip to the capital. 3 months have passed since then. The new year has come. The inhabitants of the city walked along the snow-covered streets. He added that like snow that had fallen in winter, a huge number of nobles had accumulated in the academy, and the reason for this was simple: the final exam. A ball of lightning was forming in the hands of the young man. The guy put out his hand in front of him for a magical attack. The students smiled slyly. The graduates of the academy demonstrate their skills in front of the audience, which gives the mages the opportunity to get work from the nobles. Ruin and Jason were sitting on the bench. He realized that today was the exam day. He looked into the distance and realized that graduation was just around the corner. This exam was the end of their studies within the walls of the academy. The 6 years spent here seemed both long and fleeting. The blond guy leaned his hand on the back of the bench. He added that this time was finally coming to an end. He looked at his comrade and asked if he was worried. He replied that he was not and asked if he had prepared well. He closed his eyes and replied why should he bother, he would go to Ardo for him anyway. The latter reminded him that he had not yet given a clear answer. He raised his hand and exclaimed that he was serious. The protagonist opened his sister's voice wide. She stood not far from him and asked how he was doing. He realized that although he knew that nothing had happened to her, it becomes much easier when you see it with your own eyes. He went up to her, asked her that they had all come for him, and added that nothing else had happened since that day. He lowered his eyes and apologized that he had put them in danger because of him. His father looked at him and replied that it was okay, let it not be a burden on him. In fact, he was proud that he did not follow their demands. He turned to Bolvar and thanked them both, who noted that he was only doing his duty. The girl was standing to his right and asked who this lady was. She pointed to the countries. She clarified that he had already got a new girlfriend. While Irene was not looking, the one who put out his hands and justified himself that she was just a friend and realized in his mind that the excuse about his cousin would not work with his family. His eyes widened at the voice he heard, and he noted to himself that fortunately, it wasn't just his family who had come to see him. His companion stood in front of him, who added to himself that Hans had also arrived, having completed his training and become a full knight. A guy with a short haircut raised his hand and asked how he was doing. He noticed that the people with whom he had become friends at the festival had also arrived. A drop of sweat rolled down the man's cheek. The prince's 2 brothers raised their hands in the air and informed Ruin that they had arrived. A drop of sweat slipped down his cheek. He realized that his most powerful connections had come to his exam. They exclaimed that he could imagine how many difficulties he had to overcome to find him. The student put his hand to his mouth and shouted that the exam was about to begin, so all graduates were asked to enter the arena. The main character looked at all his friends and noted that they would see each other again. His sister raised her hands in front of her and asked him to do his best. They were all rooting for him. He looked at them out of the corner of his eye and concluded that in the final exam, since everyone supported him, he would give his best. The guy threw a questioning glance to the side. He opened his eyes wide and couldn't understand what was happening. 2 men were standing in front of him. He thought that he had definitely never met those 2, but it felt like he had seen them. The young man turned to the countries and asked if they seemed suspicious to her, who replied that he knew them. The blonde man looked to the side. She noticed that the one on the left was the dirty King Theron. The guy with blonde hair looked away. She added that the man on the right was the crown prince. She stood beside the Ruin, wondering if they really thought that their magic would deceive her incarnation eyes. They had changed their faces, but they didn't let the frightening aura go anywhere. He couldn't understand why they had come so far to get here. Besides, they didn't have to hide their appearance for the sake of getting to the graduate exam. The guy looked ahead and assumed that it might be because of him. After all, they had come secretly to see how much stronger he had become. He smiled slyly and remarked that this was very well thought out on their part. 2 strange men huddled in the crowd, and he realized that if they made the same offer as he did, the answer would remain unchanged. The guy with cunning eyes watched them and decided that since they tried so hard, he would give them a spectacle worth their time, and asked them to look carefully. He would show how far he had come. The crown prince in disguise was smiling. A lock hung on the chain. The final exam contained the stage of isolation. Ice blocks protruded from the ground, a battle with ice. There was a brick wall on the ground, and the destruction. The exam is a time test, in which the examinees must cope with the above tests as quickly as possible. There were doors on the runway. The first stage of the insulation test requires the student to get out of a room with a well-protected door. Jason put his finger to his chin and thought, there are many ways to get into the room. There was a lock hanging on the door bolt. For example, you can cancel the locking magic that was applied to the lock, or create a key using a magic stone. Several students ran along the lanes. The host exclaimed that all 7 magi left the rooms almost at the same time. No matter what, the method used did not matter. Only the final result, escaping from the locked room, mattered. A huge ice monster appeared before the examinees. At the next test the exam becomes absurdly difficult. This stage requires you to destroy the ice monster in the glacial zone of the arena. The guy put his hands out in front of him, and did not understand why the wall was so strong. At the last stage of the exam it was necessary to use the most powerful magic available to destroy the wall. The finish ribbon fluttered in the air. As soon as all the tests were passed, the final exam would be considered successfully passed. Jason threw his hands up victoriously, the presenter concluding that Jason Damon was the first of the number 6 team to complete the exam 55 seconds before the end of the allotted time. 3 of the 10 members of the number 6 team completed the exam. Not far from the obstacle course, students were standing. Ruin crossed his arms over his chest and reflected that Jason, although he was acting impossible, was actually actively preparing. He narrowed his eyes and added that those 3 had passed. With each of the allotted 15 minutes having less than a minute, he could think of a way to complete the exam as quickly as possible. The host asked the students of team number 7 to enter the arena. The main character stood on the running lane and realized that now it was his turn. The host said that in team number 7 there was none other than Ruin, the pride of the academy. Mysterious guests sat in the stands. The host added that he heard that many honored guests came to watch his performance. The crown prince looked at the main character and wondered how much stronger he had become, and noticed that the godfather was also curious. A blond man stood beside him and asked what he planned to do. He noted that he had come here to voice the final proposal. He confirmed that he would have no other opportunities. The main character was moving around the arena. He resolutely went to his victory. He added that with proper cultivation, his talent would be a huge advantage, but without proper supervision, it could cause disaster one day, and then he would deal with it with his own methods. The young man stood up to the room with a lock. The host exclaimed that the test of team number 7 was beginning. He knocked on the wall and realized that he had put a lot of effort into these walls. Even if he hit with all his strength, he would not be able to break through them so easily, and thought about whether it was worth opening the lock like everyone else. He smiled and said to himself that it was too boring, and if the great festival had taught him anything, it was that nothing was perfect. The piercer took his hands into the lock and noticed that no matter how strong the wall was, it must have a weak point. The status window reported the activation of the skill. Spectators sat in the stands and discussed how long it would take Ruin to solve this situation. A stream of energy burst out of the door. The audience watched his triumph in shock. His jacket fluttered in the wind. Hans looked at him. The mysterious guest smiled slyly. The host noticed that he had opened the door, which on average takes 5 minutes to open, in 13 seconds. The audience opened their mouths in shock. The guy didn't look forward. In this final exam, the already famous name was once again immortalized in history. The winner would always be Ruin. The audience sat in the stands. The host announced that Ruin would complete the first stage of the exam in 13 seconds. Now he could only guess how quickly he would pass the next tests. The white-haired man watched the exam and thought that from the moment Kunhan's tooth reacted to it, he knew that this young man was unusual, but his height was still incomprehensible. The guy ran past the ice monsters. The host noticed that he was passing the second test in a very interesting way. He ran through the ice zone with a fireball. Given its size, the ice monsters did not dare to even approach. Ruins held a huge fireball in his hand. The blonde-haired guy folded his arms over his chest and exclaimed that he surpassed even the craziest assumptions. The man in front of him had been watching the development of events and reasoning that he always achieved impossible results. Now he had seen enough. Well, how he would overcome the last wall. The main character aspired to a huge stone wall. He swung his fist at her. His eyes widened in surprise and realized that there was no doubt. The young man gritted his teeth in exertion. A formless, invisible magic that tears apart everything in its path with sound waves that are too fast to perceive. Fragments of the wall flew in different directions. The protagonist smiled. The man thought that this spell was only available to those who had reached at least the 6th grade. Could it be that he had reached that level? The finish ribbon fluttered in the wind. The audience opened their mouths in shock. The host stated that Ruin from Team 7 was casting a 6th grade spell, and successfully completed the training, passing the exam in a little less than 3 minutes, namely 2 minutes and 57 seconds. The young man wiped the sweat from his face with his hand. The white-haired man opened his mouth slightly, and thought that 6th grade was a level that many magi wouldn't find themselves at in their entire lifetime. And yet Ruin had reached it at 16. The guy smiled broadly. He decided that this would not work. Before he became even stronger, and became a threat to his position, he had to crush him, no matter what. The princes threw up their hands in the air and shouted that long live Ruin, their future kingdom. His comrades sat in the stands and sincerely rejoiced at his victory. He stood in the middle of the arena and realized that right now, each of them was congratulating him, because in the past, it was difficult to even imagine who would have thought that he would graduate with such a triumph. Behind the main character, students stood and discussed him. Jason put his hand on his neck and exclaimed, when he managed to become a 6th grade magus, he couldn't believe that his friend was already a high-level magus. He added that he certainly knows how to surprise, but for him to reach such a high level so quickly, it's hard to think. Several students ran up to the Ruin. His comrade stuck out the index finger of his right hand and said that on such a day something was simply necessary. He smiled and added that of course it was a party. 2 mugs of beer bumped against each other. The crowd of people raised their mugs up. The main character was standing away from everyone. Someone shouted that since they were now adults, they would drink until they lost their pulse. He smiled and realized that he was starting to get into it, because the graduation was tomorrow, and since this was probably the last time they got together, everyone probably wanted to get the most out of the meeting. The drunken country hugged her master and asked for another bottle. He realized that incarnations can also get drunk. The head of the academy went to meet him and asked what he was enjoying the party. He stood in front of him and thanked him for coming, and thanks to them he could enjoy this evening. He noticed that the graduation was already on the horizon, so let him have as much fun as he could. He closed his eyes and remembered that since tomorrow was going to be a busy day, he wanted to say something right now, namely that he thanked him for everything, and the professor too. They stood in front of him. The head expressed his gratitude for his gratitude. Besides, soon it would be difficult for them to see him, even if they wanted to. There was a window in the wall, Heidel offered to invite Ruin as a lecturer for the next graduating class. He agreed. The head of the academy noted that he promised. The professor is a witness to this. Let him not pretend to know later. The young man walked along the snow-covered streets. He grabbed his forehead with his hand and realized that it seemed that he had gone too far with the beer, because his head was already heavy. A man approached him and asked for forgiveness and clarified that he was Ruin. The disguised crown prince put his hand to his chest and revealed that he was Reika, a merchant running a small trading company in the east. If possible, he would like to take up some of his time. The latter looked at him and allowed him to speak, and gave him his real name. The latter looked at him dumbfounded. The white-haired man put his hands behind his back and wondered how he knew it. He looked at him and asked him to answer honestly. Then he closed his eyes and explained that even though they hid their faces, but not their presence, his eyes reminded him of the prince he had met, so he decided to take a chance. The white-haired man stared at him silently. He assumed that he was the king of mages, and he was glad to meet him again. Ruin stood with his hands down, then clarified that he recognized him by his eyes alone, which was impressive. The crown prince held out his hand and said that he wanted to propose one last time. There would be no other chance. Let him follow him to the empire. He smiled and added that refusal was not accepted. He closed his eyes and replied that he still refused. He stood in front of him and asked if he had heard his words. He warned that he was destroying what he could not get. He remarked that he was really capable of such a thing, but he did not think that he would do so. The man furrowed his brows and did not understand where such confidence came from. The young man explained, because the crown prince he knew would never stoop to sneaking under someone else's identity, and ordering the murder of an ordinary disciple. The latter looked at him in shock. He opened his mouth slightly and asked that he called himself an ordinary disciple. Ruin looked at him and replied who else, since the graduation ceremony would not take place until tomorrow. He smiled slyly and noted that he did not know whether it was courage or intuition. He turned around and said that he would not retreat today, but let him be prepared for the fact that the next time they met, they would already be enemies. The main character looked after him with contempt. Two men walked away from him. Cheerful Jason ran up to Ruin with a mug of beer in his hand and asked that he would not drink anymore. He had to be at the party. Everything was not the same without him. He turned his head on him and told him that he was already coming, and realized that at that moment, he had no idea that this alcoholic party would overtake him with a calamity that he could not have imagined. The main character resolutely poured beer into himself. His cheeks were red from the alcohol. The next day, the dawn morning lit up the snow-capped mountains. Wine dripped from the table. The main character grabbed his head and noted that he had a headache. He took his head off his face. Someone noticed that he was awake. Irene stood opposite him and asked if he was better. Jason was lying on the floor in a blackout. He realized that he shouldn't have drunk so much, but it just happened, she noted. After all, he looks better than the rest, that's good. She put her hand to her mouth and asked him if he didn't remember it. He opened his mouth wide. The girl picked up the bottle and explained that it was a dragon's kiss that Jason had secretly mixed into the beer he was about to drink, after which he jumped up abruptly and announced that they would all go to the artel. The main character, his comrades danced in an embrace. He cursed his friend to himself. She clarified that she should also go. He looked at her slightly shocked and asked where exactly. She coquettishly tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, and I replied that in Artel, she had already been there, a nice place, and as she said, she needed to get stronger to defeat him as soon as possible. The guy sat silently at the table in shock. He closed his eyes and said that it was an honor for him. He would be happy to see her at any time. His cheeks flushed with embarrassment, and he realized that they were really talking about it. But anyone with a brain would understand that the reason Irene wanted to go to Artel was not because she wanted to defeat him. The girl smiled shyly. A few hours later, there was a chandelier hanging on the ceiling. The head of the academy said that dear graduates of the Magic Academy, he was sure that they had gone through a lot, studying within their walls. He held on to the lectern with his hands and added that he hoped that all the experience he had gained would be useful to them, and looked forward to the day when they would all become great magicians. He stood on the stage and concluded that he was giving the floor to the representative of the students, namely Graduate Ruin. The main character was coming to him on stage. So I put my hand on his shoulder and asked him not to be nervous, just to speak from the heart. A drop of sweat slipped down his cheek and he realized that no matter how brave he was always nervous. At the very thought of being in the center of everyone's attention, his nerves were so cocked that the prepared speech flew out of his head. The students watched him from the stands. The guy stood at the lectern and realized that everything would be fine. Even if he forgot all the written words, he would not forget what he wanted to convey. The guy opened his mouth slightly and began his speech. As they know, he won the great festival. This result he achieved in just a year. But the path to this victory was not easy. He had been suffering from a condition called mana release disorder for 5 years. His comrades watched him. Tears flowed from his eyes. He remembered how, being a mage unable to release mana, he could only lament. But the only thing worse than that was the attitude of people towards him. Many wondered why he stayed in the academy at all, why he refused to give up to the last. The guy was dining alone at the table. He opened his mouth slightly and explained that the truth was that he just didn't want to give up, because for him, magic was everything, It was the only way he could protect himself, his family, and his friends. Young Ruin furrowed his brows. The main character swung his fist to attack. Drops of sweat slid down Michael's cheeks. The protagonist, a sign of victory, raised his hands above him. His opponent delivered to the ground, who added that that's why he held out to the last, because no matter who wins, he will just see how it turns out, and if any of them desperately hope to see the result of their efforts, then he will sincerely tell them to go forward. The guy happily raised his hands in front of him. The young man cast a resolute glance at the hall. His friends were sitting in the stands. He said that if they fell, then you need to get up. Even if it seems that no one notices them now, someone will definitely see them. Until they give up, there is always a place for a miracle. The guy grabbed the lectern with his hands and thanked everyone for their hard work over the past 6 years. I was moving along the snow-covered road. Horses ran ahead of the carriage. The sister was sitting across from her brother and noticed that he had made a great speech that everyone seemed to like. He was amazing as always. She looked out the window and clarified that his friends would immediately go to Ardal, and all 4 of them. In the next carriage sat his friends. The main character pointed his finger at Seth and asked to be his companion. A drop of sweat slipped down his cheek and he replied that somehow it happened. Behind the carriages on horseback were the rest of the people. He remembered that immediately after graduation, they had decided to go to Ardal. Frankly, he had acted as their employer. In addition to them, they would be joined by 3,000 more soldiers. The princes had promised to provide support for the subjugation of the southern territories, but he had never thought that they would send so many people. The princes stood in front of the main character. Ruin looked at him and asked him if he intended to stay in Ardal as soon as the conquest of the territories was completed. He smiled and replied that he did not plan to travel yet. He thought about traveling a little, but he had not yet built an exact route, so for now he should focus on conquests. A short break. Snowflakes were flying in the air. Strand and Ruin were standing near the map. She asked that they would immediately start preparing for battle. He answered in the affirmative and intended to start by examining the area. She asked if he had any strategy. He noticed that he had a couple of ideas. He looked at the soldiers and added that they needed to prepare well. The protagonist stood not far from one soldier and asked where they were going. He replied that they believed that he already knew, since the question concerns his friend. One of their knights arranges a duel with a knight trainee. He opened his eyes wide and could not believe what he had heard. The 2 sword-wielding guys stood opposite each other. Hans was holding a wooden sword in his hand. The Ruin couldn't believe that he would fight a full-fledged knight. He had only recently taken an oath. Snow fell on the branches of trees. The knight rushed to attack with lightning speed. The main character raised his leg. He put his hand to his jacket and noticed that it had already begun. A crowd of other knights watched the duel. The protagonist stood in front of them and asked why they were sparring at all. They replied that there was no particular reason. They just got bored when they cleaned up after lunch, and since there was an interested young man, they decided on that. Hans fought with the knight. Boulevard looked at his hands behind his back and added that he would not dare miss such an entertaining sight. A drop of sweat slid down the guy's cheek. The knights stood in a row. He mused that since all the knights here were recognized by Boulevard, their reaction would surely be just as entertaining. The old man put his hands behind his back. The young man asked how he liked sparring. He noted that they were both quite skilled guys, and asked that the young knight was his friend. He replied that it was. His name was Hans. The guy was clutching the handle of the ball in his left hand. The guy looked at Boulevard, who noticed that he was obviously being squeezed a little, but it was impressive that he held up so well against the Golden Knight. The knight clutched the hilt of his sword in his right hand, and he said that he had overheard at dinner that he was considered the elite in the kingdom. The guy held the sword in front of him. He waved it abruptly. It added that of course, this kid still had a long way to go to reach the same level. Ruin furrowed his brows and realized that, as expected, he had seen his talent. He approached Boulevard. The guy was standing in front of him and asked if he could take him as an apprentice. Hans held the sword in front of him, and Hans realized that if he taught him even one move, it would benefit him, Hansu, and the entire territory of Ardal. He closed his eyes and noted that it did not depend on him. First he needed to ask if the young man wanted it. The protagonist's eyes widened in surprise. Someone smiled and added that unlike how he had taught him how to wield a sword, he was much harsher on knights. The old man closed one eye. The crowd of knights watched Hans and were perplexed by Bolvar's approach to training. The young man was pulling a huge load on his back. The mentor looked at him and asked if it was hard for him. He exclaimed. He ordered him to go faster. He clearly voiced to be ready. The knights looked at him in bewilderment. A drop of sweat slipped down Ruin's cheek. He thought, as he said, he would be cruel, but to do so, he already felt sorry for Hans. The guy happily raised his hands in front of him and rejoiced at the possible training with Boulevard. The young man warned him that it would be difficult for him. He replied that he was sure he would definitely succeed. The main character closed his eyes and justified himself for giving him a chance. He turned his head to the voice that called him. The man looked at Boulevard and asked for his name. The old man looked away. The knight exchanged glances with the other, and did not understand why he was silent, since there were rumors that he had killed 5 assassins alone. Hans rested his hands on his knees and reported that all 10 copies had been transferred successfully. Drops of sweat ran down his cheeks. Bolvar in the midst of a crowd of knights, someone could not understand whether he had heard, and what name he had just heard. The carriages moved along the snow-covered road. The sister sat next to her brother, and could not understand whether Bolvar was really so revered among the knights. A crowd of knights ran after the carriage. Someone exclaimed that it was the first time he had vomited while he was breathing. The old man crossed his arms over his chest. The guy asked how much this method would help. It looked very primitive. The guy gritted his teeth from the tension. He replied that he was one of the best, because with the wrong body position, you can get chronic diseases. The young man looked at him and did not understand why he forced them to do such training. He smiled and said that there would be nothing to do on the way to Ardell anyway. He just wanted to temper his students. Ruin and his sister stared at him in silence. Later, someone's feet were standing on the snow. The protagonist looked ahead and concluded that they had finally arrived at the Jinhung Plain. Strand stood next to her master on the edge of a cliff. Snow fell evenly on the mountains. He thought that it was located south of the southern mountains. Once this territory was also part of Ardell, but as soon as it was captured by the Mud People, they also became the rulers of this land. Because of their monstrous rate of reproduction, the plain seems crimson from afar, so these lands are also called the Crimson Plain. The rest are still waiting in Ardell. And they were the first to arrive from the countries for reconnaissance. An image of a map appeared with a dot marked. Below them were the Mud People. Ruin got down on one knee. She noticed that there must be tens of thousands of them here. She stood on the rock and clarified what their plan was. Snow fell on the monsters. She offered to break directly through the canyon by the sea. It is narrow, so it should work. He replied that this was absolutely not the case. They would attack from the cliffs. The girl looked at him and noted that as for putting Bolvar on the front line, he could lead troops and crush everything in his path. He looked into the distance and replied that it was not an option. There were too many enemies, and the core of the Mud People was in the head, and it could not be destroyed by normal attacks. They stood next to each other. She remarked that even for him it would be a problem to deal with them one by one. He added that now he was beginning to understand why all the past conquests had failed, since there were no passages that could accommodate a huge army. Strand asked what to do then. He looked at her. He raised his head and stated that they would find a way to cope. The next day, the knight said that there was only one way, namely a breakthrough in the forehead. He put his hand on the map. Moro looked at the group of people in front of him and asked that if they were in doubt, then how would they be able to win? So facing them head-on would be the best option. The father of the protagonist stretched out his hand and replied that these words were not devoid of truth, but such a plan was accompanied by huge losses. The man leaned his hand on the table and remarked that if they had not planned to attack the enemy with a group of 300 people before they had received the support of the capital, he confirmed his words. He added that they were willing to fight even with so many people. So why are they delaying the decision now that they have much more forces at their disposal? The man looked at him and said that it wasn't a matter of numbers at all. After all, to get rid of the Mud People, they would have to go through a narrow canyon, and these bastards would not allow them to cross this path calmly. Whether 300 or 3,000, there is no difference. An image of Mud People appeared. The Ruin's father put his hand in his pocket and concluded that in this way they did not need to cross the canyon. But to lure the enemies to them, he objected that they had no way to implement it, so it didn't sound good. Ruin stood in front of him and interrupted him, which sounds like a good idea. He stretched out his hand and explained that instead of going to them, it was better to let them come out to them. He looked ahead and stated that he had a good idea. They were attacking from the tops of the cliffs surrounding the canyon. Moro looked at the main character with apprehension and noticed that no one would climb them, or he suggested that everyone go rock climbing. He stretched out his hand and retorted that they wouldn't need a lot of people. It would be enough for 1 or 2 mages to use their powers. He remarked that it sounded good, but the question still remained, how to get there. Maybe it was worth using the flying spell. The young man put his hand on Jason's shoulder and replied that he could climb without magic. A drop of sweat slid down the guy's cheek. He convinced him that he was capable of this. He closed his eyes and added that that's why he would throw it there. He looked at him in shock. Snowflakes were flying in the air. The knight announced that the day had finally come when they would make their move, and asked if they were ready. The soldiers stood under the banners. He opened his mouth wide and exclaimed that all the troops were advancing. A column of troops set out on a mission. Ruin noted that the conquest of territories had begun. Commander-in-Chief Moro and the Golden Knights were in the front rows. Even his father and Bolvar put on armor for the first time in a long time, and behind the entire column was he and his friends. In the sleigh sat the comrades of the main character. The horses pulled them along. People went out into the snow. The commander-in-chief ordered everyone to gather. They would discuss the plan of action for the last time. The guy turned his head to the voice that called him. Jason looked at him and said that he understood it was for his protection, but it was really better than what he had to offer. He looked like a laughingstock. He retorted that he didn't look like a laughingstock, but looked cool. He asked him to see that even the knights were looking at him. 2 guys were standing next to each other and discussing something. He asked that he was mocking. They were laughing at him. The young man looked to the side, then clarified what he didn't like. It was sad. He had a great opportunity, namely the opportunity to become the main star of the current conquest. The guy's face turned red. He opened his eyes wide and asked me to trust him. he would take care of everything. The knight approached them and asked if they were ready. They replied that they were. He had a crooked face and asked to be easier with him. He opened his mouth wide. Ruin threw Jason up. Tears poured from his eyes. He noted that he felt that his heart would stop. He was grabbed by magical tentacles. The main character looked at the girl and noticed that her skills were still at their best. Jason stood on the edge of the cliff. A drop of sweat slid down his cheek. He decided to do his part. There were mud people below. He couldn't figure out how many there were. He looked at them in shock and thought that he wouldn't be able to cope. Ruin shouted that he could handle it. The guy furrowed his brows. He put his hand to his face and added that he was his friend, so he could at least do that, and now he had to hit those muddy people properly. He gritted his teeth and realized that he couldn't let Ruin down for believing in him. A fireball materialized in his hands. Snow was falling from the clouds. The main thing is that the hero looked at him with satisfaction and realized that he was doing a great job. Fire charges, fire rain, and a third-class spell were falling from the sky. Jason raised his hands up. Jason's level was still not too high, so the cloud wasn't very large, but it was enough to wake up the mud people enjoying a sweet afternoon nap. Fire shells hit the mud people. The protagonist looked at the knight and told him what was needed now, and as stipulated, the rest would fall on his shoulders. Irene looked at him and added that they were performing too. The monsters opened their mouths wide. He thought that it was a good thing that they were moving in one direction to avoid being attacked by Jason. Besides, the place they were focused on was a side path from the canyon. The monsters rushed to the exit. A group of magi jumped down. Seth stood in front of the monsters and noticed that there were many of them. Ruin realized that he could not let them escape through him. From that moment on, it all really began. The guy stretched out his arms. A stream of fire rushed towards the monsters. Tongues of flame enveloped the mud people. They opened their mouths in pain. Seth smiled and asked how he was getting stronger. He replied that he had exceeded his expectations, but he was rejoicing too soon. Drops of sweat slid down his cheek. The mud monster was climbing up to the top. The others also followed him. Jason fell on a cliff and asked for help. Irene looked at the main character and asked to be thrown there. He turned on her in shock. She smiled at him slightly. A drop of sweat rolled down his cheek. Jason sat on the rock and shouted for them to step back. He gritted his teeth and realized that he was not allowed to die. Tears flowed from his eyes. He exclaimed that he did not want to die a virgin. He had not even had a relationship yet. Irene flew towards him. She stretched out her hand and noted that he had never had a girlfriend. A huge flow of energy burst out of her finger. She stood behind him and asked if he was okay, and noticed that she had learned something about him, and he thanked her for her help. She looked ahead and realized that they were acting exactly as Ruin had said. Mud monsters were climbing the mountain. She explained that there are no trails here. It is problematic for them to escape from behind the rocks, so they run towards the canyon. A drop of sweat rolled down Jason's cheek. Irene stated that from now on, everything would depend on the people from the capital, a group of troops standing near the canyon. The soldiers held shields. A drop of sweat rolled down the cheek of one of them. Monsters appeared around the corner. They rushed sharply to attack the soldiers. The soldier stood behind his commander and asked what they would do. He ordered not to retreat, because they did not want to disgrace the kingdom of Radian. Besides, he was sure that the mages would support from the rear. Their task was to hold out as long as possible. The man raised his sword. The soldier clutched a spear in his right hand. The commander rushed into the attack shouting, "In the name of the king, in the name of victory." The soldiers looked ahead in shock. One of them gritted his teeth. They all rushed to the attack at once to the same shouts. Seth stood with his back to Ruin and noted that he heard the sounds of battle, the knights of the capital facing the mud monsters. The guy was observed by monsters and realized that there were almost no monsters left here, which meant that most of them headed for the canyon. He looked ahead and stated that he was relying on him. He needed to help him with a knight. The latter turned his head slightly at him and replied that he had been waiting for these words, so he could trust him and go. Ruin instantly took off. He swept past the monsters with lightning speed. Soldiers fought monsters. The commander tore the monster apart with one swing. Bolvar wielded a spear. The soldier looked ahead and did not understand what kind of person he was. His eyes widened in surprise. They looked to the side and did not understand where the sounds of the explosion came from. Could it be the business of magicians? A drop of sweat slid down the warrior's cheek. He thought he couldn't say for sure what was going on there, but he was sure of one thing: someone was destroying the monsters one by one. Ruin swung his fist to strike. Armed men stand in front of red slugs. Men with spears silently look away. One of the warriors stiffens his face and says that Ardal is here. The hero destroys the monster. Someone shouts that magical support is here. Bolvar smiles, saying that this is what was expected of the young master, and the knight orders to move forward with his hand raised. The protagonist kills another mud monster. The warrior adds that they are all destroyed. The guy frowns, thinking that these creatures, unlike him, may not remember. The village is burning. The young man says to himself that his land was destroyed 10 years ago. The villagers flee from the monster. Ardal thinks that they attacked his people. Maria's painting hangs on the wall. The hero tells himself that his mother died because of these monsters. He frowns. The protagonist raises his fiery fist in front of many mud monsters. noting to himself that there are only instincts in their heads. His hand exudes flames. He declares to himself that he will not stop. The moon illuminates the edges of the trees. Someone tells a story. Jason sits across from the ladies and talks about what he said to the mud monsters. Ardell and Mulcahy look at the indignant blonde, who asks if the girls listen to him, to which one of them laughs and replies that she is thinking about something else. The hero looks towards the blonde man, who is trying to repeat his story. The guy noted to himself that the cleansing of the ruins was successful. He and the mage pass by the wounded. The protagonist mentally says that 1,500 people were injured as a result, but no one died, then adds that they ended up bravado. Captain Morrow laughs next to Ardell, who mentally notes that even Ardell noticed that the princes would be satisfied with such an outcome, then added that he was glad that everyone was satisfied. The hero looks away. Someone called him. Mulcahy points the finger at himself and says that he will return to Iota tomorrow, then adds that His Highness is looking for him, because he is an outstanding magician. The blonde raises his hand in front of the joyful girls. The protagonist tells the interlocutor that he is really strong, to which he replies that he will definitely get even with him. The wall of a rich house is shown. Night can be seen through the window. Baggins looks inquiringly at Ardell, who enters, and then calls him a young master. The hero approaches him and asks where his father is, to which the man replies that he is now on the veranda. A portrait of the boy's mother hangs on the wall. The servant adds that he is in thought, and therefore it is better not to touch him. The protagonist looks at the doorknob and is silently surprised by Baggins' words, and thanks him out loud, to which he replies that he should have said thank you. Ardell's eyes open in surprise when the man calls out to him. A man with a mustache puts his hand on his chest and tells that this is the happiest day in his life. He bows his head and thanks the young master, then adds that what he has achieved will not be forgotten by anyone. The hero smiles and calls Baggins' name, to which he asks him to come in, because his father can wait for him. The protagonist grabs the doorknob and notes to himself that today's victory was a joyful event for everyone. The guy comes in, then mentally adds that not everyone can smile. The young man's father looks at the moon. Ardell declares to himself that he clearly remembers that day. The man stands with his back. The hero notes to himself that he, in the midst of everyone's joy, has gone into the events of 10 years ago. The protagonist makes a surprised face when his father calls him and asks if he noticed that he was there. The guy scratches his head and says that he did not want to interfere, to which he asks to come closer. The man takes a bottle of wine and offers to drink it. The young man agrees. Father pours alcohol into a glass with a sad smile and tells him that it is 17 years old and has its own name, but he and Maria have renamed it. Ardell looks at the man and notes to himself that he called his mother's name. The father raises his glass and claims that they named him after his beloved son. The hero's face is reflected in the red liquid. The man added that on the protagonist's birthday, he made this wine and promised that they would all drink it together when a more wonderful period comes. Father and son drink wine. The man says that being around him gives him the feeling that he is drinking with his wife. The guy looks at him and reports that the taste is delicious, to which he says that he is glad to hear. The father looks at Ardell and asks what he plans to do next, to which the hero replies that he is going to expand his possessions. The hero looks shocked at the blue tablet in front of him. He notes to himself that a window has suddenly appeared. A drop of sweat runs down the protagonist's face. He asks himself what it is, adding to himself that it was a message that left him confused. The bear appears on Ardell's shoulder and declares that something has happened to King Ram. Strand furrows his brows and adds that he knows that today was supposed to be a good day, but added that they urgently need to get into the academy. The hero strains his face. The assistant hurries him. A system message is shown that they need to defeat the threat and save King Ram. The protagonist is mentally surprised, then inwardly wonders what happened to the ogre. The son looks at his father and offers forgiveness for having to leave. Ardell frowns. The man asks why there is such urgency. The man with the stubble opens his mouth and says that since he is so serious, there must be a reason. The hero jumps off the balcony. At the signal of his father, the protagonist flies to the ground with a mental question about why the task appeared. The wind blows the guy's hair. The magician forms a ball of lightning in front of the ogre. The young man asks himself what is going on in the academy. King Ram sits on his knee near the throne and his severed arm and declares that it suddenly burst in and attacked him. Buhai makes an angry face and reveals that he has heard rumors about him at the academy. Theron is standing in a cloak and with a zipper computer in his hand. Olgo called him a dirty king. The white-haired man looks straight and reveals that he sensed strange things when Ardell chose Kunhan's tooth, and then added that he could not have the power of an ogre. Green Brute looks angrily at the man, who added that he began to dig deeper and the answer to the riddle was found. A man in a raincoat stands in front of the wounded man and declares that he did something to the hero. Theron looks back at the man who enters, who declares that he must take responsibility. The man smirks. The old man pushes against the door, the dirty king, and calls the old man's name, then adds that he immediately noticed his presence. The old man opens his mouth wide and asks Theron if he is ready for the consequences. The man smiles in front of Ardell and the red silhouette, and reveals that at this rate, the hero will become a threat to his position, then adds that if all the key elements of his development are erased, then the protagonist will not become a problem, and then destroy him. The guy enters the throne room and shouts King Ram's name. Ardell and Strand, in the girl's uniform, make surprised faces. The young man wonders aloud at the dirty king and the head of the academy, then asks what is happening. Theron smiles and laughs, then declares that he won't have to look for him himself. The white-haired man takes a step. A bloody aura appears around him. He wonders how Ardal could have realized that something was wrong and rushed here. The body of the dirty king turned red. He adds that it doesn't matter anymore, because he will die anyway. The head of the academy forms a green seal in front of him and asks the hero to leave as soon as possible, to which he tried to say something. The old man turns around and asks to listen to him, because the enemy is not someone the protagonist can handle. Tyrion flies into the wall. The guy looks at the head excitedly and calls him. The dirty king swings fire and declares that the young man will soon go to the other world. The ogre opens his mouth wide and shouts to the young destroyer. The stands with objects shine. Artifacts emit light. A white-haired man is struck by a bright ray. Theron's face is covered with cracks. He calls King Ram names. Shards of the man's face fly into a bright beam. He loudly asks how he dares. Ardal falls. He frowns and inwardly asks what is going on here and what the dirty king wanted to do. The hero looks in surprise at the ogre, who makes painful sounds. King Ram looks at his hand. The protagonist asks if he is okay, to which he replies that even with sacrificing all the artifacts of the underground level, he was only able to banish Theron. Green Brute sits near the throne and apologizes to the guy for putting him in danger, to which he asks not to say so, because he could not do anything. The young man turns to the head and asks if he is okay, to which he assures that everything is fine with him. The old man looks at Ardal and says that he felt Theron's energy only because he was there, but the hero was on his lands and could not notice him. The protagonist turns to the ogre, who asks the same question. A drop of sweat runs down the guy's face. He says that it will be difficult to believe in his words, but asks to listen. The ceiling of the throne room is shown. The chapter talks about an artifact called the Player, and the embodiment of the Draa Mage, which gave Ardal the strength of the ogres, then adds that everything fell into place. The hero apologizes for not saying it earlier, to which he states that everything is fine and now he sees the whole picture. The old man looks straight and says that it is unlikely that the King of Mages could have known about all this, but added that he could not stand aside when he noticed the rapid growth of the protagonist, and was worried that the guy would take his place. The young man stiffens his face with the thought that the dirty king is now really aiming at him, then adds that he still has room to grow to defeat the man. Ardal's eyes open in surprise at the system's message that the mission is complete, and that he can destroy King Ram's oath as a reward, as well as that this can lead to the acquisition of the great power. The ogre is kneeling before the mage. Hundreds of years ago, as a result of losing to the predecessor of the head of the academy, he was tied to the artifact for lifelong service. The protagonist looks at the green brute and asks what it means to destroy the oath, to which he wonders how the guy knows this in the first place. The ogre looks at the young man and reveals that this means that he has returned to his original form and been able to leave this place. The throne is revealed. The ogre asks if Ardali's artifact can do this, to which Ardal agrees and adds that this is a reward for what happened. King Ram kneels in front of the hero and says that in order to destroy the oath, you need the permission of the one who gave it. The head of the academy smiles and declares that the protagonists will and him too. The guy looks at the old man and thanks him. The body of the brute is covered with a blue haze. The young man offers to leave this place. The ogre's body emits a blue light. A notification pops up that the oath has been broken. King Ram examines himself and says that it's amazing that an artifact can even break a contract. He looks down and thanks everyone. Ardal looks at the brute, who states that he is deeply puzzled by the upcoming problems. The hero takes a serious look and agrees, then adds that he is too weak to stand up to the King of Mages. The ogre holds his severed arm and claims to have just thought of an effective method. A passage appears behind the boogeyman with a zipper. He states that this place is not suitable for this. King Ram smiles and suggests that we go to the Heavenly Mountain. The protagonist makes a surprised face. The ogre calls him a young destroyer. People are running through the forest. The man opens his mouth and shouts about the emergency, then adds that the underground prison was attacked. Many people in dark cloaks stand near the breached wall. The soldiers loudly discuss the attacking mages and who escaped. George furrows his brows as one of the jailers reports that he was the one who escaped. The blonde looks at the hooded unknown man and declares that it is a great honor that this person rescued him. The crown prince smirks and replies that it's not about sympathy. Reenact looks out from under his cloak and declares that this is nothing more than entertainment for him. The ogre people communicated with each other. The main character called the names of two giants. They turned around. As the protagonist and Strand walked through the village, one of the ogres shouted that it was the great warrior, and he returned to the Heavenly Mountain and King Ram behind them. The two giants opened their mouths in shock. The head held his severed arm, and Amarash said that the brunette had finally returned. The ogre smiled, replying that he had returned to his homeland. Looking ahead, the gray-haired man said that since the two great warriors had come together, it was a great reason to have a feast. The interlocutors stood opposite each other, and the brunette asked what was wrong with the leader's arm. He explained that he would tell later, because it was a long story. The wounded man turned to the old man and apologized, saying that he needed help, opening his mouth. Harkon replied that let the giants speak, they would listen to him, so that he did not say. The ogre said that the request was for an elixir of ogre tendons, and Amaresh's eyes widened. Looking at the brunette, King Ram asked if he could cook him for the young destroyer. A liquid-filled coconut shell emits light, and the hero muses that the special elixir from the ogre tendons is the secret of the ogres of the Sky Mountain, rumored to be so important that it is served to young ogres as they are growing. Ardal's face changed. A god was reflected in the liquid, and he asked the head if he really needed to drink it. The giant answered in the affirmative. Placing his hand on the stone, the wounded man wondered if the hero was saying that he needed strength to defeat the Magus King, and added that the ogre had reasons to share the elixir, so let the guy drink. The protagonist took the cup with his hands, thinking that since the interlocutor insists that there are reasons for this, the blue-eyed man brought the liquid to his mouth, saying to himself that it was not. The hero's eyes opened. Ardal put the elixir back. Sticking out his tongue, the brunette thought it was disgusting. The giant asked that as a guy elixir. The main character replied that it was the worst thing he had ever tasted. The head laughed, asking that the brunette did not feel any change. Before he could ask what he was talking about, the hero looked at the system window. The protagonist's eyes opened. A system window appeared, where it was described that the hero had absorbed the elixir, and now the strength had increased by 100. The blue-eyed man thought that his strength had increased so much, only from the elixir. Kneeling, Ardal asked his interlocutor how this was possible, and added that in this way the ogres became stronger. The wounded man answered in the negative, explaining that for his people the action was a one-time action. Opening his mouth, the guy asked that in this case, if he took more, then his strength would grow. The green giant smiled. Looking ahead, King Ram asked his interlocutor why he thought Draa had been here for 100 years, and he himself replied that it was because of the elixir. Putting his hands on the table, the brunette asked what if he drank everything he had. The ogre replied that this was the last portion, and the new one needed ingredients, a drop of sweat dripping down the hero's face. The wounded man said that the hero should not worry about this. The blue-eyed man looked away. 4 ogres stood with sacks, and the leader said that when he told the great warrior that he needed help, everyone worked to gather the ingredients: heart tree fruit, muscle grass, spray morning glory, and more, and all the inhabitants wanted to personally bring everything the young destroyer needed. The guy opened his mouth, and thought to himself that everyone went to great lengths for him. Turning to the interlocutor, King Ram said that one ingredient was missing. It was the tendons of the ogre. They were difficult to get, which was understandable. The protagonist asked what they should do. The giant replied that the hero should not worry, because the king of magicians had already helped with these, and took the severed hand. The blue-eyed man asked what he was talking about. The head stretched out his hand forward, saying that let them use it. The hand would be enough for dozens of elixirs. Frowning, the guy said that this was wrong. Opening his mouth, King Ram said that the hero should not refuse, and added that this was his gratitude for being released from his oath. The brunette thanked for his generosity. The interlocutor let go of his hand and said that too much elixir would put a strain on the body, and added that the fight had taken 100 years. No one knew how long a warrior would need. The wounded man looked ahead. Ardal opened his mouth, asking what he should do to fight the king of mages, who perceives the hero as an enemy. The giant stood up and said that there was no need to worry about that either. Turning around, the man said that he had a plan. Clouds floated across the sky, and the wounded man reasoned that when the Mage King was banished, the ogre asked if the protagonist remembered that the power of the artifacts was involved. The head lit his hand with flames, continuing to say that among the artifacts was magic related to time, and the right to use it should not have disappeared yet. King Ram attacked with magic in front of him, saying that the people were using it. From the action of magic, a cave opened. The hero stood in front of the entrance, and the ogre said that he used magic to slow down time inside the cave, and added that from now on, time passed more slowly inside than outside. Looking down, the head asked if the protagonist was ready, adding that he would have to spend a lot of time. Taking his hand on the briefcase, the young man replied that he was ready, saying that he was ready for such a turn. Approaching the cave, the blue-eyed man said that it was time for him to go. The brunette asked that the giant was sure. After all, it would take so long for Ardal. King Ram replied that it would be hard, and explained that an hour outside is equal to 10 years inside. The interlocutors walked back to the village. Strand said that even if the guy did not get old, it was still cruel, adding that he was an incarnation, so he did not care, and the hero was human. The interlocutor explained that the young man should cope without problems, and said that for now it was better to go do other things. Ardal's voice was heard, saying that where King Ram was going, the giant stopped. Everyone froze. The protagonist stood in front of the cave. The villagers asked in surprise that the destroyer had already drunk everything. The brunette opened his mouth. The guy exhaled. One of the ogres asked how much time he spent in grief. The hero replied that he did not know. After a week he stopped counting. The young man turned away and said that now he could do what he wanted. The wounded man asked what the brunette was talking about. Ardal is lying on the floor. The blue-eyed man stands on his elbows. The protagonist looked ahead. Turning around, the young man said that every day he was there, he promised that if he got out, he would do something. The brunette raised a burning fist. The main character said that there would be no stone left of the cave, and attacked the mountain. Those watching were shocked. The warrior said that it was much better. A system window appeared, saying that the strength index had reached 20,000. The brunette looked back, saying that he would destroy the dirty king. The castle was shown at sunset, when the man said that he would like to thank His Highness once again. Reenact sat on the throne, answering that, as he had said, he shouldn't, he just needed a man to deal with the ruin. George and the boy looked at each other as he asked where the King of Mages was. Wasn't he usually with him? The prince said that he didn't know himself. He left without saying a word. Reenact frowned as he introduced Theron, reasoning that let his godfather leave like this without warning an answer for it. The man was on one knee, listening to questions about what he could deal with the main character, and whether there was a plan, replied that of course he was. He closed his eyes, wondering if the Empire was not mistaken, there would be a sword Grand Prix soon. The prince replied that yes, an event of the level of a great festival for magicians. George looked down, noting that he was absolutely right, and that he had heard that Ruin's little sister would be taking part in it from Ardle's territory. The girl held out her sword in front of her, as he added that since the young man cherished his sister very much, he would definitely attend the tournament. Reenact leaned on his arm, listening to the fact that there he and the warlocks would ambush him and eliminate him. They would have managed last time if Tyrion hadn't intervened, but this time everything would work out. The guy replied that he would believe this time. He looked at the man menacingly, saying that he should not disappoint him. Grand Prix of the Sword. The robed boy was waving his arms, and the knight was holding a sword in front of him, as it was said that just as there was a great festival for magicians, there was a sword Grand Prix for swordsmen. Warriors crossed weapons in battle. It was said that like a similar tournament for magicians, the Grand Prix of the Sword is designed to inspire knights from all over the continent to self-improvement. The girl entered the arena with a sword in her hands. The plot told that during the qualifying competitions held in each region, the Ruin was chosen as the representative of Ardle. She looked ahead, saying that it was exciting. The man tucked his hands behind his back, assuming that something had happened to Ruin, not thinking that he would be able to attend the tournament. His sister thought that it would be great if his brother could come. After all, he promised to support her. Suddenly, someone shouted from the side that the girl would cope. Irene was in the stands, supporting the hero's sister, said that they were all rooting for her, and she was obliged to win. The Ruin silently turned around as the audience recognized the cheerleader as Irene, marveling at her connections. The girl smiled, thanking everyone. The warrior raised her sword, knowing that she would definitely win. The referee raised his hand, warning the opponents to get ready. He waved his hand, announcing the start of the competition. The girl, without a moment's thought, rushed to attack the enemy. The two waved their weapons in front of each other. Sparks flew to the sides from the sword strikes. The young people watched what was happening from the podium. The prince asked the lord what it was. He held a glass of wine in his hand, asking if the man had said that he would be attending the tournament. Even after checking the spectators a few times, they did not find the main character among them. George replied that it could not be, assuming something had happened if they looked more carefully. Reenact put his hand behind his back, saying that he had made a mistake in trusting him, and the plan had failed. After the guy said that if this was the case, he was leaving, the lord apologized, raising his hand, in which case they would also leave. The prince looked ahead, asking for a minute, asked if they got rid of his sister, the Ruin would definitely show up, wouldn't it, suggesting that they do so. Smoke spread throughout the arena. The rivals looked at each other in surprise, crossing their swords. Spectators rushed to run, shouting that it was an explosion. Irene stared after the fleeing people, not understanding what was happening. The man was lost trying to stop it. He leaned on the podium, trying to shout to the girl. The old man said that it was dangerous here. The master gritted his teeth in anger, wondering what was going on here, and why during the Ruins match. The opponents were neutralized, suffocating in the arena from the smoke. The man chased away thoughts in his head so that the lady would not die. He stood up, asking his enemy how he was. He replied that everything was fine. The hero's sister lowered her head, wondering what was the cause of this explosion. Maybe something had happened. The girl was dumbfounded by anyone who came closer to them. The robed mage with the others was upset, saying that it would be wonderful if the Ruin was here. The guy next to him asked him if it would not be better to kill the young man's sister, and thereby make him suffer. Knowing his character, he would blame himself for what happened. The girl raised her sword, trying to defend herself, listened to the fact that this was correctly noted, clarified who they were and why they were talking about her murder. The guy smiled, asking in response if there was anything to explain to the future corpse. The mage's hands lit up with energy after one of them told them that they harbored a deep grudge against her brother. They put their hands forward, preparing to attack. Rena asked again, not understanding. The villain's eyes were full of madness as he exclaimed as he said goodbye. The guys directed energy into the girl. She watched in horror, not knowing what to do, because it was too late to escape. Ruin closed her eyes, begging for someone to save her. A powerful explosion occurred in the arena, raising clouds of dust. The master and Irene stared silently at the battlefield. The prince was very happy to celebrate this sight. George smiled mischievously, thinking that it was good. At least the guy's mood improved, noting the excellent work of his sons. His pupils narrowed when he noticed something amiss. Irene and the men watched in silence. The main character stretched out his palm in front of him, repelling the attack. The girl covered her ears in fear when the young man, apologizing, clarified whether he had been too late. She put her hands on her chest, starting to cry. Ruin turned his gaze to the side when his sister asked why he had just come, to which he replied that it was his fault. A lot of things had happened. The guy narrowed his eyes, starting to say that anyway. He looked at the guys in robes, added that the King of Mages would be here. He did not expect to witness such a scene. The guys looked at the young man, noting that he was just in time, and let him wait for their father to wipe him off his face. He asked again. Ruin flew into the attack, trying to strike with his fist. He knew what kind of bastard was behind it. The young man drove his sister's offender into the ground with one blow, while the second silently watched it. The young man screamed in horror, calling out to his brother. Michael's pupils narrowed when the main character clarified who said that it was right to climb on other people's sisters. The guy's hand was covered in blood when he added that if he didn't want to repeat his fate, let him answer quickly. Ruin turned around, asking where George was the scum. The prince and lord looked at what was happening in horror. The hero was standing in front of the mages when he was called out loudly. The man flew into the arena, talking about how dare he did. The enraged lord waved his hand, wondering how he dared to kill his son. A powerful beam of magic knocked the young man off his feet. He frowned, noticing that George had come himself, thanking him for saving time in searching. The man was angry, calling him a bastard. His palms were filled with energy. The lord used a magic bow, and taking aim, said that he would kill him with his own hands. The arrow flew exactly to the target, to his cries for death. The guy smiled, talking about how ridiculous it was, because who said that he would die? The hero took a step forward, objecting that death was not planned for him today. He raised his hand, swinging. The guy kicked his foot in the direction of his opponent, shouted what was going on with the man. The lord hurriedly put up an energy barrier in front of him. He held it with his hands in fear, waiting for something to happen. When the hero jumped sharply, the man did not understand what was happening, because in the capital he was able to drive him into a corner. Ruin with two fists flying towards the attack, he continued to reason that after only a few months, the gap between them had grown so large. George began to moan, realizing the approaching end. The guy hit his enemy with a powerful blow, knocking him to the ground. Irene and the men watched in amazement at what was happening. Mikhail opened his mouth in surprise. Rays of energy emanated from them in different directions. The lord's hands were shaking as the young man indicated that he would ask one question. He stood in front of the enemy, wondering how he had escaped from the underground dungeon of the capital, because the influence of their fallen family was clearly not enough. Ruin put his hand on his chest, when the man could not stand it, begging for mercy, promised to tell everything. The hero objected that he could not answer. The young man, waving his hand, said that there were still two applicants, either the King of Mages or the Crown Prince. Mikhail called out to his father, standing next to his body. The young man gritted his teeth in anger, saying that first the elder brother, now the father. He was furious, promising to kill the hero. Mikhail shouted in anger, ordering to take him, otherwise no one would survive this showdown. If they did not kill him now, their family would be finished. The Magi prepared to attack using energy. Their palms were illuminated with magic. The young man shouted that the Ruin was already dead. The young man calmly looked in their direction, asking what they still didn't understand. The guy waved his hand at several mages, saying that scum like them were no longer a hindrance to him. The mages rushed to attack when it was said that a sphere of radiant light that blinds those who encounter it is a scorching flame that leaves only ashes from everyone. Ruin raised his palm above his head, summoning a Class 8 magic, a meteor. He waved his hand, saying goodbye to Jerahil. Reenact silently watched the extermination of the mages from the sidelines. The hero leaned down, sending out flames. The prince covered his face with his hand from laughter, saying that the madman was just crazy. He looked ahead with interest, realizing that Ruin was indeed the best. The Magus King opened the doors behind him, shouting. He was indignant, asking what he was doing. Reenact looked back, asking his godfather why he was there. Theron raised his hand, asking if he thought this chaos would go unnoticed, and how he could openly confront. The king was surprised to hear that he himself had disappeared without saying a word, and now he was raising his voice. He clarified in response that he had just seen this magic and still said so. The prince looked away, agreeing that it was impressive, wondered what kind of spell it was to panic like that. Reenact's eyes opened wide when he heard about the meteor, a Class 8 magic. Ruin carried out an attack, fist forward, saying that Class 8 magic could only be used by magi of the highest rank. In other words, the current protagonist was on par with or even superior to Theron. The Magus King was indignant, asking if the prince really wanted this, sent a bunch of scum at him to anger him. The crown prince held the glass in his hand, not understanding why he was so angry, told him to calm down and listen. Theron interrupted, reminding him that he had seen everything with his own eyes. The young man used the 8th grade spell. The prince smiled, agreeing that he had seen that he was already in the 8th grade. The king clenched his fists as he stood behind him and shouted his name. Theron lowered his head, addressing Reenact that he had made a terrible mistake, because he should not be underestimated. Ruin was quite cunning, and could already understand that it was he who helped Jerahil. The crown prince smiled as he spoke of his godfather. He looked away, wondering if he really thought he was trying to hide it. The king was stunned to hear about why he was so worried about him. The prince held his hand behind his back, saying that the man was the head of a magic tower that controlled the entire continent. and he was the crown prince who would one day lead a great empire, while Ruin was nothing more than a funny toy from a small neighboring country. Theron just stood silently to ask if he was afraid. The Magus King spread his legs wider as he addressed His Highness, remarking that he had done everything he wanted to do before and could continue to do so. Reenact looked after the man, wondering what this meant. He replied that something that no longer connected them. Theron was angry as he left, adding that he would personally visit His Majesty the Emperor. The rays of the sun fell on the castle on a bright day. There was talk that an 8th-grade magician had appeared in a small country. The interlocutor had heard a lot. He, moreover, was only 17 years old. On the red carpet, the men stood opposite each other as they discussed that at such a young age they were already using a meteor, saying that the reason for their behavior was simple. The protagonist was shown activating the skill against Magi, and it was said that Ruin of the Ardo family reached grade 8 at a very young age, hence he reached new heights faster than the current Magus King Theron. The boy and the king stood back to back as the plot explained that this meant that a young man showing similar results might be aiming for the throne that the Dirty King occupies, or simply put, there was a growing opinion in society that the head of the magic tower should change. It was said that this wave of discussions reached the ears of the Emperor. The man was looking forward, talking about how the next head of the Magus Tower was next. The man sat on the throne, asking everyone what they thought about this. The Titan stared menacingly in front of him, reasoning that a mage from a small country was threatening Theron's position. He would like to hear their point of view on this important matter. One of them raised his hand, saying that there were quite a few rank 8 knights on the continent, but only one grade 8 mage was the Dirty King. The man looked up at the Emperor, adding that now that a younger grade 8 magus had appeared, it might be more correct to give way to a more talented youth. Suddenly, the King of Mages appeared, who objected that their words would not allow His Highness to be persuaded. Theron stood in front of him. The Titan sat on the throne, telling the Mage King that he didn't expect him to come in person, in which case, he was willing to listen to his opinion on the matter. The king raised his head to the Emperor, asking if he really agreed with this. He narrowed his eyes as he said that Ruin, who had supposedly reached grade 8, had been far behind him a couple of days ago, wondering how he could have reached the stated level in such a short time. The Emperor silently lowered his eyes. The Titan was surprised to hear that perhaps he had used forbidden powers, most likely some kind of black magic, otherwise how to explain his ridiculously rapid growth. There was a huge ogre behind the hero as the king went on to tell him that he had once even used an unknown force associated with ogres, and most recently wiped out the once respected Jericho family, George, and his sons. The mages stood silently by the body of the head of the family. Theron stretched out his hand with a menacing look, saying that if someone like him became the head of the Mage Tower, the empire would descend into chaos. The men were surprised to ask about black magic. The king suggested that if he used it, then his height became quite understandable. The emperor bowed his head, remarked that everything was correct. As he had said, something clearly did not add up. Theron stood before the men and the head of the empire when he believed that this was not only a matter of the magic tower, but also the stability of the empire. Perhaps even the army would have to be mobilized. Theron smiled, thinking about what was almost ready, because even the ruin could not cope with the military force of the empire. The young guy looked in front of him, saying that he should not do this, asking his father to refrain from it. The Mage King turned back when he saw Reenact. He frowned when Theron realized that it was the Crown Prince. The prince put his hands behind his back when the emperor remarked that he had the audacity to show himself here. He was calm, telling his father that he did not understand what he meant. The Titan got angry, asking what he thought. He wouldn't know the Sword Grand Prix was a prestigious tournament with a long history, and the prince dared to destroy everything. Driven by emotions, he was not allowed to behave so carelessly. Reenact closed his eyes, saying that it was all over, asking him again that his father remembered it only to reprimand him in public. The emperor closed his eyes, noting that since he perceived it that way, there was still some sense of shame in him. The Titan opened his eyes, asking the question, in any case, in what sense to abstain. The Crown Prince immediately replied that he had decided to kill him with his own hands. Reenact had a stern look on his face when he said that if the young man was to die, he would be his murderer. The emperor smirked when he heard that he was also desperate for his death. He opened his eyes wide, asking again. The Titan coughed as the guy turned to his majesty, asking if he was okay. The Magus King and the prince listened silently to the man that he had reached his limit. Theron was surprised, listening. If he said so, let him do everything as best he could. Thought about the fact that he was ending the meeting so spontaneously, just from one word from the Crown Prince. Reenact looked at his back, calling out to his godfather. The young man looked menacingly at the king, wondering that he had pulled even his father, who needed a rest, to catch a single person. Did he really care about anything else? The man stared at his godfather in silence. Reenact's legs were shown as he explained that his father's illness was progressing day by day, even the best healers shrugging their shoulders. Theron gritted his teeth as he heard that he had to understand that any day now the power would be in the hands of the Crown Prince. He turned around, saying that it was time for him to do so. The Magus King stood silently with his back, wondering when things had turned out this way. Theron clenched his fists, reasoning that he was supposed to be the wings on the future emperor's back, but the ruin appeared. The young man stood with his back to the side, looking to the side, when the king added that all his groundwork for the future had gone to ashes. The man was shocked. Looking in front of him, he understood that he would never be able to forgive him for this. The young man approached the king. Doom tucked his hands behind his back, listening attentively to the head of the tower. Theron lowered his head, asking about how if he could defeat the ruin during the great festival, if he helped him, the present would change. The warrior narrowed his eyes, saying nothing. The man looked down, agreeing that there was no point in talking about it now. A large chandelier was shown when the king said that soon the head of the mage tower would change. No matter how much the crown prince resisted, this would not stop the main character. Doom stood in front of the king, who asked why he didn't leave, to which he replied, because for him, the head of the mage tower can only be a dirty king. If the ruin is the root of all problems, then he will pull it out with his own hands. The king looked down, claiming that with his current strength, this was impossible. The warrior was stunned when Theron added that this time would be different. The Magus king burst into pink magic, noticing that he was going to support him this time. A drop of sweat rolled down Doom's face. He noticed that his eyes had turned black. He called out to the dirty king. Theron put his hand on the warrior's face, assuring him not to worry. He began to conjure, holding his head, saying that he had always wanted to become his apprentice. The man was shrouded in dark magic when he wondered if this was what he had always dreamed of. Lilac energy spread from the window of the building. Theron asked Doom to smile. Ardal stands in the middle of the arena in flames. He silently looks ahead and says to himself that it wasn't enough to attack the ruin, but also ordinary people. The crown prince and the dirty king are next to each other. The hero wonders which of them is to blame for this. The protagonist opens his mouth and says that it is not so important. He makes a bloodthirsty face with the words that he will destroy everyone. Irene runs after the guy and asks where he is going. The young man furrows his brows and replies that this is either the plan of the crown prince or the dirty king, then adds that they are both targeting him. The girl asks again, surprised. Ardal gives a piercing look and says that things have gone too far now, and he has no choice but to solve them. Irene raises her hands to her chest and asks what he is saying, to which the hero replies that she saw everything herself, because they staged a blatant attack where many innocent people had gathered. He frowns and adds that if lawlessness continues to be allowed, then not only his lands, but the entire empire will plunge into chaos. The girl looks at him silently, and states to herself that it's hard to believe that the king of mages is targeting him. A drop of sweat runs down her face. She mentally adds that magic power in the arena was clearly at the level of an 8th grade magus. Ardal stands with his back to Irene, who notes to herself that he is the only one who can stand up to the dirty king. The hero frowns straight and demands the girl to step back, to which she is surprised by this. Someone is walking down the corridor. Doom stands with a sword in front of the couple. They stare at him intensely. The protagonist asks if the king of mages sent him to kill him. The red-haired man opens his mouth and tells the guy not to say Theron's name with his dirty mouth. The young man makes an arrogant look and replies that he would not even think of listening to the fan of the dirty king. The man grits his teeth and calls Ardal names. Doom attacks with a flaming sword and shouts that he will do anything to prevent the hero from even getting close to Theron. The protagonist blocks the blade with his hands and clatters, then adds that he still has the same attitude towards the dirty king. The guy looks at the enemy in surprise. A purple haze comes from Doom's eyes. The young man inwardly asks what is wrong with him. The red-haired man is on his knees in front of the white-haired mage, who declares that even if he gives the swordsman power, he will still not be able to cope with Ardal. Theron smiles and says that the man has only one task. The red-haired man opens his mouth furiously and screams. The dirty king orders him to bide time. Doom swings his blade. The hero and Irene jump from a wave of fire. The girl makes a tense look and declares that she cannot believe it. She opens her eyes in surprise, thinking that the red-haired man was already one of the strongest among the 11 children. But now he has reached a completely different level. The swordsman swings her weapon. The blonde woman asks herself what happened. She opens her mouth in shock. Irene shifts her gaze to the protagonist and asks him to be careful, because the appearance of their enemy reminds her of what she once read in the book. The guy squints his eyes at the lady's words that his opponent is undergoing demonization. Doom rushes forward. The young man declares to himself that the dirty king is a villain to the core. The swordsman attacks Ardal, who mentally notes that he is not himself, then adds that he knows what to do. The brunette frowns and adds to himself that he must restrain the red-haired man and bring him to his senses. The man furiously opens his mouth and shouts that it's time to end it. He swings his blade with fire. The swordsman's eyes open in surprise. The hero says that he could barely stop. The protagonist pins Doom's weapon and states that due to the fact that he brandished it with all his might, he was not given the opportunity to use something. The guy swings with a smile. A notification pops up with a description of the skill of the steel destroyer. Red-haired bounces back with the stump of his sword, wondering aloud at his broken weapon. The young man's fist flies into Doom's head. The man is hit. Ardal apologizes to him. The hero crumples the opponent's face and adds that he will try to hit so as not to kill, then asks him to try not to lean back. A man runs down the corridor. The white-haired man abruptly opens the door and calls out to his highness. He excitedly opens his mouth and claims that the crown prince must immediately flee because of the mage king. The servant freezes in pain. He falls to the floor in front of the blonde man at the table. Reenact furrows his brows and is indignant at the way his godfather intends to act. The blonde looks at Theron. The mage stands near the bodies on the ground and declares that he has no choice. The blonde smiles and claims that this is nonsense. The crown prince makes a furious face and asks why he is doing this, as it will not help the dirty king to gain a foothold in the place of the head of the mage tower. Reenact opens his eyes in surprise at the white-haired man's words that this is not enough for him now. Theron frowns and reveals that since his place is in danger, all that remains is to obtain overwhelming power to crush Ardal and become the ruler of the entire world, then adds that this power comes from the hidden energy of the future emperor. The crown prince raises his eyebrows in shock. The magician smiles and reminds his student that you should never give up on your beliefs. The filthy king raises his hand with a purple aura, declaring that, according to his own teachings, he will do anything to fulfill his will. The blonde man makes a furious face and claims that he will not give up on these words, then orders the guards to arrest the man. 3 swordsmen jump on Theron. The magician turns around. Purple energy passes through the warriors. The head of the tower smirks. He stands with his back to his highness and asks if they are finished. Reenact makes a crazy face and laughs, saying that this is how he came to an end. Dark energy moves above the bodies in the room. The blonde offers to try to defeat Ardal, then claims that even after death he will curse Theron. The hero and Irene look down thoughtfully. Doom unconsciously lies on the floor. The girl wonders if everything will be fine with him. The couple stands over the body. The protagonist says that since he is alive, then everything is fine, then adds that it is better to get slapped in the face a couple of times than to become a demon. The lady hesitantly agrees. The dirty king makes a move with the words that the red-haired man has never become the one who can stop the guy. The couple above the body look at the white-haired man, who praises the swordsman for doing a great job. Theron clenches his fist and reveals that the swordsman has bought time, as he was ordered. Ardal furiously opens his mouth and says that the dirty king has finally shown himself, then vows that he will destroy him. He opens his eyes in surprise and says to himself that something is wrong. The white-haired man exudes a blue aura. The hero notes to himself that he is much stronger than the one he met before. The head of the tower smirks. The protagonist mentally declares that a much more powerful energy emanates from him. The man calls out to the guy with a laugh. A black projectile flies at the young man. Theron claims that he will never be able to defeat him. Ardal asks the girl to run away. The crowd looks at the purple explosion. Ruin, along with Bolvar and Elik, look up as the people scream in panic. The girl opens her eyes in surprise and shouts that her brother and Irene are there. Ardal crashes out of the arena with the white-haired woman and Doom. The hero opens his mouth wide and shouts that it is dangerous here and everyone should run away. The sister looks up in surprise. The protagonist puts the unconscious on the ground. The dirty king hovers in front of a guy who asks what he's up to, because there are a lot of innocent citizens here, to which he replies that they've passed the line to make it meaningful. Theron swings the dark energy with a smirk and asks the young man to die. Ardal holds off the attack. He makes a tense face and asks himself what is going on here, because he already has to confront the man. The head of the tower makes a crazy smile. The hero claims to himself that this power is beyond his comprehension. The dirty king laughingly asks him to give everything he is capable of. The protagonist furrows his brows and mentally asks what his enemy has done during this time, then adds that he feels a different energy from him. The face of the crown prince appears behind Theron. The guy notes to himself that he has absorbed the life of the blonde. The white-haired man pushes Ardal away, who asks him if he will really do anything for his ambitions. The head of the tower stands in front of the hero and thanks him for provoking him. Darkness covers the body of the man, who adds that he was finally able to become a demon god. The protagonist makes a tense face and repeats the words of the opponent, and notes to himself that in the end it depends on the led him to forbidden magic. The guy grits his teeth and says to himself that this energy is so overwhelming that it is difficult to say how many more people have been sacrificed. The young man stands in front of the city with the thought that such people should not exist. He opens his mouth, thinking that if Theron is allowed to do whatever he wants, the world will plunge into chaos and turn to the dirty king. The man makes a surprised face. Ardal frowns and declares that he will not allow him to do whatever he wants. The white-haired man smiles madly. A window pops up with the last task to save the world. Irene opens her eyes when she is called. She looks at Rena and asks what happened, to which Rena replies that her brother asked her for something. The hero's sister lowers her eyes and adds that she was asked to bring everyone in and flee the capital. Elik and Bolvar help the people, and Rena declares that they are not strong enough. The Dirt King and the protagonist go on the attack. His sister asks what they should do. The girl cries and adds that her brother is fighting alone. Irene takes the girl by the shoulders. The white-haired woman looks in the direction of the roar. She sees a crowd of strange people. Many people have black eyes. Irene states that they are demons. The pair look back at them, the blonde woman mentally noting that Doom is not the only one who has been demonized and Theron's goal was to destroy everything in the first place. She yells at Rena to run away. Bolvar stands behind her with a spear and orders everyone to step back. The old man closes his eyes and says that it looks like this place will become his grave. The trio stands in front of a crowd of people. Irene declares that she will fight as well, to which Bolvar replies that the young master will be upset, to which the girl replies that she has already made up her mind. The demons go on the attack. An elderly man and a white-haired woman are preparing for an attack. She declares that she will be very sorry if they cannot save the townspeople. A wall of fire appears in front of the trio. They make surprised faces. Someone declares that they are late. Tyrion opens his mouth and apologizes. There are many people behind the old man. He adds that he did not expect that the general gathering would take so long. The two crowds attack each other. The head of the academy claims that they will fight the enemy. Mulkiri and Jason fight two possessed. Two swordsmen are on the defensive. Hans frowns and states that they need to sort it out as soon as possible to help Ardal. He notices an explosion nearby. The hero tries to get up from the ground in front of the flying Theron. The protagonist grits his teeth thinking that he is no match for the enemy, then adds that so much effort has gone down the drain, because he must protect everyone. He opens his eyes because of the laughter of the Dirty King, who claims that this is the right end for such an nonentity. The head of the tower smiles and adds that his desperate efforts were pointless. The Dirty King creates a huge fireball and declares that he will wipe the guy off the face of the earth. The man swings with a crazy grin and says goodbye to the young man. The white-haired man launches a flaming projectile. Irene and Rena look at Ardal excitedly, and her sister calls for her brother. The hero looks up in shock, thinking that this is the end. He opens his eyes in surprise when the voice in his head asks to protect his loved ones. A black dragon appears behind the protagonist. The creature says that he could not do it, but the guy should succeed. Strand looks up tensely and notes out loud an unusual energy. A flash of light appears. A bright beam is directed towards Theron. White-haired makes an indignant face and asks how the guy was able to block the demon god's attack, to which the demon god replies that he couldn't before. The young man smirks, saying that it would be somehow unfair if only Theron became a deity. Ardal appears in front of the Dirt King with a huge silhouette behind. The hooded creature's eyes glow red. The hero smirks and offers to fight for real. The head of the tower flies in front of the protagonist and silently asks what it is. He strains his gaze with a mental question of what is going on here. Ardal hovers with a huge silhouette behind, the white-haired man mentally noting that this energy feels like the descent of a real god. The hero and the creature behind him swing their fists at the same time. They lunge towards the man. The protagonist declares that now it is his turn. Theron puts his shield before the blow, thinking that he must somehow block it. A fist crashes into the white-haired man's face. It crashes into the ground. The head of the academy and the country look up in surprise. The old man asks if this is really Ardal's powers. The girl makes a startled look and says to herself that the hero was able to summon the incarnation of Draa, then asks what is going on here. The guy flies with a silhouette behind. The long-haired woman notes to herself that the young man can become the new god of destruction. The young man looks up in surprise when Theron declares that he is using dirty tricks again. A red sphere appears in front of Ardal. The Dirty King says that he will not allow it. The man's hand rests on the ground. The white-haired man's face is covered in cracks. He claims that he will not allow anyone to get in his way. The man gets back on his feet. His palm is covered in dark energy. He offers to see how long this impudent attitude will last. A lot of ball lightning appears around the head of the mage tower. He declares that only destruction awaits Ardal in the end. The man goes on the attack. Even Theron, being a demon god, did not realize something. A hooded creature covering his palm with a golden glow, Draa, summoned by Ardal, was once hailed as the god of destruction. The hero repeats the actions of the deity. The protagonist and the silhouette behind their back bring their palms horizontally. Fighting them is akin to suicide. The guy folds his hands covered in golden light. Theron stares at a bright beam of light. He opens his mouth in shock and mentally declares that this is ridiculous. The man opens his eyelids in surprise at the young man's words that it is his turn again. Ardal and Draa rush to attack the white-haired man. They strike Theron. The deity hits the head of the tower and the side. Fist Draa is covered in golden energy. The Dirty King flies away from the attack. Ardal's comrades watch the battle in shock. The hero raises his eyebrows in surprise because of the white-haired man's voice. The man rushes up. He forms a purple lightning bolt in his hands and declares that even if he resorts to everything he is capable of, he will not be able to win. Violet rays emanate from Theron's palm. He makes an angry face and declares that in this case, he will drag Ardal and this world with him and destroy everything with his most powerful attack. The hero looks at the enemy in shock and asks what he is talking about. The head of the magic tower launches a huge purple wave at the protagonist. The protagonist looks up in surprise and reveals that Theron remained insane until the very end, trying to destroy the whole world out of jealousy. Draa looks up, saying that he will have to stop this attack as well. The guy opens his mouth and claims that he needs to give his best. The entity swings its fist. The young man repeats Draa's movements and invites him to attack together. They strike towards the dark energy of the head of the magic tower. Ardal opens his mouth furiously and screams. Theron makes an angry face and loudly declares that the hero is nothing in front of the demon god, then claims that it will erase him from the drain of earth, like the rest of the people. The protagonist's comrades look up excitedly. The guy makes a piercing look and disagrees with the man's words and adds that he is not capable of anything. The fight launches a golden beam at the white-haired man. Theron frowns with a mental question about whether everything will really end like this. He grits his teeth and curses. The Dirty King makes a furious face and curses Ardal. The deity looks at a bright flash in the sky. The silhouette of Draa disappears behind the hero. The sister runs to her brother and calls him. The protagonist looks at Ruin, who asks if he is okay, to which the boy replies that everything is fine. The young man suddenly freezes. He painfully clutches his head and wonders to himself what kind of headache it is. Ardal opens his mouth wide and screams. He falls to his knees. The hero lowers his head. The sister calls for her brother. Ruin and Irene look at him excitedly, the swordswoman saying that they will help now. The protagonist makes a furious face and loudly demands not to approach them. The comrades look at the guy in shock, who asks them not to approach for anything. The country makes a very excited face with the thought that this has already happened many years ago. A huge black dragon rages. The girl adds to herself that the same thing happened when Draa went mad with power and woke up as a god of destruction. Ardal's hands rest on the ground. The country mentally says that this could happen due to gaining too much power in a short time. The hero grits his teeth. The girl mentally asks how she can stop it. She makes a doomed face with the thought that if nothing is done, then the protagonist will also wake up, like the god of destruction. Someone asks to stop. Strand opens his eyes in amazement. She and Ardal are in a gray space. Yellow-eyed looks around, the voice declaring that they have not seen her for a long time. Drops of sweat run down the hero's face. An unknown person wonders whether it is worth addressing him as a young god of destruction. The black dragon stands in front of the couple and claims that it is not so important, because no matter what he calls it, nothing will change. A huge black monster towers over the guy and reveals that he has summoned the young man to help. The creature's eyes glow red, and Ardal is surprised to call it Draa. Ardal froze in surprise and thought what was to be expected from a dragon known as a perfect being and at the same time as the destroyer of the world, Draa. A dark-skinned dragon appeared in front of the protagonist, who thinks that only by being nearby he feels his energy and power. Draa's eyes lit up. The hero asked him where they were now. The interlocutor replied that he had borrowed his inner peace from him for a while. If he left Ardal, something terrible would happen. The dragon leaned forward a little and said that right now they were one step away from going crazy with strength. The protagonist frowned. The interlocutor replied that he must pull the guy into this world by any means. Strand approached them and asked what she should do. Opening her mouth, the girl said that she didn't want Ardal to go through everything that Draa had. She added that someone would lose themselves again. The eye of the countries opened wide. The dragon replied that this was why he was here. A circle of purple magic engulfed the guy and the monster. The second said that the artifact of the player connects him and Ardal. The presence of a connection implies, among other things, the possibility of breaking it. A shadow falls on the scaly neck of the dragon. He explained that if he pours all his strength into breaking the connection, nothing will hurt the guy anymore. The girl raised her shoulders and replied that if Draa used all his strength, he would disappear. The horned monster raised one of its paws. It said that there was no need to be so upset. After waking up as the god of destruction, he only brought harm to the world. The dragon added that if the guy could use his power, he would be much more useful to the world than him. The hero slightly opened his mouth. The interlocutor says that just because the player's connection will be cut off, he will not lose his powers, so there is no need to worry. A drop of sweat slid down the boy's face. He said that he would ask something before that. Lowering his head, he said that why the choice fell on him. He did not understand at all why he was doing so much for him. He added that he had no idea whether his powers would benefit the world. The hero's pupil decreased. The fight explained that he would help this world. The dragon is standing near the lake. He says that before gaining power, life always brought him pain, but in the end, the power consumed him, causing the destruction of the world. The dragon's eyes lit up. He recalls the scenes with Ardal's fights and adds that the hero is different. When the guy did not have the strength, he always used power correctly. Unlike him, he will lead the world on the right path. In the white space, white flakes began to fall from the ceiling. The monster said that time was coming to an end. It was nice to see the young man. Turning to the girl, the dragon replied that it was a pleasure to see the countries as well. His eyes sparkled with a scarlet light. He said that for the past and the present, he thanked her. The hair of countries is developing. She gritted her teeth and said that Draa was a lizard-headed bastard. A white light emanates from the god of destruction. Clouds are floating in the sky. Ruin wakes up on the stone floor. People crowded in front of him. They approached him and said that he frightened them. Suddenly the hero lost consciousness. The red-haired girl turned away. Ardal replied that he apologized for making everyone worry. He smiled slightly and said that when he asked for help, they all responded. The old man, opening his mouth, said that in spite of everything, they rushed to help, which showed how good a man Ardal was. The man stamped his foot on the ground. The blonde guy clenched his fist. The emperor came to them. Ardal froze in place in surprise. The emperor replied that he had come to him. Raising his eyebrows, Ardal thought that the emperor intended to blame him for defeating his closest ally, the king of mages. There was a possibility that the emperor was out of his mind. He had just lost his son. A man in royal robes, with his mouth half open, turned to the protagonist. The emperor bowed and said that he wanted to ask him for forgiveness personally. A bearded person of royal blood, he explained that he was to blame for the chaos in the empire. He could not see a threat from Theron and on the contrary gave more power. His son appeared against the background of a grey wall. Ardal's interlocutor replied that his biggest mistake was not to keep an eye on the air. 2 guards stand behind their ruler, who says that he saw him battle against the King of Mages. The Emperor opened his mouth in surprise. He thought that he was convinced that if Ardal's man was fighting for peace, he would move in a better direction. The King of Mages appeared in the sky, the protagonist in a fighting stance in front of him. The blonde man bowed and said that he would ask directly. The tower emits yellow lightning. The king invites Ardal to become the head of the magic tower. Transparent clouds float in the night sky. There is a house in the forest, from which you can hear conversations about Ardal. A guy with blonde hair, holding a mug of beer, says that he always believed that the protagonist was superior to the rest, but to receive an offer to become the head of a magic tower. The hero, looking into the glass, said that he could not even dream of this. He thinks that he was offered to take the place of Dirty Theron. A man in a dark robe stands in the tower. The hero adds that becoming the head of the Tower of Mages means that everyone will look at him with admiration. Tyran stands still. Ardal explains that he has defeated the previous head of the magic tower, the traitor Theron. The Emperor stands half-turned. The protagonist states that therefore the Emperor personally recommended his candidacy. If he accepts his proposal, the decision will immediately take effect. The dark-haired guy sits idly by. He mentally said that the rebellion of the Mage King Theron Artemis and the death of the Crown Prince stirred up the world. As the new head of the tower, he had a lot to do, but he had barely graduated from the academy. The hero looked away. Irene, putting her elbow on the table, said that what she was thinking about so much, there was no face on it. The girl and the guy are sitting at the table. They say that the sudden responsibility of such a scale is depressing. The guy added that this is a great opportunity, but he cannot get rid of the worries. Irene, opening her mouth, said that why doesn't Ardal go somewhere where he can relax? The guy, looking away, replied that it sounds good. He asked what if she had proposals. She grinned slightly. The girl lay down on the table and explained that they could go to her. The dark-haired youth opened his mouth in surprise. Lights are on in the house. Clouds float in the daytime sky. The bear hung from Ardal's shoulder and said that he had not met anyone yet, whether events were developing too quickly. The hero follows Irene. Strand says that he goes to the girl's house, alone. A crowd of friends stands together. Strand comments that the protagonist's friends help very well. They retreated so that only Irene and a dark-haired guy could go on the trip. Looking at the shoulder, the young man asked why the bear remained. He replied that he was its one and only embodiment. The girl turned and asked what Ardal was muttering to himself. The wind sways Irene's white hair. The hero thinks that in the end only he and Irene went on a trip. A guy and a girl are walking along a forest path. The first to mentally say that all he knows is that the place they arrived at is Iris's homeland. He added that he did not expect the area to be so rocky. The student in the jacket looks around. He thinks that there is nothing remarkable around. A dark silhouette jumps out of the bushes. Ardal glanced sideways. A man in a shirt dived with a hook at the protagonist. The attacker, rising to his feet, said that it was not bad, since the hero dodged his kick. The guy with dark hair, opening his mouth, replied that what the enemy was trying to achieve by attacking him on the sly. Ardal's rival, turning to the girl, asked if the student really wanted death. Irene, closing her eyes, explained that she was apologizing. Looking ahead, Irene said that it was her older brother. A guy with yellow eyes stands in a fighting stance. 3 people are standing in the middle of a green forest. Ardal asked why Irene's brother attacked him. He replied that the protagonist dodged his surprise attack, so it was definitely not so simple. The opponents approached each other. The girl's brother asked if the interlocutor was walking around with his sister, then he was her boyfriend. The offender grabbed the main character by the shirt. Without letting go of his clothes, the tall man said that they would talk when they fought. Opening his mouth, the student in the jacket said that he did not know what his interlocutor was talking about, but it would be nice to let him go. Ardal turned his gaze forward. Aduma stands still. A guy with dark hair thinks what a 5-star fighter is doing here, that such a strong person, an 8-star martial artist Aduma Prius, has forgotten here. Irene's brother, opening his mouth, asked why the hero was silent. Sister Aduma folded her hands and told her brother to stop. The martial artist lightly hit the protagonist in the shoulder. His sister said that even for his brother, he allowed himself too much. Aduma opened his mouth and blurted out that his sister was really taking the side of the guy. There was nothing special about this Ardal. She, turning towards a family member, said that she was saving him. Closing her eyes, Irene said that they were leaving. What a stupid brother. Flames blaze behind Adam. In the middle of the forest there is a large wooden house. The protagonist thinks that there will be no problems with the rest of the family. The man hits the floor with his fist. He sat down on a chair and asked that his precious daughter had brought a man into the house. The head of the family emits a bright light. He has stated that there is no way he will approve of this marriage. 9-star martial arts master Akan Prius. 2 teenagers are standing in the hallway. The father says that if Ardal wants to take his daughter, then he must defeat him. Ardal looked into the void and thought that maybe he shouldn't come. He already wanted to go home. The mother comes to the family. She came and asked what they did here. Irene finally invited a guy to them, and they can't even greet him. Opening her mouth, the woman said that family members should apologize. The men froze with shame. They turned to the protagonist and apologized to him. The dark-haired guy smiled and thought that Irene had gone to her mother. How could someone be so graceful and kind? The mother of the family is in the hallway, 8-star martial artist Seda Prius. The student in the jacket froze in place. The academy stands in the middle of the lanterns. Ardo reflects that the family of the great Lord Prius, they once owned vast territories and were surrounded by a halo of brilliant glory. Construction is underway on the edge of the forest. The protagonist explains that their fame has faded along with the decrease in the number of descendants. Several heirs have wandered the world and settled in this remote territory. Brother and father of the Prius family show techniques. The hero says that they lived in seclusion, surrounded by mountains, devoting themselves to endless training and meditation. Irene holds out her hand, and Ardo reveals that, however, Lady Irene, who has discovered a talent for magic, has followed the path of a mage and set her sights on restoring the glory of the family. Seda put a bowl of soup on the table. Irene, Seda and the protagonist are sitting at the table. The mother said that the men in this family are always like this. Brother and father are sitting near the house. Seda explains that the rest of the family is hopelessly prone to emotions and acts without thinking, but she assures that they are not bad people. A woman in a gray cape, sitting at the table and saying that the actions of her men come from love for her daughter, she hopes for understanding. Ardo, opening his mouth, replied that he understood everything, and Seda said that Irene's precious daughter had brought a man into the house. Folding her hands, a woman with bright eyes declares that she is absolutely calm. She, playing with her fingers, said that since her daughter had brought someone, she must be serious about him. The students are having lunch at the Prius house. Irene's mother asks that he is right. The white-haired girl's face turned red. Irene's brothers and father burst into the room. A fire blazes behind them, and Akin has stated that if the hero wants to take her daughter, he must first defeat them. The woman at the table exhaled. The men in the aisle asked that the guy's name was Ardo. He replied that it was. Akin, with his mouth open, said that he believed that the main strength for a man was to protect his family from all dangers. The protagonist got up from the table. The Prius father said that this is how he lives and raises children. The bearded man looked at the young man and said that in his eyes Ardo was nothing more than the son of a noble family, whether there was a drop of strength in him. Ardo opened his mouth. The protagonist frowned and stated that power is what he is most sure of. Akin put his hands to his belt and asked if this was really strength, that what he was most sure of was his strength. He added that he would give his due, since the guy does not lack courage. The protagonist, opening his mouth, explained that he has no equal in responsibility, and in physical strength, he is sure that he will not yield to anyone. Irene's brother stands behind Prius's father, and doubts the hero's words. He must have deceived their innocent girl. Aduma clenched his teeth and said that why didn't Ardo prove what he had said? They were just going to train the entire male part of the family. Clenching his fists, the main character replied that it would not be easy, but it sounded good. Looking in the direction of the girl, the guy in the jacket said that he would go to warm up. Looking away, he explained that her family only knew the language of training, so it would be much easier to get along with them. Walking towards the exit, the dark-haired youth said that he would be back soon. Irene's mother, sitting at the table, said that there was no need to worry, he would cope. Opening her mouth in surprise, she heard that her daughter worried more about her men than about her boyfriend. Irene opened her eyes slightly and said that she was worried about her male part of the family. A rainbow appeared in the sky. People gathered near a huge boulder. One of the Priuses said that the younger brother had set a new record. Aduma turned back. The father said that his sons had a long way to go. Father Prius lies on a rock and says that this is to be expected. There is still a long way to go before 9 stars. Ardo looks at the brothers and their father. He thinks that the head of the family will be difficult to surpass. The father mentally said that the dark-haired guy would not dare to slap Irene. The protagonist, opening his mouth, said that the strength of the Prius family is impressive. He stamped his foot. The head of the Prius lies on a stone. The interlocutor said that he would show what he was capable of. Ardo leans down slightly. The brothers say that the guy is going to destroy that huge boulder. The hero swings. Akin's pupils shrank in surprise. A destructive wave of fire burns through the stone rock. A crowd of guys running up say that they do not believe their eyes. The protagonist stands in a huge crevice. Ardo is frozen in place, the Prius family wondering what a mage can be so strong. The rays of the evening sun fall on the Rocky Mountains. In the Prius, the most important trait is considered to be the strength and endurance necessary to protect the family. The hero runs away from Irene's brothers. He explains that as he thought, they planned to break his spirit through training. Drops of sweat drip from the face of the guy in the dark shirt. He adds that contrary to their plans, this will be a chance to show them what he is capable of. The brothers of the Prius family lie on the ground. Ardo said that several days had passed like this. A silhouette of a man appeared above Adam's face. The protagonist lent a helping hand and clarified that it was time for them all to have dinner. A man with red hair gets to his feet. The bushes rustle in the wind. Irene's brother asks that maybe the hero will join their training next time. The protagonist stared at the 3 men. He opened his mouth and said that maybe they didn't mind if he called them hens. All the brothers immediately blushed. The boot of the head of the Prius stomped on the grass. He went out to the rest of the fighters. Lights are on in the house. Aduma and his brothers leaned on the table and asked the guy in the jacket if he had been recognized as the next head of the magic tower. Irene folded her hands and said that the protagonist had stopped the rebellious, filthy King Theron. Ardal looked ahead. Someone from the Irene family said that such a person had visited them. It was good luck to meet the next head of the tower. Aken, turning to the dining table, asked why the hero had told about it only now. The head of the family, opening his mouth, said that if Irene's boyfriend had mentioned it right away, the attitude would have been different. The bearded man's hair was tattered. He explained that other people's titles did not matter. Ardal, looking forward, explained that he wanted Irene's family to recognize him. At that moment it did not occur to him to mention his status. The head of the family stands against the background of the wall. Irene's mother, leaning on her palm, replied that this was the kind of person Irene could fall in love with. Aken frowned and replied that it seemed so. Men sleep on beds. Ardal opened his eyes. Aken entered the room. The protagonist turned towards the doorway. The interlocutor said that the guy needed to go with him. Leaving the corridor, the father explained that they needed to talk. The moon is shining. Two men are walking through a dark forest. Ardal thinks that Father Prius said he wants to talk. But about what? The guy's hair blows in the wind. The bearded man, opening his mouth, said that as he had said more than once, Irene was his precious daughter. The light from the moon falls on Irene's father. He asks if Ardal can take responsibility for her. The collar of the protagonist's shirt unbuttoned. The guy said that he could. Aken, closing his eyes, replied that skill, effort and character, despite all the unfriendly behavior, he treated his sons with respect. Father Prius looked ahead and explained that if Irene cried, he would not let it go. Ardal grinned. The interlocutor said that Ardal should take care of his daughter. Clouds are floating in the sky. The clouds thickened in the air. The Prius family is standing near the porch. They say that Ardal is leaving, and it's sad. The dark-haired guy, opening his mouth, said that he was in solidarity with them and would visit them. The guy is standing next to Irene. The Prius family says that they intend to make an official visit to the city, so don't let them part. Irene steps on Adam's foot and asks what nonsense he is talking about. Irene, leaving, tells Ardal to go quickly. Stopping in front of the path, the blonde girl turns to the guy. She opened her mouth and said that since their families had given their blessing, no one else would stand in their way. Irene leaned forward a little and asked what she and Ardal would be to each other. Ardal blushed with embarrassment. Smiling, the guy pronounced the name of the blonde. The interlocutors stood opposite each other, and the brunette suggested to the girl that maybe we would start officially dating. The lady smiled. Folding her hands behind her back, Irene asked to be taken care of by the main character. 5 years later, the sun lit up the Tower of Mages, and Strand said that even thinking about the old time was crazy. After all, the hero then confessed. Raising her hand up, the girl said that she remembered literally every word, and mimicked the hero. Brunette put the books in their place and said that the interlocutor was a chatterbox, and added that so many years had passed, and she was discussing it as if for the first time. Looking to the side, the main character said that since she volunteered to be an assistant, then let her work, and not slack. Ardal thought that on the recommendation, he still became the head of the Tower of Magicians. Strand got up from his seat and agreed with the protagonist, and the man reasoned that now his life is full of business. The bear has become an assistant and helps with work. Ardal has changed a lot, thanks to development. The city has turned into a well-developed one. The two men stood in a noble pose, and the protagonist thought to himself that such changes did not happen without the help of Hans. He became a knight of Ardal, and Jason, who took up administrative work. The brunette in the suit looked forward. The main character continued that, of course, most of the tasks were completed by the father. A girl came into the room and said the words in Ardal's direction, "Brother." Turning to the side, the blue-eyed man said who had come. The man asked if the winner of the Sword Grand Prix had come to see them. Ruin stood in the middle of the room and said that with her skill, it couldn't be otherwise. The blue-eyed man reasoned that his sister continued to strive for the dream of becoming a sword master. So a few years ago she took part in the Sword Grand Prix and won. At the moment she is with the already healthy emperor. The blonde on horseback is looking at the girl. The brunette came closer to the interlocutor and asked what brought her here. Ruin replied that she had come to check if the head of the tower was doing everything right. Brown-eyed said that she still wanted to know how the training was going. Opening her mouth, the guy asked in surprise what kind of preparation. The girl's expression changed, and she said that he should not say that he did not know. Smiling, the protagonist said that, of course, he was aware. The man looked ahead and said that his sister should not worry, because everything was ready, and no one would complain. A few days later, the territory of Ardal. The city was buzzing with citizens. Hans regulated the crowd with his hands and told them not to push, and asked them to slow down, adding that he had told them not to push. The main character turned to Hans and Malker. The men turned. The blue-eyed man walked forward, and the bald man shouted that it was the main character. Someone from the crowd said that it was the head of the magic tower, and another asked that it was Mr. Ardal. The brunette thanked the men, folding his hands around his waist. Mulkiri saying that they were friends. How could it be otherwise? The protagonist said that he was especially grateful to the bald man, and asked how he was doing. The interlocutor looked at the head, and he added that he had heard that the man had become the main advisor in Ida. Mulkiri put his hand on the back of his head and replied that it was so, and added that the news was terribly fast. Brown-eyed looked back that what kind of marriage was it? He assumed that he had outstripped them in this area as well, but to do so soon, the groom was embarrassed. The interlocutors turned to the noise. A group of men stood in an embrace and shouted in unison that Ardal was already getting married. Wasn't it too fast? Seda asked them to stop crying, but people were watching. The protagonist was embarrassed and said that his future brothers-in-law were in his repertoire. Hans ordered the bald man to get ready, because everything would start soon, and added that, apparently, everyone had gathered except one. The man asked what exactly was missing. The ground trembled. Everything in the neighborhood was shaking. One of the guests looked ahead and asked if it was an earthquake. The main character, opening his mouth, told everyone to calm down. The head explained that the orcs had just come. A crowd of giants was moving forward. King Ram, opening his mouth, replied that his people could not help but lose the wedding of the young destroyer. An unknown person was climbing the stairs. The guests looked ahead. The blond man stood on the podium and said into the microphone that this was a test of the microphone, and whether it could be heard. Looking into the distance, the red-eyed man said that he was a mage from the Mage Tower, and he would be leading today's ceremony, and introduced himself as Jason. Smiling, the man said that the wedding was about to begin, so the guests should take their seats. The weather was clear, and the host said that although he introduced himself as a Magic Tower mage, people knew him as a friend of the head of the tower. For this reason he had such an important role. The guests were sitting in their seats, and the blonde continued that he had recently talked with the bride and groom, and they asked to convey their gratitude to each of those present, for their great happiness that they overcame to be here today. Smiling, the magician asked whether to invite the main star of the event here. Jason said it was time to greet Ardal. The man was walking between the rows. Ruin, holding her hands in her fists, shouted that she was congratulating her brother. The professor, applauding, also congratulated the groom. The blonde said that now it was time to greet the bride. The girl smiled. Jason said that Iris was coming. The girl in the dress was walking hand in hand with her father. The blonde looked ahead. The groom turned to the side. The protagonist thought to himself that thanks to Iris's desire to return the big name of the family, she became a world-famous magician, whose name everyone has heard at least once. The father holds his daughter's hand. The bride smiled, and the main character thought that today this woman would become his wife. The man took Iris's hand. Opening his mouth, the blue-eyed man said that he promised to be a good husband. Looking ahead, the girl's father replied that he believed it. The host said that it was time to introduce the priest. The couple was standing together. The old man was standing behind the podium, and the blond man said that the role of the priest would be played by the head of the academy today. The young men held hands, and the gray-haired man said that he would like to congratulate them both first. Looking ahead, the head said that the couple had overcome a lot of work. The bride and groom looked at each other, and the priest continued that even if in the future they encountered obstacles on their way, the couple bound by marriage would overcome everything again. Hand in hand, the old man said that relying on each other means being together. The couple looked into the distance, and the head said that now we would listen to the vows of the newlyweds. Opening his mouth, the man said that he remembered the first day of the meeting. It was in an antique store. Then he could not yet think that he would marry that cold and stubborn lady. Ardal turned to his bride and said that in retrospect he assumed that he had been attracted by the girl's confidence and prudence. Smiling, the groom said that he, Ardal, would be his wife's closest friend. Opening her mouth, the blonde said that she, Iris, would be a loving companion for her husband. The couple stood holding hands. The newlyweds said that finally they sincerely thank everyone who came to the holiday today. The couple stood facing the guests. Lights appeared in the clear sky. Fireworks flew everywhere. The couple was walking towards the guests, and congratulations were heard from all sides. The protagonist reflected that he had achieved everything by being a nobody. It must have been all thanks to that help, the guy hovering over a huge figure. The husband and wife waved to the guests, and the protagonist thinks that he ran without a breath, facing different situations, but in the end he coped with everything. The man continued that if only Draa shared this moment with him, then a voice was heard in the blue-eyed man's head congratulating him. The protagonist's face changed dramatically, and he said to himself that this voice. The brunette asked the bear that maybe he also heard. Straney sat on the hero's shoulder, and replied that he did not hear anything. Ardal stood in shock. Smiling, the hero said that the kid should forget, it just seemed to him. The newlyweds walked together, and the blue-eyed man reflected that if in the future someone asked him how he had filled that day, he would answer without a doubt that it was the end of a journey that he had passed without regret. The man smiled.